A crew of bounty hunters lands back on Earth 2,000 years after humans ditch the place, all to hunt down a runaway fugitive. Robert mentions that the planet's been completely unlivable for centuries, yet their radars picked up a solid human life signal anyway. Blonde teammate warns everyone to put on breathing masks, since oxygen down there is practically non-existent. Once they touch down to start looking around, the captain starts doubting if they even landed in the right spot. Her assistant quickly steps in and tells her they still have a bit further to go. Si Ryung moves a little deeper in and finally tracks down the exact coordinates, tucked far beneath the surface. Charging up her high-tech gear, she blows a massive crater right into the dirt, exposing a shockingly deep tunnel underneath. Checking their trackers, Sun Ya guarantees they're sitting right on top of their target. Without flinching for a second, Captain Si Ryung dives straight into the pit. Down below, she stumbles across a massive ancient gate, stamped with a warning sign. The captain turns to Sun Ya and asks her to translate the writing on the wall. She breaks down the 2,000-year-old dialect, reading out, "They locked me up inside here. Keep out if you value your life." But despite the terrifying warning, the captain completely ignores it and shoves the gate open regardless. Stepping inside, the entire crew is stunned to find a furry, Pokémon-like creature named Caribou Chillin on top of a stone pedestal. Overcome with curiosity, she creeps over for a better look and ends up booping him right on his nose. The second her finger touches him, a weird surge passes through her, and the creature snaps awake from his centuries-long nap, leaking a terrifying amount of power. She tries her best to suppress the energy surge, but her powers are nowhere near enough to stop it. Blast shoots out with so much force that it overwhelms the entire cavern and bursts straight through the surface. It shoots all the way up into space, slamming right into their orbiting starship. Sheer shockwave hits so hard, it almost blows the entire ship into pieces. Sent flying backward by the blast, Captain Si Ryung lies there, not even knowing if Robert made it out alive. Standing up, the fur-covered man stalks toward her, demanding to know who had the nerve to interrupt his sleep. She just freezes, completely speechless. Annoyed, he straight up announces that he's going to wipe them all out. Panicking as he raises his hand, Si Ryung realizes she has to strike first if she wants to survive. Pouring every ounce of her remaining power into one last strike, she triggers a blinding explosion that lights up the cave. The attack completely empties her stamina, leaving her totally exhausted. Unfortunately for her, when the smoke clears, the guy walks out without a single scratch on him. He cold-heartedly announces that it's his turn now, levitating into the air as a violent purple aura erupts around him. In that moment, Si Ryung is dead convinced she's about to find out what dying actually feels like. Shaking like a leaf, she collapses backward, only to watch in disbelief as the terrifying guy suddenly faceplants and passes out. Turns out, Robert wasn't dead after all. He was just playing dead the whole time. Figures the guy probably passed out, because he hadn't eaten a single meal in thousands of years. Over the comms, Sun Ya double-checks his vitals and confirms he's still kicking. A bit later, they haul the mysterious creature back to their ship. Crew strongly protests bringing him aboard, but the captain stands her ground, arguing that a specimen like this could be worth an insane fortune on the market. Pretty soon, they start spitballing potential buyers and debating how many billions they can ask for him. Their excitement quickly turns to concern as they glance at his passed-out body, wondering how they'll handle him when he wakes back up. Si Ryung reassures everyone that the celestial silk ropes tying him up are unbreakable, until a creepy noise cuts her off. Guy snaps awake and tries to break free to attack, but Sun Ya casually hands him a sausage, reminding him that eating is way better than getting into a brawl. Overwhelmed by a joy he hasn't experienced in millennia, the guy starts scarfing down the food instantly. Watching him devour the food, Si Ryung asks Sun Ya how on earth she knew that trick would work. Sun Ya just shrugs and says it was basic logic. No creature that's been starving for 2,000 years is gonna turn down free food. Once he cleans his plate, the guy introduces himself as Lee Moki Jin and realizes these guys aren't tomb robbers, but bounty hunters. Having been locked away for 2,000 years, he's stunned to learn that humans nearly wiped themselves out in massive internal wars. The handful of survivors gave up on Earth entirely and moved out into space. Si Ryung explains that once humanity migrated to space, all forms of violence, martial arts, and weapons, even nukes, were strictly outlawed. Practicing martial arts was completely forbidden, too. He adds that everyone now follows the unified galactic calendar. Hearing this, Lee loses his mind in rage. Refusing to accept that humans are living in outer space, he threatens to murder the entire crew on the spot. Instead of arguing, the crew just quietly points toward the main viewing window. Through the glass, the full view of modern Earth comes into sight. It was no longer the vibrant, blue world he used to know. Si Ryung remarks that the planet actually looks way better now, since it had 2,000 uninterrupted years to heal from all the damage humans inflicted on it. And she bluntly adds that he smells awful, which makes sense after skipping showers for 2 millennia. They march him straight to the ship's shower room. When he steps back out with fresh clothes and a neat haircut, The entire crew is completely dumbfounded. This wasn't some wild Pokémon or a decrepit old caveman. Standing before them was an insanely handsome, fine-looking young guy. Si Ryung is floored, realizing it's been ages since she last saw a guy this attractive. Later, while Lee is staring out into the cosmic void in awe, someone suddenly pinches his cheek hard. Naturally, it was Si Ryung. He just wanted to double-check if this glowing kid was really 2,000 years old. He playfully reminds him that the years he spent sleeping like a log don't count toward his real age. As the captain keeps teasing the newcomer, Robert and Sun Ya watch from the side, agreeing on how completely bizarre this whole situation has become. Before long, they pull up to a massive outpost built right inside an asteroid in the Pleiades cluster. Pleiades, for context, is a famous star cluster inside the Milky Way galaxy. The establishment is called the Asteroid Space Tavern, the go-to spot for spacefarers looking to unwind and kick back. Inside sits a lively inn named the Wild Crane, packed with patrons drinking and feasting on the lower level. Over at a table, Sun Ya stares in pure disbelief at an unthinkable sight unfolding right in front of her. New guy just looks right back at her, totally clueless about why she's freaking out. The horror becomes clear as our master shoves 6 entire hot dogs into his mouth all at once, with a huge mountain of sausages still stacked on his plate. Robert leans over and whispers to Sun Ya, asking how any human can eat like a woodchipper, to which Sun Ya reminds him the guy was starving for 2 millennia. Robert gets even more nervous, asking if he's planning to eat 2,000 years worth of groceries in one sitting, and Sun Ya admits that looks like the plan. Seconds later, our guy licks every plate clean and glares at the crew, basically waiting for them to reorder the whole menu. Meanwhile, the owner of the Wild Crane Inn, Wang the 18th, chats with Si Ryung, quite curious about what she's asking for. He double-checks if she's legitimately on the hunt for a high-end broker. Si Ryung nods, emphasizing that the buyer needs deep pockets and major influence, because her merchandise is worth a fortune. He smirks, asking how ridiculously valuable the loot must be to make the usually chilled-out, blazing devil act this desperate. Si Ryung leans in and asks what a complete collection of original, S-rank, 2,000-year-old martial arts manuals would fetch on the market. Hearing that, Wang freezes, opening his narrow eyes and pausing his cigarette mid-puff to lock onto her every word. He slowly exhales a thick cloud of smoke, carefully digesting her insane claim. Few minutes after the captain leaves the table, Wang sits alone, staring into space. One of his guards steps up and asks if there's any shot her claim could actually be true. Guard adds that authentic S-rank manuals from 2 millennia ago would be worth billions. Wang just keeps puffing away and coolly declares that those manuals are worth 0 credits. The guard double-checks, confused as hell, because real artifacts like that would fetch an entire solar system. The innkeeper repeats himself clearly, flat 0. He breaks it down. If real S-rank originals actually existed, a single copy could buy an entire planet. So there's no way a mid-rate bounty hunter like the Blazing Devil stumbled across a gold mine. They're obviously complete knockoffs. He snaps at the guard to snap out of it and throw those scammers out on their asses. Meanwhile, Si Ryung walks back to their table and asks where Sun Ya vanished to. Robert explains that she stepped out to restock supplies, then asks how her negotiation with the innkeeper went. Si Ryung's face lights up as she brags that the meeting went fantastic. She boasts that Wang swore to hit them up the second he tracks down a high-roller buyer. Her happy moment is immediately cut short by what's happening right in front of her. The ancient master is kicked back on a bench, surrounded by a mountain of empty plates after vacuuming up all the food. Horrified, the captain prays her eyes are playing tricks on her, begging Robert to say he didn't eat all of that. Robert deadpans that she should just be thankful the guy finally stopped chewing. Grabbing her forehead in frustration, she mutters that if it weren't for the absolute fortune this guy is worth, she'd have ditched him long ago. Mid-sentence, the tavern doors get kicked wide open with a bang. A loud noise shuts up the whole bar as everyone turns around to see who just burst in. A group of menacing guys in formal robes struts in, practically screaming bad news. Si Ryung instantly freezes, recognizing exactly who these dangerous figures are. They were operatives from the feared Heavenly Demon sect. Quite a weird combo, putting demon and heaven in the exact same name. Squad leader steps forward and begins scanning the room, clearly hunting down a specific target. Using a high-tech HUD lens, he reads through the biodata of every single customer sitting in the bar. Si Ryung whispers that the guy conducting the scan is none other than Sanzhen Wuyue, the leader of the Red Wolf Squad. Robert nods, adding that the Red Wolf platoon acts as the ruthless internal inspectors for the demon sect. When he asks what they're doing here, Si Ryung explains that since tracking is their specialty, they're definitely hunting a target. She urgently whispers to him to keep his head down and avoid eye contact at all costs. Overhearing their conversation, our ancient master chimes in and asks if they just said demon sect. Si Ryung glances back, puzzled as to why he suddenly cares about the demon sect. With hot dog crumbs still smeared around his mouth, He asks if they mean the heavenly demon sect, looking like he recognizes the name. Confused, the captain asks how a guy who's been passed out for 2 millennia could possibly know them. Then it clicks. The heavenly demon sect must have been around back in his era, too. He stares back in shock, asking why nobody is running for their lives with the demon sect standing right there. He insists that if these guys were real demon sect members, the whole tavern should be stampeding in sheer terror. Si Ryung just blinks and asks why anyone would run away. She explains that sure, the demon sect has its flaws, but they're literally considered the top orthodox, honorable order in the universe. Our hero just gapes at her in absolute disbelief. He can't wrap his head around how demon sect and orthodox could ever be used in the same sentence. Then it hits him. The world he always dreamed of creating, which once felt so impossible, has actually come true. Meanwhile, San-jin catches a weird spike on his scanner while scanning the crowd and pauses to lock in. A couple sitting nearby glances up nervously, wondering why this scary inspector is glaring at them. But he isn't aiming at the couple. His target is a guy sitting alone at a corner table with his head down. San-jin strides over, barking at the guy to lift his head so he can identify him. As the guy looks up, the HUD scans him, displaying an internal energy output of 52.7 C. The overlay pulls up his known martial arts and flags him as a level 2 wanted criminal for robbery and assault. San-jin tells the criminal it's his lucky day, since he isn't the primary mark they're tracking down today. He commands him to march straight to the Martial Alliance and surrender, warning him of severe consequences if he tries to run. Mid-sentence, San-jin cuts off, his eyes widening in pure shock as he senses something utterly bizarre. A hand gently rests on his head, leaving San-jin dead quiet, questioning who on earth would have the balls to get this close, let alone pat him on the head. It's none other than our ancient hero, who begins softly petting San-jin's head like he's scratching a puppy. Patting him affectionately like a little kid, our hero talks about how proud and impressive he looks. He smiles warmly, telling San-jin that the dream he thought was impossible has actually come true. The entire tavern turns dead silent, everyone staring in complete shock because nobody has ever dared disrespect a demon sect member like this. Group playing cards stops mid-game, knowing that pure chaos is about to break out. The master keeps gushing, addressing these dangerous enforcers like little kids who made their elder proud. He continues emotionally praising the heavenly demon sect, impressed by how far they've come. He even pulls San-jin's head into a warm hug, comforting him for all the struggles these kids must have gone through to build such a peaceful world. Even the wanted criminal San-jin was interrogating just sits there jaw dropped, wondering what kind of lunatic he's looking at. Locked in the hug, San-jin stays frozen, coldly asking if this guy is mentally disabled or something. Robert immediately rushes in to defuse the situation, sweating bullets as he explains that their friend isn't crazy. He just has zero social awareness. San-jin calls the master a dumb brat, telling him today's his lucky day too, as he reaches up to peel the guy's hands off his head. He warns him that if he detected even a shred of martial energy from him, he would have blasted him into dust on the spot. But as San-jin tries to pry the master's arms off, he realizes they won't budge and starts sweating. He's thoroughly shocked that no matter how much raw force he exerts, he can't move the kid's grip an inch. Watching him strain, Robert whispers to Si Ryung, asking why the terrifying squad leader is grunting so hard. But Si Ryung is just as clueless. San-jin channels even more technique-infused strength to rip the hand off, but failing miserably, he starts cursing under his breath. To the brink, San-jin activates his internal energy drive, triggering the maximum output of his blood wolf art. His eyes turn pure white as he surges into a terrifying combat transformation. Releasing a massive burst of aura, he finally pushes our hero back, screaming at him to stop messing around. The explosive energy wave slams through the entire tavern, sending tables and chairs flying everywhere. The crowd looks on in sheer terror, realizing shit's about to get real. Everyone holds their breath, watching intensely to see what happens next. Even his own squad members watch from behind, with their jaws dropped. Our master casually hops back to his crew, keeping a polite distance from San-jin, who looks ready to tear the whole building down. San-jin snaps out of his rage when he notices the kid doesn't have a scratch on him, and then notices the massive destruction he just caused to the inn. Si Ryung whispers to Robert that the Red Wolf leader must be out of shape lately, assuming that's why he struggled to shake off the new guy. Meanwhile, our hero just stands there, giving San-jin a completely blank, clueless stare. The Red Wolf leader initiates a deep scan on the master, demanding to know who the hell he is. He's bewildered at how this guy walked away completely unharmed by a shockwave meant to vaporize him on the spot. To make matters even creepier, his HUD scanner comes up completely blank. No internal energy readings, no known martial arts, and zero records in the galactic database. San-jin is completely baffled as to how someone composed entirely of natural essence could exist without a single drop of internal energy. Thought, our main character cuts him off, pointing out that the blood wolf demon technique he showcased is merely a bottom-tier technique within the Heavenly Demon Body Cultivation Manual. Though he admits it's impressive the sect managed to pass it down. He informs the Red Wolf captain that his technique is fundamentally broken because his internal energy and chi are completely out of sync due to wrong training methods. Guy then generously offers to fix his flawed technique, telling the squad leader that meeting a master like him to correct his moves is a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of good luck. This condescending tone pushes Sanjin over the edge, and he barks at him, calling him an absolute lunatic. He immediately unleashes a torrent of molten flame, intent on incinerating the master right then and there. He shapes the fire into a massive burning hand, declaring it as the initial stance of the Red Wolf Demon Claw. He lunges forward with the blazing claw, but our protagonist effortlessly leans back to dodge it without even moving his feet from the floor. The mist strike shoots past the master, tearing straight through the inn and sending the patrons screaming in every direction. Refusing to stop, Sanjin triggers his Red Wolf explosion technique, but our guy dodges the blast just as casually with his hands buried inside his pockets. Completely losing his patience, the squad leader boils over with rage and decides to stack multiple techniques simultaneously. He casts both the Red Wolf Tremor Wave and the Ghost Claw together, but the martial arts master dodges the double strike as if it were child's play. Veins pop across Sanjin's forehead as he strains every bit of his mental and physical strength to crush this unknown enemy. He warps his arm into a full demonic arm and wraps his body in an infernal tornado, determined to end our guy's life at all costs. Through all this spectacle, our protagonist just observes the dramatic performance with total composure. He analyzes Sanjin's movements, noting that while his energy capacity is decent and his form is sharp, the guy is still failing miserably to hit him. After evaluating the assault, he concludes that there is a critical flaw in how Sanjin is executing his martial style. With his eyes glowing blood red, Sanjin goes completely berserk, pouring every ounce of power into his ultimate moves. Losing his patience with the noisy frenzy, our guy firmly slams his palm down onto Sanjin's head, telling him that's quite enough. The sheer force squishes the squad leader's head like soft dough, visibly caving in his skull under the immense pressure. As Sanjin hits the deck hard enough to shatter the flooring, our protagonist calmly remarks on how unrefined his techniques truly are. A massive crater forms around his head, cracking the stone floor wide open as if a mini meteorite had smashed into the building. The remaining Red Wolf members stand frozen in pure terror, jaw-dropped as they see their leader lying face down with a mouth full of rubble. The surrounding crowd inside the tavern gapes in sheer shock, entirely unprepared for such an insane plot twist. Sejong and Robert are left equally stunned, having never seen elite operatives from the feared Heavenly Demon sect get handled so effortlessly. Sanjin stays completely passed out in the crater, his head neatly wedged into the hole his body just carved out. Our protagonist towers over him, relaxed as ever, with his hands still resting inside his pockets. He looks down and tells him that while he memorized the moves, he merely recited them mindlessly like a parrot. He lectures him that real martial mastery isn't about blind copying, but about refining and evolving those skills to truly suit yourself. Having finished his critique, he casually tells Sanjin to stand back up and test the advice out if he actually grasped the lesson. Since Sanjin remains comatose in the dirt, likely needing immediate brain surgery, our guy barks at him again to stop playing dead and get up. Remaining Red Wolf members stare at him in dead silence, trying to process the madness that had just unfolded. Snapping out of their shock, they boil with rage and demand to know how an unknown coward dared to strike their platoon leader. Cursing at him as an arrogant brat, they charge straight forward with full lethal intent. They leap into the air with weapons drawn and lethal techniques glowing, while our main character doesn't even bother removing his hands from his pockets. A moment later, the scene shifts directly to the 32nd Division headquarters of the Heavenly Demon sect. Back at the bar, all the sect members lie completely wrecked, every single one of them stamped with deep palm indentations across their heads. District Commander stares at the live security footage, entirely dumbfounded by the carnage on display. On site, a medical drone scans Sanjin's unconscious body, prying open his eyelids to check for any sign of life. Blood oozes from his nose and lips, and several of his teeth are completely missing. Paramedics haul Sanjin and his squad away on stretchers, as sect guards tape off the tavern floor to keep the gathering crowd back. Commander Jiang Ritak watches the cleanup in disbelief, muttering how utterly absurd the whole situation is. Senior Elder Joe Chunrock tries to downplay it, pointing out that at least everyone survived with just critical concussions and broken bones. Jiang scoffs at the word fortunate, looking at his top fighters who all clearly need brain reconstruction surgery. He adds that the most embarrassing part is that a complete nobody handed them this humiliation, staring closely at our protagonist's photo. Guy looks harmless enough in the snapshot, but they have zero clue he packs 2 millennia of supreme power and wisdom. Jiang turns back to Zhou, double-checking if their elite Red Wolf platoon was genuinely wiped out by a single random passerby. He asks if the mystery fighter is truly missing from the Martial Alliance records, and Zhou confirms he is unregistered, though his group has files. Zhou clarifies that the companions belong to a mercenary outfit operating under the name S-Devil. Notes that they mostly take low-tier contracts, hunting down B-rank fugitives and petty crooks. He informs Jiang that the crew is run by a female bounty hunter known as Saryang the Blazing Devil. Cut over to the S-Devil vessel, where our main character sits politely with a bib around his neck, holding a fork and knife, eagerly waiting for his meal. He sits directly across from Saryang and Robert, who stare back at him in complete confusion, struggling to figure out how to address him. Back at headquarters, Commander Jiang requests a detailed file on this Blazing Devil woman. Zhou explains that she is a fairly prominent figure who handles jobs across both the orthodox and unorthodox factions. Mentions that while they fled the Wild Crane Inn shortly after the fight, tracking their ship wouldn't be a problem. He then asks the commander if he should deploy a hit squad to bring them down. Commander Jiang waves him off, stating he will take care of this situation himself. Zhou gives him a puzzled look, unable to grasp what the commander is planning. He bows respectfully and leaves the room, letting the commander map out his strategy. Once alone, the commander taps a console button to initiate an encrypted line to an associate. The main monitor lights up, dialing an external contact across the star system. Jiang folds his arms, patiently waiting for the signal to establish. A monk-like figure named Kim Sungbom, head of the Greenwood Group, pops up on screen with a calm smirk. Kim greets the commander warmly, mentioning that it has been a long time since they last spoke. He asks directly if the Heavenly Demon Sect has a favor or contract for him. Jiang maintains a stern expression, remaining silent for a brief second. Meanwhile, back inside the ship, Sir Yung gazes out the viewport into deep space, attempting to collect her chaotic thoughts. Back at the office, Jiang finishes briefing Kim, who inquires whether his Greenwood Syndicate should step in to eliminate the threat. Deep in deep space, the S-Devil spacecraft rockets forward on its trajectory. Inside the mess hall, our main character is clearly growing impatient, waiting for his delayed meal. Opposite him, Sir Yung and Robert keep staring silently, completely lost for words. They maintain their silence, watching him wait eagerly while Sunya finishes cooking up the hot dogs. Robert leans over to the captain, quietly asking if she is secretly freaked out as much as he is. Sarah Young shoots him a glare, asking him what nonsense he's rambling about. Snaps back that she witnessed the exact same horrifying beatdown he did. He points out that Sanjin and his Red Wolf squad were certified A-rank elites, yet our guy flattened them all with a light tap. One backhand blast smashed the entire squad backward, knocking their teeth clean out of their mouths. Robert vividly remembers them scattering like insects, vividly picturing one poor guy smashing face-first into a concrete pillar. Serjung just stares at him in dead silence, unable to refute it. She eventually scoffs that she could have easily handled those guys if she went all out, claiming they were just bottom-tier A-ranks anyway. Robert admits that even if he risked his own life, he would have barely put a scratch on them. He stresses that the mystery master swatted them away like pest flies without breaking a sweat. Sick of Robert's rambling, Sir Yung marches directly over to our main character. She slams both hands onto the dining table, but our guy just looks up neutrally, wondering what her problem is. She firmly demands that the two of them need to have a serious talk right now. Our protagonist just blinks at her silently, refusing to react. He breaks the tension by stating that any conversation will have to wait until he finishes eating. Sir Yung crosses her arms, plops down opposite him, and insists they clear things up first. She bluntly barks at him, demanding he reveal his name. Robert nervously tells her to speak respectfully, but she ignores him and snaps at our guy, asking if he's deaf. Just then, Sunya steps in with a piping hot tray of grilled hot dogs, instantly locking our guy's focus onto the food. Captain blocks the food, warning him not to touch a bite until he states his identity. He responds with a cold stare, maintaining absolute silence. Robert tries to diffuse the tension, whispering an old saying that even a hungry dog shouldn't be disturbed while eating, though the captain ignores him. Finally, our guy gives in and introduces himself as Lee Makjin. Si Ryung presses further, asking about his background and past profession to figure out how he became so ridiculously strong. He just blinks back blankly, holding his knife and fork without saying another word. She stares right back, locking eyes with him in an intense staring contest. He eventually breaks the silence, casually stating that he is a heavenly demon. He adds that he isn't just any ordinary demon, but the supreme heavenly demon. Si Ryung echoes his words in disbelief, questioning if he actually just claimed to be the supreme heavenly demon. She scoffs at the absurd claim, jokingly asking if spoiled hot dogs made him lose his mind. Suddenly, loud siren alarms echo through the cabin, as red danger lights flash everywhere. The entire crew snaps to attention, wondering what kind of trouble hit them. Over the radio frequency, an enemy vessel confirms that their radar has locked onto the target. Sunya rushes to the control console, reporting that an unidentified vessel nearby has targeted them. Seoryung jumps up, assuming the heavenly demon sect sent backup to avenge the beatdown Lee gave their platoon. She groans in frustration, realizing they are now caught in serious trouble. Sunya rechecks the radar scans and clarifies that the pursuers aren't from the heavenly demon sect. A massive warship emblazoned with a skull emblem appears, and Sunya confirms that the attackers belong to the Greenwood group. Outside in space, multiple Greenwood fleet fighters swarm around the isolated S-Devil vessel. Inside the flagship, an officer informs Kim that they've locked onto the S-Devil ship they were hired to destroy. Kim, commander of the Galaxy Division and famously known as the Black Tiger of the Crescent Moon, silently watches the visuals. The Greenwood captain asks Kim for permission to launch an EMP warhead to neutralize the enemy ship. Kim interrupts, double-checking if their targets are truly small-time bounty hunters. The captain confirms it, noting that they operate on the galactic rim under the command of Blazing Devil Suryan. Black Tiger senses something off, wondering why a titan like the Heavenly Demon Sect would hire them to eliminate such a tiny group. He remembers the deal Jiang offered him when handing over the contract. He recalls happily taking the job and asking Jiang what the protocol was after capturing the targets. Instead of asking for captives, Jiang explicitly ordered him to vaporize the target entirely. Kim's eyes widened in surprise as he clarified if Jiang was demanding a total slaughter. Back in the present, Black Tiger mutters that the entire order stinks of a setup, reasons that the Heavenly Demon Sect excels at execution, so using mercenaries implies they are walking into a hidden trap. The military captain listens quietly, quickly coming to the same suspicious conclusion. Kim pauses, weighing his options carefully before making his next move. He warns his crew that a lethal trap is likely waiting inside that S-Devil vessel. Inside the cabin, Seoryung stares out the glass, observing the Warfleet boxing them in. She assumes the Greenwood space pirates are here to rob them, but Robert strongly disagrees. Points out that deploying a massive Warfleet to rob broke hunters like them makes zero financial sense. Seoryung glares at him for calling them extremely poor, though she silently agrees the situation feels absurd. Shrugging it off, she dismisses the Greenwood fleet as nothing more than cheap space scum. She vows to beat them black and blue if they dare breach her vessel. Robert sighs at her empty boasting, while Lee simply admires the pretty fleet surrounding them like a tourist. Sunya breaks the reality to her, explaining that an entire Galaxy division from Greenwood's 72 strongholds was mobilized just for them. Ryung gasps at the scale of the deployment, asking if their High Commander Kim is present on scene. Meanwhile, Lee watches the scanning lasers sweep across their hull, admiring how impressive the enemy warship looks. Ryung grimaces, admitting that taking down Black Tiger, Kim in a fight won't be an easy task. Robert bluntly cuts in, claiming Kim would wipe her out in under 3 moves. Annoyed, Ryung argues that she could pull off something if she focused all her strength. Robert cuts her off, advising that they surrender immediately without panic, since they own nothing worth stealing anyway. The captain scowls, her pride completely ruined by his brutally honest suggestion. She quickly gathers her dignity, ordering everyone to follow her battle plan. She lays out a delusional tactical plan, stating she will graciously allow the enemy to hit them with an EMP strike to cut power. She adds that she will also permit the armed boarders to enter their vessel. Lastly, she claims they will allow them to search the ship and donate useless garbage to help the bandits survive. Robert asks how that differs from unconditional surrender, but she barks at him to just follow orders. She pats Lee on the shoulder, reassuring the relaxed guy that the EMP blast will only cause a minor shake. Seoryung reassures him that EMP blasts cause 0 physical damage, since space regulations strictly forbid lethal ship artillery. She smugly mocks Lee for missing the point, warning him to keep his nose out of their business since they plan to pack up and leave the second they grab what they came for. She adds a quick warning that all bets are off if a brawl kicks off and things spiral out of control. Seoryung checks if Sunya has the target locked down, telling her to prepare for the heavy hit of an incoming EMP shot. Sunya suddenly freaks out, yelling that it's actually a photon cannon instead of an EMP, just as the ship's alarm system goes wild with danger warnings. This completely catches Ryung off guard, making her spin around in total disbelief. Sunya clarifies that they just fired a ship-killing photon cannon, meaning the enemy is playing for keeps and wants them dead. Panicking, Ryung flips into full combat readiness, cursing that the whole situation is completely out of mind. Over on the Greenwood vessel, the captain cautions Kim that blowing up the ship breaches galactic law and could bite them back down the line. Proposes a cleaner route, snag the mark alive, and eliminate them without making a scene. However, the division leader shuts him down, insisting he has a gut feeling that something isn't right. He orders them to blast the ship into space dust anyway, pointing out they can easily pin the whole mess on their employer, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Kim gives the green light to discharge the cannons the moment they're locked in. Back aboard the S-Devil, panic reaches a boiling point. Si Ryung frantically asks if a warp jump is possible, but Sun Ya shuts her down, saying enemy ships have trapped them from every angle. Si Ryung then asks if raising their defense shields could save them. Sun Ya drops another bombshell, revealing the shields are useless because they pawned off key ship components just to afford daily rations. Her terror washes over the captain's face as she completely loses her grip on the situation. Just moments earlier, she thought she was holding all the cards. Now, they are literally seconds away from being vaporized. Aboard the Greenwood vessel, the captain reports to the division leader that the photon cannon is charged to maximum output. Without missing a beat, Kim gives the command to unleash the strike. The heavy artillery triggers, sending a devastating beam straight toward the helpless S-Devil crew, who can do nothing but wait for oblivion. Si Ryung and Sun Ya freeze in terror, watching helplessly as destruction hurtles toward them. Robert screams his head off in absolute panic, while Lee just stares blankly, still looking completely oblivious to the chaos. A massive explosion detonates upon impact, leaving the impression that our favorite bounty hunters have been wiped off the map. Kim observes the blast from his bridge as the shockwave tears through the vacuum of space. A blinding flare illuminates everything, casting an intense glare into Kim's command deck. Suddenly, his smirk vanishes, and his eyes widen as something impossible unfolds before him. As the fiery aftermath clears, the S-Devil ship is revealed standing fully intact without a single scratch. It floats effortlessly amidst the wreckage, looking as if the deadly blast never even touched it. Right before the S-Devil, a massive, circular vessel materializes out of nowhere. This giant vessel had absorbed the full force of the photon beam. It slid in right at the final second to form an impenetrable wall, completely intercepting Greenwood's attack. Perched atop this new vessel stands a woman clad in brilliant white armor, gripping a matching white spear. Si Ryung, still clinging to Sun Ya like a terrified cat, stammers out to ask what on earth just happened. Color drains from Kim's face as he instantly identifies the warrior. It's the legendary 8-foot fighting ghost, Alina. Alina stands resolute with her spear held back, locking her gaze directly on the Greenwood fleet. Back aboard the S-Devil, Lee glares out the viewing bay, stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Next to him, Robert and Si Ryung are pressed flat against the glass, desperate to understand how they didn't just turn into space dust. Outside, Alina keeps her back to their ship, staring down the Greenwood armada and ready to swat away any further assaults. It's a single warrior against a whole fleet, yet not a single enemy ship dares to make a move. Kim breaks into a cold sweat, wildly speculating why someone like Alina would bother turning up in this remote corner. Alina keeps her cold eyes locked right on Kim, calmly waiting for him to make a false step. Inside the Greenwood Bridge, the captain alerts Kim that Alina is running a Terraformation-class shield, suggesting they could break it if they crank the photon cannon to full capacity, and asks if they should recharge. Kim shuts him down, reasoning there's no point triggering an all-out intergalactic war over a small-time pest. Acknowledging that Alina isn't someone you mess with lightly, he orders his crew to power up the teleporter so he can negotiate face-to-face. While the pads power up, he can't stop racking his brain over why this ultimate monster decided to crash their operation. Meanwhile, Robert fills the team in, explaining that the 8-foot fighting ghost Alina is an S-rank bounty hunter so wildly unpredictable that even top sect leaders actively dodge her. He questions her motives, and Si Ryung admits that while she has no clue either, the girl undeniably just pulled them from the jaws of death. He points out that if Alina hadn't thrown herself in front of that photon blast, they'd all be reduced to floating cosmic dust. Shortly after, Kim beams right onto Alina's ship, hoping to handle things like reasonable adults. He greets her warmly, calling her Sister Alina and reminiscing about old times, but Alina gives him complete silence. She gives him a blank stare, totally silent, likely trying to remember if she's ever seen this clown in her life. Kim presses on, asking nervously if she really doesn't remember him. He tries to pull the family card, introducing himself as her 55th younger brother and mentioning their mom's birthday party 2 years back, only for Alina to blunt tell him to beat it. Dismissal burns Kim, who was just attempting a friendly dialogue, but he keeps his temper in check. Dropping the familial act, he formally presents himself as the leader of the Galaxy Division of Greenwood's 72 strongholds, signaling that he means business. Kim sternly warns her that insulting him is disrespecting all of Greenwood, something he simply cannot overlook. Unfazed, Alina silently shifts her stance, flaring her martial chi as she gets ready to brawl. Watching from inside, Robert gasps that things are about to go down. Si Ryung points out that even a syndicate like Greenwood can't handle Alina without paying a massive price. She warns that taking on Alina is nightmare enough, but it becomes suicide if her terrifying mother, Lioness, joins the battle. Robert keeps his eyes locked on Alina, completely confused as he asks what this Mother Lioness title is all about. Realizing the mood is turning fatal, Kim chuckles nervously, remarking that Alina hasn't changed a bit, always letting her fists do the talking. He throws his hands in the air, quickly surrendering to defuse the brewing storm, pleads with her to stand down since he's not looking for a fight. Yet Alina doesn't lower her guard for a second. Kim calculates in his mind that throwing hands over a petty contract isn't worth the heavy losses. Proposes settling things amicably, asking what could have possibly prompted her to interfere. Kim asks outright if the S-Devil crew is her quarry, offering to back off if their hit targets happen to overlap. Ignoring his attempt at diplomacy, Alina turns her back on him, heading toward the S-Devil while throwing out one final, "Get lost." Kim scowls, realizing that trying to reason with this woman is a total waste of breath. He's still baffled as to why an absolute monster like her would step in for something so trivial. Meanwhile, the S-Devil crew remain glued to the viewing window, eating up every second of the drama. Alina steps up toward their hull and hacks directly into their internal comms. Her voice booms over the comms, giving a cold ultimatum: hand over what they're holding or perish. The threat echoes clearly through the ship's speakers, instantly sending a chill down everyone's spine. Si Ryung scrunches her face in total confusion, wondering what fresh nightmare this is. Robert hits panic mode, hyperventilating over why an S-ranker would bother mugging them when they're broke. He turns to the captain, asking if she hid some secret treasure aboard, before immediately rambling out his own answer from sheer panic. He insists there's zero chance anything on this rust bucket could draw an S-class bounty hunter, just as Lee's eyes flicker with sudden realization. Robert and Si Ryung instantly lock eyes on Lee, figuring he's the only asset on board that could possibly carry any real value. He just stays motionless, silently watching the scene unfold outside. Si Ryung presses him, asking if he knows Alina, throwing wild guesses about a past romance that ended terribly before he skipped town. He flatly denies it, clarifying that Alina isn't here for him at all. Si Ryung wrinkles her brow, asking him to explain what he means. He turns his head slowly and points out that Alina is likely after the kid standing right behind them. They whip around, only to see empty air, leaving them completely baffled. Captain calls him out, pointing out that no one is standing there. Lee calmly addresses the empty space, reassuring the child that she can reveal herself and doesn't need to be afraid. For a second, dead silence lingers, and the spot remains entirely vacant. Suddenly, light warps and a young girl begins to fade into view, starting with her head. The unexpected apparition startles the crew, causing them to turn around to get a proper look at her. Within seconds, her full body materializes right inside the ship. Si Ryung drops her jaw at the intruder, while Robert almost loses his mind entirely. Girl just stares back silently, keeping her mouth shut. On high alert, Si Ryung grabs Lee by his collar, demanding to know where this kid dropped in from. Lee nonchalantly explains that she's been tailing them ever since they left the inn. He adds that he could sense her presence even if she was invisible, so he decided to just let her ride along. He compliments her breathing concealment, noting that modern martial arts stealth tech must have evolved significantly in this era. The little girl continues to stand in silence, offering zero response to his commentary. Sunya corrects him, explaining that it wasn't martial arts at all, but a high-tech stealth ring granting her active cloaking. Sunya emphasizes that such quantum tech rings are insanely costly high-end items. Captain snaps that she couldn't care less about the ring's price, stepping right up to the girl to demand her identity and business. Si Ryung looms menacingly over her, demanding to know why she sneaked onto their vessel. Trembling in fear, the little girl stammers out her name, young HWA Rin. The captain cuts her off, barking that she didn't ask for her name, but whether those executioners outside are gunning for her head. On the verge of tears, HWA Rin quietly nods, admitting that they are indeed after her. Outside, Alina remains motionless, waiting patiently for their compliance. HWA Rin adds softly that as long as she draws breath, her pursuers will never leave her alone. Robert suddenly snaps out of it, gasping in utter shock as the name HWA Rin clicks in his brain, startling the captain. Looking bewildered, she asks Robert if he actually recognizes this kid. Going full hardcore fanboy, Robert squeals that of course he knows her, since she's the lead singer of the legendary pop group Pernosian. Si Ryung stares at him sideways, asking who on earth the Pernosians are, having never heard of them. Clearly, the group isn't nearly as famous as Robert believes. He gasps in offense, proclaiming they're the galaxy's hottest rookie idol duo, trying to jog her memory with their hit track, Dynamite Dudado. Title sounds so bizarre that it's completely obvious why Si Ryung drew a total blank. Robert hypes her up again, insisting she's the star lead singer behind that viral chart topper. He calls out the captain, reminding her that he blasts the track constantly, and she always grooves along to it. He quickly pulls out his phone to search her profile, confirming she's the real deal and gushing that she looks even cuter in person. Seriously, somebody needs to call space law enforcement and put Robert behind bars right now. Gazing at a glossy picture of HWA Rin on his screen, he notes that she originates from Mount Hua, the exact same home place as him. He rattles off her bio like an absolute stalker, reciting her height at 166 centimeters, weight of 47.4 kilos, blood type OB, EFSB personality, and even her cat allergy. Losing her patience, Alina barks over the radio that this is her final warning, giving them exactly 10 minutes to hand over the asset. He makes it drop dead clear. Surrender the girl now or get slaughtered down to the last man. Her terrifying ultimatum snaps everyone back to reality, abruptly reminding them that they're staring down the barrel of a loaded gun. Robert tearfully addresses Ms. HWA Rin, whining about why everyone is targeting her as he faces the heartbreaking reality that his idol is about to be snatched away. Si Ryung remains grimly silent, fully aware of the ruthless call she's forced to make. She shuts Robert down, declaring that motives don't change the fact that they must hand the girl over. Si Ryung turns to HWA Rin, bluntly stating that since she stowed away without permission, they owe her zero allegiance. With a heavy breath, the captain tells her she must step out to keep their crew from getting dragged into her mess. Robert gasps in outrage at the cold decision, entirely against handing his beloved idol over to the wolves. Seoyoung turns her shoulder to him, standing firm that as the captain, her word is absolute final law. HWA Rin can only stare back in silent resignation, knowing she's being served up on a silver platter. As they secure HWA Rin inside the airlock release chamber, Robert protests to the captain that discarding the lead singer of Pernosian feels morally wrong. Si Ryung snaps back that keeping her is suicide. They couldn't even survive Greenwood, let alone fight off an S-rank monster like Alina. She reminds him that putting up a fight won't save the girl anyway. It'll just guarantee that every single one of them dies along with her. The grim face, Si Ryung slams down on the big red button to unseal the exterior bay door. He admits to Robert that making this ruthless call breaks her heart too, but survival leaves them no alternative. HWA Rin stands motionless, preparing for her doom as the automated system signals that the hatch seals are disengaged and the heavy outer gates begin to slide open. HWA Rin tenses her small frame, trying to steel herself for the vacuum and whatever awaits outside. Suddenly and completely unexpected, a firm hand rests gently on her shoulder. Startled, she glances over to her right and sees Lee standing beside her, wearing his signature goofy, unbothered expression. He turns to her with a casual grin, reminding her that he told her earlier not to stress. She stares at him in sheer awe, utterly amazed that someone would willingly step out into danger right beside her against an S-class nightmare. Peering through the reinforced glass, Si Ryung spots Lee standing right next to HWA Rin and goes completely ballistic, wondering how and when he sneaked into the chamber. Robert is just as blown away, watching Lee step up to accompany the girl. Si Ryung scrambles frantically to abort the hatch opening, cursing under her breath at how insanely brainless Lee is. Robert holds her back, suggesting they wait a second since Lee is absurdly powerful and might actually stand a chance against Alina. Si Ryung barks if he's completely lost his marbles, reminding him that out there is raw vacuum and Lee isn't wearing a spatial suit to breathe. As the heavy airlock slides fully open, panic peaks. Lee steps out into the abyss, looking like the lack of oxygen will kill him long before Alina even lands a punch. The captain screams at Sunya to override the system and seal the door instantly. Sunya hits the controls with wide eyes, shouting back that the cycle is complete and it's too late to reverse it. Horrified by the response, Si Ryung rushes straight to the viewport to see the horror for herself. Looking out into the dark void, she sees Lee and HWA Rin floating completely outside the safety of the vessel. Absolute despair sets in on Si Ryung's face as she realizes what an incomprehensibly suicidal idiot Lee truly is. She squints through the glass, still unable to wrap her head around the fact that he actually stepped into outer space. Outside, Lee and HWA Rin drift through the vacuum, making their way toward Alina's battlecruiser. HWA Rin clenches her fists and readies herself for the confrontation awaiting them on Alina's deck, while Lee maintains his casual grip on her shoulder. She glances back at Lee, offering a small, heartfelt thank you for sticking by her side. She warns him that their adversaries are deadly martial masters, and he must stay on guard. But as she turns, her heart stops as she sees Lee's bloodshot eyes and frozen face, realizing he's literally suffocating. Lee begins to gag and choke violently, desperately clinging to whatever tiny bit of oxygen remains in his lungs, while HWA Rin just stands there paralyzed. Panic sets in as she wonders what on earth could be wrong with this guy. She desperately asks why he's wheezing, pleading with him not to say that he stepped into space without a protective aura shield. He breaks into a fit of breathless coughing, flailing his arms uselessly in zero gravity in a desperate attempt to doggy paddle back toward the ship. HWA Rin looks on in total disbelief when she notices he isn't wearing a shield at all, making it seem like the guy who just rescued her is about to kick the bucket. He desperately tries flailing his way back toward the vessel to no avail, leaving HWA Rin completely frozen and clueless about how to save him. Over on her own vessel, Alina simply observes the duo's frantic struggle. Both Kim and Alina stare in utter confusion, completely baffled by what they're witnessing. Out of nowhere, a voice yells at Lee, warning him that it's 300 degrees out there and the intense pressure will rupture his organs in 10 seconds flat, demanding to know why on earth he stepped into space unprotected. It's pretty obvious our main hero has zero understanding of how space actually works. Lee's face turns deep purple as he chokes, frantically flailing his arms in a desperate bid to reach the safety of the craft. His entire face swells up violently into a dark violet shade while he keeps gasping for air. His eyes turn bloodshot and puffed up, straining as if they might burst right out of his skull. Slowly, his eyes drift shut, signaling that he's completely passed out from a total lack of oxygen. Just then, the person who had been shouting at him reaches out and cups his swollen, purple face. It's none other than Si Ryung, who bravely stepped outside the ship to rescue him. He quickly attaches a nanoshield onto his face and turns it on, giving him a way to breathe in the vacuum. Seeing no immediate reaction, she desperately shakes him, yelling for him to open his eyes and take a breath. Panicking even more when he remains lifeless, she asks what's wrong with him and why he isn't saying anything. Out of nowhere, Lee snaps his eyes open and locks onto her gaze. She immediately releases him, exhaling in massive relief that he's actually still breathing. She admitted she genuinely thought he was a goner, tossing out an affectionate curse at him. He smugly tells her she's stressed out over nothing, reminding her that as the ultimate supreme existence of heaven and earth, nothing in creation could possibly kill him. Si Ryung just stands there frozen in complete disbelief. Safe to say, that flex was definitely not the gratitude she was hoping for. Glancing toward Alina's ship, Lee spots HWA Rin, the girl he was trying to rescue, already on board and heading directly toward Alina. Then turns to Si Ryung and asks how they can get onto that craft. Back inside, Robert lets out a big sigh of relief seeing Lee made it, praising Si Ryung for making it in the nick of time. Sunya Blunt corrects him, pointing out that she was actually super late, since even the most legendary master would collapse in space without a shield in under a minute. She reveals that Lee was out there unprotected for 6 full minutes and 13 seconds, yet somehow, every single one of his internal organs remains completely unharmed. Shortly after, Si Ryung guides Lee onto the vessel, startling HWA Rin when she turns around and finds him standing right behind her. Sun Ya emphasizes to Robert that Lee's durability goes completely beyond any known human capability. Aboard the vessel, Alina quietly watches HWA Rin and her group approach, while Kim clings around in the background despite already being told to beat it. Lee steps right up to the front, positioning himself before Alina, with HWA Rin right behind him and Si Ryung taking the rear guard. Alina offers them an expressionless stare, keeping entirely silent. Si Ryung studies Alina intently, realizing that the overwhelming aura of this 8-foot demon realm fighter easily lives up to her terrifying reputation as a battle junkie. Then she spots Kim hovering nearby, realizing their situation is twice as bad now that Greenwood's top threat is in the mix too. She strictly warns Lei to keep his mouth shut and refrain from stirring up chaos before stepping forward toward Alina. She assures him that she's going to negotiate this herself and orders him to stay back. Plastering on the most welcoming smile she can muster, she gives Alina a friendly wave. She cheerfully greets her, asking if she's doing as well as always. Honest to God, that attempt at small talk was pure cringe. She keeps rambling on, claiming she's heard so many great things about them, and that meeting face-to-face is an absolute privilege. She proudly introduces herself as Si Ryung, head of the S-Devils, famed as the Blazing Devils. Alina just stares back with a blank void of a reaction, completely unbothered because she has zero idea who she is. Kim from Greenwood mirrors the silence, refusing to utter a single word. Terrified out of her mind, HWA Rin tightly grabs onto Lee's arm. Feeling her touch, Lee glances over his shoulder to check on her. HWA Rin looks completely paralyzed by fear, practically forgetting to breathe. Reassures her that there's zero reason to freak out, reminding her that he's standing right beside her. Trembling, HWA Rin whispers that Alina isn't even human, terrified of the monster's ruthless power. She explains that Alina is a legendary battle demon who has roamed the realm since childhood solely to hunt down worthy rivals. Word on the street is that not a single soul has ever lived to tell the tale after facing her. In fact, she's so obsessed that she turned her entire spaceship into a mobile combat arena just to battle nonstop. Instead of being intimidated, Lee is actually impressed by her resume, referring to Alina as quite a remarkable youngster. He notes that it's rare to see someone so young dedicate their entire body and soul to the martial arts, praising her dedication. HWA Rin desperately tries to correct him, attempting to convey that she was warning him about how deadly Alina is, not giving a compliment. Unaware of their conversation, Si Ryung pushes forward with her cheerful tone, suggesting that as fellow folks from the Central Plain, they ought to talk things out calmly. Without warning, Alina slashes a lethal shockwave toward her, bluntly stating that her blade does all the talking. The blast is so colossal that it tears past Si Ryung and rips straight through to the rear of the ship, triggering a massive detonation. Early, Alina casually swung her spear to vaporize Si Ryung simply, because she didn't have time for pointless pleasantries. Her eyes glow a vivid blue as she gazes through the haze, expecting to see Si Ryung's corpse lying in the rubble. Holding her stance, she patiently stands ground as the thick smoke from the explosion billows around. The air remains choked with dust for a good while, as that blow wasn't a warning shot. It was meant to obliterate anything in its trajectory. Suddenly, Si Ryung drops back down onto the deck, having been nimble enough to dodge out of the energy blast's direct path. Irritated, Si Ryung demands to know what her problem is, considering she had just offered a peaceful conversation. She snaps, asking why she's throwing lethal attacks out of nowhere. Watching from the rear, Kim notes to himself that Si Ryung is actually quite capable, since evading that blow, even at partial power, was no small feat. Si Ryung glares fiercely at Alina, anticipating an explanation. Alina cold shoulders her question, asking for her name again, while remarking that dodging that strike only prolonged her suffering. With that, the 8-foot battle demon begins powering up, unlocking her true martial art stance. Kim thinks that Si Ryung should realize her opponent is like a rabid scorpion. The more you poke it, the deadlier its venom becomes, leading to an even nastier demise. Right at that heavy moment, a loud hiccup echoes from deep within the smoke behind them, instantly catching Si Ryung off guard. Hiccups keep coming, prompting Kim to peer intently into the fog to spot the source. It turns out HWA Rin is choking on the dense smoke, so Lee casually pats her back to soothe her. Chuckles, telling her she's freaking out over minor details and brushing off Alina's strike as nothing more than a toddler's prank. Seeing this play out, Kim's jaw drops in complete disbelief, wondering how on earth someone could be so unfazed. As he keeps comforting HWA Rin, Lee mocks the technique, calling it a flashy presentation that's nothing more than a loud firecracker. He adds that she shouldn't let herself be intimidated by an empty tin can making noise. Judging by where he's positioned, Kim calculates that Lee was directly in the path of that blast, leaving him completely stumped as to why he doesn't have a single scratch. Even as Alina continues to ramp up her terrifying aura, Lee pays zero attention to the impending battle and focuses entirely on steadying HWA Rin's breath. Alina glares at the pair, cranking her internal energy up to even higher thresholds. Reaching a brand new peak, crackles of vibrant pink lightning explode from her frame. Meanwhile, our clueless main guy continues to completely ignore her, focusing solely on curing HWA Rin's hiccups. Alina stands completely baffled as to why this guy isn't taking her seriously, giving him a confused look. Once HWA Rin settles down, Lee finally turns around, casually referring to the formidable demon as a little kid. Si Ryung snaps in frustration at his interruption, reminding him that she explicitly told him to keep out of this. Completely ignoring Si Ryung's warning, Lee looks straight at Alina and asks what brought her here. He instructs her that if her business involves the young girl behind him, she's going to have to talk through him. Kim attempts to run a quick scan on Lee, only to hit a wall when his system shows no available profile data. On top of that, his scan reveals that Lee isn't even carrying an internal energy drive. As the scan completes, Lee makes it clear to Alina that HWA Rin is strictly under his protection, so any grievance must be cleared with him first. Kim, known as the Black Tiger, is shocked by the missing data, wondering if Lee is just some unregistered wild martial artist from the outer zones. He caps off his speech by telling Alina she's free to beat it if she doesn't have actual business, casually shooing her away with his hand. Just as he finishes his sentence, a blinding beam bursts forth as Alina delivers her response. A blip as luminous as a dying star suddenly flashes across their radar screens. Sheer intensity of the glare instantly grabs the attention of Si Ryung, Kim, and HWA Rin alike. The radiance concentrates above the hull, calling down a massive pillar of blue lightning directly onto the ship. It looks like a terrifying show of overwhelming force. It's the blinding chaos. Lee catches Alina's glowing spear, the very source of that lightning display, with his bare palm. He catches the full force strike nonchalantly with his bare skin, taking zero damage whatsoever. Alina grips the other end of her weapon, having launched a full-power frontal strike right after he told her to pack up and go. Meanwhile, our hero blocks the ultimate strike using just one hand, leaving his other arm casually tucked inside his pocket. Lee acts genuinely surprised by the ambush, asking if her whole goal was just to pick a fight with him. Kim's eyes practically fly out of his head in absolute disbelief at what he just witnessed. He struggles to comprehend how anyone, especially someone lacking internal energy, could effortlessly block a direct hit from the fighting ghost with a naked palm. True to his nature, Lee immediately breaks down and analyzes Alina's technique on the fly. He critically remarks how unusual it is for her to combine Diane Kang's radiant sword maneuvers into a spear strike, while driving it with Shaolin's great Brahma, divine art for energy. Staring back with a deadpan expression, he questions how someone as young as her managed to cultivate internal force exceeding 3 full cycles. He speculates whether she stumbled upon some legendary encounter or rare treasure. Just for context, a cycle is a classic martial arts term where 1 full cycle equals 60 long years of cultivated internal power. So in short, having 3 cycles means holding over 180 years of pure energy reserves. As he rambles, Alina ramps her drive up to 90% capacity, triggering wild bursts of lightning across her body. He watches intently, genuinely impressed that she achieved 3 cycles and can effortlessly switch her energy flow over to the Wudang Red Sun art. He finally pulls his hands from his pockets, keeping a close eye on her as she pushes her engine toward its absolute limit. This moment, her power core is redlining at 95%. Watching from afar, Kim stares in awe, questioning if Alina was always this terrifyingly strong or if she gained a sudden power boost. Lee silently observes her build-up, curious to see just how far she intends to push herself. He asks if she's truly planning to go all in, beginning to circulate his own martial spirit as his palms ignite with brilliant energy. Out of nowhere, a high-tech ring on Alina's hand lights up and pulses violently. She keeps her aggressive combat posture, relentlessly pushing her power higher as the ring glows brighter. Suddenly, the ring emits a piercing alarm tone, instantly stunning Alina because she knows exactly what that warning signifies. The scene cuts to a flashback of a younger Alina speaking directly with her mother. Her mother informs her that she won't hold her back from stepping out into the galaxy to pursue her ambitions. Alina kneels down respectfully before her mother as she receives her counsel. Her mother states that she approves of any duel that sharpens her skills, but forbids her from ever losing her life. Alina stays bowed in quiet reverence, listening closely to every instruction. She boasts that Alina is already formidable, noting there are fewer than 10 martial artists alive who could even scratch her, and none who could push her to the absolute brink. She places a tender hand on Alina, who bows her head lower in full submission. She cautions her to never forget who raised her and who she represents. She slides a custom ring onto her finger, explaining there's a single non-negotiable rule she must follow to leave home. She warns that if the ring ever emits a warning alarm, she must turn tail and run instantly, regardless of her pride. That chime is an absolute confirmation that her opponent possesses power completely out of her league. She makes it crystal clear that disregarding the alert guarantees her immediate demise. Turning to reality, the fierce battle demon trembles in absolute shock as the grim realization hits her. She glares at Lee, completely baffled that this scrawny-looking kid could be such a lethal monster. Refusing to show cowardice, Alina swallows her fear and doubles down as bitter childhood memories of bullies mocking her flood her mind. She remembers her peers mocking her hesitance, telling her to turn tail and run like a beaten dog. She hears echoes of them telling her to know her limits and mocking her capabilities. Phantom voices sneer at her, telling her to cower in a corner just to survive. She recalls standing isolated among her mother's numerous offspring, enduring relentless taunts day in and day out. She hears her mother instructing her to greet them respectfully since they shared the same maternal bloodline. Her mother explained that while they had different fathers, they all came from the exact same lineage. She remembers feeling completely solitary, while her mother preached that they should remain united through their shared lineage. She vividly remembers those step-siblings dismissively asking what her name was, treating her like an absolute nobody. Driven by that deep trauma, present-day Alina hardens her resolve to stand her ground and fight to her absolute last breath. Driven by desperation, she pushes her power drive beyond human capacity, jumping from 98 to 100, then past 110, and breaking all limits at an impossible 120%. Sheer output from the 8-foot battle demon releases waves of heat, so blistering that the entire starship threatens to catch fire. Watching her recklessness, Lee knits his brows, growing slightly more concerned over how recklessly far she's driving her body. Si Ryung looks on in utter shock, with Kim equally stunned by the insane surge. Our hero simply waits for her to finish ramping up, quietly observing as she completes her ultimate physical metamorphosis. Her armor warps and morphs into a monstrous new configuration, rendering her virtually unrecognizable. Resembling a terrifying predatory panther with twisted, unnatural claws, she is fully transformed into a top-tier killing machine. Lee mumbles under his breath that she just pulled off a technique he's unfamiliar with, having never seen anyone trigger a physical transformation using transcendental awakening before. He notes to himself that martial arts techniques have clearly advanced by leaps and bounds during his absence. Right mid-thought, Elena kicks off the deck and lunges straight for his throat like a lightning bolt. Lee chuckles inwardly, thinking that maybe modern combat styles have evolved a tad too excessively. He doesn't even bother taking his hands out of his pockets, casually standing ground even as Elena closes the distance and swings her weapon right at his nose. Ducking the lethal blow in a split second, he calmly identifies the attack as the chaotic storm sword technique from the IM sect. He transitions into a fiery spiral offensive, but he effortlessly weaves through every strike without breaking a sweat. He commentary continues as he recognizes it as the sun and moon twin wheels from the Kunlun sect. Enraged by his effortless dodging, the battle demon loses her composure and cranks her output to a dangerous 125%. She unleashes a barrage of rapid attacks, all of which Lee dodges while identifying them as the sun-piercing spear and falling sunblade techniques of Diane Kang. Losing all patience, Elena decides to push past all safety limits and amps her drive to a mind-blowing 140%. She whips up a devastating fire tornado strike, but Lee simply matrix bends backward to dodge, casually noting that she mixed the beggar sect's dog-beating stick art with the drunken 8 immortals' footwork. Still leaned back, Lee furrows his brow, genuinely baffled at how she managed to blend in the esoteric sect's 4,000 red needles on top of all that. Determined to protect her undefeated streak at all costs, Elena goes completely berserk and redlines her core all the way to a suicidal 170%. She lunges with razor-sharp iron claws dripping with explosive energy, forcing our hero to leap backward to maintain his defense. Sick of the endless assault, he barks that enough is enough, casually waving his arm out to put an end to the madness. His powerful attack releases a massive beam of fire, surging straight toward Elena as she leaps directly at him. The force behind it sets off a huge explosion across the entire ship, making it seem like no one is getting out of this alive. As thick smoke fills the air, Lee stays rooted to the spot, waiting to see if Elena survived. Then, something unexpected emerges from the haze and grabs his attention. Even Kim loses his cool, looking like he's never witnessed anything this terrifying in his entire career. Hwaren and Si Ryung stand there just as stunned, completely frozen by the sight. It's Elena, except now she's transformed with 8 arms, each holding a lethal weapon. She has officially crossed into full nightmare fuel. Resembling an ancient deity, she floats in midair, brandishing 8 glowing blades. Without warning, she charges at Lee, intent on slicing him to pieces from every angle. Operating at 190% power, she shows zero signs of slowing down. She dives at him with a fiery overhead strike, yet Lee simply stays still, watching her closely. Driven by pure malice, she presses forward as metallic armor encases her body, turning her into a complete monster. Lee looks up with a scowl, annoyed that she's pushing things this far and wishing she'd just back off. Lena does the exact opposite, closing the distance at breakneck speed. He acknowledges her impressive talent internally, but knows she's strayed far beyond the path of honor. Watching her push forward, Lee figures her awakening is merely laying bare her inner scars and dark cravings, causing her to lose herself. Tracking her approach, he can tell she's burdened by far too many unresolved ghosts. Suddenly, energy surges into Lee's hand as he realizes that if she takes one more step, he'll have to put her down for good. Right behind him, HWA Rin looks on in terror as Elena closes in on them. An ethereal, divine blade begins to form in Lee's grip, while he reminds himself of his promise to keep HWA Rin safe. Massive fighting demon ignores the deadly weapon in his grasp, utterly determined to end his life. It's clear now that only one of them is walking away from this clash alive. Just as she reaches him, Lee delivers a furious blow with his sword, telling her to cut it out. The resulting burst of energy is blinding, forcing everyone present, even Robert, to shield their eyes from the glare. From Robert's perspective, a massive blast erupts right over Elena's vessel. The force of the Heart Sword's strike is so devastating that it shreds the entire warship into fragments. In full view of the Greenwood Armada, the entire ship erupts into flames out in deep space. The blast is so bright, it resembles a newly born star from a distance. Back on Greenwood's flagship, the captain looks on in sheer terror as his superior's location goes up in flames. With a blast that intense, there's simply no reality where Kim could have made it out. Out of nowhere, a sudden cough breaks the silence right beside him. Against all odds, Kim had managed to teleport out a split second before the blast wiped everything. Covered in blood, Kim yells for Lord Choi-ju, rasps out that he's still breathing, and lets Choi-ju support his weight. Leaning heavily against the wall, Kim peers through the viewport at the burning wreckage of the destroyed ship. He mutters to Choi-ju that a fraction of a second's delay in teleporting would have left him ripped to shreds. Remnants of the vessel drift endlessly through space, amidst lingering clouds of fire and debris. Perched on a chunk of shattered hull, Seor-young screams at Lee, asking if he's lost his mind since they almost got vaporized. She demands to know if people in the ocean blow up their own boat just because they got mad, telling him he seriously lacks self-control. Coughing up blood, Lee barely forces out a response, telling her holding back simply wasn't on the table. Noticing the blood, Si-ryung rushes over, asking in panic if he's severely injured. Staring upward, Lee admits that he had faced a force far greater than he originally expected. Si-ryung follows his gaze into the wreckage and finally spots what caught his attention. Suspended among the drifting debris is Alina's defenseless body, alongside her shattered weapon. Observing her completely still form, the captain asks if she died in the blast. Eyes locked on her floating figure, Lee replies that she hasn't kicked the bucket just yet. Out of nowhere, a mysterious woman materializes and collects Alina's limp body. Lee explains that the heart sword failed to kill the 8-foot demon because an unexpectedly powerful entity, this mysterious woman, shielded her. Gazing at Alina with deep sorrow, the unknown woman gently covers her up. There's an ethereal, goddess-like presence to her very appearance. She simply stands there, staring down at Alina's motionless body with heavy sorrow. A beam of light shines down from a massive vessel overhead, and the woman lifts the giant fighter into her arms. Si-ryung instantly identifies her as the West Heaven Sword Matron, while Kim realizes she is none other than his mother. This was clearly the same mother who gifted Alina the ring she had carelessly ignored. Without casting a single word toward the onlookers, the Sword Matron carries the body up into her warship. Still clutching the heart sword, Lee watches her go in mild astonishment. Deep inside the matron's ship lies a chamber containing a vat filled with glowing green fluid. Alina's body floats inside this healing substance, designed to slowly repair her massive internal damage. Standing directly before the capsule, her mother watches silently, praying for her to wake up. A heavy expression of grief hangs on her face as she remains glued to the sight of her daughter in the tube. Moments later, Kim, Si-ryung, HWA Rin, and Lee step into the room behind her, clearly summoned for an audience. Kim instantly drops to his knees before his mother, in absolute reverence. Seeing how terrified HWA Rin is, Si-ryung takes her hand to offer some comfort. Kim stammers that he had no idea she would arrive, begging for punishment for failing his duty as a loyal son. Cutting him off mid-sentence, she cold shoulders him, stating that kids like him shouldn't open their mouths here. She orders him to keep quiet and pretend he doesn't exist, a dismissal that deeply wounds Kim as he stays bowed. Approaching Lee, she folds her hands in a formal martial salute and introduces herself as the West Heaven Sword Matron. Kim is left jaw-dropped seeing his terrifying mother show humility, while Si-ryung is just as stunned by her polite demeanor. The Sword Matron formally apologizes for intruding on their honor duel, explaining that maternal instinct forced her to break martial etiquette. She even offers to sever her own arm to atone for the disrespect, but Lee dismisses the gesture as totally unnecessary. Glancing at the healing capsule, Lee confirms whether Alina is indeed her daughter. Si-ryung scoots over to Lee, whispering urgently that he's addressing a legend and needs to show far more respect. The Sword Matron nods calmly, confirming that Alina is indeed her child. He shrugs and considers the matter dropped, reasoning that protecting one's family always trumps dual etiquette. Looking around the room, several other containment tubes identical to Alina's line the wall, all standing completely vacant. Si-ryung nudges Lee again, desperately begging him to be polite since this woman is literally one of the 5 immortals. She adds that the matron's temper is so terrifying she could cut a person in half with a single glance. Warning, something so unbelievable occurs right in front of her that Si-ryung freezes instantly. Without warning, the legendary West Heaven Sword Matron drops to her knees to bow before Lee, leaving Si-ryung utterly stunned. Outside in space, the fleet belonging to Greenwood's 72 strongholds remains stationed, waiting on Kim's orders. Later, the Sword Matron brings Lee to the top deck of her vessel for a private discussion. She mentions that since Alina hasn't regained consciousness, she can't confirm why she targeted their ship or HWA Rin. However, she traced Alina's route back to Mount Hua, guessing that a client there likely hired her to hunt down HWA Rin. Lee simply gazes into the void of space, remaining completely quiet. She points out that his fighting style matches the legendary Demon Heart Sura sword technique, addressing him as a grandmaster. Curious, she asks if he holds any connection to the infamous Heavenly Demon sect. Avoidant as always, Lee gives her a vague response, claiming even he isn't sure. He adds that while a deep bond existed long ago, time has blurred those lines. He reflects that time inevitably rusts away even the sturdiest connections like iron. Elsewhere on the vessel, HWA Rin and Si Ryung wait nervously for them to finish. Lee adds that time erodes bonds prized higher than life, all while Kim secretively listens in from the shadows inside. Sword Matron stares at him in stunned silence, completely unable to decipher his true depth. Inwardly, she realizes he is far from an ordinary warrior. His internal energy and martial mastery are flawless, completely untainted by artificial shortcut methods. She ponders how this is even possible, considering such perfection was only attainable during the golden era of martial arts. Kim stays quiet, keeping his focus fixed outward into space. Studying his youthful face, the matron notes he looks early 20s, wondering if he achieved some legendary youth-reversing technique. Breaking the silence, she respectfully addresses him as Grandmaster once more, asking if she may request a favor. Lee cuts right to the chase, asking if she wants a genuine duel, shocking her with how easily he read her true intent. Notes that despite her respectful posture, her words carry heavy bloodlust, constantly sharpening like a blade against stone. The sword matron smiles, praising his incredible instincts for catching her suppressed desire. Admits he never backs down from a duel, but warns her that a fight between them guarantees someone dies. Even the survivor will be left broken, as two absolute forces clashing leave no room for compromise without shattering. Undeterred, the matron begins flaring her internal energy, willing to risk everything just to clash with him. Sensing the sudden rise in killer aura, Si Ryung gets anxious, realizing a deadly fight is about to break out. As her aura swells, Lee casually asks while looking out at the stars if there's actually any solid reason for them to clash. The unexpected question completely throws the sword matron off balance. Glancing over, he suggests postponing their duel for when a real reason arises, as he currently just wants to explore the universe. Fascinated by his unusual mindset, she powers down her energy aura. She completely withdraws her killer intent and agrees to take him up on that offer. Out in space, the Sword Matron's vessel and the Greenwood Armada remain parked side by side. Shortly after wrapping up their conversation, the S-Devil's crew departs the sector. Afterward, Kim informs his mother that the hit contract came directly from the Heavenly Demons sect to bury a dangerous secret. Still kneeling obediently, Kim confirms the details regarding the Heavenly Demons sect's involvement. She admits she can't fathom why the Heavenly Demons sect wants the S-Devils dead or what secret they're hiding. She points out that Lee clearly wielded their sect's peak martial arts, making it illogical for them to target one of their own masters. On top of that, it makes zero sense why a powerful sect would hire Greenwood to carry out their dirty work. Kim mentions recent intel that the Heavenly Demons' elite Red Wolf squad was completely wiped out by a mysterious group, hinting at a connection. His mother coldly brushes him off, telling him not to bother overthinking things. She adds that the true reality is far beyond his limited intellect anyway, a blunt remark that deeply hurts Kim. She commands him to simply track their movements and report back, implying that's the absolute limit of his capabilities. Trying to save face, Kim boasts that Greenwood agents are unmatched in tracking across the universe, reminding her of his high status. His mother merely stares at him in cold silence. Kim remains kneeling, anxiously waiting for a word of approval. She finally agrees to let him handle tracking, strictly warning him not to meddle directly in their affairs. She softly adds that she wouldn't want her own child getting hurt, causing the tough black tiger's eyes to go wide in shock. Looking back, he softly whispers, "Mother," proving that all of her many children suffer from severe daddy and mommy issues due to her distant nature. Just as she's about to step out of the room, she stops to ask him one final question. He turns around excitedly, only for her to ask what his name was again, leaving Kim completely traumatized. Meanwhile, back on the S-Devil's ship, HWA Rin cringes behind Lee as Si Ryung screams at her, demanding to know what crazy drama she caused this time. Si Ryung is so furious you can practically see smoke shooting out of her ears. She asks how HWA Rin managed to piss off Greenwood, the giant fight demon Alina, and worst of all, the legendary sword matron. She sarcastically demands to know if HWA Rin burned down the whole world before joining them. Outside the ship, the endless cosmos remains peaceful for once, free of hostile fleets and killer martial artists. HWA Rin hangs her head, apologizing deeply and admitting that she honestly has no clue why everyone wants her dead. She explains that after wrapping up her journey, she visited her home on Mount Hua, only to find everything turned upside down. As they gather around the table to chat, Sun Zhao serves up a massive pile of hot dogs for Lee to gorge on. HWA Rin continues, explaining that the moment she set foot back in her hometown, her own people tried to murder her. She reveals that she was forced to flee for her life all the way out here. Meanwhile, Lee shoves 7 hot dogs into his mouth simultaneously while grabbing 4 more with his free hand, totally zoned out from the conversation. Si Ryung admits she's completely confused and turns to ask Sun Ya if she understands any of this. Looking equally clueless, Sunya admits the whole situation makes zero sense to her. HWA Rin stays quiet, struggling to explain her plight, while Lee aggressively chews, sending bits of meat flying everywhere. A stray chunk of meat flies right into HWA Rin's mouth. As she tries to spit it out, Robert suddenly slams his fists on the table, barking if she just said Mount Hua. Shoving Si Ryung out of the way, he frantically asks if she means planet Mount Hua, which happens to be his home planet. Startled, the poor girl accidentally swallows the meat and starts gagging uncontrollably. Naturally, Lee doesn't give a damn and keeps eating like a wild animal. Robert aggressively presses her to spill what happened on Mount Hua, completely ignoring her gasping for air. Observing the chaotic mess, Sunya scowls and points out that humans are completely out of their minds. Meanwhile, back on the West Heaven Sword Matron's flagship, a massive containment tube inside the vessel has been completely blown open. Lena tumbles out onto the floor, conscious now, gasping and coughing heavily right in front of the sword matron. Her mother watches her with a tense expression, giving her a moment to catch her breath and get her bearings. She demands to know what went down on Mount Hua, but Alina is choking too hard to offer a real response. Still fighting for air, Alina eventually steadies herself and looks up at her mother. Cut back to the Wild Crane Inn, the very spot where Lee previously crossed paths with the Red Wolf Squad. Innkeeper, Wang the 18th, is glued to the monitor reviewing video of Lee's clash against Alina. He studies the screen closely as Alina unleashes attack after attack, only for Lee to effortlessly dodge every hit. The moment Lee grows bored of dodging, he draws the heart sword on screen. That single move triggers a massive spatial rupture that tears through the area. Wang is completely transfixed by the sight, while his guards stand behind him with their jaws on the floor. He remembers his past chat with Sir Young, specifically when she inquired about the value of ancient 2,000-year-old martial arts manuals. He remembers her claiming those manuals were all original S-rank treasures. Now it hits him that she wasn't bluffing at all, meaning he personally blew an opportunity to secure a total gold mine. The camera shifts to the Heavenly Demon Sex District 32 headquarters. On their main display, they're playing the clip of Alina charging full speed at a stone-cold, motionless Lee. The playback shows Alina raining down strikes, only for Lee to effortlessly glide out of harm's way every time. Her panic starts creeping onto the face of District 32 Commander Yong Rai-tak. Terrified, he mutters in disbelief as he sees Lee pull out the heart sword to utterly dismantle Alina. Speaking from behind him, the West Heaven Sword Matron asks for his opinion on the footage, noting that those techniques look awfully familiar, prompting him to turn around. She locks eyes with him, waiting to see if he'll recognize the connection between that fighting style and their own demon sect. Young concedes that the display shows unparalleled combat skill, but claims he has no clue why she considers it familiar. The sword matron gives him a cold glare, questioning if he is genuinely clueless about this sudden threat. Young holds her gaze, doubling down on his claim that he doesn't recognize the style. She realizes he legitimately has no idea that Lee's technique is rooted in their heavenly demon sect. She then questions why he put a target on Lee's back in the first place and brought Greenwood into it. The commander responds that it's strict internal sect business, warning her to stay out of it, regardless of her status as ruler of the West Heaven Cosmic Zone. He scowls and holds his ground, but before he can even blink, a sharp slice appears across the left side of his neck. Blood begins trickling down from the fresh wound on Young's throat. Meanwhile, the sword matron stands holding her drawn blade, having struck him instantaneously without even stepping forward. An ominous aura erupts around her as she keeps her sword raised, making it clear she'll extract the truth by force if necessary. Young notices that only his collar was sliced, leaving nothing more than a superficial graze on his skin. That meant she easily could have taken his head off right then and there, but chose to show mercy. Pressing a hand against his bleeding neck, the commander asks if she's seriously trying to start a war with the demon sect. She smirks and asks if he honestly believes a person like her is afraid of a little blood spilled. He stares back, still desperately pinching his wound shut. He remembers that this is a monster of a woman who is so obsessed with martial arts supremacy that she sacrificed her own flesh and blood. Young realizes she doesn't care about tactical advantages or consequences when her obsession takes over. It suddenly makes complete sense where Alina inherited her ruthless drive. Blazing red flames ignite along the matron's blade, signaling that things are about to get ugly. Full aura erupts, flooding the entire chamber with intense purple fire as she demands, "Answer her or perish." He answers that the result is already sealed, noting that even if all 1,076 warriors of District 32 ganged up on her, they wouldn't stand a chance. By standing his ground, he effectively chooses death. Powers flaring, he ignites his own hands with fire and steps forward to fight, fully aware it means his absolute destruction. He taunts her to get moving if she truly intends to slaughter all 1,076 of his men. The sword matron gives a slow grin, genuinely amused by his sheer guts. Reflecting on rumors that the heavenly demon sect produces stubborn fools, she decides to drop her combat stance. She informs him outright that the unknown warrior used the legendary demon heart Sura sword technique. Jung, still geared up for a fight to the death, freezes in shock at the revelation connecting this style to his own sect. He stammers, asking her to clarify what she means. She reiterates that the heart sword technique that laid her daughter low is ranked second in the supreme hierarchy of the heavenly demon sect. The commander is genuinely stunned, arguing that it's impossible since the demon heart Sura style vanished thousands of years ago. He adds that it only survives in myth, and not a single soul in their sect can perform it. Sword Matron dryly counters that his ignorance isn't her concern. Having shared her intel, she presses him again on why he targeted Lee in the first place. Pointing to Lee's face on the screen, she demands the real motive behind hunting him. Jung stays quiet, weighing the risks of coming clean. Finally, he reveals that Lee was never their actual target. Gesticulating toward Hua Rin's file, he admits she was the target all along. Meanwhile, out in the Televiatra orbiting star system, the S-Devils arrive at planet Mount Hua, the birthplace of Robert and Hua Rin. The vessel punches through the atmosphere and glides down toward the surface. They touch down in Hua Rin's hometown of Hua Hum County, a quiet area resembling ancient Japan. However, the town is eerily vacant, with abandoned storefronts and zero signs of human activity. Every light is burning bright, and the streets are pristine, yet the place is completely desolate. Stepping out, Si Ryung asks Hua Rin why her entire home planet appears completely deserted. She wonders aloud if everyone is off celebrating a local festival or holiday. Panicked, Robert scans the open storefronts and stammers that something is definitely wrong. Scanning the surroundings on their sensors, they spot open shops with tools and goods scattered unattended across the floor. Anya reports that despite a recorded population of over 10,000, her scans show zero biosignatures. Overwhelmed with panic, Robert grabs the captain and starts shaking her violently. He screams that disaster has struck and demands they drop down immediately. He fears the worst, assuming the entire population was slaughtered or forced to flee. Lee Ryung attempts to pry him off, asking why he's freaking out so badly. He yells back that Mount Hua is his childhood home, and they need to rescue it right now. Choking under his tight grip, Si Ryung struggles to push him away. She wheezes at him to let go before he smothers her. As Si Ryung breaks free, tears stream down Hua Rin's face as she stares out at her empty birthplace. Hua Rin breaks down sobbing, while Lee silently surveys the abandoned landscape. He prompts her to speak up if she holds any answers to this ghost town mystery. Hesitation makes it obvious she knows far more than she's letting on. Before she can spill the truth, Sunya interrupts with news of an active life signature. Everyone instantly snaps their attention toward the android for details. She pinpoints the reading to the Jayaha Pavilion, situated within Mount Hua's main complex. Robert stops flailing at the name, explaining that the Jayaha Pavilion serves as the grand residence of the Mount Hua sect leader. Sunya confirms his claim, adding that the intense power signature belongs to a single individual. Hua Rin remains completely silent, her expression giving away that she knows exactly who is waiting there. By nightfall, the team reaches the perimeter of the Jayaha Pavilion. The massive structure looks imposing, shrouded in a creepy fog and dense haze. They pause at the threshold, tense about what dangerous presence awaits them inside. Heavy clanking noise behind them causes Si Ryung to whirl around. It's Robert, completely decked out in a high-tech armored combat suit, prompting her to ask what he's playing at. He vows that whoever laid hands on his home planet will pay dearly, and he won't grant an ounce of mercy. Si Ryung skeptically asks if that ancient armor even works. She assumes he shoved it in a closet or pawned it off after leaving military service. Robert proudly declares that once special forces, always special forces, bragging that he polishes the rig every single morning. Approaching a dark tunnel entrance, the captain checks her comms, asking Sunya if the target is still stationary. She wants confirmation that they aren't marching blindly into a trap or an empty room. Sunya warns that the reading is intensifying rapidly, adding that whatever it is, it barely registers as human. Taking the warning seriously, the captain suggests sending in a scout drone first to assess the threat. Robert gasps at the revelation that their target isn't human. Ignoring orders, Robert charges blindly down the corridor, yelling that special forces have arrived to obliterate the creature. Lee and Si Ryung stand there completely speechless, stunned by his reckless move. The captain groans over his reckless behavior, just because they landed on his home soil. Realizing the element of surprise is ruined, she cancels the drone deployment and orders everyone to move in, stay sharp, and support the idiot. Right as they reach the mouth of the tunnel, a massive wall of fire erupts from within, shooting directly at them. Blinded by the intense glare, Si Ryung gasps in horror at the approaching inferno. Raging flames burst out of the cavern, incinerating everything caught in their wake. At this point, you'd pray they aren't picking a fight with a giant dragon. The explosion of fire sweeps past the pavilion courtyard, scorching nearby houses instantly. Just as fast as it burst out, the column of fire vanishes back into the depths, leaving total silence. Si Ryung is left frozen in absolute shock. Hua Rin is equally stunned that they somehow survived a blast of that magnitude. And the way they managed to survive is actually pretty hilarious. Both girls are squished tightly together in an awkwardly embarrassing position to dodge the heat. Turns out Lee had scooped them both up using his legs, while casting a protective barrier to shield them from the flames. Oblivious to their awkward position, Lee stares down the passage, trying to pinpoint the source of the blast. Recovering her wits, Si Ryung peers over his shoulder, gasping about where that flame attack originated. Lee casually suggests moving ahead, carelessly dropping Si Ryung right on top of Hua Rin. Si Ryung hits the floor hard on her back, groaning in discomfort. Stepping inside, they stumble across Robert's charred suit, leaving them wondering if he survived the blast. Si Ryung nudges his blackened armor, pleading for him to make a sound, but he sits motionless like a crisp carcass. The captain hits her radio, requesting Sunya run a quick medical scan on his vitals. Sunya completes the diagnostic, confirming he's completely fine since his heavy armor took the brunt of the heat. Si Ryung asks why he's totally unresponsive. Sunya cheekily guesses he's simply paralyzed with absolute terror. The captain sighs at his dramatic reaction, opting to give the poor guy a moment to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Lee inspects the scorched walls, trying to figure out what triggered that fire surge. Looking up, a sudden flash of pink lightning catches his eye. Glancing toward the far end of the hall, he spots glowing particles scattered everywhere. They turn out to be delicate pink flower petals, casting off bursts of energy. A single petal drifts onto Lee's hair and instantly shatters, leaving him deeply intrigued. Out of nowhere, thousands of glowing petals flood the entire passage. Walking further, they find the source, an imposing figure seated motionless upon a grand throne. It's the master of the Mount Hua sect himself, meditating on his throne, radiating immense aura while totally ignoring their arrival. Lee narrows his eyes, analyzing the bizarre situation closely. Si Ryung approaches and asks Sunya if this figure matches the powerful signature she detected. Sunya confirms that he is indeed the individual and identifies him as the ruler of Mount Hua. She introduces him as the Flourishing Blossom Sword Sovereign, Yang Joksan, leaving Si Ryung visibly stunned. She stares in total disbelief that the legendary Sword Sovereign is sitting right before them. Lee snatches one of the floating plum blossoms midair to inspect it. He notes that the petals blooming from raw thermal energy proves this man has mastered the legendary plum blossom, heavenly fragrance heart technique. As the flower crumbles into a purple dust in his palm, he questions why the aura carries a dark purple tint. He deduces that the plum blossom technique has been corrupted by fusing with the forbidden purple mist, divine heart art. Yang remains rooted to his seat, radiating intense waves of pink and purple light while paying them zero mind. Meanwhile, Hua Rin gazes up at him with tears streaming down her cheeks. Shockingly, she chokes out a single word, Dad. Turns out this powerful, trance-like sword sovereign is actually Hua Rin's biological father. Lee stands quietly, observing Yang while realizing that this setup is a total disaster waiting to explode. Yang remains motionless, trapped deep within his own volatile meditative state. Si Ryung approaches Lee and asks him to explain what's wrong with the guy. He explains that the plum blossom style relies on pure yang energy, whereas the purple mist style is pure yin. Because of this contradiction, even the greatest Mount Hua elders only dare to master one path. He compares them to fire and water, asking her to imagine the catastrophic collision when those opposing forces clash inside a body. He answers that when a warrior's greed pushes them past physical limits, an inner demon consumes them, stripping away their humanity. He begins channeling the heart sword just as he did against Alina, readying himself to execute Yang now that he's fully demonized. He orders Si Ryung to grab the group and retreat immediately, warning that this impending clash will be absolute chaos. The moment he powers up into his energy state and a massive aura saturates the air, he plainly warns her that in a fight this intense, even he can't promise anyone walks away alive. Right before he can unleash his attack, Hua Rin comes charging toward Yang, calling out to him as her father. Sarah Yang yells at her to stay away from the dangerous man, but Hua Rin completely tunes out her desperate warnings. Over on the side, Lee is gearing up to step in, only to realize he's out of time to pull either of them to safety. Sunya stares in absolute shock, privately fearing the absolute worst for the poor girl. The countdown timer is hovering at barely 2 seconds remaining before 18. Right then, Sunya realizes the young girl, and basically everyone standing around her, is in immediate mortal danger. Ignoring every single scream of protest, Hwa Rin simply reaches forward to throw her arms around her dad, whose body is literally crackling with chaotic electricity. The screen in front of Sunya ticks down, leaving only a single second before the target hour. Deep in the tunnel, the girl clings to her dad, and strangely enough, the terrifying energy radiating off him leaves her completely unharmed. Si Ryung's eyes pop out in utter disbelief, while our main guy simply keeps his focus locked to see how this plays out. All at once, the swirling petals and luminous light surrounding the throne shift into a radiant yellow, before slowly vanishing into thin air. Yang rises from his seat to embrace Hua Rin back, finally looking like he recognizes she's actually standing right there. He gazes down with pure fatherly affection, gently cradling her head as he pulls her into a warm hug. The captain completely loses her mind, demanding to know how this terrifying demon of a man just did a total 180 into a gentle, doting dad. Through the comms, Sun Ya clarifies that this is just expected behavior now, given that reality itself has flipped back to baseline. Aboard the vessel, Sun Ya stares at her displays in confusion, prompting Sir Jung to demand what she actually means by that. The android simply confirms that every metric indicates things have stabilized. Digital monitor confirms the time has ticked, just past the 18 mark. Out on the city streets, citizens are strolling about nonchalantly, as if the world hadn't just been on the brink of chaos. Checking through the drone feeds, Sunya reports that crowd movement is popping up everywhere across the pavement. Scanning every sector, she notices spots that were completely ghost towns moments ago are now suddenly full of bustling activity. Everywhere you look, couples are taking casual walks, shoppers are browsing stalls, and the city is buzzing with everyday life. Sunya points out the obvious takeaway. Every person who mysteriously vanished has reappeared in an instant. Back inside, Yang is still standing there holding Hwarin close. Si Ryung glances over at Lee, unable to process the bizarre reality of an entire vanished population spawning back into existence simultaneously. Lee, however, looks far from amazed, maintaining a deep, skeptical scowl as he takes in the scene. As the morning light breaks, the locals go about their morning routines, blissfully oblivious to the fact that their city was a total void just minutes prior. Robert, Seoryung, and Sunya drop into a nearby diner to grab a table, though all three of them are visibly rattled by these bizarre turns of events. Seoryung confronts Sunya, questioning why her gear didn't flag any life signs earlier and wondering aloud if the biosensor was just glitched. Sipping her beverage, Sunya reminds her that they ran diagnostics together earlier and confirmed the equipment was functioning perfectly. The android runs a fresh diagnostic right then and there, verifying that the system is operational without any issues. Scanning the restaurant crowd, she suddenly catches a deeply unsettling detail about everyone sitting around them. She breaks the news to the bounty hunters. Every single local in the area has been completely drained of their internal energy. Whether it's the adults or the young kids, not a single person is showing a baseline energy output. Robert brushes it off, reasoning that as long as everyone looks healthy it's fine, though Sir Jung remains deeply unsettled. He insists they should consider it a win, since they initially wrote these people off as dead, and now they're clearly walking around. Glancing over his shoulder, he complains about his empty stomach and decides it's time to call a server. Robert waves his arm frantically at a nearby waitress, attempting to flag her down for their table. Si Ryung calls him out, pointing out how he was stressing out 5 seconds ago and now only cares about filling his face. Noticing the server heading in their direction, Robert announces to the group that food is finally on the horizon. As she approaches, Robert blurts out his order, asking for a double portion of noodles along with their large, special pork dish. Mid-sentence, he catches something strange happening and freezes cold. The waitress strides right past their table, totally ignoring every word that just came out of his mouth. Robert gets left hanging with his hand midair, debating whether she's just terrible at her job or simply missed his call. He turns around to see her casually taking orders from another table, bewildered as to why she'd completely breezed past him like that. Seeing her double back towards his side of the room, he breathes a sigh of relief and calls out louder to get her attention this time. Once again, the woman walks straight past his chair without a single glance, as though he's literally an invisible ghost. Robert is left stuck in position again, his jaw completely dropped in utter confusion. He bursts out loud, demanding to know what kind of game this is and why this waitress is deliberately freezing him out. Sunya drops a dose of reality on him, explaining it's not a noise issue. It's that no one in this room can actually see them. Sunya highlights that since they stepped foot inside, not a single customer or worker has so much as glanced in their direction. Even when standing inches away, people walk right past them, as if they're nothing more than background furniture. She concludes that these people have zero awareness of their existence, acting as if the trio simply doesn't exist on this plane. Seryong senses deep trouble brewing, but decides she wants no part in this madness, wrapping her cloak tight to block out the chill. Elsewhere, Yang is spotted enjoying his early morning brew, having stepped away immediately after embracing Hwarin. He slowly pours tea from his pot into tiny cups, settling down to take in the quiet morning. He sips his tea with utter contentment, entirely ignoring the fact that he has guests standing right in front of his face. Standing nearby, Hua Rin tries to reassure Lee, telling him her dad isn't the type of rude person who would drink tea alone in front of visitors. She calls out to him anxiously, but he shows zero reaction, completely unaware that anyone is in the room. She points out that he literally can't see them right now, which is the only reason he's behaving so strangely. She adds that he's been stuck in this bizarre, detached state ever since she returned from her interstellar trip. All the while, Yang just keeps sipping away at his tea in complete silence. Ichwaran highlights the creepiest part. Despite this voided state, he still completes every single daily chore without fail. She mentions how he conducts his daily inspections, eats on schedule, and grooms his garden exactly as he always has. She compares him to a clockwork puppet, repeating these exact actions down to the second every single day. Lee slowly approaches him, visibly unnerved by the whole eerie setup. He waves his hand inches from Yang's eyes to no response, prompting Ichwaran to repeat that it's pointlessly useless since he's blind to them. She issues a stern warning that disturbing his looping loop script could trigger a catastrophic reaction. Completely missing that crucial warning, Lee boldly reaches out and snatches the teacup right out of Yang's grip. Ichwaran loses her mind and shrieks that he just made a fatal mistake, ordering him to move immediately. Stunned by her sudden freakout, Lee fails to catch the sword's sovereign, instantly sweeping his blade straight for his throat as punishment for the interruption. Before the deadly arc completes, our quick-thinking protagonist matrix bends backward, dodging the execution stroke by a hair. Watching the cold steel glide past his chest, he realizes instantly that shit just hit the fan. Glancing up at Yang, who slams his blade down to pin him, Lee rolls violently to the side, narrowly dodging a rapid flurry of follow-up slashes. The sword sovereign strikes with terrifying lightning speed, but thankfully, our hero matches his insane tempo step for step. He swings so fast it looks like an army of blades striking at once, leaving Lee with no tactical option other than non-stop evasive maneuvers. Yang condenses a massive energy sphere between his palms, preparing to point-blank blast Lee, who's trapped directly in front of him. Snapping in frustration, Lee yells that enough is enough, charging forward with his own energy aura to block the detonation before it launches. Protagonist slams his palms directly into Yang's to smother the technique at the source and avert a massive blast. The collision of their twin powers triggers a violent shockwave that tears apart the hall, nearly sweeping Hua Rin off her feet. Watching the madness unfold, she screams at the top of her lungs for Lee to put an end to the brawl. The raw force hurls Yang backward into the rising dust, while Lee manages to anchor his boots and hold his stance. Yang rises back up with bloodlust dripping from his glare, lightning crackling off his skin, and all this apocalyptic aura over a stolen cup of tea. Our protagonist observes that his opponent is suffering a violent collapse of hyper-yang and yin forces, mirroring his outburst back in the cavern. Ichwaran desperately screams that the sole method to snap him out of this berserker state is to give him back his damn teacup. Analyzing him, Lee notes that when a cultivator pushes past an absolute physical ceiling, their biological structure simply buckles under the pressure. By all known rules of cultivation, their mind should shatter and surrender completely to internal demons. Their flesh should detonate like a pressurized balloon, leaving them shredded into literal meat scraps. Watching Yang build divine power while stalking forward, Lee realizes this man is occupying an impossible martial tier and logically ought to be dead. Yang advances relentlessly, enveloped in a swirling vortex of hellish flames and vibrant purple and pink aura. Out of nowhere, a massive, spectral plum blossom manifests directly in midair. The flower's soft pink petals are tainted with corruption, floating ahead of Yang as he advances wrapped in a raging gale. He ponders how this entity looks fully human, yet feels entirely non-human, questioning what twisted backstory created such an anomaly. Hua Rin yells once more, pleading with him to throw the cup immediately before they both get erased. The terrifying, lethal blossom drifts closer to Lee, who remains poised in a low defensive crouch. Hua Rin holds her breath in sheer terror, praying he gets the cup back into her father's hands in time. In a flash, Lee pulls out the teacup and winds up his pitching stance. He cocks his arm all the way back to generate enough momentum to pierce through the tempest. He launches it with explosive speed, sending the small ceramic cup zooming straight toward Yang. Cup streaks directly on a collision course with that giant, horrifying blossom aura. It targets the exact center of the structure, looking for a second like the dense barrier will shatter it on impact. Luckily, the cup pierces straight through the heart of the energetic blossom without losing speed. The moment the barrier is breached, the flower detonates into a plume of toxic dark purple mist. Hua Rin stares intently, desperate for the cup to land so this nightmare can finally end. Out of nowhere, Yang's hand snaps out and snatches the cup mid-flight, revealing that this tiny item was his sole motive all along. The moment the sovereign secures his drink, The raging pink flames and wild electricity vanish like they were turned off by a switch. Catastrophic aura completely collapses, returning the atmosphere to an eerie sense of quiet. Yang smoothly reverts to his placid demeanor, taking his seat to resume his tea routine. He tops off his cup as if nothing happened, acting like the two people standing in front of him are total ghost figures. He glares down at him, his brow furrowed in utter disbelief. He can barely wrap his brain around the fact that they nearly met God over a routine cup of tea. HWA Rin lets out a small sigh of relief, glad the immediate crisis has blown over. Before long, night falls across the region, wrapping the city back in darkness. HWA Rin opens up to Lee, explaining how she returned home 2 weeks back after wrapping up her space expedition. Meanwhile, Sun Ya, Si Ryung, and Robert navigate through the dense crowds outside, desperately trying to piece together what the hell is actually happening around them. Hua confides in Lee that the second she stepped foot back here, she realized reality had warped. Navigating the alleyways, the group keeps moving, deeply questioning if a single soul in this crowd can actually perceive them. Hua Rin reveals to our hero that the citizens are functioning like programmed automatons, repeating exact actions at exact timestamps endlessly. Strolling down the sidewalk, Robert reaches out an arm, attempting to physically block a passerby. Hua Rin warns Lee that interrupting any resident's programmed routine triggers an even weirder anomaly. Out on the pavement, the guy Robert grabs freezes dead in his tracks, standing completely stiff without turning around. Robert tries talking to him to ask what's happening to the world, but the guy remains totally absorbed in a fake phone conversation. Robert cuts himself off when he realizes the guy is giving zero response, just rambling mindlessly into his receiver. Suddenly, Robert shouts out as he catches the guy completely locked up, frozen like a statue mid-street. Hua Rin notes to Lee that the second you disrupt their script, the civilians lock up completely. Meanwhile, Robert tries snapping his fingers at the guy, but gets zero feedback. To make matters worse, every single person on the entire street halts in place simultaneously. HWA Rin cautions Lee that this freeze is just phase one of something far creepier. Right out in the open, every single resident begins dissolving into thin air, as if wiped from reality. The exact civilian Robert grabbed vanishes right in front of his face, leaving him staring at empty space in absolute shock. He's genuinely terrified, his brain failing to compute what kind of black magic is taking place. He whips around to Sun Ya, demanding to know if everyone just pulled a mass teleportation trick. Sun Ya watches the mass vanishing act with the same hollow stare, admitting she has no answer for this. Seoryung turns on Sun Ya, snapping that if the tech expert doesn't know what's happening, they're completely screwed. Android analyzes the energy trace, noting the particle signatures match teleportation, though the scale is dangerously unprecedented. Seoryung misses her point completely, having not yet turned around to see that the entire city crowd was wiped clean. She and Robert finally spin around, only to realize they're standing completely isolated in a total ghost town. She freaks out, asking Sun Ya where a whole city's worth of civilians could vanish to in a split second. Sun Ya keeps running scans, dropping the horrifying bomb that life signatures across the whole planet just hit absolute zero. The captain freezes in sheer disbelief, begging her to repeat that impossible diagnosis. Meanwhile, Hwarin warns Lee that the mass vanishing is just the trigger for an even worse phenomenon. Here out toward the empty roads, she warns that unnatural monstrosities begin spawning the moment the humans fade. Back on the deserted avenues, Sir Young, Robert, and Sun Ya catch disturbing movements shifting in the shadows. Marching down the main boulevard comes a terrifying, organized legion of mechanical soldiers. They advance in terrifyingly synchronized formation as an unnatural fog rolls across the pavement. Gazing at the approaching legion in abject panic, Robert stammers out, asking what kind of mechanical nightmares they're looking at. Every single droid is brandishing a lethal blade, marching forward in terrifying unison. The fog thickens rapidly as hundreds of sword-wielding droids close in, boxing them in from every escape route. Captain admits she has no clue, but stresses that they have officially stepped into a high-level death trap. She locks up completely, watching the mechanical army surround them with zero visible exit routes. Keeping her eyes pinned on the metal horde, she asks Sun Ya if these things qualify as androids. He questions why they look so cheap and unrefined, pointing out that their torsos are literally just bare iron rods. Sun Ya runs an instant diagnostic scan, clarifying that these aren't combat androids, but basic heavy construction droids. She breaks down that these units were mass-produced for brainless physical labor, like terraforming planets. She adds that as legacy prototypes, they run on primitive logic chips with practically zero decision-making power. Seoyoung lets out a small sigh, laughing off her panic now that she knows they're just glorified construction machinery. Si Ryung reminds the team that under standard robotic law, these units are hard-coded to never harm a human being. Robert, however, isn't buying into that optimism so easily. Gazing at the razor-sharp blades in their hands, he dryly asks why building site droids would need giant swords. Si Ryung waves it off, guessing the swords are just repurposed work tools, and walks right up to the squad to command them. She asserts her authority, announcing human presence and ordering them to clear the lane so they don't cause a panic. Instead of obeying, one of the droids surges forward and swings its broadsword straight for her mouth. Before she even gets a chance to react, the droid slashes its blade right at her to split her down the middle, forcing her to instantly fire an energy blast to block it. Honestly, I had a feeling AI was eventually going to betray humanity. Luckily, the recoil from that explosion shoves her back just enough to dodge the lethal strike. Furious, she glares at the machine, demanding to know what's wrong with it and if its programming blew a fuse. Instead of answering, a whole group of them suddenly jump at her with drawn swords, leaving her completely stunned. Flipping through the air like ninja warriors, they try to chop her into bits with their massive blades. To clear out the crowd in one hit, Sir Jung taps into her martial arts training and unleashes a massive energy shockwave. Watching from the Jaha Pavilion, Hua Rin and Lee witness the giant blast tearing across the city skyline. She points it out to Lee, explaining that these metallic monsters are the exact threat she mentioned earlier whenever citizens go missing. Down on the streets, Sir Young blasts fiery attacks at the aggressors while Sun Ya holds onto her waist for safety, and Robert completely cowers out and flees. Hua Rin clarifies to Lee that these automatons mindlessly target every single living creature in sight. Meanwhile, the group scrambles onto a rooftop, but the machines swarm right after them, determined to shred them apart. With dozens of droids crawling all over the roof and surrounding the streets below, they're basically cornered. Ichwerin recalls how she got ambushed the moment she returned home from her travels. She glances over toward her father's usual T-spot, right, as she senses him stepping away. Seeing the seat vacant, she admits to Lee that she definitely would have died back then if her dad hadn't stepped in. Yang settles back onto his throne and drops right back into deep meditation. Hua Rin points out that, curiously enough, the mechanical attackers never dare approach her father's vicinity. Back at his seat, Yang reclines his arm against the armrest. As soon as he settles in, that familiar pink flame ignites around the room, just like when they first stepped inside. Closing his eyes, the vibrant pink aura completely envelops the space around him. Deeper he drifts into his trance, the stronger the pink light glows, causing plum blossom petals to float through the air once more. Hua Rin mentions that even when every single person vanishes, her father is always the lone survivor left standing. The downside is that he gets stuck in that meditative state, and nobody can pull him out of it. Staring directly at the man, Lee explains that Yang is actively pushing himself to hold the line. She looks over at Lee, confused, asking him to clarify what he means. Lee reveals that Yang is burning through his own soul and internal energy to stay grounded, battling whatever internal spiritual demons threaten to consume him. Apparently, this desperate method is the only reason he hasn't completely collapsed yet. Patting Hua Rin gently on the head, Lee hints that Yang is suffering through all this just to protect something precious to him, meaning her. She gazes back at her father with heartbreaking sympathy, unable to fathom the agony he's enduring. Reggie speaks up, admitting that the Sword Sovereign's sheer willpower is pretty impressive. Without warning, he strides out of the room, instructing her to tag along while he puts an end to this mess. Taken aback by his sudden departure, she asks where he's heading off to in such a rush. Without even looking back, he responds that he wants to personally meet the trash behind this disaster. Back in the city alleys, Seoryung, Sunya, and Robert get driven into a dead end, leaving them no choice but to stand their ground against the mech army. Encircled from every angle by hostile droids, panic sets in as they scramble to find a way to survive. The aggressive machines glare back with glowing red visors, clearly locked in for the kill. Seoryung stammers nervously, questioning why these units are suddenly turning aggressive toward humans. She turns to Sanya, asking if droids are even allowed to assault people under standard conditions. Cowering behind her, Sanya reassures her that it shouldn't be possible, given that Android core programming strictly respects the 3 laws of robotics. She adds that harming humans shouldn't even be coded as a physical possibility, despite what's currently happening right in front of them. Captain questions why they're behaving so unnaturally, wondering if their vision sensors are glitched or if they fail to recognize them as human. Racking his military background, Robert deduces that if civilian androids can't attack, these must be those experimental combat units he heard about back in the Special Forces. Fed up with the talking, the robots spring into the air to impale the group from all sides, forcing the crew to gear up for the strike. Drawing her blade, Sir Jung barks at Sun Ya to stay low and duck behind her to dodge the incoming steel. Out of nowhere, high-powered energy blasts intercept the airborne robots mid-flight. Force of the energy shots completely shreds multiple droids apart, knocking weapons out of their hands. A series of violent explosions lights up the air as several droids detonate on the spot. Sir Young and Sun Ya look up in complete bewilderment, shocked that someone just pulled off a last-minute rescue. Stepping out from behind them, Robert reemerges fully decked out in his power armor, firing with maximum firepower. Drops a bombshell, shouting that these things aren't normal droids at all. He reveals that these cybernetic threats are actually known as Iron Gangshi. For context, Gangshi are basically reanimated corpses or sci-fi zombies. Unfazed by being identified, the Iron Gangshi quickly regroup into formation to prepare another assault. Meanwhile, in a distant control center, a figure named Count Ritchell monitors the entire fight via live feed. An assistant walks him through the targets, identifying the female fighter as the Blazing Devil Tang Sir Young, accompanied by the intelligent unit PL-316 KBT Suna, showing footage of them panicking. He adds that the armored shooter is Robert Carlyle, an ex-first sergeant from the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit's Special Tactical Division. The subordinate, who happens to be an Iron Gangshi herself, explains that the group operates as the S-Devils, a mercenary squad hanging around the outer galaxy rim. She dismisses them as minor pests, claiming her forces can wipe them out in under 10 seconds. Her superior interrupts, double-checking if she just said Robert belongs to the Northern Galaxy Combat Division. Watching footage of Robert wrecking the Gangshi squad with heavy fire, he verifies if he really hails from the elite Special Tactical Division. The cybernetic assistant asks whether she should go ahead and issue the kill order. Glaring at the display with his half-cyborg face, the Count pauses to carefully reevaluate his strategy. Meanwhile, Lee finally catches up to the location where the battle took place. Spotting mechanical debris scattered all over the street, he asks what kind of chaos went down here. Seeing the conflict resolved, he wonders aloud how they wrapped up the entire combat so quickly. Fragments of destroyed machines lie strewn across the ground and up on the surrounding rooftops. Robert turns to him boasting, proudly declaring that he completely went wild on those machines. He claims he was waiting for an opportunity just like this, which is why he refused to scrap his mech suit. Strikes a pose to show off his fully operational and gleaming armor. He boasts about keeping his gear primed for action, throwing shade at Si Ryung by asking what would have happened if he listened to her advice and sold it off for cheap. He rolls her eyes and crosses her arms, utterly exhausted by his endless flexing. Robert reminds them that the only reason they wanted to sell it earlier was because they were dead broke and needed grocery money. As Robert keeps bragging about saving the day, Lee bends down, picks up a severed mechanical hand, and inspects it closely. Sunya brutally pops his ego balloon, pointing out that the Gangshi actually pulled back on their own, and that they would have been wiped out if the attack continued. Examining the metallic limb, Lee asks what it is, assuming it's just a piece of combat armor. Si Ryung corrects him, clarifying that it isn't armor, but rather a machine called a droid or robot. Stumbling over the high-tech terminology, he mispronounces it as drobot. He asks her to speak plain language, admitting that these alien concepts make zero sense to him. Automatons never existed in his original world, making the concept completely mind-boggling to him. Too drained to deal with him, Si Ryung goes to sit down, telling him he wouldn't get it anyway before asking Sun Ya to give him a simple breakdown. Sunya breaks it down simple, telling him to picture a machine that can reason and behave just like a human being. In total disbelief, Lee argues that regardless of how advanced things have gotten, a metal construct could never simulate a real person. Suddenly, an unexpected movement occurs that completely terrifies Lee. To demonstrate her point visually, Sunya detaches her own head and thrusts it straight toward him. Protagonist utterly loses his mind and bursts into a terrified scream. He dives behind HWA Rin for cover, nearly knocking her over while screaming to know what kind of monster Sunya actually is. Si Ryung stands up and asks Sunya why she hadn't mentioned her android nature yet, but Sunya excuses it by saying they've been preoccupied. Meanwhile, a damaged Gangshi whose core processor survived the blast quietly boots back online. It opens its optical sensors and scans the party while they remain completely unaware. The unit captures video footage of Lee grabbing Hua Rin and cowardly using her as a shield. Back at base, the cybersystent patches into the live feed and informs Count Ritchell that Lee has no existing record in their archives. Inside the hidden lair, she notes that scans detect 0 cybernetic energy implants inside Lee, proving he's a pure organic human. Count Ritchell stands up to exit, dismissing Lee as an incompetent joke based on his ridiculous panic reaction. He warns his crew that their actual target of concern should be Robert. He points out that anyone coming from the Galaxy Combat Unit's Special Tactical Division has to be a highly dangerous elite soldier. The Count deduces that holding the rank of First Sergeant guarantees he's top-tier force. Reasoning that a veteran like Robert wouldn't end up in this backwater district by accident, He orders a deep background check and tight surveillance on him. Meanwhile, deep in a distant quadrant of space, a brilliant streak of light cuts through the darkness. In reality, that flash is actually a high-speed transport vessel traversing the cosmos. Its destination happens to be the 32nd Division territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The spaceport, District Commander Zhang alongside Elder Zhou wait nervously to greet an important VIP. Shortly after, the shuttle touches down, venting steam as the main airlock slides open. Out steps a guy wearing casual flip-flops, looking completely unbothered. He strolls over to the commander and Elder, who bow deeply to honor his superior authority in the hierarchy. The commander greets him formally, thanking the officer for making the long trip to their sector. Letting out a lazy yawn, the VIP groans about how exhausting the flight was. Despite looking like a kid, the high-ranking official warns them that this tedious trip better be worth his time. This individual is Zhou Dan, a first-class executive from the Heavenly Demon Sect's Central Disaster Prevention Committee. Cutting straight to the chase, Zhou inspects the swollen red handprint left on Zhang's skull from Li's brutal slap. Seated in a wheelchair, Zhang is visibly traumatized, still reeling both physically and mentally from that beating. Commander Yang prompts Officer Zhou, asking if he spots anything unusual about the wound. Visible intrigued, the official leans in close to analyze the bizarre palm print impressed on Zhang's forehead. Due to his short height, he steps onto a stool, staring silently at the imprint in deep thought. Eventually, Zhou places his hand over the bruised spot and asks Zhang if it's painful to the touch. Zhang replies that while the sharp pain has dulled, a strange, burning heat continues to radiate inside his head. Baffled, Zhou asks him to repeat himself, confused as to how lingering thermal energy remains without actual physical pain. Looking down in embarrassment, Jiang confirms that this bizarre sensation has persisted ever since the hit. Suddenly, an intense surge of agony shoots through Jiang as Zhou takes action. The officer applies pressure right onto the bruise, replicating the exact force vector Li used and causing him to shriek. Traumatized by the pressure, the commander's loud shrieks ring throughout the entire medical ward. Officer Zhou leaves a smaller handprint right over Li's larger one, but John just has to swallow the pain since Zhou is his boss. When the officer pulls his hand away, steam begins rising from the contact point, mirroring the reaction from Li's attack. Resting his chin on his hand, Zhou falls into deep contemplation over what this signifies. Guessing his thoughts, the commander points out that Li's strike left a raised swell, whereas Zhou's left a deep depression, suggesting entirely different martial techniques. Without even making eye contact, Zhou flatly corrects him, stating they are indeed the exact same style. He reveals that the mark stems directly from the legendary 9-yin palm technique. The commander is stunned, as this validates the sword matron's suspicion that this mysterious stranger is tied to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Commander elaborates that 9-yin palm is basic entry-level training for novice disciples, whereas this modified version displays god-tier mastery. As they discuss, Elder Zhou steps away to grab a meal for their guest, assuming he's famished after travel. The commander boasts that even he had fully mastered the foundational 9-yin palm by the time he was 7. In the background, the elder quietly lays out the dining spread. Zhang reiterates that standard 9-yin palm marks don't physically resemble the unique imprint left on his head. The officer agrees, explaining that standard 9-yin palm uses freezing qi, whereas this strike inverted the polarity to burn with pure heat. Zhou clarifies that the attacker has achieved such godlike mastery that he can completely convert the technique's inherent ice energy into raw thermal force. Officer Zhou drops a bomb, claiming the attacker intentionally altered the technique out of mercy to spare Zhang's life. Staggered, the commander stammers, asking if completely flipping a martial arts core nature is even possible, since that's literally turning ice into fire. Zhou casually confirms it's theoretically achievable while blowing on his hot noodles. Getting impatient from hunger, he cuts off the debate, offering the commander some black bean noodles so they can eat first. Commander Zhang grimaces, stunned that Zhou can prioritize food during a major security crisis. Gives in anyway, figuring there's no use debating complex martial arts on an empty stomach. Meanwhile, back on planet Mount Hua, the crew reassembles inside the S-Devil vessel, while Robert reiterates that those enemies are Iron Gangshi. Sunya dumps a massive pile of hot dogs right in front of Li, drawing a sharp glare from Sir Yu. The absurd speed at which this guy consumes food is genuinely concerning. Grabbing a bite herself, she asks Robert to explain the whole concept behind Iron Gangshis. Robert shares that he heard whispers about them back during his active military days. Word was that Shadow Ops were constructing combat androids engineered specifically to override safety protocols and execute humans. Si Ryung shuts it down as impossible, repeating that intelligence modules strictly adhere to the 3 laws of robotics prohibiting human harm. Meanwhile, Li, still unable to process that Sun Ya is synthetic, pinches and pulls her cheeks to inspect her material while she glares back annoyed. Robert counters that to bypass those restrictive laws, developers insert actual human brains taken from corpses, a revelation that utterly horrifies Sir Young. He emphasizes that combining mechanical armor with reanimated human biological brain matter is why it's dubbed the Iron Gangshi Project. Still poking at Sun Ya's face, Lee asks her point-blank one last time if she really isn't a flesh-and-blood person. Annoyed, she offers to pop off her head again or detach her limbs piece by piece, just to finally convince him. Still utterly shell-shocked, our MC tells her to hold off, admitting that this world has completely lost its mind. Giving up on the conversation entirely, he decides to just tune her out and concentrate on his meal. Meanwhile, Si Ryung turns back to Robert, agreeing that his theory adds up given the ambush, though she admits the whole thing sounds way too ridiculous to buy without seeing it with her own eyes. Right at that moment, Lee completely locks up as he glances down and sees a bone-dry tray. The two of them devoured every single hot dog while he was busy checking out Sun Ya. Noticing Lee staring in her direction, Si Ryung casually remarks how sick it is that someone would actually hijack the brains of dead people. Instead of a normal response, she receives an icy, death row glare from Lee, who is processing the ultimate tragedy. The food is completely gone. Clueless as to why he's giving her the evil eye, the captain asks him what his problem is and why he's pulling such a dramatic expression. It's only when she glances down at the completely wiped-clean platter that the light bulb goes off. To dodge an impending meltdown, she immediately commands Sun Ya to throw a fresh batch of hot dogs on the grill. Sun Ya just gives her an emotionless stare and drops the bad news. They're fresh out of hot dogs. Si Ryung simply shrugs it off, casually deciding that if there's no food left, oh well, not their problem. With that settled, she switches right back to figuring out the bigger picture of what the hell is happening on this planet. Stepping away from the dining table, she points out that they seem to have landed right in the middle of a seriously bad stroke of luck. Right behind her, Lee suddenly bursts into rage, calling them utterly shameless creatures as aura begins flaring around him, forcing Si Ryung to whip back around. He fumes that even if martial arts etiquette is a thing of the past, the sheer audacity she had to swipe his food is completely unacceptable. Panicking, Si Ryung frantically asks Robert what on earth Lee is blabbering about, but Robert just shrugs, totally lost. As his power surges further, our MC bellows that she can't even play dumb about his identity, since he explicitly proclaimed himself as the supreme heavenly demon, demanding to know where she got the nerve. Placing a hand on her hip, she suddenly recalls that he actually did claim to be that absurd supreme heavenly demon guy, and Robert nods along in realization. The absolute nerve of these people. She chews on the title for a moment, but honestly, it sounds like complete gibberish to her. Deciding he's just talking nonsense, the captain brushes him off and turns away, stating they have way bigger fires to extinguish right now. All the while, Lee is practically steaming with pure, unadulterated rage. Feeling extremely uneasy sitting at the same table with a ticking time bomb, Robert halts Si Ryung so they can make a hasty exit together. Sun Ya doesn't linger either, quickly slipping out of the ship to avoid getting caught in Lee's crosshairs. Left all by himself with no audience to intimidate, Lee has no option but to swallow his fury. His glowing aura fizzles out completely, seeing as there's literally nobody left to flex on. Staring down at the empty tray one last time, he notices the leftover grease and a few tiny crumbs clinging to the bottom. As he inspects those lonely little scraps, a quiet realization hits him. Swallowing his pride, he reaches over and scoops them up, realizing it's literally the only food in sight. After all, starving to death wouldn't look great on the supreme heavenly demon's resume. Chewing grumpily with a deep scowl, he silently accepts the cruel reality of coexisting with these utterly hopeless mortals. Out in the open, the metallic remains of the iron gangshis remain scattered all over the ground. Sun Ya grabs one of the severed robot heads to perform a detailed scan, hoping to extract some useful intel. Si Ryung just surveys the chaotic wreckage, completely overwhelmed by where they should even begin. Their starship hovers overhead as a quick getaway option, while the battleground looks like a blown-up mechanics workshop. Examining a detached mechanical arm, Robert points out how surprisingly flimsily constructed the joints are. He scratches his head, confused as to why anyone would build war droids out of such bargain bin metal alloys. Analyzing the head in her grip, Sun Ya clarifies that the sloppy craftsmanship is because these aren't final combat models, they're crude prototypes. Staring intensely at the metal skull, she engages her built-in optical sensors to run an internal diagnostic. As the scan processes, Sun Ya goes completely quiet mid-sentence. Catching her sudden freeze, Si Ryung asks if she picked up something interesting inside the droid's brain. Nodding, Sun Ya notes that even its neural wiring is ridiculously basic before cracking open the casing. Popping the main panel open, a processor chip pops out, which Sun Ya identifies as an ancient M207 model. She snickers that calling a piece of junk like this artificial intelligence is practically an insult to tech. She elaborates that the M207 is purely hardwired to obey remote commands, meaning it has zero free will or actual computing intelligence. Piecing it together, Si Ryung jumps in and asks if that means these bots were being puppeted from somewhere else. Sun Ya confirms her suspicions, revealing that every single droid was indeed being operated remotely in real time. Running a fast perimeter check, the android calculates that precisely 9,817 droids had swarmed them during the attack. She deduces that this implies at least 9,817 individual humans were plugged in to control that army. Cut to a shadowy laboratory, lined with endless rows of glowing, liquid-filled stasis pods. Every pod is hooked up to heavy wiring, holding obscured figures floating inside. Count Ritual struts into the facility alongside his robotic entourage to inspect their sinister project. He stares down the rows of pods with a cold, merciless glint in his eyes, just like your classic, stereotypical anime villain. Zooming in, every pod holds an unclothed human with wires plugged directly into their skulls. Confirming this is the horror show piloting the droids. Among them, a weak, beaten-down villager floats completely passed out in the murky fluid. Back on the surface, Si Ryung asks Sun Ya to pull up the exact total population of the Mount HWA district. She's clearly connecting the dots on a horrifying realization. Sun Ya reports back that the official registered headcount is precisely 9,818 residents. Meanwhile, over at Jaha Pavilion, Sword Sovereign Yang remains locked in place, violently burning away his internal energy along with his very soul. The group puts two and two together, realizing the sole missing person from the population match has to be the Sovereign himself. Sword Sovereign hangs completely unresponsive as swirling pink flames and plum blossom petals engulf his body. Slumped near the throne, HWA Rin gazes up at her father with utter heartbreak etched across her face. In a completely different sector, Commander Zhang freezes in disbelief at Chu's order, politely begging him to repeat that wild claim. Wiping his mouth, Officer Chu reiterates the order: absolute lockdown and total military halt for all of District 32. He stresses that not a single soul enters, and absolutely nobody leaves. On top of that, he demands an immediate recall of every officer currently deployed in the field. Stunned, the commander presses him on why he's suddenly calling for such drastic protocols. The officer cryptically responds that these dangerous times leave them with no other choice. He notes that 2 millennia of peace made everyone soft, and the power of the Great Sect Alliance has crumbled into a distant memory. He poses a rhetorical question, asking what happens to the ruler of the mountain once the old tiger loses its sharp fangs. Commander Yang answers without hesitation, predicting that the wolves will usurp the throne. Zhu corrects him, explaining that the wolves won't just take over, they will turn on each other to claim the title of tiger. He points out that wolves only hunt in packs out of fear of the top predator. Once the king is gone, their greed takes over. They either own packmates, realizing how easy it would be to tear them apart. In a chaotic power struggle like this, the absolute first target to get hunted down is always the strongest wolf in the pack. Officer Chu heads back toward his transport pod, alongside the commander, as lower-ranking disciples bow in respect. He warns that the lesser pack members will utilize every group hunting trick they know to gang up and slaughter the top wolf. Spelling it out clearly, he reveals that their sect is currently that top wolf, so a single wrong step means total extinction. Connecting the dots, the commander asks if this sudden crisis has anything to do with that mystery rogue practicing their internal martial arts. Zhu admits that he has no clue, and that horrifying ignorance is precisely why he's so terrified. Boarding his pod, he discloses that an urgent transmission tipped him off about a rogue wildcard currently making a beeline for Mount HWA. Commander Yang's eyes widen at the mention of Mount HWA, double-checking if he misheard the destination. Confirming it, the officer warns that this loose cannon has effectively been dropped into a powder keg, and a single spark will trigger a war across the entire martial world, which is why he demands they sit tight and gather complete intelligence before making a single move. Sealing his pod, Chu rockets away from the sect grounds, desperate to uncover the truth behind the madness. Left standing in the dust, the commander watches him depart, completely baffled by the cryptic warnings. Frowning in deep concern, he accepts that they have no choice but to lay low for the time being. Meanwhile, back at Mount HWA, Si Ryung and her crew head straight to Jaha Pavilion to regroup with HWA Rin. Si Ryung asks HWA Rin to double-check her claim about the missing citizens magically reappearing after dark. HWA Rin confirms it, adding that her father is the sole exception. He never vanishes alongside the crowd. She points out that he remains frozen on his throne, trapped perpetually in his flaming avatar. Si Ryung stares at the blazing sword sovereign with a blank expression, utterly at a loss on how to solve this anomaly. Yang remains motionless in the inferno, completely oblivious to their presence. Si Ryung asks Sun Ya for an exact countdown to sunset so they can prepare for the citizens' return. Sun Ya informs her that planet Mount HWA operates on a strict 6-hour day and night cycle. Checking her system timer, Sun Ya casually announces that sunset hits in precisely 1 second. The very next second, an unsettling shift occurs that leaves the captain thoroughly stunned. Right on cue, the Sword Sovereign stands up and pulls HWA Rin into a loving embrace, gently cradling her head just like before. HWA Rin softly explains that he performs these comforting gestures completely on autopilot, without any actual awareness. She shares that he continues his loop by sipping tea while pacing the estate, before heading out to read peacefully in the garden. She reveals this was his exact routine on the day she left for her tour a year ago, proving he's been trapped in this time loop ever since. She notes that every single dawn, without fail, he repeats this exact sequence of events. The heavy heart, HWA Rin adds that all the other vanished townsfolk repeat their own fixed routines day in and day out. Suddenly, Robert's voice crackles over the comms, warning the captain that something is dead wrong. The streets are completely deserted. Perched on a nearby rooftop, he confirms that not a single soul has spawned in the alleys below. Growing anxious over the delay, Si Ryung asks Sun Ya to run a scan to figure out what's holding them up. Sun Ya looks up, reporting that she's picking up an entirely different anomaly altogether. Fixing her eyes on the captain, Sun Ya drops a bombshell. It's not the crowd appearing, but Si Ryung herself who is slowly fading away. Si Ryung panics as her body begins turning ghostly and transparent right before their eyes. Glancing down at her hands, she freaks out upon seeing right through her own skin. As her hands vanish completely into thin air, she lets out a terrified scream. Sun Ya alerts the team that the captain's life signals are rapidly dropping off the grid. In a flash, Si Ryung vanishes entirely, leaving behind nothing but a lingering orb of dim light. Throughout the chaos, HWA Rin stays frozen in her father's lifeless hug. High above planet Mount Hwa's atmosphere, a massive Greenwood starship drifts silently through orbit. Inside the bridge, Galaxy Division leader Kim gazes down at Mount HWA and its dual moons. Captain Chai Ju steps into the room, urgently interrupting to report a bizarre reading. He alerts Kim that an unexpected teleportation spike was logged from Mount Hwa's core just moments ago. He adds that scans confirm the teleported target is none other than the blazing devil, Si Ryung. Kim demands to know where the teleportation signal locked onto. The captain reveals she was beamed straight to Mount Hwa's second moon, Genta. Shift focus to the desolate surface of Genta, Mount Hwa's second moon. Tucked away on its barren landscape lies a massive, pitch-black crater. Echoing from the depths of that dark abyss, a terrified scream rings out. That same lingering sphere of light from Si Ryung's disappearance suddenly materializes deep within the pit. Disembodied voice panics in midair, screaming that her body is completely gone. Slowly, her physical form begins reforming in the dark as she continues her desperate tirade. When her torso renders before her legs do, Si Ryung utterly freaks, convinced she's died and turned into a floating ghost. She drops to her ghost knees, begging God to resurrect her because she's way too young and busy to die. In prayer, she notices her hands are fully solid again, instantly cutting off her dramatic outburst in confusion. Realizing she's fully back in the flesh, she looks around, completely lost as to what just took place. Her eyes snap to figures standing right across from her, proving she definitely didn't end up in heaven. Right before her sits Count Richel on a luxury couch, flanked by his mechanical bodyguard. Richel stays dead silent, casually observing her as she pulls her composure back together. Si Ryung glares back, racking her brain to figure out who this arrogant stranger is. Without dropping a word, Richel just scowls back, his gaze dripping with pure malice. Unbearable silence, heavy enough to choke on, settles over the dimly lit chamber. Back aboard the Greenwood flagship, the captain informs Kim that the warp signature they logged was far from normal. Notes that the target's telemetry shows zero consent, meaning she was snatched involuntarily. He warns that this constitutes illegal forced abduction, a severe crime strictly outlawed by galactic space laws. He advises Kim that this is a major political incident and suggests escalating it to high command. Without even turning around, Kim drops an icy rhetorical question. Is there anyone higher in authority here than me? Reading the terrifying room, the captain instantly shuts his mouth, knowing better than to question his boss. Panicking, he quickly bows low, swearing absolute loyalty to the Black Tiger as his one true master. Pleased with his subordinate's obedience, Kim orders him to stay focused and keep monitoring the situation. He adds that whoever is utilizing illegal galactic tech on the moon clearly has massive, powerful backers pulling the strings. Cautions against jumping in blind, ordering a quiet investigation to weigh if interfering brings them profit or suicide. The captain barks a crisp, loud affirmation, committing to the boss's direct orders. Gazing back at the dual moons, Kim quietly ponders the dangerous game unfolding beneath them. Shortly after, shocking intelligence reaches the West Heaven Sword matron, forcing her to ask for immediate confirmation. Alina had just briefed her regarding the mysterious warrior she encountered on Mount HWA, prompting the matron to demand a replay. Kneeling respectfully, Alina repeats that the stranger Boldy claimed to be her biological father. She makes it crystal clear that the man explicitly claimed to be the one who sired her. She goes on to recount the embarrassing detail of how effortlessly he defeated her in battle. This floors the sword matron, fully aware of how nearly impossible it is for anyone to best Alina in combat. She mulls over Mount HWA, realizing the unstoppable monster who humbled her daughter and claimed to be her father is currently right there. Meanwhile, back on Mount HWA, Robert slams his palm onto the table to make a dramatic point. He yells at the top of his lungs that they need to launch a rescue mission for the captain, completely overreacting as usual. Robert explodes with rage, throwing out wild insults at whoever dared to kidnap their captain, while Lee stands there suffering through the tirade in dead silence. As the swearing ramps up, Lee realizes he has zero clue what half these alien curses mean, so he turns to Sonya for a quick translation. Sonya basically declines, letting him know she's not about to translate a wall of filthy profanity, and immediately goes back to her console. Hwaren points out that the spot C. Ryung vanished from might be directly connected to the weird events happening on this world. She theorizes that the rest of the missing population was likely snatched, using the exact same trick. While the logic checks out, she admits they're missing concrete hard evidence to back it up. Sonya cuts in right there, revealing that they actually do have proof to support that theory. She breaks down how the disappearance of the Mount Hua locals matches this exact same energy signature. It's known as forced teleportation, a technique that drags someone away against their will. She notes that pulling off this kind of unauthorized warp is heavily illegal under galactic law. Hearing this, Robert loses his mind again, shouting that their missing crew must be locked up somewhere out there. He insists they can't just hang around doing nothing when a rescue mission is needed, grabbing Lee's collar to drive the point home. He looks over at Sonya, asking what this guy's damage is, but she completely ignores the chaos and strides away. Over her shoulder, she explains that Robert suffers from severe Army PTSD, making it impossible for him to keep his temper in check under high stress. All the while, Robert stays locked onto Lee's shirt, screaming a stream of curses right into his face. Lee calmly locks eyes with him and demands that he take his hands off his clothes. Sonya warns him not to bother, since Robert completely tunes out the world once he starts raging. That's when Lee taps into his martial domain energy, projecting a terrifying aura that snaps Sonya's attention back, because this threat might actually snap Robert out of it. Instantly feeling the murderous intent, Robert backs off, stammers out an apology, and releases Lee's shirt. Sonya just gives them a deadpan look, snarking that Robert should really enter a world record for fastest anger recovery. Shifting back to business, Sonya explains that forced teleportation has strict distance limits, meaning the captain couldn't have been moved too far away. Since interplanetary long-range warps are out of the question here, they can safely cross off any distant star systems, which narrows the search zone down to just 3 possible locations. She's either still trapped somewhere on Mount Hua itself, or tucked away on one of its 2 nearby moons. Lee steps up to the observation deck beside her, gazing out at the 2 celestial bodies. He asks if her system can trace the captain's exact location to one specific moon. Sonya reveals her scan of Mount Hua picked up 0 life signs beyond the Sword Sovereign, effectively taking the main planet off the board. That leaves them staring down 2 remaining targets, the moons named Genta and Sycharis. She adds that her sensors pick up heat signatures across both lunar surfaces. Because the 2 moons sit so incredibly close, isolating the exact ping is proving nearly impossible. Lee cuts his eyes over to her, asking if they're seriously down to flipping a coin to make their move. Sonya admits that's their best shot and pauses to formulate a logical guess. Key detail flashes in her mind. The captain has an unhealthy obsession with anything shiny and golden. Bankering on that greed, she bets the captain would naturally end up on the bright golden moon, Sycharis. Spoiler alert, her logic is completely, embarrassingly wrong. Cut to the actual location, Mount Hua's second moon, Genta. Inside a high-tech facility on Genta, Count Richel stands in complete silence, glaring down at the newly warped-in C. Ryung. C. Ryung demands to know who he is, but the Count doesn't even bother offering a response. Richel's personal combat android runs a quick scan on her, detecting an external one, 4 GHz energy drive mounted on her gear. The scan goes deeper, uncovering a massive 3 GHz ultra-density energy core buried directly inside her body. The machine reports to the Count that her sole weapon is the electronic soft sword strapped to her hip. Count Richel casually sips his sparkling water, finally breaking his silence to mock her high-tier energy drive. He sneers that a nobody bounty hunter is lugging around power, far beyond her ability to actually control. Annoyed, Si Ryung barks out her question again, asking if the guy is deaf or just stupid. Meanwhile, in a far-off reach of the cosmos, a single shaft of sunlight illuminates a tiny green sprout. Pushed into dry, barren sand, the little plant clings to life purely off the direct rays beating down on it. An ancient-looking elder kneels beside the sprout, peacefully observing its growth with quiet appreciation. Officer Cho walks up behind the elder, addressing him with deep reverence as his master. Wearing a dead serious expression, Cho reports that a pressing matter requires the elder's attention. Without turning around, the master reveals he's already aware of the Mount Hua situation and Cho's mission to clear it up. The elder advises patience, urging Cho to restrain himself until their metaphorical bud comes into full bloom. Explains that only when the plant matures can you truly identify whether it's a poplar or a willow tree. In short, they must hold off until the shadowy figures pulling Count Richel's strings expose themselves before landing a decisive blow. The master questions if he raised Cho to be this impatient, asking if he lacks wisdom or if something else is eating at him. Cho holds his tongue, keeping his eyes glued to the dirt in total silence. Sensing Cho's internal turmoil, the elder asks what troubling detail could possibly make his experienced disciple act so unsettled. Cho confesses that during his sweep of the site, an unregistered, highly dangerous individual crossed his path. He details how this warrior demonstrated martial mastery at a level capable of completely reversing internal energy flow. Even worse, the stranger commanded their own sect's ultimate secret art, the Demon Heart Sura sword technique. A look of genuine shock washes over the master's face, making Cho pause nervously before dropping the final detail. Cho forced the words out. This mysterious outsider has mastered the divine technique to absolute perfection. The terrifying truth is that an absolute master of their sacred style exists outside their inner lineage. The master's demeanor turns bone-chillingly cold as he gives a stark, immediate order. Execute him. Instantly, the fragile sprout behind them turns brown and shrivels up, crushed by the master's leaking aura. Cho stammers, stunned by the cold command, asking his master to confirm if he heard correctly. Flushing with rage, the master yells that an outsider with that power is an unnatural monster that cannot be allowed to exist. Commands Cho to hunt the intruder down and erase him from existence immediately. It's painfully obvious the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon sect are desperately trying to bury a massive secret. Though the reaction leaves Cho deeply unsettled, he swallows his doubts and stays quiet. Shortly after, Cho boards his orbital shuttle to lock back onto his tracking mission. The sleek craft cuts through the dark vacuum of deep space as Cho stares blankly ahead. With his target locked in, his hunt across the stars officially kicks off. Back on Genta, Si Ryung loses her patience, yelling at Count Richel to answer her question or get his ears checked. Ignoring her, Richel casually sips his drink and nods to his android to neutralize the annoyance. In a blur of raw speed, the android completely vanishes from beside him. Before Si Ryung can even react, the machine materializes right behind her unguarded back. Catching the threat at the last split second, Si Ryung spins around charging a plasma blast, shouting at the robot. She fires the blast, but the android slips away into thin air once again. It instantly flashes behind her, locking its metallic grip onto the back of her neck. Talk about insane combat speed. This bot is no joke. Si Ryung freezes as a cold steel hand completely smothers her face. She panics internally, shocked that a machine could move at speed that defies comprehension. Richel snorts, telling her to surrender since struggling against his tech is totally useless. He announces that he's going to fire off a few questions, answer truthfully, and he might just spare her from a lifetime of misery and torture. Sick of his arrogant speech, Si Ryung tells him to cram it and violently shoves the android off her. Count's eyes widen as he wonders if she's utilizing high-tier adaptive martial techniques to break the hold. Si Ryung unsheathes her flexible electronic soft sword, spinning it to hack the android into scrap. She whips the blade around, creating a swirling vortex of lethal slashes, but the bot backflips out of range. Using high frame perception and light-speed thrusters, it effortlessly dodges every single strike. Spotting a microflaw in her guard, the machine lunges forward to pin her down. It closes the distance in a flash, but Si Ryung reads the trajectory and thrusts her blade point-blank. Ducking the lethal tip, the bot maneuvers inside her guard to lock up her weapon arm. Richel laughs, boasting that her efforts are tragic since his automaton holds full combat data on every martial art in existence. Si Ryung keeps unleashing heavy slashes, but the bot weaves around every attempt like a ghost. It hits her that the Count wasn't bluffing. This machine is predicting her moves before she even makes them. She watches in frustration as the bot counters her rhythm with effortless precision. Refusing to yield, Si Ryung sneers back, telling Richel not to insult her intelligence and pushes harder. He charges straight in with a heavy thrust, but the bot instantly sidesteps the incoming path. Exploiting her momentum, the android delivers a devastating blindside blow right to her spine. The sheer impact lifts her off her feet, launching her flying across the chamber floor. She hits the ground hard, sliding across the metal floor from the overwhelming force. The machine stands motionless, coldly analyzing her recovery to calculate its final strike. Shaking off the hit, Si Ryung snaps back up to her feet, blade raised and ready. She drops into a combat stance, flicking her wrist to signal that she's just getting warmed up. Watching while taking another sip, Richelle is genuinely impressed by how fast she shook off that hit. The bot tracks her vital signs, recalibrating to deliver another devastating combo. Si Ryung holds her position, holding her breath for the bot's next blitz. Sweat beads on her forehead as she realizes she's backed into a terrifyingly tight corner. She realizes her standard techniques are totally useless here. She needs an unpredictable wildcard move fast. Mid-thought, the android blinks out of vision at near-light speed. It warps right behind her, but Si Ryung's razor-sharp instinct flags the movement instantly. As the metallic hand reaches for her neck, she stands completely still, playing totally clueless to bait the strike. Instant it commits, Si Ryung vanishes into thin air, hitting the bot with its own speed trap. She launches high into the air overhead, leaving the machine scanning the empty floor in confusion. Spinning upside down in midair, she channels power into her flexible blade for a crushing drop attack. Locking onto her airborne trajectory, the automaton propels itself straight up to meet her attack. Si Ryung fires off a technique called Bullet, hurling her soft sword straight down like a supersonic projectile. The flexible whip blade hardens rigid as steel, tearing through the air with terrifying lethal speed. The blade drives straight for the bot's optical core, looking like a guaranteed execution shot. At the last microsecond, the machine snaps its hands up, deflecting the blade off course into the floor. In the same fluid sequence, the android rockets higher to crush the airborne Si Ryung. It reaches out to choke her as she loses velocity and falls back toward the floor. Suddenly, her soft sword flexes off the wall, whipping up to coil tightly around the bot's arm. It was a trap all along. Trapped bot ignites an intense thermal aura in its forearm to melt her torso, leaving the disarmed Si Ryung suspended helplessly in the air. Like a viper, the soft sword snaps back, snaking up the mechanical arm with incredible precision. Driven by stored energy, the whip blade shoots upward, aiming directly at the bot's main head processor. It impales straight through the machine's skull, catching the advanced combat AI completely off guard. Blue optical sensor fades to black as the blade annihilates its central processing core. This entire crazy sequence unfolds in a flash before either of them even hits the deck. Count Richelle shatters his crystal glass in rage, staring at his destroyed prize piece. Jaw agape, he identifies that slick trick as the legendary Dark Heaven Blood Dragon Dagger technique of the extinct Tang clan. The dead robot crashes down like a sack of bricks, leaving Richelle frozen in disbelief. Si Ryung hits the hard floor, right beside the smoking metal chassis. She stumbles up, clutching her midsection from the combination of the hard impact and thermal shockwave. Now the tables have turned. Richelle nervously demands to know her real identity. Si Ryung just glares back at him with pure murderous silence. A trickle of crimson spills down her chin, showing she took severe internal damage. Still shaken, the Count stammers that the Sichuan Tang clan was completely wiped out a decade ago, demanding how she knows their lost secret art. Ignoring his questions, Si Ryung growls that since things are this ugly, she has no choice but to unleash her real power. She forces open the massive 3 GHz energy drive buried in her core, the exact power source Richelle claimed she couldn't handle, proving desperate times call for lethal force. The ultimate core system is known as the Zhuanwu Divine Art Drive, running on the ultrafast QA OS. She redlines the internal drive, pushing the output straight to 100% capacity. Richelle loses his cool completely. He knows the Zhuanwu Divine Art is a secret heritage passed solely to the Tang clan patriarch. Realizing this bounty hunter is far more dangerous than he bargained for. Fully supercharged, Si Ryung explodes off the floor with massive kinetic force, screaming at the Count to shut his trap. Count Richelle freezes in place, tracking her silhouette as she hangs suspended in the air. He realizes she's taking the high ground to rain down an omnidirectional carpet bomb of attacks. Enveloped in a blinding radiant emerald aura, Si Ryung hovers high above the chamber floor. Massive energy burst erupts, scattering thousands of glittering green and white needle projectiles like lethal fireworks. Richelle stares in sheer terror as he recognizes the ultimate legendary skill, the infinite rain blossom. A storm of energy needles locks onto his position, and Richelle is too paralyzed with shock to even dodge. From the outside view of the facility, a massive, crater-forming blast rips through the entire sector. Shift focus back to the massive flagship of the West Heaven Sword Matron. Inside the command room, Elena tells her mother that her encounter with that bizarre man was sketchy from the start. She details how she landed on Mount Hua, originally just to cash in on a standard bounty contract. She recalls blacking out the moment she landed, only to wake up bound right in front of the Count. In her memory, Count Rachel sat slumped on his plush couch, glaring at her with that insufferable, arrogant smirk. Alina shakes her head, admitting she still can't wrap her brain around why he pulled her into that meeting. She remembers a tense standoff, where they just stared each other down in complete, deafening silence. The sword matron's eyes narrow as she connects the dots, realizing Alina is describing forced unilateral teleportation. Flashback to the room, Count Rachel breaks the silence, telling Alina there's zero reason to panic. He claims he summoned her across space, simply to make her deepest desire come true. Alina stares at him like he's lost his mind, completely lost on what game he's playing. He leans forward, asking if she doesn't hunger for ultimate strength, to stand atop the universe and look down on everyone. Points out that this obsession drove her, the feared 8-foot fighting ghost, to convert her own starship into a blood-soaked arena just to hunt stronger opponents. He mocks her hidden pain, saying the harder she pushed for absolute power, the further away it slipped, leaving her crying in frustration every single night. He offers her a devil's bargain. He summoned her to grant her the godlike force required to crush everything underfoot. Back in the present, Alina confesses to her mother that the guy knew way too much about her secret history. In the memory, she snapped back, aggressively asking who the hell he was and what garbage he was spewing. She admits that having a total stranger recite her deepest secrets with perfect accuracy was terrifyingly uncomfortable. Rachel just stands straight up and bluntly tells her that talking is clearly useless, so fighting is the only way she'll get the point. Cutting back to the present, Alina explains to her mother that they ended up agreeing to settle things with a duel. There was just one massive problem standing in their way, though. Meanwhile, despite Saryong's flashy entrance, Count Rachel completely manhandles her and grabs her straight by the neck. Alina admits to her mom that regardless of what tricks she pulled, nothing worked against the guy. Right now, Count Rachel still has Saryong completely pinned by her neck. Even though Saryong's green flames burned off his outfit, it reveals that his entire body is forged from metal, just like an android. Gasping for air under his brutal grip, Saryong begins coughing up blood. This is the exact same way Count Rachel had choked Alina out after wrecking her in the past. Back in that memory, he promises to turn her into a powerhouse, just like himself. Claims he's doing it purely out of fatherly love, but Alina's face shows she isn't buying that line for a second. Back in real time, Count Rachel demands that the battered Saryong answer him immediately. He offers to rebuild her fragile frame into something unstoppable if she cooperates. Catch, she just has to throw away her worthless free will and memories. Hearing all this, the sword matron is visibly shaken by Alina's revelation. Alina drops another bombshell, revealing that the Count implanted something inside her. Out of nowhere, a glowing blue aura erupts from Alina's body, leaving the sword matron completely stunned. Alina clarifies that this terrifying dynamic power was directly gifted to her by him. Staring in disbelief, the sword matron recognizes the legendary ability known as steel fortification. Meanwhile, as the crew preps for launch, Sunya works overtime scanning space to pinpoint the captain's location. Robert loses his cool as usual, screaming at her to quit wasting time and get the ship flying. Sunya glances at the radar one last time and spots an unexpected blip popping up. Flashing red signal indicates that a foreign vessel is fast approaching their position. Spotting the intruder, Sunya immediately halts their course toward the Cicero's moon. Directly ahead, a pod bearing the distinct marks of the Heavenly Demon sect materialized. Both ships hover in absolute silence, with neither side making a move or opening comms. Inside the S-Devil vessel, an annoyed Robert demands to know what's blocking their way and threatens to blast them to pieces. Sunya tells him that's a terrible idea, prompting Robert to angrily ask why. She warns him that despite its compact size, that vessel is a Celestial-class warship that would wipe them out easily. To make matters worse, it's straight out of the Heavenly Demon sect's fleet. Robert is stunned, questioning what business high-level cultists could possibly have with small timers like them. Out of nowhere, Officer Cho teleports directly onto their bridge, scaring the daylights out of Robert and Sunya. He completely bypasses everyone else and locks his eyes solely on Lee. He couldn't care less, though, as he's entirely focused on struggling to eat a single hot dog with a fork and knife. Honestly, watching him struggle is painful. He really should have saved himself the humiliation and used his fingers. Cho glares right at him, or at least attempts to, given how narrow his eyes are. He instantly pegs Lee as the exact figure he spotted on the district monitor earlier. Robert nervously steps up and politely asks what brought an elite sect member aboard their modest vessel. Cho ignores Robert completely and marches straight over to Lee's table. Introducing himself as a first-class officer from the Disaster Safety Committee, he casually takes a seat across from Lee. He invites Lee to speak casually, but Lee just keeps munching away without making a sound. Robert is floored, baffled by how a literal kid could hold such a terrifyingly high rank in the sect. With a pleasant smile, Cho admits he came all this way specifically to ask Lee for an urgent favor. Telling Robert to keep his nose out of their business, Cho turns his attention back to Lee. Cho reveals that the puppet master behind all the recent madness is a man named Richel Archimond. He was a top-tier scientist who used to head secret military weapon production for the human government. The Black Ops initiative was codenamed Steel City. Suddenly, the random appearance of those metallic iron Gangshi back on the mountain makes total sense. Because his human experiments crossed every ethical line, he was kicked out and went completely off the grid. Now, he set up a hidden lair here to run even larger twisted experiments. Throughout this serious lore dump, Lee doesn't even spare him a glance, utterly devoted to his food. Cho adds that Ritual didn't just get exiled. Powerful backers have been secretly funneling money into his research. He suspects rogue factions within the military itself are funding this operation. Finishing his meal, Lee casually asks Sunya for a glass of water, completely tuning out the whole speech. Cho stares back in disbelief that Lee didn't offer a single reaction to such world-altering news. He starts genuinely questioning what kind of freak Lee actually is. Robert chimes in, pressing Cho on whether the military elite are really pulling the strings here. Cho confirms it, warning Robert to back off since this classified war is way out of their depth. Sunya hands Lee his drink while he maintains his stony silence. Robert demands to know about their captured captain, emphasizing that she was taken HOST, a G-ya. Cho callously responds that there's nothing they can do except pray for her survival. That sets Robert off, slamming his hands onto the table in rage. He screams at Cho to stop talking garbage and clear out, because they are saving their captain no matter what. He warns the officer that he doesn't care about his official status. Anyone getting in their way gets flattened. Finally breaking his silence, Lee opens his mouth and tells Cho to listen closely. He clarifies that while he isn't playing hero, he certainly won't take orders from him either. He notes how suspicious it is for a high-ranking officer to spoon-feed them such classified intel. He calls out Cho's real game plan, using them as pawns to bypass official red tape. He scoffs, mocking the idea of a little kid trying to pull a fast one on him. Cho drops his playful act, addressing Lee reverently as Noble One and questioning his true identity. Dodging the question, Lee simply presses him on whether that was his true motive. Cho holds his tongue, offering no defense. He stands up from the table, stating that if Cho has nothing real to offer, they have zero business together. Cho finally asks the ultimate question. Does Lee share ties with the heavenly demon sect? Lee responds with a cold, expressionless denial. Cho accepts his answer for now, but double-checks one last time just to be absolutely certain. Cho warns him that if he denies it, the sect will disavow any of his future rampages. Without even looking back, Lee tells him that suits him just fine. He bluntly tells Cho to kick rocks because he has better things to do. Without further argument, Cho boards his vessel and takes off into the void. Despite acting cold earlier, Lee watches the ship retreat with a mild hint of intrigue. He mutters internally that it's good to see the demon sect still produces sharp minds. Meanwhile, Cho rockets across the cosmos to dig deeper into the mystery. Lee chuckles internally, realizing that while Cho has potential, he's still green behind the ears. Focusing on their mission, Robert announces that it's time to go wreck the enemy and save their leader. Sunya agrees, but suddenly notices their nav system target has shifted. She reveals that their original destination, Moon Sycaris, has been updated to Moon Genta. Turns out Cho secretly leaked the updated location data directly to their system. Shifting our focus over to Genta, the second moon orbiting planet Mount Hua. Count Richel had carved a massive subterranean shaft into the moon's surface to hide his lab. Deep inside, a beaten and exhausted Saryong lies helpless on the floor. Count Richel drags her broken body straight into his personal operating room. In the center stands a terrifying, mechanized operation table. He drags her over to the slab, which comes fitted with heavy metal restraints. Pulling her up, he securely locks her limbs into the table's clamps. Saryong demands to know what he's planning, causing him to turn back with a wicked grin. He mockingly asks if she's awake, receiving only a glare in response. He marvels at how quickly a noble from the Sichuan Tang clan can recover from critical injuries. Saryong presses him again, demanding to know where they are and what twisted experiment he's preparing. Richel sinisterly reassures her that he's actually going to cure her of all her suffering. He promises to wipe her memory completely clean, erasing every traumatic thought she holds. Clearly intends to turn her into another jarred specimen in his lab collection. He explains he'll convert her into an iron Gangshi, a mindless puppet born solely to obey. Disgusted, Saryong tries to channel her energy to blast him, but her magic completely fails to spark. Richel laughs, pointing out that he locked down all her energy meridians and paralyzed her nerves. Prepping his tools, he smugly tells her that her brain and spinal connection are severed, making movement impossible. Saryong strains every muscle to break free, but her body refuses to react. He advises her to stop fighting the inevitable and just accept her fate. Then, out of absolute nowhere, the impossible occurs. Defying all biological logic, Saryong forces herself upright despite her severed nerves. She snarls that while he might be able to kill a Tang clan member, no one can ever enslave them. She triggers a forbidden secret technique, causing blood to stream wildly from her eyes and mouth as her pupils glow red. Before Richelle can react, she presses her hands against his chest, emitting a strange, deadly aroma. Bright yellow acidic fluid oozes from her palms, melting through his metal chassis as her hands sink deep into his chest. Realization hits him like a truck. This is a lethal, flesh and metal eating venom. Chell freezes in horror as she plunges her arms even deeper into his inner core. She explains that this is pigeon blood poison, a suicidal toxin every Tang clan member carries in their heart from birth. It is designed as an ultimate payback to take their enemy down to hell with them. Blood streams continuously down her cheeks as she delivers her dark sentence. Panicking as the acid eats away his systems, Richelle desperately tries to pry her hands off. She laughs, telling him the poison only gets hotter as her heart disintegrates, capable of vaporizing steel. Right on cue, a massive gaping hole melts straight through Richelle's chest cavity. Calling him a grotesque monstrosity, she leans in close to deliver her final words. He stares back in utter horror, terrified of what she's about to do. With a bloody, terrifying smile on her face, she whispers, "Let's rot in hell together." Out of nowhere, a high-frequency blade flashes between them, severing Saryong's arm in a split second. It's Richelle's combat android, which wasn't as broken as it looked. Turns out the metallic bodyguard was still functional enough to strike. Richelle tears her melted arm completely out of his chest cavity and throws her back. Barely clinging to life, Saryong looks at the android, realizing her suicidal revenge plot just failed. Blood gushes violently from her severed wrist, pooling all over the floor. Suddenly, red security lights flash across the lab as warning sirens blast off. Irritated and bleeding internal oil, Richelle barks to know what caused the breach alarm. The automated security system repeatedly screams, "Intruder alert," throughout the complex. Meanwhile, outside, Lee locks on his orbital atmospheric gear, looking deadly serious. Robert powers up his heavy exosuit, standing behind Lee, who still coolly keeps his hands stuffed in his pockets. Suddenly, a swarm of iron gangshi surges out of the pit like ants, ready to tear the S-Devils apart. Thousands of blade-wielding droids charge forward in a terrifying steel wave. Robert revs his arsenal, shouting at Lee to head inside and save the captain while he holds the line. Taking him literally, Lee instantly launches into the air without even saying goodbye. Soaring right over the charging Legion, he dives headfirst down into the main shaft. Robert stands there flabbergasted by how insanely fast Lee ditched him. Slamming down into the tunnel, Lee comes face to face with reinforcing waves of droids climbing up. Suddenly, Lee unleashes his internal power, radiating a blinding burst of godly energy. Our hero detonates a massive force wave, completely obliterating the reinforcements and collapsing the entire entry shaft. Robert can only watch the cataclysmic destruction with his jaw on the floor. Debris launched by the blast rains down, crushing dozens of remaining gangshis instantly. Despite the casualty count, a massive horde still remains. Robert mutters bitterly that Lee didn't need to leave it to me, so literally, and could have cleared a path first. The remaining battalion of mechanical swordsmen charge straight at Robert. Cursing his luck for being left alone, he locks and loads, opening fire with every heavy gun he's got. Deep below, a heavily damaged Richelle monitors the battle outside on his surveillance monitors. He watches Robert go absolute berserk mode, firing everything in his arsenal at the droids. Robert goes full Rambo, determined to turn every single gangshi into scrap metal. Richelle's tactical droids run an instant scan, cataloging all of Robert's heavy gear. Flags an MZCT-1, 6 recoilless laser cannon. Next, it identifies a TTR-8 multi-missile targeting system. Unleashing those missiles, Robert obliterates whole waves of gangshis in fiery blasts. When droids swarm too close, Robert takes flight into the air. He engages high-grade anti-gravity thrusters mounted to his suit. The droids analyze that this high-grade hardware is strictly elite military issue. However, it notes that the gear models are decades old and decommissioned. Richelle sighs in relief, realizing Robert is just a washed-up veteran rather than an active squad. He coldly orders his bodyguards to wipe out Robert and any remaining stragglers. Suddenly, a secondary red-level siren pierces through the facility. He turns to the console in shock, demanding to know what broke through now. System reports that an unknown threat breached Sector 8. Second later, the system glitches out, reporting Sector 8 is already cleared and Sector 7 breached. Richelle grows terrified, unable to comprehend how anyone could blitz their automated defenses this fast. Tracker ticks down frantically. Sector 7, Sector 6, Sector 5, in mere blinks. It speeds through 4, 3, and 2, before completely failing to track the entity's impossible velocity. Richelle screams in denial, insisting no human alive could tear through a fortress in seconds. The android frantically recalculates the telemetry to pinpoint where the monster is standing. Out of nowhere, a brilliant burst of flames erupts right behind the android. The bot attempts to broadcast the intruder's location, but its system completely locks up. Before it can register anything else, the android blows to pieces, proving the uninvited guest was already one step ahead. Ritual stands there watching metal scraps fly across the room while desperately searching for the origin of that strike. At the same time, the blaring security alarm triggers the containment units, filling the captive victim's pods with dense gas. Pods are practically overflowing with gas, appearing to be an automated fail-safe protocol. Just as quickly, the sirens go dead silent, and the containment pods abruptly shut off. Pods reset their systems, restoring fresh oxygen to the trapped prisoners. Thick smoke from the blast saturates the air, leaving Ritual stunned as he struggles to identify the mystery attacker. His eyes drop to a massive hole smashed through the concrete wall. Stepping right through that shattered wall comes Lee, calmly strolling inside with his hands tucked into his pockets. Ritual realizes this single guy bypassed every single defensive system, and he can only stare in disbelief. Lee locks eyes with him, wearing a mild, harmless expression that hides his absurd strength. The protagonist advances straight toward the Count without speaking a single word. Ritual remains frozen in shock, unable to comprehend who this guy is or how he slaughtered an entire army of combat droids. Before the Count can even process his presence, Lee moves at godlike speed and vanishes, reappearing right behind him. He walks right past him towards Si Ryung on the surgical table, forcing Count Richel to whip around in surprise. Si Ryung lies bound to the table, drenched in blood with her severed arm nowhere to be seen. Breaking the tense silence, Count Ritual barks at him, demanding to know his identity. He completely ignores him, keeping his focus locked on Si Ryung's battered, bloody form. He finally opens his mouth, telling the Count he's broken a young girl who is just beginning her life. He adds that beyond that, the Count clearly treats human lives like trash. Gazing directly into the Count's eyes, Lee brings up the thousands locked in gas chambers and labels him a pure monster. Count stands stunned, totally thrown off by this stranger's fearless accusation. Lee narrows his eyes, sending a wave of terrifying pressure that rattles the already shaken Count. Trying to conceal his fear, the Count aggressively demands his name and his ultimate goal. Instead of answering, Lee simply extends his arm and triggers a high-level martial art technique. Si Ryung's discarded soft sword rattles against the floor as it reacts to Lee's chi. Blade hovers into the air, slowly gliding forward through the room. Our protagonist cold shoulders Ritual, stating he doesn't converse with non-humans while drawing the blade closer. The weapon shoots off the ground, zipping directly toward Ritual and Lee. Rather than decapitating the Count on the spot, Lee skims the blade past his ear as a terrifying demonstration of power. The blade flies straight into Lee's hand, and he snatches it effortless out of the air. Count's jaw drops as he identifies the ancient technique, void manipulation. He immediately runs an internal scan on Lee, only to discover zero cybernetic modifications or internal drives. This fact rattles him to his core. Facing a master without an internal drive makes no logical sense. He freaks out wondering how Lee can pull off void manipulation, a god-tier skill reserved strictly for transcendent realm masters. Activates his ocular implants, deepening the scanning process. Stunned beyond belief, he begins to question if Lee is utilizing pure, unrefined ancient martial arts. Ritual holds his position, fully aware he's trapped, cursing his bad luck that this monster showed up at the worst possible moment. Glancing at his damaged body, courtesy of Si Ryung's earlier attack, he regrets letting that wild woman wound him in the first place. He steps right into his personal space, never breaking eye contact, casually leans in toward Ritual's neck, catching the Count off guard. Lee whispers that he isn't just a monster, but someone completely unfit to be called a true warrior. Our protagonist taunts him, asking how he can waste time overthinking in the middle of a duel. Pushed past his limit, Ritual snaps, yelling at him to shut his mouth as he charges in for a strike. Count lunges forward, aiming to crush Lee with a lethal strike. Out of nowhere, Ritual feels a sudden chill and notices blood spurting out. Without him even realizing it, Lee had passed right by him and severed his entire left arm. Ritual turns back in disbelief and spots his own arm lying uselessly on the floor. He calmly informs him that this arm was down payment for what he put Si Ryung through. Nearby, Si Ryung remains passed out on the metal table. Lee adds that now, he'll have to pay the ultimate tax for making him angry. Unleashing his true aura, he warns the Count to hold on tight, because pissing him off carries a fatal price tag. A massive wave of pressure floods the laboratory, signaling absolute doom for the Count. Count Ritual curses his horrific luck inside his mind. Dealing with that dangerous woman from the Sichuan Tang clan was bad enough, but now he has to fight this monster on the exact same day. With his internal drive sitting under 40% thanks to Si Ryung's chest strike, his odds of survival are practically zero. Cornered with no escape, he opts for a suicidal last resort. He forces his internal drive past its limits, cranking the operation rate to absolute maximum. Alarm systems go haywire as his damaged chassis struggles to handle the immense energy output. Warning messages flood his screen, warning that thermal containment is failing and operational limits are blown. Despite constant critical alerts, Ritual ignores the death warning and keeps forcing the drive at max power. Lee observes him pushing his internal drive to the max, amused by such a weird, unnatural power. He laments how modern martial artists rely on fake, dangerous shortcuts rather than true mastery like in the good old days. Suddenly, a weak voice rasps nearby, telling him to put Ritual down immediately. He glances to his side to spot the speaker. It's Si Ryung, who has barely regained consciousness, looking like she's on death's door. She warns him that Ritual is setting off a self-destruct protocol and begs him to end the count before it triggers. Lee snaps his gaze back toward the count, but time has already run out. Blinding light bleeds out from every joint in the count's body, on the verge of total detonation. Realizing he can't stop it, Lee watches Ritual blow himself to kingdom come right in front of him. A blinding burst of white energy engulfs the space where the count stood as the main explosion triggers. The light expands instantly, swallowing the entire facility in a massive inferno. Meanwhile, outside, Robert's guns click empty as he completely runs out of ammunition. His TTR-8 missile payload hits zero, with automated warnings telling him to reload. His photon cannon drains out completely, flashing similar reload prompts. His V-10 laser claymore glitches out, requesting immediate repairs. Even his fireproof suit starts breaking down, demanding total replacement. To make matters worse, hundreds of aggressive combat droids still have him totally surrounded. Safe to say, he is in deep trouble. Robert mutters under his breath, wishing Lee had stuck around to handle these clankers together like they planned. Unbothered by his complaints, the Gangshi's march closer the moment his guns stop roaring. Robert yells at them to freeze, calling them junk heaps and demanding a quick timeout. He suddenly flexes, asking if they have any idea who he is as he strips off his heavy combat gear. He unlatches the front chest plate, abandoning his mech suit entirely. Ditching the armor completely, he proudly proclaims himself as Robert Carlyle, Sergeant Major of the Northern Galaxy Special Forces. Drawing two combat knives, he smirks and tells the droids not to wet their pants. Robert leaps straight into the swarm, yelling for them to give it their best shot. This looks like a suicide run. The droids freeze for a split second before prepping their weapons to tear him apart. Before they clash, a massive explosion erupts in front of Robert, catching him completely off guard. Right ahead, a massive blast detonates directly from the subterranean bunker. Fiery shockwave expands, swallowing a huge chunk of the lunar surface. The blinding flash temporarily whiteouts the entire area. Robert shields his eyes, utterly confused about what just triggered that disaster. He stands jaw-dropped, looking around the altered landscape. Daggers still in hand, he remains paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. A gigantic mushroom cloud rises, looking just like a nuclear detonation. The force of the blast launches debris clear into orbit, visible from miles away. Up in deep space, sensors on the Greenwood vessel pick up the massive blast. Tim, who is secretly tracking the S-Devil bounty hunters, gasps in shock at the sudden burst. Captain Cheju rushes over, reporting a gigaton-scale electromagnetic pulse originating from Mount Hua's moon. Kim grimaces, realizing this situation has spiraled far beyond their expectations. He points out that only military-grade ordnance can trigger an EMP like that, proving the human government is pulling the strings. He commands the captain to wipe every single log and video recording of the event immediately. He sternly reminds the captain, "We were never here and we saw nothing." Captain hesitates, stunned by his superior's abrupt cover-up order, especially since he had just recommended reporting the entire incident to high command. Nearby in orbit, Officer Cho's celestial battleship floats silently. His ship's sensors immediately register the cataclysmic blast rocking Mount Hua's moon. Staring at the satellite display, Cho wonders what went horribly wrong down there. Back on the ground, Robert stands frozen in total confusion. He ponders what happened, noting that the blast somehow shut down every single droid simultaneously. Without a central command node, the droids collapsed into lifeless metal. A surge of panic hits him as he remembers the captain was trapped inside that exploding facility. He sprints toward the smoking ruins, praying the captain is still alive. Sudden, blinding flash stops him dead in his tracks. He prays the facility isn't having a secondary explosion. He squints at the sky, trying to identify the glowing source. The light intensifies, descending straight toward his position. Out of the light steps Lee, levitating on an operation board while holding the unconscious Captain Si Ryung. Looking closer, Robert gasps as he sees her missing arm and severe wounds. He looks down at her broken body with a heavy, solemn heart. Robert remains frozen in speechless shock. He silently stares at them, praying with everything he has that the captain pulls through. Some time later, Officer Cho reports back to his master, stating Mount Hua has stabilized. His master pays little mind, casually tending to exotic flowers in a sprawling garden. Cho adds that all the human test subjects have been returned to their normal lives. Luckily, their memories were wiped, leaving them completely oblivious to the nightmare. The master chuckles, calling it a bizarre ghost story before asking how Ritual managed such a feat. Cho explains that Ritual must have successfully commercialized entropy inversion. The master frowns, ordering Cho to explain it in plain terms instead of egghead jargon. Cho breaks it down. Entropy inversion is a forbidden tech that effectively resets time itself. Because it risks splitting reality into multiverse paradoxes, all research was strictly outlawed. Yet Ritual mastered it, resetting thousands of victims simultaneously. On top of that, he engineered other illegal techs, like one-way mass teleportation. He concludes that Ritual was an even bigger genius than the rumors suggested. The master notes that with that level of genius, the human government's military faction was definitely funding him. Muttering about human greed, he warns that playing with fire will eventually burn the entire universe down. The master directly asks Cho, is Ritual truly dead? Cho admits he cannot confirm his death with absolute certainty. The master smiles coldly, stating that uncertainty means the snake is still breathing. Cho nods, confirming his master's suspicion. The master orders him to hunt Ritual down and finish the job permanently. He also commands Cho to execute that mysterious intruder using forbidden martial arts, meaning Lee. Officer Cho offers no protest, simply bowing and accepting the order. Internally uneasy about targeting someone as terrifying as Lee, Cho keeps his doubts to himself. Returning to his warship, Cho takes his seat on the bridge. He sits motionless for a long time, lost in heavy thought. Meanwhile, peace slowly returns to the Mount Hua planet. Sovereign Yang pours Lee a warm cup of tea, mentioning his daughter recounted the entire ordeal. He expresses profound gratitude for Lee saving his daughter and those framed as rebels. Lee gently corrects him, explaining those people weren't rebels, but helpless puppets manipulated from the shadows. Lee adds that a kid, meaning Officer Cho, informed him that bigger villains are pulling the strings. Sovereign Yang nods, acknowledging that even in Mount Hua's weakened state, a higher power is at play. He notes no ordinary force could break planetary martial laws without backing from massive figures. Taking another sip, Lee observes that Yang plans to turn a blind eye and sweep the truth under the rug. Sovereign Yang freezes, shocked that Lee saw through his political stance so easily. He wonders how this young man can read his soul so effortlessly. Lee doesn't bother looking up, casually enjoying his tea. Yang is amazed at how unfazedly calm Lee remains despite discussing planetary conspiracies, especially given how young he appears. He inwardly asks himself, who on earth is this guy? He admits that keeping 10,000 Mount Hua members alive matters more than his personal pride. Striking back blindly right now would mean suicide for his clan. Yang points out that Lee shows zero fear or hesitation while speaking to a high ruler. He notes that ever since he rose to power, everyone has spoken to him with bowing reverence. Yet Lee's casual disrespect feels oddly natural, leaving him completely baffled. He calmly tells him not to overthink it. It's simply his personal choice to look down on the entire universe. That is simply how I choose to walk this path, Lee adds. That bold claim stuns Yang, wondering if Lee truly views himself as an almighty supreme god. The Sword Sovereign looks him in the eye and asks, who are you really? Our protagonist smirks, replying that since Yang chose to keep his eyes shut, he's far better off not knowing the truth. He advises him to keep his eyes shut, warning that opening them will only bring more unnecessary trouble. Sovereign Yang can only stare back in absolute bewilderment. Without a doubt, this was the single strangest guy he had ever crossed paths with. Getting up from the table, Lee makes his way towards the exit. Just before stepping out, he pauses to ask the Sovereign a quick question, admitting that he is practically clueless about how this modern era works. He inquires if there happens to be any advanced tech around that can reattach a chopped-off arm or leg. He even acknowledges how insane that sounds, but given the bizarre stuff he's been dealing with lately, nothing surprises him anymore. At the same time, outside the room, HWA Rin is quietly taking in the surrounding view. Meanwhile, the S-Devil vessel has already departed from planet Mount Hua and is currently drifting through deep space. Deep inside the ship, Si Ryung lies unconscious and stripped of her clothes. She has been placed inside a specialized life support pod that keeps her breathing and stops her from dying. Standing beside the pod, Sun Ya closely tracks her vital signs on the monitor. As she scans the readings, the numbers paint a terrifyingly grim picture. Leaving the medical bay, Sunya walks back toward the ship's main quarters. Robert immediately intercepts her, desperately asking about the captain's condition. Without sugarcoating anything, she gives it to him straight. The captain is in terrible shape. Robert is confused, arguing that she only lost an arm, something a simple surgery should easily fix. The android explains that the captain's bloodstream is completely flooded with lethal venom, generated by her own body. To make matters worse, this venom is entirely unique, meaning an antidote simply doesn't exist. She mentions doing everything possible to suppress it, but the toxin is relentless and actively attacking her internal organs. Panicking completely, Robert grabs her and lifts her off her feet. He insists they immediately rush to a top-tier hospital, demanding to know why they haven't set course yet. Sunya calmly reiterates the harsh truth. No medical facility can cure a poison with no known antidote. On top of that, the nearest major medical facilities are located in distant systems like Kina or Nebula, and there's no way the captain survives that long journey. Dropping his arms in defeat, Robert softly asks if there's truly nothing left to try. Sonia turns to walk away, quietly advising him that it's time to prepare for the inevitable. She brings up how the captain always wanted to be launched into deep space wearing a protective shield after death, so she could drift through the cosmos forever. She promises to pool together enough funds to secure high-grade armor for her space burial. Robert stands frozen in silence, crushed by the heartbreaking reality of her words. The ship, once bustling with life, suddenly feels cold, dark, and hollow. Sonia heads over to the water dispenser to pour herself a cup. She stares blankly into the filled cup, clearly unable to swallow a single drop. Instead, she dumps the entire cup of water right over her own face. Water trickles down her brow, soaking her eyes and dripping onto her chest. Synthetic being unable to weep, this was her only way of crying. Suddenly, her eyes go wide as an unexpected anomaly catches her attention. Looming outside the viewport is a massive starship belonging to the West Heaven Sword Matron. Panic sets in as she tries to figure out why the legendary Sword Matron is approaching them once more. From her bridge, the Sword Matron gazes intently down at the battered S-Devil craft. A solemn, troubled expression covers her face, suggesting she already knows about the tragedy that recently unfolded. She remains focused on the ship, clearly intending to make contact with the bounty hunters inside. Back on planet Mount Hua, Sovereign Yang catches sight of an unusual disturbance in the atmosphere. Sword Matron's flagship has breached their airspace without warning, leaving everyone wondering what her business could be. This unannounced arrival clearly rubs the Sword Sovereign the wrong way. Anne Sanjin, the Mount Hua Sect's chief of security, rushes over to confirm the vessel's identity. The Sovereign acknowledges her true identity, the formidable Kim Yan Hua. Sanjin reports that they have hailed the vessel multiple times, but received absolute radio silence. Sovereign Yang casually dismisses it, figuring she isn't here for him anyway and instructing Sanjin to leave her alone. Sanjin flares up at this passive attitude, reminding the Sovereign that this is their sacred sect territory. He argues that being the West Heaven Sword Matron gives her zero right to stomp all over their authority and disrespect them. Sovereign Yang simply offers a calm smile and tells his hot-headed enforcer to chill out. Points out that Mount Hua is in a delicate rebuilding phase, meaning picking fights with powerhouses right now is suicide. It becomes clear that Sanjin has no idea about the massive catastrophe that recently crushed their sect. As Sanjin attempts to argue further, the Sovereign firmly states that restraint is their ultimate weapon at this moment. Walking off, the Sovereign reminds him that they must swallow their pride until they are powerful enough to strike back. Left in total confusion, Sanjin has no choice but to swallow his frustration and follow orders. He mutters to himself, completely baffled by what the Sovereign meant by reconstructing. Meanwhile, the Sword Matron's vessel hovers in atmosphere, completely ignoring all communications from planetary defense. Aboard the craft, the Sword Matron respectfully addresses Li as revered master, requesting a moment to discuss a critical matter. He hints that she might be in a position to offer him some very valuable help. It turns out the Sword Matron had already retrieved Si Ryung's unconscious body from the S-Devil vessel. She offers to fully heal Si Ryung, the girl who traveled alongside him, if he asks. Li questions if she truly has the power to stitch a severed arm back on, amazed by how far modern technology has come. Sword Matron dismisses the arm as a trivial fix, calling limb reattachment basic medicine. The real challenge, she explains, is purging the deadly blood poison rooted in her heart that is consuming her body. Learning about the hidden poison for the first time, Li connects the dots, realizing Si Ryung originates from the infamous Sichuan Tang clan. Dryly remarks that her lineage explains why she's so ridiculously hot-headed and reckless. Impressed by his insight, the Sword Matron reveals that this inner poison is a secret art reserved exclusively for Tang clan royalty. Curious, our protagonist asks how she happens to know such classified details. Setting questions aside, he agrees to her terms and asks her to go ahead and heal Si Ryung. The matron remains silent, quietly waiting for him to address her main proposition. Understanding the game, Li tells her to spit it out and lay down her demands. He asks her deadpan, what exactly does she want in exchange? She reveals that she needs to track down a certain individual, and Li is her ticket to reaching them. Li senses the intense bloodlust in her voice, noting that she sounds utterly furious. He has a hunch she's hunting down a familiar face, specifically Ritual. He mentions encountering a guy recently who annoyed him so much he wanted to beat him to a pulp. He warns her that if that's her target, she's out of luck because he already finished him off. A grim tone, the matron drops a bombshell. Ritual is still very much alive. The catch is that he has pulled a disappearing act, retreating to an extremely remote hideout. He pinpoints his exact location, the 108 Zawar 4H moon within the Vista Union system's galactic nebula. She emphasizes that penetrating this specific sector is precisely why she requires his strength. Meanwhile, over on that moon, sits a massive military droid junkyard run by the human government's Southern Galactic Corp. A mysterious woman steps toward a solitary pod positioned in the center of the scrapyard. She carries a large piece of cloth, intending to cloak whoever emerges from the pod. She stands by quietly, anticipating the arrival of the pod's occupant. The pod begins to hiss open, casting a blinding radiance across the site. As the hatch retracts further, the figure sealed within is gradually exposed. Amniotic fluid inside spills over as the inner chamber unseals. The setup mirrors the high-tech biocontainers found inside Ritual's laboratory. The fluid flows across the metallic floor, rushing right past the woman's bare toes. Pod drains entirely, leaving its subject fully exposed. However, the intense glow conceals the identity of the organism inside. Stepping nearer, she discovers a naked man huddled inside the chamber. Man instinctively curls up, his altered body bearing clear signs of heavy experimentation. Approaching gently, the woman drapes the cloth over his shivering shoulders. She welcomes him back from the grave, addressing him respectfully as the Count. Count Ritual looks around in complete disarray, having zero clue what is happening. He stammers out a question asking who she is, clearly failing to recognize her. She identifies herself as Rachel Archimond, claiming to be one of his living vessels. Oddly enough, she shares the exact same surname as Ritual himself, Archimond. Even stranger, this woman looks like a literal carbon copy of the West Heaven Sword matron. She reassures him, asking him to remain patient until his scattered memories fully restore. Ritual simply stares, completely lost in confusion. Rachel maintains eye contact, sinking into a silent trance. Internally, she whispers to herself that once his mind clears, he will fall in love with her all over again. Back on the ship, the sword matron displays holographic maps of the exact moon where Ritual is hunkered down. She identifies the spot as a military droid graveyard, pointing out that it makes the perfect hideout. The catch, however, is that the facility falls under human government jurisdiction and is heavily guarded by planetary defense forces. He ponders aloud, asking if this human government functions as an official governing authority. He recalls a kid, Cho, mentioning that exact phrase to him previously. Matron chuckles, remarking that hearing someone say, official body, feels like listening to ancient history from millennia ago. She smiles, noting how he has a strange knack for keeping things interesting. She confirms that the government is indeed official, maintaining a peaceful, arm's-length stance toward the martial arts community. Lee chuckles, observing that they walk a fine line, keeping enough distance without completely cutting ties. He sighs, noting that elite rulers haven't changed their sly games for centuries. The matron glances sideways at him, internally questioning why he talks like an ancient relic from forgotten eras. She finds herself desperately curious about his true identity. Breaking the silence, Lee prompts her to cut the fluff and tell him his exact role in the mission. Meanwhile, over at base, Planetary Defense Commander Major Bernardo stares lazily out of his office window. The matron lays it out for Lee. She needs him to trigger a massive distraction so she can slip past security and corner Ritual. Looking down from his window, Major Bernardo oversees operations happening inside the heavy facility. Dressing the figure in his shadows, he reveals he just received word that their primary research lab was wiped off the map. Sitting casually in the chair behind him is Ritual, with Rachel standing guard at his back. Ritual calmly tells the commander that their team hit a minor, unexpected bump in the road. Claims he had to nuke the facility to eliminate evidence, insisting that keeping their classified research secret took priority. The commander sneers, joking that at least his mouth survived intact given how easily he spews excuses. He mockingly wonders if that fast tongue will work as effectively when he has to explain the disaster to their angry investors. He adds that even with multiple clone lives, Ritual won't survive the fury of the board once they hear the lab is gone. Ritual pushes back, maintaining that the overall initiative is far from a total loss. He explains that the Steel City facility was merely one small component of a grander design. Argues that they extracted more than enough test data, making the phase a resounding success in his eyes. Announcing that they are ready to launch their main phase, the Iron Gangshi initiative, he stands up to leave. Right as he moves toward the door, Major Bernardo halts him to ask for a personal favor. He asks if Ritual can manufacture a duplicate clone of the gorgeous woman standing beside him, referring to Rachel. Ritual snaps inside, deeply insulted by the crude request. However, he keeps his back turned, hiding his growing rage. Commander complains about being stationed in this remote dump for months with zero entertainment. He shamelessly suggests that if crafting a new clone is too difficult, Ritual can just loan him Rachel for a few days. Brushing it off coolly, Ritual says he'll think about it and walks out with Rachel by his side. Though utterly repulsed by the disrespect, he decides now isn't the time to pick a fight. Under his breath, he curses the commander as an absolute scumbag. Watching him leave, the commander scoffed, finding it pathetic that Ritual treats a manufactured biodroid like a real human being. Elsewhere, torrential rain pours down relentlessly over a desolate landscape. Within this realm, Si Ryung appears completely restored, her iconic soft sword strapped back to her side. Soaked through by the downpour, she gazes around with hollow, empty eyes. As rain lashes against her face, she struggles to comprehend why her innermost thoughts feel so dark and heavy. Out of nowhere, the sword matron materializes directly in her line of sight. The matron notes that while Si Ryung acts reckless on the outside, she has actually been hiding her true identity behind a heavy facade. She's pointing directly at Si Ryung's secret heritage as high nobility of the Sichuan Tang clan. Si Ryung blinks blankly, looking utterly detached from reality and failing to process the words. The matron commands her to fall in line, stating she has arrived to pull her out. Si Ryung flatly rejects her, insisting that her duty is to defend the portal standing right behind her. The matron snaps at her, explaining that this world is nothing more than a fever dream constructed by her broken mind. She coldly reminds her that there is nothing left in this world for her to defend. She tells her straight, she lost everything, which is why she's trapped inside her own mind, urging her to break free and return. Si Ryung lashes out in anger, screaming that she will guard this gateway with her life and let no one pass. Before she can finish her sentence, Si Ryung's eyes bulge as shock tears through her. Without hesitation, the sword matron plunges her blade clean through Si Ryung's chest. Si Ryung looks down in sheer disbelief at the cold steel protruding from her torso. The matron mutters that if stubbornness is her choice, then force is the only way to snap her out. Si Ryung suddenly gasps awake, finding herself suspended inside a medical pod on the matron's vessel. Gaining consciousness, she thrushes against the liquid, panicking over her unknown surroundings. Later, having depleted her vital reserves to break Si Ryung's trance, the matron hooks into a power terminal to recharge her internal energy drive. Digital display confirms that her internal power reserves are actively replenishing. After 3.6 power cycles, the system reports her energy levels back up to 84%. Si Ryung enters the chamber, prompting the matron to check on her current state. Si Ryung stammers into silence, overwhelmed by the rare honor of standing face-to-face with the legendary sword matron. The matron warns her that her freshly attached arm will feel clunky, advising her to rest until her neural links synchronize. Si Ryung bows deeply, expressing her gratitude for saving her life and swearing to repay the debt. The matron cuts her off sharply, reminding her that debts exist only between equals and Si Ryung is far below her level. Talk about a painful reality check. She adds that despite her noble blood, Si Ryung is a nobody in the grand scheme of the martial world. She notes that logically, there was zero reason for her to burn through her own internal energy just to keep her alive. Baffled by this harsh honesty, Si Ryung directly asks why she bothered saving her in the first place. She simply leaves the question hanging, awaiting clarity. The matron shakes her head, calling the Sichuan Tang clan ruthlessly brutal for implanting that vicious, half-blood poison inside her heart. She admits the venom was so deeply rooted that she nearly failed to extract it. She glances down at a container holding the hideous parasite that produced the toxin. She confirms that the legends regarding this lethal poison, passed down strictly among Tang clan leaders, are 100% real. Si Ryung shifts uncomfortably, deeply uneasy with discussing the dark secrets of her clan and trauma. She politely asks for the parasite back, stating that the poison represents her very soul. Right on cue, the automated terminal chimes, declaring her internal energy drive fully restored. Unplugging the power feeds, the matron reminds her that by choosing death earlier, she had effectively abandoned and triggered the poison herself. She coldly states that the toxin no longer belongs to her. Si Ryung falls silent in despair, painfully aware that she lacks the power to object. The matron notes that the poison is now hers, but then drops a shocker. She's willing to hand it back. In exchange, she demands a complete rundown of everything Si Ryung knows about that mysterious man, leaving out not a single detail. Sir Young gives her a blank stare, totally clueless about who she's even referencing. Her eyes snap wide open the second the realization hits her. She's actually referring to Li. Meanwhile, Li heads back to the Mount Hua planet for a serious sit-down with Sovereign Yang. Dressing Li as a revered master, the Sword Sovereign explains he asked for this meeting to repay the immense favor owed to him. Li casually brushes it off, telling him not to stress over it since he only helped out because he felt like it. He maintains that a simple cup of tea is more than enough compensation for his troubles. The Sword Sovereign respects his chill attitude, but reminds him that being in debt to someone changes the dynamic completely. Besides, he points out, the Mount Hua sect isn't in the habit of leaving debts unpaid. So Sovereign Yang decides to settle the score by offering a critical piece of genuine advice. He explicitly warns Lei to keep his distance from the West Heaven Sword Matron. He describes her as a lethal spider lurking in the deepest, darkest abyss imaginable. Cut back to Suryong, who wraps up her conversation with the Sword Matron and steps out of the chamber. As she walks along, she catches sight of a shadowy figure standing nearby. Glancing over, she spots Alina standing off to the side with a deeply melancholic look on her face. Back at Mount Hua, the Sword Sovereign explains that the Sword Matron pollutes everything in her orbit with pure corruption. Sir Jung decides she wants no part of this drama and completely snubs Alina, walking right past her. Alina snaps, warning her not to get too comfortable about surviving today, because she guarantees she'll personally finish her off later. This moment perfectly proves the Sovereign's warning. The matron poisons everyone around her, including her very own daughter. Once inside the ship, Sir Young turns around and confronts Alina about the threat. She questions if there's some old grudge between them, claiming she doesn't recall ever crossing paths like this. Alina coldly responds that the only reason she hasn't taken her head yet is because her mother stepped in and saved her life. A tense silence falls over the corridor as both women locked eyes without saying a word. Breaking the silence, Si Ryung turns her back and remarks on how painfully similar Alina is to her mother. Furious at being brushed off, Alina yells after her, reiterating that her life will end at her hands. Si Ryung keeps walking without missing a beat, casually tossing back a yeah, whatever you say. Just as she's about to step out, the captain pauses and turns around to drop one last question. She confronts Alina directly, who suddenly stands straight, eager to hear what intense question is coming. Instead of anything serious, Si Ryong pettily asks why she keeps using informal language with her and demands to know her actual age. Meanwhile, back on Mount Hua, Lee appreciates the Sovereign's warning, but firmly states he'll deal with the matron on his own terms. Sovereign Yang adds that while he isn't aware of her specific offer, her true motives are almost certainly hidden. He suspects she's hunting down someone deeply valuable to her agenda. He cautions Lee about a famous Jianghu myth. No man who crosses paths with the sword matron ever manages to break free from her grip. And that's purely down to the extreme perfectionism behind her grand vision. He confesses that back in his youth, she hit on him too, claiming a child combined from their genes would yield the most absolute warrior on earth. He admits she was ridiculously gorgeous and practically glowing with charisma. Even though he was already spoken for back then, turning down her proposition took every ounce of his willpower. In fact, he shamelessly confesses that even today, a small part of him regrets saying no. Adds that word on the street claims more than 100 elite men ended up giving in to her charm. Cut to a remote moon facility in Nebula, where Rachel enters his private lab. The Sovereign notes that every single one of those men supplied her with their top-tier DNA. Inside the lab, Rachel stares at Rachel, a synthetic clone he personally built in the image of the sword matron. Bitter grimace spreads across his face. As Rachel's face resurfaces a ton of painful history, the Sovereign tells Lee that the moment the matron secures a man's genetic material, she discards him like trash, which is precisely why people across the realm call her the Black Widow. Much like the venomous spider, she uses her mate for reproduction and then destroys them. He raises an eyebrow, asking if that implies she has an army of kids running around. The Sovereign confirms it. She easily has over 100 offspring, basically matching every sample she ever harvested. He looks stunned and asks how someone who looks that young could physically deliver that many children. Sovereign Yang chuckles and clarifies that she doesn't carry them the traditional way. He breaks down how she uses artificial genetic cultivation to mass-produce them in lab tubes. Through this tech, pumping out 100 babies in a single batch is light work for her. Fascinated by this wild revelation, our hero mutters about how utterly absurd the modern world has got. He then asks why anyone would bother creating so many kids, considering raising even one is a massive headache. Yang explains that her sole motivation is creating the ultimate specimen, the supreme, flawless human. It's all an obsession to manifest an impossible ambition she could never achieve on her own. However, up until now, not a single prototype has met her impossibly high standards. And that exact failure appears to be why humanity eventually caught her interest. The Sovereign reiterates his warning one last time, reminding Lee how deadly walking into her trap really is. Lee finishes his tea, stands up with a sigh, and remarks on what a genuine tragedy that is. Confused by his reaction, the Sovereign blinks and asks what on earth he finds tragic about it. Walking off, Lee deadpans that it's a bummer she isn't his type, because he actually wouldn't mind having a kid of his own sometime. The Sovereign stands there completely speechless, thoroughly baffled by Lee's unhinged response. A little while later, Sir Jung steps onto the bridge of the S-Devil, only to be hit by a wave of dramatic love from her crew. Robert smothers her in a tight bear hug, while Soon Ya dramatically wraps around her leg, both screaming about how they knew she'd pull through. Visibly annoyed, Sir Jung shoves Robert's arms off, begging them to give her some breathing room. Robert dramatically refuses, whining about how she could push away comrades who missed her so deeply. Meanwhile, in the corner, Lee, the immortal legend, completely ignores the chaos and keeps munching on his hot dog. Finally wriggling out of their grip, Suryong walks over toward Lee. She awkwardly mentions hearing that he pulled off her rescue, offering a somewhat roundabout thank you. She pauses, claiming she only has one quick question for him, before asking if he happens to be older than her. Lee gives her an utterly baffled look, keeping his mouth shut. Interpreting his quiet reaction as an agreement, she quickly answers her own doubt. Yep, he was definitely her senior. Like uncle level old, or honestly, maybe straight up grandfather ancient. With that conclusion locked in, she suddenly swipes the plate of hot dogs right out from under his nose. Informing him junk food is officially banned for him, she commands Sunya to prepare high-fiber organic meals suitable for his senior status. As Lee hovers his fork with the final piece of hot dog, she commands him to drop it immediately. In a split second, Lee's relaxed vibe disappears into thin air. Terrifying aura explodes around him as he taps into his martial stance, growling that she better back off unless she has a death wish. Robert and Sunya watch with wide eyes as their captain and their ancient powerhouse engage in yet another chaotic standoff. It felt like for someone like Sir Young, affection and aggressive threats were practically the exact same thing. Meanwhile, on the far side of the galaxy, in the Heavenly Demon Sect's 32nd district, a guy named Jang Rai-tak was processing some insane news. Stuttering in disbelief, he begs the sword matron to repeat her last sentence. With complete calm, the matron confirms the report concerning the warrior known as Lee. 2 millennia ago, a cultivator sealed himself inside a subterranean stone vault under Earth's Mount Tai. She reveals his name was Lee Mak-jin, and he shares a direct blood connection with their heavenly demon sect. Jang Rai-tak cuts her off with an impatient hand wave, shouting that he got all that standard stuff. He aggressively insists she reread the absolute bombshell that followed. Locking eyes with him, the sword matron drops the terrifying climax of the intel. She discloses that back in the day, this Lee Mak-jin went by the title Heavenly Demon Supreme. Jang Rai-tak's eyes pop out in pure horror, choking on his breath like he'd been punched straight in the gut. Elsewhere, the Duke is busy uploading data off a microchip inside his lab, as his assistant confirms the setup is flawless. Once initialized, the Duke commands the chip to return home, and in a flash, it snaps directly into his palm. With the setup finished, he strides over to his partner Bernardo to hand over the newly minted bioweapon. Bernardo takes one glance and practically loses his mind, gasping, "Are you serious right now?" The whole point of the Iron Gangshi project was converting living people into ultimate martial combat droids. On top of wielding god-tier martial techniques, these units were supposed to maintain a human shell, but this creature looked like a deformed freak. Duke smugly reassures him right before the entity leaps across the room, slamming into a soldier's face and slithering straight up his nose. Thick, dark veins instantly bulge and throb all across the soldier's body. This micro-android was custom-engineered to invade human hosts, paralyze their neural pathways, hijack the nervous system, and turn the host into a puppet soldier. Furthermore, it was programmed with data covering the most lethal, highly classified combat styles in existence. Simply put, it's an unstoppable murder weapon. So why did the prototype look so ridiculously warped? Well, that mutation happened because the genetic strain diverged from the baseline test samples, causing severe bodily distortion. The chip ejects from his skin, and the soldier drops dead onto the cold floor. Duke dismisses the mess and orders everyone to prep for tomorrow's big live demonstration. Now that the working unit was active, they needed to pitch it to their restless investors to shut them up. Bernardo groans, pointing out they sacrificed 10 whole years for this project. How on earth was he supposed to tell financiers that $500 million yielded a literal monstrosity? The Duke smirks, telling him to chill out because the weapon simply hadn't synced with its intended host yet. The second it bonded with the proper target, it would function flawlessly. He urges him to move forward and unleash the peak result of their research, the ultimate Iron Gangshi. Meanwhile, back on our hero's vessel, Sunya warns that they've hit the absolute edge of navigable space. Pushing any further forward would mean triggering military security alerts. Seeing Sir Young hesitate, Robert reminds her that one bad move turns them into wanted fugitives running from the world government. They'd spend the rest of their lives eating cold rations on the run. Checking the radar for the matriarch's flagship, they spot it holding position at the exact same distance on the opposite side. Seeing this, Si Ryung immediately orders the crew to prep the drop pod, adding that if chaos breaks out, they'll all just play dumb and pretend they never met. She heads down to Lee's quarters to inform him that this is his drop-off point, clarifying that from this moment forward, only the two of them were making the drop. He cuts her off, ordering her to stay right where she is and stop tailing him. He makes it clear he's executing this infiltration solo. Sir Young tries arguing that he needs her to pilot the drop pod, but Robert yells from the back, pointing out the pod has autopilot anyway, not to mention the fact that her piloting skills were notoriously trash. Busted, Sir Young admits she also has a personal score to settle with the enemy target. Lee looks her dead in the eyes and firmly asks her to remain behind. He explains he has an ancient debt to wipe out, advising her that letting go of past grudges is her best option, warning her that obsessing over yesterday only stops her from reaching tomorrow. Deeper you dig into what was, the further away you drift from what is. Out of nowhere, blaring alarms ring through Bernardo's console, signaling an intruder breached the perimeter. The heavenly demon had officially touched down. At the landing site, a voice calls out to the lone wanderer, questioning his identity. The voice belongs to Warren, who mocks him like a stray bug, demanding to know where he crawled out from. Back in the command center, the Duke stands frozen in pure disbelief. He wonders if his eyes are playing tricks on him, because that legendary monster was standing right there. Bernardo spots him on the surveillance monitors as well. Sensors read him as an unaugmented human, no cybernetics, no heavy weaponry. Even so, the sheer presence he gave off made him look like a demon roaming the wasteland. Bernardo scoffs, thinking some poor beggar just wandered into his death. He clicks a button to execute him, causing a combat droid to burst out of the desert sand for a surprise attack. Suddenly, the Duke bursts into the room screaming, warning Bernardo that this intruder is way out of his league. He orders him to trigger red alerts immediately and unleash every top-tier defense system in their arsenal. Bernardo scoffs, utterly confused why everyone is losing their minds over an unaugmented civilian. Right on cue, the attacking droid instantly turns to dust simply from Lei stepping into its space. Shocked by the pressure field, the Duke demands an immediate computational scan on Lei's technique, even if it means hacking the central government network. Bernardo snaps out of his chair, shouting at the Duke to stop overriding his authority, reminding him that he commands this facility. The Duke barks back that if the operation collapses due to his arrogance, nobody in this room survives the fallout. He orders him to throw every force available at the intruder if he values his life. As Lei advances closer, multiple heavily automated defense networks power up to block his path. The Duke frantically contacts a unit, screaming to deploy the secret asset immediately, demanding they rush the project's schedule regardless of the risks. The camera cuts to the asset, Warren, standing amidst a biome inside the facility. Rachel confirms her arrival on comms, announcing she will escort him out personally. Outside, Lei pauses as a massive sandstorm swells, forming a colossal Buddha manifestation in the sky. A heavenly demon casually questions the apparition, but the massive stone palm slams down, squashing him instantly. The energy wave from the vortex was so massive it was visible from orbit. Bernardo smirks, thinking the threat is over, until Lei blasts straight through the palm and launches into the air. Bernardo loses his mind, screaming for every battery to annihilate him for good. As the storm shifts into a dark crimson hue, Lei dryly remarks that authentic Buddha energy comes from pure serenity. He shakes his head, asking how something divine could be infected with such filthy malice, calling it out as a cheap knockoff, hiding behind a holy avatar. Unsheathing his blade, the heavenly demon punches a massive hole through the statue's hand and rocketed straight for its skull. At that exact second, cold, unrelenting horror gripped Bernardo's heart. Landing back on the ground, Lei smiles, knowing the giant scene he created gave her the perfect window to sneak inside. Right on cue, an endless horde of combat droids swarm toward him. Meanwhile, the Duke's scanning system finally matches the energy signature. It was the legendary Supreme Art, the heavenly sex demon Heart Sword. Panicking, he tries patching a call to Bernardo, but gets pure radio silence. Calm voice breaks through the lab, informing him that comms are offline permanently. The Duke's heart drops as he instantly recognizes the voice. It belonged to the matriarch. He stammers out her name, Yanghua, but she coldly notes that his familiarity suggests they shared a past life together. Visibly hurt, the Duke drops his gaze and softly asks if she genuinely has no memory of him. The stone-cold, blank expression on her face spoke louder than words. The Duke rationalizes that his disfigured face from a lab accident 25 years ago hid his identity, recalling the night she entered his galactic citadel laboratory, praised his world-class beauty, cupped his jaw, and demanded his seed to forge the absolute ultimate entity. All she ever came for was his elite genetic material. So why was she staring at him like he was a total stranger now? The Duke snaps, screaming at her to answer if she completely wiped him from her mind. Her response was chillingly direct. I don't waste brain space remembering failures. Unsheathing her blade, she adds that making her dredge up forgotten trash was making her extremely irritated. Meanwhile, Bernardo was suffering through absolute hell. The poor guy had completely run out of options. With 73% of perimeter forces wiped out, he frantically places a call to HQ begging for reinforcements. It was far too late for that. He strolls right past his desk like he was invisible. Trembling, Bernardo stammers out, "Who the hell are you?" His name echoed coldly. "You can read it on your gravestone," Lei dryly replies. "Now answer my question. Where's that half-human freak hiding?" Back in the lab, the Duke couldn't fathom why she labeled him a failure. Was a genius of his caliber really beneath her recollection? "No, you've got it all wrong, woman. I hold the power to fulfill that desperate dream of yours, to manifest the absolute, ultimate being. Even if you failed, I'm going to make it happen, no matter what it takes. I refuse to be called a failure. You're the real failure for abandoning me," he screamed, shouting that his masterpiece was already complete since he'd poured his whole life and soul into it. Right after those words left his mouth, the matriarch drove a blade straight through the duke. It turned out she actually did remember who he was. However, recalling him only made her feel more annoyed, mostly because the guy never knew when to shut up. By the time Lee showed up, all that was left was the duke's lifeless body, and Lee couldn't help but notice how precise the slashes were. She hadn't hesitated for even a second before carving his heart right out. Even if their past bond was tiny, she showed him absolutely no compassion. Yet the dying duke somehow began speaking to Lee, claiming she failed to realize his worth, but soon enough, she'd see just how important he really was. Lee just told him to cut the talk, pointing out that he was already a dead man. Since forgetting everything is the ultimate mercy of death, the earlier he accepted his end, the easier it would be. The duke, however, completely refused to buy into that logic. He insisted he could never truly perish, as his life's ultimate creation guaranteed his legacy forever. Right at that moment, Warren walked in side by side with Rachel. Lee was totally stunned by what he was seeing. What on earth was that girl doing in a place like this? He rushed over to confront her, but before he could say much, a brilliant golden glare flooded the whole room. Bernardo's proximity alarms started blaring frantically, leaving him utterly confused about what new disaster was striking. The facility's automated system urged him to abandon ship, even though he'd never triggered an evacuation sequence. A female voice chimed in, revealing she authorized the escape out of respect for their shared history, adding that if he preferred a warrior's death, staying behind was fine by her too. Suddenly, an enormous warship warped into view, dropping Sir Young and the crew into total disbelief as they stared at its massive scale. Sun Ya pointed out that the vessel had literally popped out of thin air just moments prior. Robert cut in, warning everyone that its sudden appearance wasn't even the scariest part. If they bothered to inspect the official emblem, they'd realize it was a flagship straight from the human government. Meanwhile, Lee took a step back as Warren began radiating an unfathomable surge of power, prompting the Duke to burst out laughing at his own vindication. He boasted that this alternate form held his ultimate potential, and the destructive force on display was merely a warm-up. Girl was an endless void capable of devouring and housing unlimited power, until she hit her absolute limit. Rachel snapped at him, demanding he shut his mouth immediately. Her priority was providing emergency treatment right away. Duke chuckled, reminding her that he was already beyond saving, a fact she well knew, considering she shared his origin. Because of that, he bestowed upon her complete independence, urging her to carve out her own destiny. Ripping his own chest open, he pulled out a glowing blue core that controlled the girl's power, telling Rachel to step into the sunlight. Because with a force like this, nobody would ever dare challenge her. Rachel reached out for the core, but before her fingers could touch it, Lee sternly ordered her to freeze. He warned that one lunatic's legacy was bad enough, and regardless of their tragic past, she needed to drop the core and restore the girl back to normal. He made it clear that this was her only warning, as he never repeated himself. Rachel countered that it wasn't madness at all. He had simply fought through life with ruthless desperation. She added that Lee shouldn't stress about it too much, given that his story was about to reach its end as well. Moving forward, she was going to exist entirely on her own terms. She walked up to Warren, pulled her into a warm embrace, and whispered that she was granting her ultimate freedom as well. All she asked in return was a single final wish. If their paths ever crossed again in the future, she just wanted Warren to hold her tight. The second she spoke those words, Rachel turned into light particles, leaving a fully restored Warren to fall unconscious onto the floor. Sensors flagged a Leviathan-grade battlecruiser lingering near the upper atmosphere, identified as an elite strike vessel from the Human Government Inspection Bureau. Deploying a terrifying warship like that signaled only one possible catastrophe. They were prepping to rain down a full-scale orbital strike. Robert panicked completely, shouting that they were dead meat. Sir Young questioned why the flagship was hovering motionless. Is it possible their sensors hadn't picked them up yet? Sunya wasn't buying that theory for a second. There was no doubt they were fully locked onto their location. Right on cue, that mysterious girl materialized out of nowhere right behind their backs. What on earth is going on? Where did she even teleport from? The crew blurted out in utter panic. Meanwhile, she flashed a smirk as she locked eyes with Seoryong, greeting her as the final survivor of Sichuan's legendary Tang clan. Seoryong froze in shock, but the red-haired girl reassured her not to worry, advising her to act like they never met while promising to wipe the incoming field reports. As a lazy, high-ranking official, she was happy to dump the paperwork on someone else, so playing dumb was their best move. Out of nowhere, she radioed her command center to switch operations over to Plan 6 RT. Sir Young urgently asked Sun Ya what was unfolding on the surface. Sun Ya revealed that all enemy combat droids were suddenly powered off to make way for the incoming orbital strike, a revelation that sent Robert into full panic mode. Flashing a cheerful grin, the redhead nonchalantly gave the command to launch the strike. A miniature seismic drill dropped right into the desert sand, whirring into motion. Meanwhile, the girl complained about how much bureaucrats despise paperwork, telling them to get moving and warp at least half a light year away within 5 minutes if they wanted to survive. Before vanishing into thin air, she added a final warning never to cross her path again. While Suryong was clueless about orbital bombardment, Robert, drawing on his military background, shrieked that the girl was psycho, recalling top-secret rumors of planet-busting weapons unique to the government. Sunya confirmed that those terrifying rumors were accurate. The projectile was actively boring into the moon's core, and a core detonation would obliterate the entire lunar body. He had a strict 3-minute window to evacuate or face total destruction. Yet despite the ticking clock, Seoryong remained completely silent without issuing a command. She just stood there, transfixed by the impending doom on the moon. Back on her warship, the red-haired officer was thoroughly enjoying the chaos she unleashed. Lunar terrain began swelling upward, with the detonation timer ticking down to 2 minutes. Her ship could easily absorb the blast with max shields, but she intentionally dialed them back to 80% just for the thrill. And this redhead was out of her mind. She caught sight of Bernardo fleeing in his escape pod, which was hardly a surprise. The real mystery was why the protagonist's crew hadn't bothered running away after her fair warning. Our hero's ship finally fired its engines, though not to retreat. Instead, it charged directly toward the collapsing moon. Robert went frantic, screaming that they were charging straight into a death sentence with 0 odds of surviving. Young casually shot back that she wasn't dying today, boasting a long lifeline and plans to hit 80. Sunya chimed in that while she lacked palm lines or fate altogether, she was hard-coded to live for 5,000 years. Even so, she admitted Ryung's current course of action was completely suicidal. As they drew closer, the surrounding temperatures spiked to 300 degrees. Robert howled that getting cooked alive wasn't on his bucket list. Sunya picked up a faint life sign dead ahead, even as environmental heat hit 700 degrees. Suddenly, Lee drifted into view carrying Warren, his skin visibly charring under the intense flames. He muttered to himself how surreal the whole scenario felt. The searing heat and surrounding destruction felt like walking through hell. A massive demonic entity towered over him, glaring downward. Is this where my story finally ends? Heavenly Demon pondered. He felt a bit disappointed. Just yesterday, he would have willingly leapt straight into the beast's jaws. Today was different, though, because he had given his word to keep that girl safe. He told the demon to back away for now, swearing to hunt it down personally once the girl was safely delivered. Naturally, this spiritual standoff was visible only to Lee. While Ryung yelled at him to snap out of it and get inside, the red-haired girl's sensors reported ambient heat at 1,500 degrees with a 10-second detonation countdown. Yet against all odds, a tiny pulse of life remained. Looks like giving them a heads-up was pointless. Once the lunar core blew, heat would spike to 6,000 degrees, a threshold no living being, god or otherwise, could survive. She reasoned, relieved she wouldn't have to draft a mission report. Even inside the airlock chamber, the scorching heat prevented Lee and Warren from crossing into the crew cabin. Unsealing the interior door would instantly incinerate everyone aboard. Ryung brushed off the threat. Since annihilation was guaranteed either way, they might as well go down together. Following the blast, the flames engulfing Lee extinguished, revealing a spectral monk standing before him. Lee admitted he never anticipated meeting him again, to which the monk noted their reunion was written in fate, even across 2 millennia. Flashing back to the past in a damp realm, the monk urged Lee to pose his long-awaited question. When Lee remained silent, the monk told him to speak freely. After all, Lee had journeyed to the edge of the living realm, specifically to find him. Heavenly Demon sat slumped beside a katana, utterly exhausted. He had crossed oceans of fallen foes, yet a deep, biting cold still clung to his limbs. Heavenly Demon asked if the monk recognized him, but the monk shook his head. Yet even without formal knowledge, truth reveals itself. Even before learning to walk, Lee had been cast as a monster. Robbed of the freedom to choose his own path, he was forced to consume slaughter rather than normal sustenance. Yet no amount of bloodshed could ever fill the emptiness inside him. Monk saw right through it. Lee had completely lost his purpose. Heavenly Demon scoffed, stating it changed nothing. His supreme strength remained undeniable. Monk conceded that point. In terms of raw power, he had reached the absolute peak. He could slaughter hundreds of thousands more without breaking a sweat. Monk nodded once more. Yet every body dropped only deepened his void, because blood could never truly nourish a soul. Monk then offered to finally answer Lee's silent question. Even if Lee longed to end his empty existence, no living warrior in this era was strong enough to slay him. Only his own choice could grant him final release. Choosing to end his own life had never occurred to Lee, since he considered his life solely his own. If I didn't even own my life, how could death belong to me? He questioned. The monk offered no response. Unsatisfied with the silence, Lee turned to walk away. The monk halted him, offering to banish him to a realm beyond living or dying, warning that it might turn into an eternal slumber. But if fate smiled and he ever awoke, a brand new path might open up for him. Returning to the present moment, Monk observed how much Lee had transformed over 2,000 years. The crushing gloom weighing on him was gone, replaced by a spark of life in his eyes. He asked if Lee had finally discovered a fresh reason to live. Lee shook his head, admitting that if anything, his purpose had vanished entirely. The Heavenly Demon sect was now liberated from shadows, thriving in the light. Single duty keeping him anchored was gone. His existence had reverted to pointlessness. So why cling to life now? Monk pressed, isn't this chaotic inferno the perfect way out? By surrendering to flames hot enough to melt you, you can turn to dust and vanish into true void. Why hold on so desperately now? Why act so stubborn facing absolute destruction? Because of a promise. Because I swore I would keep that girl safe. The monk argued it was futile, pointing out that death nullifies all debts and oaths. Had Lee not gazed into the vast cosmos? Didn't he realize how utterly minuscule he was compared to the universe? What value could a promise carry coming from mere dust? Besides, he barely even knew the name of the girl he was risking everything for. Even fighting with all his power wouldn't save her. I get that death is inevitable, but you know what? Shouldn't I at least struggle until my last breath? Even if I burn into literal nothingness, shouldn't I give it everything I have? Does living or dying even matter? If dying renders a person's life meaningless, then they simply lived it wrong. Realize now that death cannot erase a life if that life leaves behind cherished memories, no matter how small or insignificant it seemed, because true life transcends death. Hearing this, the monk bowed deeply, declaring Lee had reached the eternal boundary beyond mortality. Right as the detonation hit peak volatility, a blinding column of light erupted from the hatch where Lee stood. Every trace of inferno instantly vanished into thin air. Sir Young gaped in awe, staring through the clearing smoke at a white-haired figure. It was Lee. Their vessel, however, was heavily wrecked and dead in space. Sun Ya warned that repairs would cost a fortune they didn't have. Yet Robert and Sir Young couldn't tear their eyes away from Lee. Suddenly, the red-haired officer beamed aboard again, demanding answers about what just happened, though they were just as clueless. Naturally, all eyes shifted onto Lee, who was casually stuffing his face with sausages. Redhead racked her brain, trying to identify him. Her high-tech databases yielded 0 hits on his identity. She immediately blustered, demanding to know his identity and what magic trick he had just pulled. Then she suddenly locked up completely, because Lee turned around and locked his intense gaze straight onto her. Then Lee flipped the script, asking who she was. Compelled to comply, she babbled that she was Athena's son, a 24-year-old administrative auditor for the human government. She blurting out that she was single and had only dated 4 guys ever. She confessed she dumped 3, got dumped by 1, and hadn't even kissed any of them. She added that while she pretended to hate physical affection, she secretly craved it. Horrified by her own oversharing, she froze, while Lee calmly asked if she was the genius behind the orbital blast. Athena babbled that she was just following protocol to silence the Ganchi project before it ignited a full-scale interfaction civil war. He cut her off, stating he didn't give a damn about government politics, pointing out that her explosion had wrecked the kid's ship. She was going to fix every single scratch personally. Got a problem with that? He demanded. Athena saluted immediately, reassuring him she was on it. A swarm of repair nanobots flooded the hull to reconstruct the ship. Meanwhile, Sunya scanned Warren, confirming 0 brain trauma or organ damage. She had merely passed out from exhaustion and would awaken shortly. Lee let out a breath, glad to hear she was fine. Meanwhile, Athena quietly nudged Seoryong, asking who that terrifying monster of a man was. Seoryong snickered, telling her to go ask him herself, since she didn't know either. Before teasing Athena about the embarrassing secrets she blurted out earlier. Athena panicked, hushing her and threatening her never to repeat a single word. Sir Young smirked, asking what she'd do about it. Athena stiffened into a statue once again, realizing Lee was glaring right over her shoulder. Next thing she knew, she was back on her own flagship sweating bullets, wondering what had just transpired. What kind of monster was that guy? Back on the hero's ship, Robert and Sun Ya confirmed all systems were fully operational again. Si Ryung corrected them, pointing at Lee's newly turned white hair and asking if he actually liked that look. Lee asked for her honest opinion. Si Ryung bluntly admitted it looked tacky, like a cheap try-hard attempting to act edgy. He nodded, admitting he hated it too. So they immediately trimmed his hair back to its original style and dyed it jet black. Meanwhile, over at the Heavenly Demon sect, Ridag was left completely stunned after his talk with the matriarch, urgently pinging headquarters for clearance to look up anyone who willingly sealed themselves inside stone 2,000 years ago. Database pops up with a record. His exact age remains a mystery, but his identity is listed as Lee Mak-jin. The moment he tries digging deeper into the file, the entire system flashes crimson, instantly triggering a high-level security lock. Cut to the planet Mount Hua, where Warren's father is drowning in guilt, utterly disgraced that he was blind to the horrific ordeal his daughter endured. Lee cuts through the heavy mood and asks if the girl is doing fine now. Her father explains that, after running a complete medical checkup just to be safe, they couldn't find a single physical issue. The biggest blessing in all this was that she had 0 recollection of the trauma. Speak of the devil, she was right inside the kitchen, peacefully brewing some plum blossom tea. Preparing that drink was her personal way of showing deep hospitality to any visitor. Warren, on the other hand, senses something bizarre in the air. A halo of floral petals begins floating and swirling directly around her body. Once again, her father pretends not to notice the supernatural display. Still, the pure devotion she shows him is a treasure he keeps locked deep within his soul. And right beside that warmth, he carries the crushing weight of his own regret. Lee assures him that lowering your dignity to protect your flesh and blood is never something to feel ashamed of. That's simply the burden every true father must carry. And for someone like Lee, who considers himself a patriarch to over 1,000 disciples, vanity is an expensive privilege. Warren's father steals a glance at Lee, realizing this man operates on a completely different realm. Spiritual pressure surrounding Lee had always been this suffocating, an energy so intense it almost crushes the lungs. Lee bids them farewell, stating they'll head out at first light, and advises that it's best if both sides pretend this meeting never happened. As Lee walks off, Warren's father offers a quiet, respectful bow. Meanwhile, Seoryong stands before her bedroom mirror, inspecting the mysterious seal that had been forcibly grafted back onto her skin. Right then, Lee knocks and casually asks if he can step inside. Seoryong dryly quips that usually, people ask for permission before barging through the door. A short moment later, both of them are lounging together on the open deck of the vessel. Seoryong breaks the silence and asks what made him visit her room in the first place. Instead of answering, Lee throws her completely off guard by questioning what really destroyed the legendary Sichuan Tang clan. She lets out a bitter breath and summarizes it plainly. Every last one of them fell. It was total annihilation. She was the only soul left breathing. The subject scratches open old wounds, so she tries to close the topic right then and there. So, are you hunting for vengeance? Lee questions her directly. Honestly, it's a pointless pursuit. Even so, if you're determined to do it, I'll back you up. Seoryong gives him a confused look, calling out his hypocrisy. I waste energy helping her with something he literally just called meaningless. Lee answers that her existence matters, and she won't be able to truly move forward until she closes that blood-stained chapter. Seoryong finds it tough to swallow his reasoning. Sweet words aside, she recognizes his terrifying strength, but feels they lack the bond needed to bleed for each other's vendettas. She insists on handling her own mess. Lee counters that as far as he's concerned, their connection is already strong. After waking up in this strange era, she was quite literally one of the few familiar anchors he had. He adds that if that isn't justification enough, he'll gladly dig up ancient debts to prove he owes the Tang clan. Back in his original era, the only figure worth remembering was Tang Cheng-woo, the stubborn bastard who insisted on treating Lee like a friend, even when Lee pretended not to care. Since Tang Cheng-woo was the young master of the Tang clan back then, Lee considers himself permanently indebted to his bloodline. Seoryong sighs, pointing out that a debt 2,000 years old spans over 100 generations. It's far too ancient for anyone to carry, so she urges him to drop the ridiculous favor. Vengeance doesn't get picky about the weapon it wields. It will exploit whatever means available, even if it requires plunging a blade right into your own chest. And if I can't talk you out of playing the fool, the least I can do is become that lethal weapon for you. And this dialogue is straight-up peak writing. He gets up, telling her to sleep on his proposal. Seoryong calls out, admitting there is actually one immediate favor she requires. When Lee asks what it is, she straight-up tells him, help me get filthy rich. Fast forward to planet Tartaruga in the Andromeda Nebula, Seoryong drags Lee into the black market, a chaotic bazaar trading illegal martial techniques and weird artifacts. He glances around, wondering why the alleyways look completely dead. She explains that it's just how these underworld thugs operate. They avoid daytime walks to prevent accidental eye contact with rival troublemakers. Lee asks what the big deal is if they lock eyes. She notes that eye contact sparks blood feuds, and displaying any opening means instant death around here. So they restrict their business to the night, where everyone can ignore each other in the dark. Why on earth are we walking here in broad daylight? Lee questions her logic. Simple, really. We need to track down the kind of powerhouse who doesn't give a damn about moving around during the day. Suddenly, 3 heavy hitters leap down right behind them, with a girl riding on one guy's shoulders, instantly spotting Seoryong. Well, look who walked right into the tiger's den on her own 2 feet. Guess you finally got sick and tired of breathing. She sneers, but Seoryong immediately fires back with a joke about how the girl hasn't grown a single millimeter. Practically begging for a death wish, the girl snarls, drawing a crimson blade. Seoryong just laughs it off, telling her to cool her temper. She reminds her it's been 7 years, so a warm reunion is in order, introducing the brat to Lee as Baek-sa. Don't let the pocket size fool you. She's actually my age. She used to be cute, but she turned into a bitter brat once she realized her growth plates slammed shut permanently. We used to be besties, though. Watching the pint-sized girl vibrating with murderous rage, Lee highly doubts their close friendship. Seoryong waves her hand, saying Sahai just threw a tantrum over a harmless prank. He merely borrowed her family's heirloom secret manual, the demonic ghost sword style. And hey, real friends share stuff, right? In comes the punchline. Seoryong casually reveals she went ahead and pawned it off. That shady stunt is how she earned the nickname Demon and funded her massive spaceship. Sahai practically explodes with rage upon hearing that. How could she have the nerve to sell her ancestral heritage? Girl was out of her damn mind. Seoryong tells her to take a deep breath and settle down. She explains she returned specifically to offer a trade far superior to what she stole. Something easily worth 50 times the value of that ancient manual. Sahai screams at her to stop caping, screaming that their manual was a peak ancient martial arts treasure. How could she possibly possess something better? If it's real, show it right this second. Seoryong, ducking behind Lee like a shield, points at him and beams, "Right here." "Wait, me." Lee blinks in disbelief. He mutters in total confusion. Seoryong whispers back, "Hey, didn't you literally promise to help me secure the bag?" Next thing you know, Sahai marches both of them straight to her father, declaring she didn't bring Seoryong out of forgiveness, but to get official approval to execute her. Seoryong leans over to Lee, whispering that Sahai is just acting tough because she secretly adores her. Turns out this place is the main compound of the Triad, one of the 4 supreme ruling factions of Tartaruga, and Sahai's father is the big boss. Lee sighs and asks Seoryong what role he's supposed to play in this scheme. "Piece of cake," she grins. "You just have to auction off your martial skills for a ridiculous price tag." The sect leader glares down, growling that seeing her face again makes his blood boil, as he wished he'd never crossed paths with her in this lifetime. Even if he wanted to show mercy, he couldn't violate the strict codes of the Triad. For the crime of betraying the syndicate and stealing their sacred manual, the sole punishment is execution. Sahai wears a smug smirk, convinced Seoryong's funeral is officially locked in. Seoryong quickly raises her hands, correcting him that she didn't steal it. She merely took an extended loan and has returned to clear her name. The leader snorts, declaring that simply returning the manual won't settle the score. Unpaid debts accumulate astronomical interest, girl. She slides behind Lee once more, telling him with supreme confidence not to sweat it. Sahai yells at her to stop stalling the inevitable and just accept her fate. She promises to make her execution quick and painless, but her father intervenes, suggesting they hear her final plea. Sahai fumes, warning her dad that if he lets this scammer walk away a second time, she'll lose all respect for him. He reassures his daughter that if Seoryong fails to pay the staggering interest, her execution is absolute. Feeling safe, Seoryong turns to Lei and asks if he remembers an ancient legend named the Ghost Sword Demon from his era. Lee shrugs, claiming the name doesn't ring a bell. If he was active back in my day, he was probably some nameless third-rate scrub. In that case, drop a quick demonstration, she prompts. "Show what exactly?" Lee asks. "Anything, martial arts, aura, whatever you feel like. Oh, but make sure it's literally your trashiest, weakest move, just enough to cover my debt." She nudges him frantically to bust it out. She was begging to witness his absolute bottom tier, most pathetic move. Lee casually pushes his fist forward into the empty air. The room holds its collective breath, waiting for the output. This move turns out to be the supreme fist strike, the basic punch he unlocked as a toddler when he was just 1 year old. Seoryong stammers, realizing things look way too understated. She whispers that this looks way too soft, asking if he could flex something with a little more punch. Lee counters that it isn't weak at all. It's just pure, unfiltered efficiency. So she asks him to demonstrate it with actual force, as if targeting a real enemy. He warns her that the room is way too cramped for that. The sect leader smirks and tells him to go all out. And the very next millisecond, a colossal beam blasts a massive tunnel right through the entire compound. Lee scratches his cheek, remarking, "My bad, I tried holding back as much as possible, but I guess I miscalculated since it's been a few centuries." Sect leader drops his jaw, stuttering how any mortal could possibly exist for over 2 millennia. Seoryong shrugs, admitting she has no clue how it works either, but confirms it's a solid fact. "I literally dug him out of an ancient subterranean vault back on Earth." Leader connects the dots, realizing this guy must have been in deep, isolated seclusion for ages. Seoryong hypes Lee up, pointing out that his repertoire consists of countless god-tier ancient techniques. They're basically looking at a walking, breathing supreme library of martial arts. She boasts that since they're so close, she can easily convince him to dictate a few top-level secret arts for their syndicate. Transcribing those techniques into manuals would yield an absolute fortune, dwarfing the value of her stolen book. Later that night, local thugs gather around the massive crater Lee blew through the district, completely baffled by what caused it. Meanwhile, a thug wearing a green hood gets bumped into by Lee, who casually asks when the local shops open up. "Are you seriously addressing me, pal?" The thug growls. Lee nods plainly, pointing out he's the only idiot standing there. Hooded thug flexes, asking if Lee is picking a fight on purpose. Lee pats him on the shoulder, telling the kid to relax because he's not going to hurt him. "Oh, so you are looking to die," the guy screams, swinging a lethal slash at Lee, only to realize his weapon has instantly vanished from his grip. Lee holds his sword nonchalantly, assuring him he'll hand it right back once he gets his store hours. "You're dead," the thug bellows, throwing an open palm strike, only to smash his hand against Lee's invisible barrier, shattering his fingers to dust. Sahai, who happens to walk by, stands completely shocked. Cut to the thug respectfully serving Lee a hot dish, bowing and apologizing that it's his first time cooking since Lee forced him into chef duty. Lee appreciates the effort, and while healing the thug's hand, he casually unblocks his internal meridian pathways. Sahai walks up to Lee, but before she can speak, a bowl of noodles gets dumped all over her. Turns out the food tasted so atrocious that Lee instantly spat it out in disgust. Lee gives a half-hearted apology before asking what she wanted. She wipes off the food, grumbling that her father requested his presence back at the base. Lee scoffs, asserting that summoning a supreme being so disrespectfully is unacceptable. If her leader wants an audience, he should crawl over in person. Sahai instantly swallows her pride and apologizes for her poor choice of words. She rephrases politely, saying her father respectfully invited him over if he'd honor them with his presence. Satisfied with her attitude adjustment, Lee nods and accepts. Along the way, Sahai asks if he truly mastered every single ancient technique in history. Lee casually answers, "Pretty much, and if one doesn't exist, I just invent it on the spot." What kind of absurd monster is this guy? She thinks. Hesitantly, she asks if there happens to be a technique that can reactivate closed growth plates. Lee shakes his head, stating no such move exists. Desperate, Sahai pleads if he could custom invent a style, specifically to boost her growth plates. Lee firmly rejects the request. He preaches that the human body carries ancestral biology and natural order passed down by parents. True martial arts enhance your natural destiny, and breaking the laws of nature is strictly taboo. Sahai hangs onto every word, feeling utterly enlightened. Noticing her puppy eyes, Lee backtracks slightly, mentioning there is a disguise technique that alters physical appearances, and another forbidden style called bone restructuring, which forcefully shifts your skeleton. Hearing that, Sahai cuts in front of him, begging him to teach her that skeleton-altering technique right away. "And why on earth should I do that?" Lee asks. He deadpans, stumped without a valid argument. Little Sahai hangs her head in total defeat. Right as she gives up, Lee asks if she knows how to prepare that long sausage wrapped in warm bread. She blinks, processing the description. "Wait, do you mean a hot dog?" And she nods. Lee asks if she can whip one up for him, and she screams, "Hell yes." Cut to the lounge, where Sahai's dad and Seoryong watch in complete shock as Lee relaxes, eating grilled skewers while Sahai massages his shoulders like a devoted servant. Sahai proudly orders her father to bow to her new master, but Lee cuts in, correcting that he's definitely not her master. He's just trading a trash-tier technique in exchange for snacks. The whole gang huddles around Lee while he munches away. Sahai's father still can't fathom a 2,000-year closed-door cultivation, but having seen the giant hole in his roof, he can't argue with reality. He admits Lee's basic punch completely eclipses their ghost sword style, and notes Seoryong's claim that Lee might donate the technique to their faction. Lee shrugs it off as basic stuff, telling Sahai she can stop massaging him if her hands are tired. Sahai puts on the sweetest fake smile, insisting she's doing it purely out of love. Her father offers a deal. If Lee writes down the precise instructions into a manual, he'll fully wipe Seoryong's slate clean. Seoryong immediately interrupts, claiming that deal is a total ripoff for them, even accounting for interest. Giving away a god-tier technique for a stolen book leaves her at a massive deficit. She demands he sweeten the deal considerably. "Fine, what do you want then?" He sighs. Seoryong reveals she's hunting for a high-grade internal energy core. She doesn't mind a second-hand unit, provided it functions smoothly. She heard black market rumors that they smuggle military-grade cores, so she expects a top-tier model. A core-level unit would settle the bill. Sahai's dad glares at her, thinking she's totally out of her mind for demanding military tech. Enraged, the sect leader roars that such a trade is absolutely out of the question. A heart-grade core is a priceless treasure, and no ancient martial art, no matter how powerful, is worth that much. Seoryong raises her hand, holding up 5 fingers, offering 5 ancient secret techniques instead of 1. She quickly turns to Lee, asking if he can casually drop 5 techniques of that same destructive magnitude. He replies that pumping out 5 trash-tier moves is effortless, but Sahai's dad still stubbornly refuses. Without flinching, Seoryong doubles down. "Make it 10 manuals then." That finally breaks his greed. He accepts, provided every stance, form, and flow chart is clearly illustrated for easy learning. It had to be idiot-proof, so any disciple could master it instantly. Lee scoffs, saying that's child's play, and demands paper and an ink brush. A few minutes later, Seoryong and the leader stare in utter silence at Lee's drawings, which are so simple they look like kindergarten doodles. What in the absolute hell is this garbage? The sect leader stammers. Seoryong buries her face in her hands, realizing their master plan just crashed and burned. Hoping against hope, the leader summons a grand elder expert to evaluate if these stick-figure drawings hold any real martial value. While Sahai serves as Lee's chef, Seoryong sits down next to him fuming, groaning that these stick figures aren't even worth the price of the paper they're drawn on. The elder evaluates the manual, dismissing the stances as basic morning stretch gymnastics rather than martial arts. They demand he draw actual high-level secret manuals instead of stickman stretches. He explains philosophically that at the pinnacle of martial arts, all complex forms simplify into the exact same essence. The moves he drew are effortless to learn, yet guide anyone straight to absolute perfection, making them vastly superior. Seoryong gets the deep logic, but reminds him that the buyers want flashy secret manuals, not philosophy. Lee puts his foot down and refuses. Passing on sacred arts that belong to existing clans violates his principles. It directly breaks the sacred codes of the Jianghu. He tells her to stop nagging him about it. Instead, he decides to go teach the little girl that body-altering transformation technique. Watching Lee walk off with Sahe, Seoryong slumps down, realizing their business plan is officially cooked. With no other options left, she was forced to tag along with the sect leader, hoping she could somehow talk him into it. His total silence, however, quickly shattered her confidence and made her lose all hope. Then he finally spoke up, describing it as an unprecedented martial arts technique. It was the kind of absolute power you only get to witness once in 1,000 lifetimes. He openly questioned whether she actually had what it takes to persuade someone like him to back the Three Poles alliance. Seoryong confidently pointed out that they were practically codependent, reminding him that the guy wouldn't even touch his meals without her around. Naturally, she threw in the demand for the heart-level core as her non-negotiable fee. To her surprise, the sect leader agreed without making a fuss. He then cut to the leader guiding Seoryong to a secret location, curious as to how she even found out about their heart-level core in the first place. Honestly, Seoryong was just taking a blind guess, so hearing him confirm it caught her completely off guard. He explained that the core wasn't just any item. It was one of the 3 mythical relics of the entire martial arts realm. Yet despite all the wild urban legends, nobody alive had actually laid eyes on its true physical form. That's because building one strictly required formal authorization from the Central Alliance. Basically, it operates under tight public regulation, much like ancient nuclear arms control. Crafting a weapon of mass destruction like that in the shadows automatically turns you into target number 1 for the entire martial arts world. If the rules are that strict, she pressed, then how on earth did you guys build one? He bluntly confessed that they didn't create a single thing. The artifact literally just landed right on their doorstep. Standing before a massive crater inside the facility, he pointed down and informed Seoryong that her prize was waiting at the bottom. Resting in the dark depths of the abyss was a towering figure that resembled an armored knight wielding a blade. A year back during midwinter, an emergency escape pod crashed onto Tartaruga, bringing this terrifying entity with it. Anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with it that day was instantly wiped out. It took a pile of hundreds of bodies for them to realize they were dealing with an unstoppable supreme force way out of their league. And the secret behind his terrifying combat prowess: he had a heart-level core directly integrated into him. All right, but why is he just sitting down there like that? Seoryong inquired. The leader admitted he had no idea, only that the guy walked in a year ago and simply took root in that exact spot. The bottom line is simple. This guy is a walking, talking nuclear countdown. With word of the heart core leaking out, every major power in the world is about to swarm this place to claim it. In fact, the early warning signs were already rearing their ugly heads. So if you're that desperate for the core, he reiterated, go claim it yourself and recruit him to fight for the traditional martial sects. Shortly after, Si Ryang walks away from the pit, brushing past an unusually tall young woman along the way. Si Ryang suddenly froze, instantly recognizing the tall girl as Sahi. Sahi was baffled at being spotted, proving that the special training technique Lee passed down was paying off in big ways. Sahi explained that if her growth phase hadn't been cut short, this tall form was her true adult self. Seoryong nodded in realization, and since Sahi was still mastering the trick, she promptly shrank back down to her pint-sized form. She boasted that once she fully mastered the technique, she could maintain her adult form for a full week straight. Yeah, cool story. Now where's that master of yours hiding? Demanded Seoryong. She finally tracked Lee down. Seoryong ordered him to march over to that night, snatch the core unit, and deliver it to her. And if the guy dragged his feet, a quick light beatdown should get the point across. The heavenly demon chimed in, noting that the aura down there felt deeply corrupt, almost like a dragon's demonic energy was bleeding into the air. He strictly warned Seoryong that attempting to absorb that core on her own would result in her soul getting completely swallowed alive. Because of that, he advised her that it was far safer to just leave the relic alone. If all she wanted was raw internal power, he offered to directly transfer a portion of his own energy into her. That caught Seoryong off guard, but she later pulled Lee aside and firmly rejected the charity. Why throw a fit when the end result is literally the same? Lee wondered. Visibly irritated, she snapped back that her vengeance only counted if she achieved it using her own bloody hands. Well, that sounds pretty hypocritical to me, Lee pointed out. Sunya popped up, telling Lee to save his breath and not bother arguing. That's just classic Seoryung for you. Even my high IQ brain short circuits trying to process her weird logic. Seeing her launch into a full dramatic meltdown, Lee decided it was better to just drop the argument entirely. Meanwhile, a guy wearing glasses briefed Sahi's father that Alina had entered the city. The patriarch was hardly shocked, knowing every rival guild was pulling strings to recruit high-tier monsters, making it wiser for them to sit back and let the chaos unfold. Elsewhere, a mysterious monk approached a trio of martial artists and snatched a cup of tea right out of a guy's hand, arrogantly declaring that serving an enlightened saint like him was a privilege for mere insects like them. Enraged, the guy launched a sneak strike, but his blow didn't leave a scratch. Feeling the sinister aura radiating off the monk, he realized too late that he was dealing with a legendary Asura Buddha. With effortless force, the monk literally vaporized the poor guy into thin air. Coldly standing over the ash, he simply uttered, "I gave you a warning." Terrified out of their minds, the surviving martial artists instantly dropped to their knees in full submission. He knew that prostration was the only acceptable stance when standing before a living deity of destruction. Pressing his hands together in mock piety, the monk casually asked if any benevolent soul would be kind enough to direct him to the Black Waters faction. An absolute silence greeted him, his demeanor instantly flipped, barking at the cowards whether they all had a death wish. Panicking, all three threw their hands up, eagerly offering to be his personal escorts. Right at that moment, another powerful fighter arrived at the rim of the crater where the energy-radiating knight was resting. He slowly closed the distance, meticulously assessing the entity and realizing its raw internal power was completely off the charts. Lunging forward with lightning speed, he drove his blade straight into the suit, miraculously puncturing the heavy armor. Cut to the heavenly demon, who couldn't care less and was busy stuffing his face with sausages. Both Alina and the sinister monk spotted the explosion of energy from miles away, as a massive beam illuminated the night sky. Moments prior, the Triad faction activated maximum perimeter shields around the beast and locked down the city with a mandatory curfew. We then get a glimpse into the ruthless scheming of the faction's supreme leader, Magu Young, the ruthless ruler of southern Tartaruga, famous for his unyielding domain. Wait, did they seriously back out of the race for the core? Not a chance in hell. He's sitting back, waiting for the lion and the tiger to tear each other to shreds. He's obviously aiming to take down all his rivals in one clean strike. And since the ring already has a lion and a tiger, adding a bear to the fight makes it a true bloodbath. The showdown is about to descend into absolute, bloody mayhem. Over at the crater, Alina arrived just in time to see the corpse of that overconfident attacker impaled high up on a rooftop. That dead warrior was actually a renowned divine grandmaster from the Piercing Spear faction. The monk materializes beside her, asking mockingly, "Do you know anything about those spear guys? Man, those phonies sure love to run their mouths." He hypes him up as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, but arrogant blowhards from elite clans always end up like this. Nobody blocks the path of a true Buddha. Death is the only reward waiting for them. Lena cut through his speech, demanding to know what he was doing there. The monk smirked, claiming that whenever a grand feast is presented, a god must be present to feast upon it. It seemed like fortune was finally smiling brightly on him today. Alina powered up her drive, giving him one final warning to step back if he didn't want to die. As a foolish mortal like you really dare threat an enlightened Buddha who has mastered death itself. You don't have the slightest clue what true enlightenment even means, do you? As Alina's aura flared dangerously high, the monk quickly put his hands up, telling her to hold on a second. Look, there's a proper way to handle these things. He pointed out that if they fought right now, the survivor would be left crippled, leaving them open to vultures. Besides, that mechanical demon down in the pit is our main obstacle. If we mess up, we'll end up pinned to a wall just like that spear idiot. Pitched a temporary truce to crush the night together, but Alina wasn't about to play ball with a creep like him. Get in my way, and you die first. Without waiting another second, Alina dove straight into the abyss toward the night. The monk just laughed at her impulsiveness, mocking her total lack of tactical judgment. But an absolute moron. The only thing waiting for her down there is a gruesome death. When Alina finally touched down at the bottom, her jaw dropped in complete shock. Surprisingly, it wasn't the armored monster that shocked her. It was the terrifying presence of an unexpected third party standing right there. Yep, it was Lee, chillin' at the bottom like he owned the place. What in the world is he doing here? She panicked. She thought to herself. The matriarch's strict warning echoed through her mind. She was ordered that if she ever crossed paths with Lee again, she must keep her head bowed low or risk getting disowned completely. Sheer dread on Alina's face made it clear she was in a total nightmare scenario. Lee broke the silence, remarking calmly, "Looks like your breathing is stable. Must mean those injuries healed right up. Honestly, your timing is perfect. I've got a whole list of questions and needed an informant to spill the beans." Sudden wave of paralyzing pressure struck Alina's body out of nowhere. Why is this aura choking me? I can barely catch my breath. She panicked. Blushing from sheer intimidation, she squeaked out that she'd answer whatever he wanted. Wait, why isn't this knight's internal energy concentrated in his core, but scattered across his entire body? Lee pondered. Alina quickly analyzed the knight, explaining that his core containment unit melted under the sheer pressure of overloaded energy, a condition known as internal demon possession. The heavenly demon argued that true demon possession drives a host mad with chaotic greed. Yet this boy's soul showed zero signs of desire. It's almost like his mind is a completely empty shell. Alina screamed at him to watch out, but the knight ignored everything as a tidal wave of volatile energy detonated from his core. The blinding burst forced Alina to shield her eyes, yet Lee casually strolled right through the energy storm without batting an eye. Alina knew a core detonation matched the raw force of a nuclear bomb, yet Lee was suppressing the entire blast purely with his physical presence. Lee calmly reached down and pulled off the knight's helmet to reveal the person underneath. Underneath all that armor was surprisingly just an ordinary-looking kid wearing glasses. "Who exactly are you?" Lee murmured. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Sahi, who was admiring her reflection in the mirror. Thanks to the special technique Lee gave her, her body had matured significantly, and let's just say, in all the right places. "So what do you think?" she whispered lovingly. "This is what I actually look like now. You like how I look?" Sahi was cooing to a framed photograph on her desk, a picture of her standing beside the very same glasses-wearing boy fused with the core. He stared deeply at his picture, wondering where he had disappeared to and what struggles he'd endured over all these years. Tears welled up as she begged him to return, heartbroken that she'd finally achieved her adult form. Yet the one person she wanted to show it to was nowhere to be found. Back in the hole, the heavenly demon peered deep into the boy's eyes, noting that eyes are the mirror to a man's soul. "So why do these eyes look completely lifeless?" he wondered. Lena chimed in, revealing that her scans showed zero brain wave activity. The massive energy overload probably cooked his brain completely. He isn't a human anymore. He's running purely on primal survival instinct. If his instincts are still fighting, then the core memories driving them must still be buried inside. Lee realized. The story isn't over just yet. So how do we tear out this parasite that hijacked the poor kid? The artifact is fused directly into the core of his heart. The only option is to forcefully rip it out by its roots. Lee knew ripping it out would spell certain death for the boy, but they were running out of choices. Pausing for a second, Lee stepped closer to the boy and gently broke the harsh news that saving his physical body was impossible. "However, if you still have any final words left in your soul, I'll be here to listen to them." Channeling his mental energy, Lee began diving straight into the kid's subconscious, telling him to hold on tight. "It's pitch black down here and there might be no exit, but if you keep fighting, we'll find a way out together." The unstable energy surged through him. Veins started bulging violently all over Lee's body. Found you at last." Deep inside his mind, the boy's consciousness flickered back to life. He was witnessing flashes of a long-forgotten memory. It was every precious moment he had shared with Sahi. He remembered a bright summer afternoon, where the two of them chased butterflies that slipped through their fingers. Those warm days were packed with endless laughter and childhood adventures. Years flew by filled with countless memories. Even during their final days together, they were still out in the fields, chasing those same butterflies. "Hey look, I actually caught one," he cheered. Sahi just stared back coldly, telling him to toss it away. "Wait, why? I caught it for you. I never asked for your help in the first place, and I could have easily done it myself," she snapped. The poor kid stood there, completely confused as to why she was throwing a fit. "Look, if I messed up, just tell me and I'll make it right." Sahi gave him the silent treatment. Noticing her limping, the boy asked if her feet were sore. "You want a piggyback ride?" That just set Sahi off completely. "You seriously still view me as a little kid? I'm literally in my 20s now. My growth spurt was just delayed, okay." Softy replied that he never once saw her as a child. To him, she was always a mature young woman. Fuming with frustration, Sahi screamed at him never to come looking for her again. They would only meet again after her true adult form finally unlocked. Snapping back from the memory flashback, the boy locked eyes with Lee and started laughing hysterically at the helmet in his hands, recalling the grim slaughter of his old captain. In his dying breath, the commander couldn't grasp how the kid was still standing. He was the sole survivor of the entire massacre. Every single one of his fellow knights had been wiped out. At least it wasn't a total loss, as the enemy forces were erased too. The dying man was the leader, but he begged the kid to drop the formal title forever. Glorious Order of the Star Knights is extinct. What kind of leader calls himself that after losing everyone? The only mystery is how you walked out of this bloody genocide without a single scratch on you. Did you go hide like a coward or something? The boy quietly admitted that he hid. "In the 6 whole years you served under me, you never flinched once on the front lines. You threw yourself into danger, like you didn't give a damn about your own life. So why chicken out now of all times? Does it have something to do with this classified artifact? Are you trying to keep this thing for yourself?" The boy confessed that the artifact was essential to protect someone he held dearer than his own life. Commander spat out blood, calling him a naive idiot. Not even standard core users can handle this nightmare power. Only god-tier transcendence can survive it. The boy countered that a master of the commander's caliber had no need for the unit anyway. What kind of garbage are you spewing? I needed this unit because it has the medical power to rewrite genetic code and repair a destroyed nervous system. Drawing his final breath, the commander raised his sword and declared he'd kill him before letting him leave. As Sir Andre's Colt, 126th successor, my duty is to secure this objective and execute any traitors. With a terrifying roar, the commander swung his sword in a violent execution arc. And just like that, the vision snaps back to the present moment. Lee had witnessed the dark inner demon consuming the boy's mind. The heavenly demon screamed at Lee to snap out of the trance. A malevolent entity is trying to take root inside his heart. Without warning, a brilliant beam of blue light launched straight out of the crater. Monk outside squinted, wondering what new madness was unleashing. Right behind the blue trail, a fiery red light exploded upward in hot pursuit. Red streak was Lee, flying at max speed to intercept the runaway core. It all felt surreal, like a fever dream. Meanwhile, cut to Robert, Si Ryung, and Sun Ya peacefully enjoying a delicious bowl of hot ramen. It was the first time in ages they could eat together like a real family and enjoy a proper feast. Si Ryung joked that a feast like this was a once-a-year treat, wishing Robert a happy birthday. Suddenly, the two energy beams shot past their ship, causing turbulence that sent their ramen bowls flying into the air. Talk about terrible timing for those poor guys. Corrupt Knight crashed down first, landing in a deserted wasteland. His face was twisted in pain, looking like a man losing his fight for sanity. Landing right beside him, Lee pleaded, "It's not too late yet, kid. If you fight off the demon inside your heart, you might still save your soul from being completely consumed. If you have to pass away, at least die standing as a proud human being, not a monster." Instead of listening, the knight mindlessly swung his sword, delivering a shockwave that literally sliced the surrounding mountain in two. Your sword strikes are insanely destructive, I'll give you that. But deep down, you know those powers aren't even yours. Flashback to the past. As the kid prepared to open the forbidden box, his dying commander begged him to stop. "I'm not going to judge your actions. I know you must have a deeply painful reason to trade your soul to a devil like this. Over all these years together, I truly came to care for you like my own son. That's why I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart. Put that cursed relic down and just walk away. The moment you wield it, it will eat your mind. And even if you survive, every faction in existence will hunt you like a dog for it." Boy knew the horrific risks, but he was willing to suffer hell just to deliver that gift to Sahi. "If it's for her, I don't care about throwing my soul away." The instant his fingers gripped the core, corrupted energy violently hijacked his bloodstream. He watched in disbelief. "So, that was the tragic path you chose, huh? If that's the case, then I have no choice but to put an end to this." Disturbed by the earth-shattering shockwaves, Sahi rushed to her window, only to witness a colossal mushroom cloud detonating on the horizon. Once the blinding dust from the apocalyptic clash settled, Elena finally rushed onto the battlefield. The young kid was making weird, groaning noises, clearly completely out of it. "Wait, didn't you say that thing was stuck right inside his heart?" Lee double-checked with Elena. "So you're telling me the only way to get it out is to literally rip his heart out?" Elena gave him a serious nod. She'd actually brought along a custom tool, specifically designed to extract it safely without spreading the corruption. She even offered to handle the messy surgical procedure herself if he hesitated. No way in hell. Ending a person's life isn't something you hand off to someone else. Something is bound to a person's core. Taking it out is a personal responsibility. It's all tied to karma. Just close your eyes now, kid, and rest easy. Rather than just taking your life, I'll shoulder the heavy karma of this sin. If anyone has to burn in hell for this, it'll be me. Right as he was about to move, a frantic voice screamed for him to hold on. Turned out to be Sir Young, rushing onto the scene while calling out Guren's name. "Wait, you actually know who this kid is. Honestly, someone else here knows him way better than me." Sahai ran up right at that moment, gasping in horror as she saw Lee plunging his hand straight into Guren's chest. Having already read their memories, the heavenly demon understood their connection and stepped back to give them space. Seoyoung explained to the group that the boy was Sahi's closest childhood companion. He used to be attached at the hip back then, honestly, enough to make anyone jealous. Then out of nowhere, one day he completely vanished without a trace. Ever since Guren went missing, Sahi was never the same again. She transformed from a cold, reserved girl into someone who put on a goofy smile and acted clumsy all the time. Honestly though, whenever I saw that smile, it felt less like happiness and more like a desperate cry for help. Sahi fell to her knees, asking Guren what on earth he had done to his body. "Look at me. Why won't you look at me? Has it really been that long that you don't even remember who I am?" Guren couldn't utter a word, only making tragic, broken sounds like an infant struggling to form words. Elena gently warned her that no matter what she tried, it was far too late. His mind was completely fried. Every single memory he had was long wiped clean. Yet against all odds, the boy slowly raised his trembling arm, reaching directly toward Sahai. Wait, you actually still remember who I am. Just as their fingers were about to touch, Suryoung rushed in to yank Sahai back. Lee had warned her that lethal radioactive energy was bursting out of his entire frame. A single touch would instantly vaporize her. Sahai just whispered back that Gurren hadn't changed at all. Realizing she couldn't stop her, Seol-young let go, telling her to do whatever she wanted, but not to cry about the consequences later. Lena urged Lee that they had to step in immediately. Lee quietly replied that deep soul connections are sometimes meant to override everything else. Right as their hands hovered inches apart, Gurren suddenly balled his fist and mumbled for Sahai to take a step back. Before anyone could react, a massive ceremonial banner slammed down directly behind her. And it wasn't just one, several more rained down around them. Massive lotus-like energy bloom instantly enveloped both Gurren and Sahai. Wait, this is a protective barrier formation. He slashed the barrier in two instantly. But inside, the kids were gone, only a distinct glowing seal remained, which he recognized right away. This is the ancient Shaolin primordial formation, used only by someone who has attained nirvana. He turned to the group and asked if they knew any Shaolin monk capable of touching transcendent realm powers. A light bulb went off for Alina as she blurted out, Usura Buddha. Meanwhile, over at the Black Waters faction headquarters, that very monk had teleported himself right in alongside Sahai and Gurren. Namo Amitabha. Here stood the monk, who literally braved the depths of hell just to reach this spot. He sighed, asking why on earth they couldn't just hang tight for a few more minutes. He'd survived hell itself, but he wasn't leaving until he collected his remaining paycheck. Imposing figure, clad in pure white robes, slowly stood up from his seat. Ah, are you the one stepping up to clear the bill? The monk casually asked, looking at those deep pockets. You definitely look rich enough to cover their debt. The man glaring back at him was none other than the legendary emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. The monk offered a polite greeting, prompting the emperor to ask if they'd met before. The monk replied that he was merely an old passerby whose path had crossed his once long ago. Unimpressed by the riddles, the emperor growled at him to give a straight answer. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a massive shockwave hit the monk point blank, though a master like him easily tanked it. The emperor scoffed, realizing, ah, so you're one of those pesky Shaolin monks. Pretty impressive for a 30-year-old brat to pull off techniques reserved exclusively for high elders. I recall a young disciple following great elder Munchen around 20 years ago. That must have been you. Smirking, the emperor added that being Munchen's student was the only reason he wouldn't kill him on the spot. Just leave those kids behind and walk away. Monk stood his ground, refusing to budge even a millimeter. The emperor frowned, asking if he was deaf. Why aren't you sprinting for the exit while you still have legs? The monk simply held out his open palm. I'll gladly leave, right after you cough up the 85,000 credits owed to me. So you really came here with a death wish. Monk calmly chuckled, asking how death threats could possibly work on someone who has already transcended mortality. Has living for so many centuries made your brain rot? Enraged, the emperor cursed Munchen for raising such an insolent idiot, saying if the monk was begging to die, he wouldn't hesitate. As the emperor reached out toward the lotus barrier, the monk roared at him to back off. You still haven't paid me my money. Yet as he yelled, the monk winced, clutching his bleeding midsection. That earlier fingersnap blast had severely wounded his internal organs. Completely out of your mind, the emperor grunted. Cough, and you still owe me 85,000 credits. The monk insisted. He was obsessing over the money because of all the dead bodies lying around. One of those bodies was the monk's client, and the emperor had slaughtered every single one of them. The emperor dared him to keep babbling, but the monk replied he could preach all night as long as the cash was guaranteed. The monk then unleashed the Lion of Prajna, a deadly forbidden Shaolin technique. Even that lethal strike bounced off. The emperor possessed an indestructible Vajra body, making his skin harder than diamonds and as unbreakable as lightning. Countering in an instant, the emperor shattered the monk's jaw with a single brutal punch. Still gonna yap about your credits? He sneered, unable to speak with a shattered jaw. The stubborn monk just silently raised his open hand again. Infuriated, the emperor began raining down relentless, skull-crushing blows on his head. Amidst the bloody beatdown, the protective flower cocoon holding Gurren and Sahai slowly unfurled. Standing over the monk's caved-in skull, the emperor mocked that every Shaolin monk he met was always in a hurry to reach nirvana. To his utter shock, when he looked inside the open flower, the kids were gone. Only a lingering Shaolin teleportation seal remained. Turns out, the monk had taken all those beatings just to buy time and warp Sahai and Gurren to a safe dimension. Enraged at being played, the emperor smashed the fading seal to force his way along their spatial trajectory. When Lee and the group finally reached the scene, the monk was lying motionless, looking completely dead. Could possibly take down a monster like Usura Buddha. Only an absolute top-tier martial legend could pull this off, Elena muttered. Only entity powerful enough that came to her mind was the emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. The heavenly demon stepped forward and stated, "He's not dead yet." "Wait, how can you be so sure?" Elena asked, to which Lee replied, "Took heavy damage, but a tiny spark of life is still burning inside him. This young monk's innate talent is truly terrifying. He leaned down and asked, "Hey monk, where did you warp those kids?" The battered monk silently pointed his finger upward. Shift to an isolated spiritual realm. Gurren was sitting peacefully, touching a flower with Sahai by his side. "Hey look, I caught a butterfly." Instead of brushing it off like in the past, Sahai held out her palms, staring in awe at the glowing creature. Gurren noticed her teary face and asked what was wrong. "Why are tears coming out of your eyes? Don't you like the butterfly?" "No, it's not that at all. I just don't understand. Even though you caught it, this butterfly isn't even trying to fly away. All of this feels like a dream. It doesn't feel real." Gurren chuckled softly as a faint Shaolin yin-yang symbol flickered in the background. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Just a moment ago, my chest felt like it was tearing apart from unbearable heat. A blazing fire was trapped right inside my heart. But right now, in this moment, let's just cherish being happy together. After all this time, we finally found our way back to each other." Tears poured down Sahai's face because she knew if this was just an illusion, she'd eventually wake up to an empty reality without him. "I'll end up losing you all over again. I'm so sorry." Two of them sat side by side beneath a withered tree. Gurren smiled and confessed that he never really viewed her as a little girl, since she'd always been far more mature than him. She pouted, saying she was just a short kid, which probably annoyed him. "Hey, it has nothing to do with your height. I've always been incredibly charming and cute. After wandering through the vast cosmos for years, I realized one absolute truth. There's only one Sahai in the whole universe, and that's why you're the only one I've ever loved. I know you hate being short, but don't worry. You'll start growing real soon because I brought a gift for you." Sahai suddenly yelled, "No, I don't give a damn about being short. What I hate is seeing your body fall apart like this." Suddenly, Gurren's illusionary form began glitching violently. The Emperor had breached their mental domain. Scanning the dreamscape, the Emperor noted that this Shaolin soul technique was surprisingly formidable. Gurren charged at the intruder to protect Sa, and snapping back to reality, the bloody monk gasped out, "Make that 86,000 credits now." Seoryong blinked, completely baffled by what the dying monk was blabbering about. Lee casually told her, "Just settle his bill later." After taking a brutal beating like that to save those kids, he definitely earned every single penny. Seoryong threw her hands up, shouting that it was literally impossible. "Even if I put my spaceship, Robert, and Sunya up for auction, we couldn't raise that much cash. Well, if we throw Alina into the deal, we can bump the value up by another 10,000 credits." Alina snapped back at Seoryong. "Why the hell did you exclude yourself from that calculation? Are you looking to get slain right now? If that's the case, just put his fee on my personal tab." "I give you my word as Heavenly Demon," Lee declared. Seoryong shook her head, explaining why that wouldn't work. "This monk is known as the Greedy Demon. When cash is involved, he wouldn't even trust his own flesh and blood." Suddenly, the monk coughed up a huge spray of blood, painting a massive crimson circle in the air to activate the Shaolin seal once more. Back in the spiritual realm, Sahai watched in horror at the night and day gap in strength between Gurren and the Emperor. Gurren was being utterly obliterated, without landing a single effective blow. The Emperor sneered, "Did you foolishly think wielding an oversized blade magically lets you cut through anything? You don't even have the raw power to swing that sword properly, yet you relied on it like a crutch. Not the only entity with a core unit, so allow me to rip yours right out of your chest." Sahai leaped forward frantically, screaming at him to get his hands off Gurren. Her feeble assault did absolutely nothing. The Emperor casually backhanded her, launching her across the clearing. Bruised on the ground, the girl wept, begging him to stop. "I'll do whatever you ask. Please just spare him." Ignoring her pleas, his massive hand plunged into Gurren's chest, tearing out his heart and tossing the lifeless corpse aside. Right at that devastating moment, Lee, Seoryong, and Alina materialized. Seoryong stared heartbroken at the lifeless body of the boy. Furious, she screamed at the Emperor to back off, blasting a massive surge of purple energy straight at him. The Emperor swatted her blast away with one hand and launched a lethal counterpunch. Before the blow connected, the Heavenly Demon placed a hand on her shoulder, effortlessly deflecting the Emperor's power. The Emperor blinked in surprise, unable to comprehend how his strike was blocked so easily. "Did you block that using energy from the guy standing behind you?" "Don't tell me. Is that the legendary internal energy transfer technique?" Alina whispered the terrifying details about the enemy to the team. "That man is an unmatched martial monster. Along with his mother, he is ranked among the 5 supreme grandmasters of the realm. In the whole galaxy, fewer than 10 people can even stand in the same ring with him." Unfazed by the terrifying bio, Lee calmly stepped forward toward the Emperor. The Emperor sized Lee up, sensing that despite lacking external enhancements, this pure human shouldn't be taken lightly. Her body density is as refined as pure steel. "Ah, so you've trained in the Ironcloth defense technique, mastering that requires suffering unimaginable torture, which is why almost everyone quits. But looking at you, you actually mastered it. Impressive. Who the hell are you?" Heavenly Demon cracked his knuckles and spoke. "I'd love nothing more than to smash your face in, but Murim ethics say I need a proper excuse first. So I'll give you one fair chance. Drop what you took and get out of my sight." The Emperor barked that he was insane, And before he could finish, Li's fist sank deep into his gut, dropping the Emperor to his knees instantly. He looked down and sneered. Thanks for giving me a valid reason to beat you up. Your free warnings are officially over. How dare a nobody like you hit me? As the Emperor flared his terrifying inner aura, Li cut him off. Shut up already. If you want to play dirty, watch this. In a petty countermove, the Emperor crushed Gurren's stolen heart and core to dust right in front of them. Now what are you gonna do, you arrogant bastard? Without a word, the heavenly demon unleashed a brutal, sound barrier-breaking beatdown. Emperor was screaming internally, baffled how a human's bare hands were breaking through his unbreakable Vajra body. After tenderizing him completely, Li finally stepped back and stood tall. The face swollen like a balloon, the so-called Supreme Master collapsed face first onto the dirt. After the fight, Sahai cradled Gurren's body, resting his head in her lap under the dry tree. It felt like an eternity since they had shared a quiet moment like this. Sir Young urged the team that they needed to pull Sahai away right now. If we leave her sitting here, she'll stay beside his body until she starves to death. We have to drag her out, even if we have to use force. Li walked up softly to Sahai and asked her to step back for a moment. Give me a minute. I'll let you give him a proper farewell. Just step back, little girl. The heavenly demon gathered his divine energy, channeling a deep crimson aura directly into Gurren's cold, heartless shell. Shocked, Sir Young whispered to Alina, asking if she recognized the technique. Wide-eyed with disbelief, Alina gasped, "That's return to origin. What does that mean?" It's a legendary state where one merges with the fabric of nature itself, the source of all life and death. I thought it was just a myth. Manipulating life force at that level should be impossible. Just who or what is this man? He's literally sacrificing his own life essence to restart a dead person's bloodstream. He whispered into the void, "Take a piece of my lifespan, boy. See this world one last time." Against all laws of nature, Gurren gasped and opened his eyes once more. Sahai broke down into uncontrollable tears. Gurren reached up, weakly asking if she'd grant him one last favor. She sobbed back that she'd grant him thousands of favors if he wanted. "I'll do absolutely anything for you. And don't cry. You look way prettier when you smile. And stop covering your eyes. They're truly breathtaking." Sahai slowly unfastened her eye patch. Alina wondered if her eye was damaged, but that wasn't the case at all. She'd simply worn it to look tough and hide her vulnerability from the world. Gurren cupped her cheeks gently with both hands. "Just as I thought, you're gorgeous." Leaned in and shared one final, bittersweet kiss with her. His true final wish was simple, for her to forget him and move forward. After his soul departed, they built a tomb and laid him to rest beneath that withered tree. Back on the ship, a sullen Sea Ryung ordered Sunya to set course far away immediately. She couldn't bear to linger in that heartbreaking graveyard a second longer. Meanwhile, Li stared into a mirror, recalling how Sahai had begged him earlier to remove her inverted body transformation. She desperately wanted him to seal that power off. Li had told her, keep the technique, but make a vow to never use it again. Being unable to use power and choosing self-restraint are two completely different things. With heavy hearts, the crew resumed their cosmic journey. Elsewhere, the matriarch stepped into a charred wasteland littered with burned corpses. Standing right in the center of the destruction was the Emperor. She sneered, still as pathetic as ever, sacrificing your own students just to blow off steam. "Those kids dedicated their lives to you," she said, to which he barked, "Those trash were never my disciples. Just taught them a few parlor tricks to make them useful pawns. Worthless trash like them has zero value." Hearing this, she remarked, "Is that so? Well, I've got to admit, I'm genuinely shocked you survived that brutal thrashing." The Emperor snapped back, "If you came here just to taunt me, you're wasting your breath. Pain and anger only feed my power." She countered, "You've got it all wrong. I'm not here to mock you, I'm here with a stern warning. Stay away from that man because he's my target. Ignore this and you won't survive next time." Enraged, he growled, "What the hell did you just say?" The matriarch explained, "Everyone thinks your ironcloth technique makes you invulnerable. But in reality, it just concentrates all your physical weaknesses into a single hidden focal point. Why do you think he pummeled every single inch of your body except your left forearm? The exact spot where your vital weak point lies. He knew your weakness all along. He just chose to teach you a lesson rather than end your life." Meanwhile, as Li was stuffing his face with sausages, Si Ryung looked away shyly and suggested that since her energy unit was destroyed, maybe he could transfer his internal energy to her instead. "I'll graciously allow you to transfer energy to me, but remember, just this one time." He swallowed his food and bluntly replied, "Too late, bad timing. I burned up all my origin energy just to pull that boy's soul back from the brink. It's gonna take me at least 3 full years to recharge my reserves. But hey, I promise the moment my energy returns, you'll be the first to get a share." And how the hell is a promise 3 years from now supposed to solve our crisis right now? We're sitting on an 85,000 credit debt, and that money-crazed psycho monk is gonna hunt us down to the ends of the universe. Cut to the monk sitting with a bank clerk, who noted that with the 100,000 credits advance from the Blackwaters faction, how much of it he wished to wire. The monk calmly instructed him to wire every single credit straight to the Shaolin Temple. Clerk gasped, "Wait again? You're transferring the whole sum. Bro, why don't you ever keep a single penny for yourself? Just enough to make sure you stay alive. Ship over the entire stash. After all, the older and sicker someone gets, the higher quality their meals ought to be. Me, I'm just going to steal whatever I end up needing. 2 millennia back, deep in a subterranean vault within the star system, a martial artist named Lemogan from our sect went into full isolation and proclaimed himself the heavenly demon. Guy on duty promised to look into it, though he figured it was just some made-up rumor meant to throw the sect into chaos. This truth stayed hidden for 2,000 years, classified so high that even top-ranking elders were kept completely in the dark. So how can you call it a fake rumor when it's a piece of history we ourselves nearly wiped from memory? If that guy Lemogan has actually been reborn as the 6th heavenly demon, that means the universe now holds 3 heavenly demons at once for the very first time, doesn't it? Representing the heavenly demon sect, the 94th demon, Hyuju-chan. He warned that dumping this task on anyone else would turn into a total nightmare. Meanwhile, aboard our hero's spaceship, Seoryung was standing there utterly lost. Reason? Sunya had just dropped the bomb that they were totally broke. Their fuel tanks were practically empty, and their food supply was capped at 4 days max, provided they strictly limited themselves to a single meal daily. Seoryung suggested tapping into Robert's wedding fund, only for him to yell out that every single cent was already gone. And funny enough, she was the exact person who pressured him into dumping it into the stock market in the first place. That stash represented 10 solid years of blood and sweat in the military. Yet Sunya pointed out that an even more urgent disaster was staring them in the face. Clueless Lee was casually devouring the very last sausages without a care in the world. Nobody wanted to imagine the havoc he'd wreak once his stomach started rumbling again. Heading over to the First Moon Tavern, Ryung tried bargaining with the shopkeeper by offering up some secret martial art scrolls from Lee. Since she possessed only a limited batch, she figured their market price ought to be sky-high. Shopkeeper noted that if that was the case, these had to be genuine originals. Ryung played along, offering a friend's discount, provided he bought out the entire collection. Tavern owner scoffed back, telling her those scrolls were far too precious for her to be asking so greedily. Trying to strike a deal, Ryung scaled down her demand to just a single month of food, sausages, and a refuel. Heck, she was even willing to settle for expired sausages if it came down to it. And the owner stayed silent. Ryung threatened to take her business elsewhere. Instead of buying them outright, the tavern owner pitched a job offer to her. All she had to do was pick up a client and drop them off safely at their destination. How dare you suggest taxi duty to me, the burning demon of the Tang clan, Mrs. Yong. Then he added that completing the task would net her every bit of supplies she had initially asked for. She flipped her tone instantly and signed up. Well, you should have mentioned that sweet deal right from the start. The designated rendezvous point was set at the Hogwarts Galactic Academy. Back on the ship, the captain wore such a sour face that Robert couldn't help wondering what on earth was bothering her. Sonya urged him to show a little empathy. After all, she was heading straight toward a terrifying ghost from her dark backstory. Destination: Planet B17G06, Hogwarts Galactic Academy. Robert was absolutely blown away. He had never laid eyes on a place like this. What kind of high-level facility is this place? Sonya explained that this was an elite institution, reserved strictly for the top 0.1% of ultra-wealthy families. It was basically a playground for the rich, considering the entrance fee alone ran a whopping 10,000 credits. So why in the world was the entire complex utterly deserted? Is it because the exorbitant fees kept almost everyone out? Ryung pointed out that school was currently on break, adding that anyone stuck here during holidays must have a pretty pathetic life. Is anybody around? Just then, Robert spotted a female figure standing off in the distance. The red-headed girl called out, asking what business brought them to their grounds. After all, the academy was officially shut for summer break. Before she could finish, Ryung launched a lightning-fast strike straight at her. It was a ruthless, lethal blow meant to finish her off on the spot. Yet the girl ducked out of harm's way with effortless ease. Are you guys bandits or something? In that case, I'll wipe you out right here. Seoryung pulled out her light sword and lunged into the fray once more. Getting a close-up look at her face, the girl suddenly recognized who she was fighting. Wait, you're Seoryung, and you're Jui, right? No wonder my blade drew itself and flew right at your neck. So, did you come all the way here looking for payback? Seoryung shook her head, claiming it was totally a mistake. My body just reacted on pure muscle memory, though you better watch your back, because those instincts might trigger again anytime. Robert whispered, asking what kind of history these two shared. A tense Sunya informed him that Jui was the prized daughter of the powerful Sui clan. They were sworn arch-nemeses. We need to step in before this completely blows out of control. Meanwhile, Lee was standing off to the side, casually watching the drama unfold. Sunya yelled at him to get off his butt and intervene. If you don't stop them, the captain's going to end up in the hospital. However, the heavenly demon was completely focused on another spectator taking in the scene, namely, a mysterious girl silently viewing the clash from her window above. If that's just your instinct, then you won't mind if I crush you like the bug you are, Jui fired back. Right before their blades collided, a figure stepped in and blocked them both. Soryang instantly knew who he was. That's Namong Kion. Meanwhile, the tavern owner mused. So the rumors are true. The heavenly demon sect really does outclass the beggar sect. Exactly as planned, Soryang showed up yesterday, and we directed them straight where you wanted. By this hour, they ought to have reached Hogwarts Academy. In one of the academy halls, the beanie-wearing guy admitted he was the one who ordered the transport, though he never anticipated Si Ryung showing up as his ride. Si Ryung shrugged it off, claiming she bore no grudge and that her blade had merely acted on autopilot. Try pulling that autopilot excuse again today, I dare you. But in the hallway, Robert and Sun Ya were stuck waiting. Robert remarked that Beanie Guy was either insane powerful or just putting on a massive show by barging in to halt Si Ryung. Sun Ya corrected him, pointing out he genuinely was a beast, being the third son of the elite Namong house. He was none other than Namong Chin, known throughout the lands as the Blue Storm, a warrior on an entirely different tier. Just 20, he catapulted to fame by storming into the Northern Galaxy Heroes Tournament finals, only to surrender the title match against the Emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. Of course, everyone knew he simply didn't care about winning, solidifying his status as the absolute top prodigy in the Murim realm. Sunya asked why Robert was fanboying so hard. Turns out Robert has a fiancé who happens to be a massive fangirl of Chin. Out of nowhere, a girl popped up out of thin air, scaring the daylights out of Robert. Wait, when did she even get here? She cast a blank glance at the door, muttering that this wasn't her destination. Is she some kind of phantom haunting this academy? Yeah, she was just extraordinarily creepy. Sunya scanned her presence, noting the complete absence of internal Kai within her. She was a pure type vessel from birth, matching the nature of the heavenly demon himself. The weird part was that this prestigious academy strictly admitted elite geniuses at the top of the hierarchy. Up on the roof of the academy, Lee stood quietly observing the entire scene below. Right on cue, that same mysterious girl approached him. Downstairs, Soryang demanded they cut the small talk and get down to business. She wanted to know exactly who they were supposed to transport. When Lee turned around to look at her, she pulled a deeply irritated expression. You're the chick who was peeking through the window earlier, he noted. Did you climb all the way up here just to check me out? Or why else are you glaring at me like that? Do I even know you? The girl questioned bluntly. No, we've definitely never met before, she added. And why does your mug look so unnervingly familiar? It feels like staring at the deadbeat dad who abandoned me the day I was born. Wait, is that what actually happened to you? The girl snapped back. Hell no, nobody gets to dump a person like me. And if anyone ever tried, I'd hunt them down and slaughter them. She snarled angrily as she stormed off. Right before walking away, she spun around and randomly asked Lee if he wanted to marry her instead. I'm literally amazing at everything. I'd make the absolute best wife for you. Not a chance in hell, came the reply. Walking off, she shot him a warning. I'm going to propose again later, and you'd better think twice before saying no next time. Trust me, you don't want to find out what I do when I get mad. You'll meet our target as soon as I bring him out, Joo-hee announced. Si-young, getting restless, insisted they hurry the process along. There's zero need to rush this. Feel free to take all the time in the world. If you expect me to linger around you, you'd better pay 1,000 times my normal rate. Honestly, even that wouldn't cover it. So long, Hyun tried to smooth things over, urging Joo-hee to chill. We used to be close friends, and we haven't crossed paths in 10 long years. The girl stayed quiet, silently correcting him in her mind. It hasn't been 10 years. It's been exactly 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days since we last met. Following that exchange, Joo-hee led Si Ryung into a room featuring a boy bound to a wheelchair. Meet the passenger. The boy wore a mask, shrinking back slightly in fear as he caught sight of Si Ryung. Joo-hee revealed that he was entirely paralyzed, unable to breathe without life support, and almost completely blind. Seriously, then why on earth is a kid in his condition enrolled at an elite academy? Just who are his parents? Joo-hee admitted she had no idea. All she knew was that he was ridiculously wealthy, having funded 10 whole years of the academy's operating budget just to buy his spot. He usually crashed in the dorms during breaks, but his family out of nowhere ordered him back home, which was the sole reason they needed to hire a private escort. So handle him with extreme care. He's fragile enough to shatter like glass at the lightest touch. Were you into that woman back there? A voice chimed in. It was that odd girl from earlier. You really don't need to play coy about it. Your true thoughts are plastered across your face. He merely responded in his thoughts. The spark in my eyes faded a long time ago. Despite that, the girl picked up on his inner vibe. Oh, you still have a spark inside. It's just buried deep down. Come on, tell me, what catches your eye about her? I love watching her suffer. I bet she'll let out the most glorious scream once she finally breaks down completely. So you caught a glimpse of something future-wise. Spill the tea. I'm dying to hear what you saw in her fate. Death, and alongside it, a terrifying demon. You know what, Joo-hee? She actually resembles you quite a bit. Save your breath. I'm well aware of that fact. Like I said earlier, your sole duty is dropping him at the planet Tanalugan terminal. And brought up how Joo-hee used to love bamboo leaf tea, but Seoryong cut in, saying she always despised it and hates it even more now. Chen chuckled, wondering if his memory was failing him, reasoning that old memories tend to fade. He then offered to tag along, asking why he'd stick around an empty academy with no kids to watch anyway. When Seoryong panicked at the thought of Jui coming along too, Chen reassured her that Jui had duties staying behind. Meanwhile, Jui was relaxing in a bath, cursing under her breath about how irritating this whole situation was. Why on earth did she have to drag her face back here right now? She should have just kept playing dead like she used to. All of a sudden, someone burst into her private space. She called out to check who was there, only for Soe to reveal herself. A furious Seoryong barked. "It's not like I give a damn if you tag along, but I sure hope you board my vessel so I can make you mysteriously vanish into thin air. Maybe my blade will accidentally slice your head right off." To her utter shock, both she and that mysterious girl ended up boarding her ship. Jui casually mentioned that the weird girl also needed a lift home. "Aren't you thrilled to see that he tagged along just like I requested?" Jui smirked. From the upper window, Lee silently observed the group below, locking eyes with that strange girl once more. With everything set, the ship launched into the sky. Stepping inside, both Jui and Soja wrinkled their noses, thinking, what kind of utter dump is this place? Sonya defended the space, claiming it was their top-tier VIP guest room. The captain insisted they crash there, since it kept them close by and under her watchful eye. Jui snapped, telling her to quit spouting ridiculous lies. That petty woman literally wanted to stash them inside a dusty storage locker. Soja, however, surprisingly noted that she didn't mind the place at all. "Give it a good sweep, and it'll actually feel pretty cozy." Jui called out, asking where she was heading off to. "Stepping out, so you can enjoy your cleaning duty in absolute silence." Sonya cautioned her to tread lightly out there. "You really shouldn't wander around, considering a psycho sword maniac is patrolling the corridors. Aren't you even a little terrified of that sword-wielding lunatic? She was always unstable, but right now she's lost her mind completely. If your paths cross, just duck away and stay out of sight." In the blink of an eye, Soja vanished into thin air. Turned out this girl was way more terrifying than any sword maniac. A short while later, Seoryong sat drift in deep memories. She reflected back on her school days, alongside Kion and Juhi. Back then, their lives were packed with pure, uncomplicated joy. "You haven't altered a bit, which is why I spotted you the second we reunited. So does that imply I vanished completely from your memory? Can't you even picture what I looked like as a child? If anything, you're the one who hasn't grown an inch, still as egotistical as ever." Flashing a soft grin, Kion insisted he had changed, because he now possessed someone precious to protect. "And that exact reason is why I stopped by to drop a word of caution. Drop this obsession with vengeance and get on with your future. Because if you ever draw that blade against Jui again, I won't turn a blind eye. It's far safer for us to remain old acquaintances who vaguely recall the past. And what if I decide to tell you to shove it? Do not try my patience." In a fraction of a second, Kiyo materialized directly behind her back. "You know, you actually hit the nail on the head about one detail. My core personality hasn't shifted a bit since childhood. I still fly into a rage whenever anyone lays a hand on what belongs to me." Elsewhere on the vessel, Lee was aggressively devouring sausages, while the boy in the wheelchair stared on. Once again, the kid pulled a terrified look, simply locking eyes with him. Except this time, total darkness shrouded the space, rendering everything pitch black. Flinging a sausage over to him, the heavenly demon ordered him to chow down. "Rather than staring blankly at nonsense, fill your gut properly while you're young." The boy thought to himself, "If eating is meant to prolong life, it's a complete waste on me, since my death is already sealed." "Oh, so you genuinely believe you can foresee what's ahead? How ridiculously childish. Doesn't matter if you believe me. I see the visions regardless. That's why I can't even force a reaction anymore." Afterward, Sama reported to Soya that despite using telekinesis, that guy didn't bat an eye. He didn't twitch a single muscle. In fact, he literally told me to stop playing with my food. "Stop overthinking pointless garbage and just enjoy your meal. The faster you rush into anxiety, the more you end up forfeiting." Wiped out my telekinetic pressure, like flicking away a fly. Soya asked whether he believed the guy was a fellow mutant, but he couldn't say for sure. The shadows were far too dense to make out anything clearly. But listening to his voice gave me an odd wave of comfort, making me feel like death wasn't guaranteed after all. "Don't go lulling yourself into false comfort. You know damn well your fate is sealed regardless. That end is lying in wait right on Tanalugan, the terminal planet." Upon touching down on the planet, the group of 4 headed straight down toward the terminal. Sonya noted that this hub was constructed during the dawn of interstellar expansion. It used to handle upwards of 100,000 flights annually, until the Northwest Galaxy project got scrapped 700 years back, shutting it down for good. So they just dumped a massive facility like this. And why is everything still in tip-top shape? Because the automated maintenance systems never stopped operating. Well, our escort gig is officially complete. Now all I have to do is scrub away every lingering trace of that chick. Robert interjected, reminding her that they still needed to wait for the contract funds to clear. Si Ryung told them to ping the tavern master, but Sun Ya revealed she had tried repeatedly, There was zero signal in this dead zone. Looks like a total signal jamming field has been triggered. And raised a casual hand, as if waving to a friend, just as an armed vehicle emerged through the thick haze. Without warning, it opened fire right into their ranks. Why the hell are they targeting us? Si Ryung screamed. Robert identified the war machine immediately. It's an old-school rocket-launching armored tank, a complete ancient relic. Chin leapt into the sky, erecting a shield to absorb the barrage before shattering the vehicle in one smooth stroke. Real catch, an entire battalion of those tanks was crawling out of the fog. Chin and the gang realized they were deep in bad news, all while Lee casually observed from afar. Soja noted emotionlessly that the machines were making far too much noise. Don't sweat it though, I've got your back. The boy softly murmured that he was already aware. Nothing bad will go down, because none of this showed up in my premonitions. Suddenly, he blinked. Why were the enemy units abruptly exploding on their own? Through the clearing smoke, a formidable shadow loomed before the four travelers, featuring a massive mechanical arm attached to a fully armored metallic frame. Identify, security droid unit, the entity chimed. This restricted sector belongs exclusively to the Sakamoto-Stein group. You have trespassed without valid flight clearance documents. Consider this your final warning. Yui unsheathed her blade in an instant. How does a Relicara droid have the nerve to target living humans? Chin held her back, advising her not to waste her energy unnecessarily. There's got to be a massive mix-up here. We were specifically hired to escort this kid right to this location. His name is Sama Stein. Go ahead and scan your records if you don't believe us. Sama, Stein, you confirm. The android marched up to Sama and dropped straight to one knee. At long last, you have returned to us, Master. Our 7th century vigil has finally reached its conclusion. Stepping inside the station, the captain and Sun Ya rushed over, desperately asking what was going on. Ki-Yon shrugged, replying that they were just as clueless. Wait, why hasn't she left yet? I just want my money, especially since our client hasn't even transferred the advance payment. Ki-Yon rolled her eyes and remarked that she hadn't changed at all. While Ju-hee tried linking up to the local network, the other two girls watched with pure disgust. Sir Young chimed in, asking where that bald kid vanished to and what the deal was with the droid. Turns out, the picture of the commander matched the droid's face exactly. The machine pleaded, begging for final orders so it could finally rest. Confused, Sama asked what nonsense it was spewing and what orders it was referring to. The droid straightforwardly asked him for the command to end its own life, claimed that a simple command would be all it took. Once Sunya established a connection, Seoryung demanded to speak to the commander right away. All she wanted was to get the hell out of Ace AP. However, the situation was taking a creepy turn. System logs showed 87 foreign ships had landed over the past 700 years. Yet, surprisingly, not a single departure was ever recorded. Sama apologized to the machine. He explained that he didn't have the heart to give such an order. In response, the machine warned that everyone present was going to perish. Robert leaned over to Lee, asking if he noticed the eerie vibe around them. It feels like we've walked right into Silent Hill. Unsurprisingly, Lee's only concern was tracking down something to eat. He grumbled that he just wanted some food. Sunya pointed out that when the facility shut down 700 years ago, 16 staff members stayed behind, with 0 replacements ever sent. Does that mean they all just aged and died in this spot? Well, technically, the majority of them did. Wait, what do you mean by most? Every single person has a death record listed, except for the operations commander. A man named Gunter is still officially marked as living in the archives. 7 centuries, I dragged my existence along for the sole purpose of receiving orders. I chopped off my own decayed limbs and ripped out my failing, melted internal organs. Now nothing remains except this shriveled, fragile brain. So please, just grant me the final command. I really can't endure this agony any longer. His medical log listed fake limbs, stomach replacements, artificial intestines, heart, liver, lungs, eyes, joints, and synthetic blood vessels. He practically rebuilt his entire body from scratch, didn't he? Exactly, he swapped out every single piece just to stay alive. Why on earth would anyone suffer like that, just to survive alone in a deserted station? He could have walked away anytime. That's not our concern, Lee shrugged, prompting an irritated Seol Young to ask if he was completely heartless. That was such a heartbreaking and cruel fate. Calling an atrocity like this merely sad is almost laughable. Meanwhile, Ki-Yon began questioning how all of this tied back to that kid. He then learned that Sama's family happens to be the wealthiest lineage in the whole cosmos. He held a monopoly on genetic engineering and spearheaded the tech behind spatial AI. Most of their records remained classified, except for the founder's name, Satoshi. Sama admitted bitterly, to my own family, I'm practically non-existent. They don't even acknowledge me as a human being. So how could I possibly speak on behalf of my family? I straight up lack that kind of standing. You know, sir, you and I aren't so different. Both just rejected castaways. Even if we desperately want to die, we lack the freedom to do it ourselves, right? Meanwhile, Soja had slipped away as well. Sir, if it brings you peace, you can take this useless, wrecked body of mine. If you have a use for it, take it, because it's worthless to me anyway. The android replied that it would take that offer as an official command to keep surviving. Seoryung ordered Sunya to scan every security feed in the base. She needed to track down where Soja, who couldn't even fight, had wandered off to. Why are you just staring blankly at me instead of searching? Do I know you from somewhere? Did a mere machine just address me with disrespect? Sunya calmly pointed out that she wasn't the one being rude. Damn it, Seoryong, what kind of terrible manners did you install in this droid? Seoryong proudly defended Sunya, stating she was her co-pilot, medic, manager, and chef, and possessed top-tier manners. Annoyed, Ju-hee decided to hunt for Soja by herself. Seoryong gave Sunya a approving pat, which only infuriated Ju-hee further. Meanwhile, as Lee walked down a hallway, Soja suddenly popped up in front of him with a grin. Honestly, we would make such an iconic duo. Actually, I was heading right towards you. Oh, for real? Did you bring any sausages with you? Obviously not. Even as Lee tried walking past her, she noted that his footwork was strangely distinctive. It closely resembles the imperial step of the celestial demon, a technique exclusive to the heavenly demon sect leader. If you keep walking like that, people are going to assume you're the actual celestial demon. Even your breathing leaks an icy aura like frozen jade. People might think you've mastered secret demon arts reserved for elite sect leaders, and mastering stealth at your age is alarming. People will suspect you even more than they suspect me, so watch your step. Hey, cut the crap and tell me, who are you really? And who are you supposed to be? Lee countered effortlessly. Elsewhere in the base, Ju-hee was frantically searching for Soja, only to stumble upon scattered human bones right before the android materialized behind her. Did you commit this slaughter? She gasped. The android replied, now that I have a reason to live, hand over your life so I can extend mine. Without hesitation, he lunged straight at her. If I'm not mistaken, that martial move was identical to the one Seoryong used when she first met Lee. Yep, there's no doubt about it. Either Ju-hee was severely drained, or the android was just overwhelmingly strong, because her strike didn't even leave a scratch. You're bursting with life energy, he noted. Hand it all over to me. Calling him a useless bucket of bolts, she sliced his mechanical body clean in half. However, she immediately noticed unusual internal energy lines inside its torso. So you slaughtered all those people just to siphon their energy cores. I merely borrowed their lifespans, just as I'm about to borrow yours. As she struck again, Sama, watching the fight mirrored through his system, desperately prayed for someone to save her. His distress signal reached Soe, who sighed and decided to put her conversation on hold. Lee caught the message too, praising the girl's loyalty since helping a friend was the right thing to do. Now what do you want? Why are you pinging me again? Sama panicked, shouting that their master was in grave danger. You dragged me all the way back here just for her. Sama pleaded for help, warning that she was already critically wounded. Unfortunately, help was already too late. Ju-hee managed to stagger back to Seoryong and Ki-eun before collapsing onto the floor. Ki-eun rushed to check her pulse and inspect her vital pressure points. Sunya quickly realized her internal organs were wrecked, but worse, her core energy drive was forcefully ripped away. Meanwhile, the android strolled into his quarters to slip into a fresh suit. Ju-hee was writing in excruciating pain, and options were running out fast. Ki-eun anxiously asked Sunya what was happening. Sunya explained that Ju-hee's system was undergoing a massive short circuit. Because the core was violently removed, her combined biological and electronic neural network was frying. If a drive wasn't plugged in immediately, her brain and neural pathways would suffer complete destruction. Simply put, she was minutes away from dying. Ki-eun begged them to save her. He declared he'd track down her stolen core, leaving her under Sunya and Seoryong's care. But what options do we even have? Seoryong pressed Sunya to see if there was any backup solution. Sunya replied that a fix existed, but the only guy capable of helping had just walked off. What are you talking about? Plugging in a temporary energy source would stop her network from collapsing. Yet that idiot bolted without considering this alternative. Now, they had less than 5 minutes to restore a connection. Failure meant total brain death. Witnessing Ju-hee's agony, Seoryong instantly commanded Sunya to initiate a bridge. She decided to offer up her own core energy drive. Sunya questioned why she'd use an old external drive that had been dormant for years. Stop talking and just hook it up. Even if I try, it's impossible. That drive's capacity is way too weak for her high-end Alpha Prime system. Are you kidding me? This is so frustrating. Without missing a beat, Seoryong tore out her own primary Alpha unit and asked if that would suffice, leaving Sunya completely stunned. Wait, isn't she supposed to be your mortal enemy? Yeah, but she's not allowed to die until I slay her myself. End of story. Meanwhile, Soja materialized right where the android was preparing. She casually told him there was no reason to get tense. She explained she was only stepping in because her soul friend requested it. We made a deal to trade favors, so I'm forced to intervene. If you plan on stopping me, you'll have to put me down. Do you even have what it takes? That's a piece of cake. Besides, you've been dead inside for ages anyway. The android mocked that she was lucky she lacked a core to harvest. In a flash, he closed the distance right in front of her face. How are you moving like that without an energy drive? First prove to me that you're truly living, and then maybe I'll kill you. Family, marriage, children. How utterly mundane. You're undeniably hollow. She saw right through his empty shell, but the android snapped at her not to disrespect him. True existence is built on directives and purpose. I still have a clear purpose to exist. Soja burst out laughing at his claim. Sounds like you've had quite a privileged life compared to others. A clueless girl like you knows nothing about my pain. I was born a twin, yet my twin brother happens to be 9 years older. Sounds bizarre, doesn't it? Care to guess why? They only wanted a single heir, but ended up with twins. So the ones controlling our birth selected just one favored child. Spare child was cryogenically frozen the moment she took her first breath, kept in storage merely as a replacement set of organs. Honestly, remaining frozen forever would have been a far kinder fate. 9 years later, the frozen pod malfunctioned and the child woke up. From that moment on, harsh terms were imposed for her survival. She was ordered to exist like a shadow, stripped of any goals or desires. So tell me, would you consider a girl like that alive or dead? Why are you spilling your life story to me? Because you're practically a corpse, and the dead excel at keeping secrets. At least you can rest easy knowing your death had some meaning. Before blows were exchanged, Kion sprinted in, warning that the opponent was dangerous. Get out of here right now. Instead of attacking, he ignored the droid and secured Ju-Hee's missing core drive. The android stood frozen in utter shock. The kid was packing a supreme core-grade energy drive. Kion claimed he was in a rush to wrap things up and urged Soja to leave, only for her to strike him from behind. Snarling in annoyance, she clarified to the android that she wasn't helping him out. I've been dying to beat the crap out of this arrogant idiot forever. He's just an entitled brat who got lucky being born rich and handed a top-tier unit. Watching him strut around acting all-powerful and elite honestly made my skin crawl. The android stepped forward, declaring he'd claim the core and slaughter anyone who got in his way. Be my guest, take it, but I'm only giving you 60 seconds. If you can't equip it within a minute, you're dead meat. Right then, Sama shouted at her to cease this madness. She had given her word to eliminate the droid, so why was she pulling this stunt? What a drag. I said I'd handle him. I never gave you a specific timeline. Besides, once this minute expires, he's a goner regardless. Sama demanded she finish the task immediately. He refused to let his masters come to harm. Then why don't you do it yourself? Go ahead if you're so eager to stop him. Step up. After all, he's basically one of us. Hey, get a move on. Your time is almost up. I, Sama Stein, 166th heir of the Stein bloodline, command you to halt. Didn't you claim earlier that you lack the authority to issue commands? I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you truly possess the right to act for the Stein family? Why are you freezing up? That hesitation proves you don't. Therefore, I reject your command. What kind of power is this? Is it instant teleportation? Or are you manipulating telekinesis? Then I'll crush you along with the rest. Right at that moment, the celestial demon himself materialized. Soja's eyes widened as her suspicions were confirmed. He was the real deal. Her inner voice urged her to slay him and claim leadership over the celestial demon sect. Celestial demon spoke up, sensing waves of despair, pity, and rage. So beneath that artificial skin, you really are human. How did a human soul get locked inside this junk of metal? Noticing Lee lacked a visible core unit, the android threatened to obliterate him if he didn't back off. Ignoring the threat, Lee calmly placed a hand on him. You possess human traits, yet I sense no individuality or self inside you. Where did your sense of self fade to? Sama sensed extreme danger in the air. The android raised a mechanical fist. Though driven by orders, you hold zero desire for true redemption or peace. Along the way, you threw away your will to live and every shred of hope. Ultimately, you crossed a boundary you can't return from. You strayed so far off course that the path home no longer exists. It's far too late now. He coldly commanded him to get lost. He couldn't even stand the sight of him. During this, the android turned around and resumed walking. Sama wanted to intervene, but Soja beat him to the punch. 60-second deadline expired, and she severed his head instantly. With the droid dealt with, she turned her full attention back to Lee. She admitted sensing traces of peak celestial demon technique within him. Or am I imagining things? Lee bluntly confirmed that her instincts were spot on. Soja gave him one last chance to rethink his answer, warning that if he was true, she'd be forced to execute him. By ancient sect law, only a single master was permitted to exist. Are you truly the celestial demon? He replied that such titles were worthless medals received after surrendering one's soul. If you're wearing that label like a badge of honor, rip it off. It holds no value. Soja argued that the title wasn't mere vanity, but absolute fate. No matter how hard you run, you can never outrun your destiny. Claiming fate is just an excuse used by weak, lazy fools. Destiny is just a complex puzzle waiting to be cracked. Mid-conversation, the decapitated android suddenly began emitting massive energy waves. Soja gasped, wondering how he was still functioning. The body reached down, grabbed its severed head, and lifted it high. Sensing a second volatile power core surging inside him, Soja panicked and struck out again. Sama screamed in absolute horror. Despite her hit, the android snapped back together as loud warning sirens blared across the base. It was a catastrophic power overload. Sensors registered a terrifying 8,000 gigatons. Sama warned that his inner power boosters were destabilizing and clashing internally. At this pace, the entire facility would detonate. Soja suggested obliterating it entirely, but was warned that physical force would trigger an instant explosion. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? The surge rocketed past 10,000 gigatons. Sir Young asked if things were looking grim, right as the energy readings abruptly froze. Relieved, she thought the threat was over, but Sunya quickly corrected her. Massive buildup created an EMP wave, blacking out every nearby electronic device. Basically, detestation was moments away. Young screamed at her to initiate an immediate evacuation order. Escape was no longer an option. Meanwhile, Robert panicked, asking what was happening. What actually happens if that thing blows up? Sunya bluntly stated that given the force, survival chances were zero. Unbothered, the android walked into a massive hall and casually began polishing surfaces. Young stared, asking why on earth he was sweeping mid-crisis. Sunya revealed his higher cognitive brain functions had fried entirely. He was running purely on defaulted, hard-coded routines, scrubbing every corner, tuning devices, and repairing facility structures. He'd performed this loop for centuries, though in 3 minutes, his system would shut down permanently. Young optimistically blurted out that if he held out 3 minutes, they'd avoid the blast. Sunya corrected her. It would detonate in 3 minutes, taking everyone with it. Panicking, Young asked Lee if someone with godlike strength could destroy him before detonation to save them. Nope, Sunya cut in. Attacking him will only trigger the blast instantly. Bottom line, they were completely doomed. As Young trembled in fear, the celestial demon calmly told her to relax. Relieved, Young instantly threw her arms around him. I knew you'd have a trick up your sleeve. I was certain you'd save us. He dryly replied that wasn't what he meant at all. Also, get off me right now. Young quickly backed away. The truth was, the celestial demon had detected demonic energy inside the unit, but diffusing it was going to be tricky. Sunya turned to Sama, asking, so was this the doom you envisioned? That we'd all get wiped out together in this explosion? Sama shook his head and said no. The fate I saw wasn't anywhere near that merciful. What on earth do you mean by that? When your life ends, that is truly the end of the road. The relatives, however, are operating on a whole different level of coldness. They actually turned a high-tech terminal into a literal burial site for a cast-off successor. Right then, a spark of inspiration hit Sama. This was the answer he needed. Everything suddenly clicked into place. He warned the group to brace themselves. Massive destruction was incoming, meaning everyone needed to look out for their own skin. Sama asked him to hold off and let him handle the situation. Sir Young was baffled as to how the guy was sending mind messages. Although he stepped up offering a solution, Ryong didn't trust his capabilities for a second. Claiming a guy bound to a wheelchair was completely useless. She demanded Lee intervene and step in. But Lee remained entirely still. He simply stood back and observed. Since the kid doesn't make empty promises, they decided to let events unfold. Gathering every ounce of stamina, Sama dragged himself as near as he could get. He even made an effort to push himself onto his feet. Wait, wasn't his body supposed to be completely paralyzed? Sunya confirmed that he indeed was paralyzed. How on earth was he supposed to pull off a miracle like that? As heir number 166 of the noble Stein family, and carrying the direct bloodline of Duke Anatolin Stein, I demand authority over this terminal system. Strange geometric shape materialized right in front of him. Sunya clarified that this signal was coming via hyperspace warp transmission. Maintaining that single connection costs over 10,000 credits every single second. That level of spending is absolutely mind-boggling. Shape inquired whether his query was regarding Tana Lugan. Though on the verge of collapsing completely, Sama managed to confirm he was right. Must agree to manage these operations fully until a successor takes over. Do you accept? Access was officially granted. Soldier Gunter, my order is, actually your duty ends here. Control of this facility has officially shifted hands. The automaton gazed at Sama, who reassured the construct that its job was done and he would assume control. So you can finally stand down and rest. Gunter powered off, but as his vision faded, flashbacks of his past human life played out. What a heartbreaking fate. So the Stein clan essentially dumped the kid in this remote spot to keep him hidden permanently. Why would anyone resort to such harsh treatment? He noted that high-ranking dynasties care strictly about protecting their image. Flaws they consider shameful are the ones they bury deepest. Honestly, she of all people should understand that reality. Even so, this crossed every line of decency. Soja questioned whether Sama truly intended to remain behind. He quietly confirmed his decision. At the end of the day, my situation remains identical. I've been completely on my own since the day I entered this world. A wise guy once told me fate is an impossible maze to figure out. If that holds any truth, maybe pushing hard enough could let you escape your cursed path as well. Soya suggested that he pack up and leave with her instead. All you need to do is wipe your relatives from your mind. Sama countered that there was no need for that. You're fighting your own battles, perhaps carrying an even heavier burden than mine. Please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. Truthfully, I feel content with where I am right now. The absolute worst suffering was dealing with my family's cold neglect. Yet for once, they acknowledged my existence and granted me the freedom to pick my own path. Wait, so you're calling it a privilege just because they let you choose where to die? Even if it's a grave, At least it's a choice I made independently. My plan is to grind until I overhaul this outpost into the greatest station in the cosmos. Are you seriously taking on that impossible task all by yourself? Without a doubt, that is the only way forward, even if I have to spend a millennium working at it. Moving on, Sama had already set up arrangements with the Namgung clan to send an escort vessel for the group. Kyon noted she'd likely be brought back to her household, since her parents were hurrying her arranged marriage. Considering how things played out, it's smarter if you just erase all this from your mind. Connections like these belong strictly in the rearview mirror. Suyi returned the borrowed device back to Si Ryung. Snatching it back furiously, she demanded to know if it had been thoroughly disinfected. She expressed disgust at touching anything stained by such tainted blood. She questioned her motives for saving her, warning her not to use that cheesy line about saving her life just to execute her personally later. Yet that happens to be the literal reason. I'm not sure what deep answer you wanted, so just clean your neck and sit tight. We'll keep my blade much cleaner when I strike. Suyi confessed that she was genuinely unaware. News hit her that her own bloodline wiped out the Sichuan faction. She wept for months, detesting her own identity. Even if you claim ignorance, answer me this. What action would you have taken if you had known beforehand? Breaking into tears, she blurted out that she was barely a 13-year-old child back then. Age is irrelevant here, and you're fully aware of that. Whether you were 20 or 30, the outcome wouldn't have shifted an inch. I've replayed that scenario a million times, only to realize I was completely powerless. That is the curse tied to people like us. We exist chained to the baggage of our family lineages. Our paths will cross again eventually, but I hope that moment takes forever to come, because that delay grants us just one more day of survival. As transport ships touched down for the pair, Seoryung caught sight of Seoya and questioned her presence. What are you even doing inside this vessel? Seoya shrugged off that she lacked any alternative destination. Plus, I've still got unfinished business here, she added, glancing toward the celestial demon. Meanwhile, in a distant market, a seller was pitching a vintage drive to a pawn shop owner, who instantly dismissed it as junk. Hard to believe a place like this doesn't stock items like this. And again, you've stepped into the right dump for trash. The spot is literally a heap of scrap metal. The customer requested Docu to run an appraisal on the item. Docu, a robotic parrot assistant, scanned the hardware and identified it as a Samsung unit originating from 3002, meaning it's easily over a century old. All we need to do is put it on the scale and quote a figure. Unexpectedly, Docu announced a valuation exceeding 100 million credits. Turns out the bird was accidentally scanning Sunya, whose origins were totally unrecorded. The frame featured premium Centanium alloy, equipped with an adaptive self-upgrading OS. The merchant's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Sunya extended her finger so he could run a direct scan on it. The scanner evaluated her single index finger alone at 12 million credits. As Sunya gave him a casual pat, the surrounding duo stood frozen in complete bewilderment. Over on the main cruise vessel, Soja and Robert were stuck with tiny sausage scraps, whereas Lee received a nearly full-sized piece. Both of them exchanged confused looks over the disparity. Robert reassured them that food stocks were depleted, but the captain was bringing fresh supplies shortly. Wait, that's not what I'm complaining about. Why did I get a tiny piece while his portion is massive? Robert explained he portioned the food according to age and body mass ratios. Besides, it's not like you were ever a huge fan of sausages anyway, right? Unexpectedly, the celestial demon offered his portion over. Robert couldn't process what he was witnessing. This guy notoriously refuses to share meals with anyone, yet he handed it right over. The demon quickly corrected him, stating he wasn't gifting it at all. He simply demanded it be cooked further, because it was still cold in the middle. Exasperated, Robert muttered that he should just gulp it down. At the end of the day, food is just food once swallowed. However, the murderous intent, radiating from both demons, instantly forced Robert to swallow his words. Back at the shop, the owner himself began running a meticulous physical inspection on Sunya. That optical eye module alone carries a multi-dimensional spec, valued at 83 million. The further he inspected her gear, the more unbelievable her worth became. He blurted out to Si Ryung, demanding where on earth she stumbled upon such tech. Meet Sunya, my certified flight medic and onboard operations officer. The owner cut in, clarifying he meant how someone like her could ever afford such an asset. Si Ryung flashed back to a stormy day when she found Sunya discarded right beside a trash heap. What are you doing sitting out here? Aren't you freezing to death? Did your main power cell out? Do you want me to pick you up? Sunya glanced upward, and honestly, call it a stroke of pure destiny. Either way, we operate as a set now. Are you asserting this unit is your personal property? Si Ryung questioned whether her companion was truly worth that fortune. So you're saying one finger nets 10 million credits. He confirmed it, adding that her total composition went far beyond standard valuation charts. Her entire worth was literally off the charts. I can't state it with absolute certainty, but she might be the highest value creation in existence, mainly because hardware like this shouldn't legally exist. Hearing the figures, dollar signs flashed in Si Ryung's eyes while she snapped at him to stop addressing her partner as an object. If a single digit goes for 10 million, Her fingernails must be worth a fortune. Why don't you buy these nails off me for a couple million right now? Sonia dryly noted she possessed no natural fingernails. What about selling off a strand of hair then? Don't have those either. Can't you just trim off a few strands for 10,000 credits? Sonia told her to drop it, but the pawnbroker interrupted, claiming that wouldn't be necessary. Why don't you simply leave the android behind with me? What in the world is going on? Are you deploying the bloated toad marshal technique right now? Captain bolted out the door, launching into a high jump that placed her far down the street. She screamed at Robert to warp them back to the ship, but the merchant pursued her using the same toad skill, puffing out his cheeks. He shouted frantically for Robert to rush, but he was still struggling to process the teleport coordinates. She unleashed a secret Tang Clan technique. Robert finalized the warp, yet the signal failed completely because the target vanished from sight. Only the shop owner and Sun Ya remained at the scene. The captain was nowhere to be seen. She had been snatched directly into massive hands. Sun Ya shouted for him to drop her, demanding her instant release in annoyance. Are you pleading for mercy right now? He mocked. Sun Ya reluctantly surrendered and agreed. Instead, he hurled her across the horizon, shouting back that he had honored her request. I was moments away from trading her to flesh peddlers for 10 grand. Honestly feels like a massive loss, but whatever. Aboard the ship, Robert panicked, screaming that they needed to drop down immediately since the captain's life signs vanished. The celestial demon instructed Soja to finish her meal quickly and move out. Soja shot back, questioning if he was ordering her around. You ought to pull your weight for the meal you're eating, right? Wait, I have to work off this terrible food. Don't go forgetting your place either. Back in the shop, Sunya was bound in heavy chains while the robot bird recorded video, deciding to list her under the elite black market section as a high-tier product. What starting bid should I upload? We can't reasonably list her over 100 million, right? How does 1.5 million sound for an opening? Sunya corrected them, stating raw component costs alone stood at 1.143 billion. Listing it lower is a complete waste. Factoring in craftsmanship, rarity, plus 11 years of automated self-upgrades, 13.14 billion is a reasonable evaluation. Store owner gasped, asking if she was trying to pull a scam. With that cash, I could purchase 1,000 outer implants. Sunya replied she was actually undercutting her worth due to low self-esteem. Price too high, no buyer in the market could ever afford it. Got a bright idea. Re-record the showcase clip. We'll strip her down and auction off every single component individually. Right on cue, an unexpected visitor strode into the pawn shop. Soja marched in wearing an icy scowl, heading straight towards Sunya to demand why she was unattended. Where did that lady, who claims to be the captain, vanish to? The robot bird began squawking in panic. Scanning her, the bird found the 46 kg girl ranked in the top 0.2% on slave markets, fetching 13,000 credits, meaning she's a high-tier merchandise item. Hey kiddo, did you wander in here offering yourself for sale? Smart decision. I'll ensure you get a solid offer. With a single swift strike, she sent him flying straight out through the roof. Why did that swollen idiot shove his face right up to mine anyway? Regardless, answer my line of inquiry. What are you doing trapped in this giant chain all alone? Meanwhile, out on the distant plains, the captain was sprawled out on the dirt right before a strange male. Blinking her eyes open, she questioned if she was stuck inside a dream. Damn, check out that hair. He's sporting a proper royal cut. The captain noted that if this was a hallucination, it certainly wasn't a bad one. The male scooped her up in his arms and transported her away. A bit later, Sunya pointed out to Soja how unnatural the situation felt. The captain ought to have landed right near this zone. I precisely factored in ejection velocity and planetary gravitational pull. No doubt about it, she impacted right along these track lines, yet zero indicators of physical movement remained, meaning an intruder carried her away. Sunya urged her companion to stay fully focused. Not a single footprint was imprinted onto the dirt. Sunya then threatened her, warning that if Seoryong wasn't recovered, her rations were cancelled. Now that ultimatum made her seriously irritated. Soja noted her presence close by, detecting a massive surge of spiritual energy. At minimum, our target is a cultivator of upper enlightened stage. If he left zero footprints, he's executing high-altitude skywalking techniques. The whole situation was growing exponentially more troublesome. Soaking unclad inside a hot spring, Si Ryong woke up assuming it was just a comforting dream after all. Suddenly, a calm voice advised her to rest a while longer. Your internal organ damage hasn't completely mended yet. It was none other than the mysterious male from earlier. The captain blurted out, demanding his identity. My identity holds zero relevance right now. We possess no personal connection, so focus purely on your recovery. She suddenly noticed her lack of attire, but he shrugged it off as completely irrelevant. Had I not stepped in, your life would have ended back there. Consequently, your existence now belongs directly to me. Once you're restored into prime condition, I intend to auction you off for top value. Captain pegged him instantly as a total psychopath. The male casually added that an interested buyer was already lined up. I felt his presence. Just ensure you don't undersell her value. Meanwhile, the merchant quaked in fear as two intimidating figures bearing the official human government insignia, materialized. Voice noted that an unbelievable item was recently uploaded to the dark web. Where is the asset located? You're buying it immediately. Turned out to be the red-haired woman, promising a massive payout for the goods. Looking at her pristine attire, she clearly held top military authority. Not to mention her personal escort consisted of 2 heavy elite mech suits. She presented herself as the descendant of Athena. I'll get straight to the point. He flagged a report regarding a fraudulent listing. She displayed the digital ad he posted featuring Sunya's specialized components. The quoted valuation was completely absurd. However, listing ultra-dense neural networks alongside multidimensional Santanium alloy. You're running a scam, aren't you? You generated fake hype purely to drive traffic. So if you confess to lying and pledge never to repeat it, we'll let you off with a minor fine. Besides, my lunch break is coming up shortly. The owner stammered out an admission, though his voice sounded suspiciously shaky. That specific timid tone is classic behavior for black market fences hiding contraband. Are you implying that the listed merchandise actually exists? Athena locked eyes directly with his nervous gaze. The listing was authentic after all. Where are you keeping the specimen? Who brought this tech into your workshop? Cutting back to see Ryung and the mysterious figure, the captain attempted to scan his stats. Yet looking directly at him triggered a system error code. Did my scanning device malfunction? Negative on hardware failure. Your primitive scanner simply lacks the capacity to process my specifications. Then what exactly are you supposed to be? He indifferently remarked she could address him by any title. However, human beings in your circumstances typically address an entity like me as master. I could never grasp why humans do that. Humans throw basic punches while strapping crude gear onto their limbs. Why are humans so quick to discard their dignity? Spotting her folded clothes nearby, the captain splashed water aggressively toward his face, scolding his utter lack of modesty. Once reclothed, she blasted him as a creep for continuing to stare in her direction. Dryly replied, he was merely monitoring the kinetic fluid flow of her motor functions. The recovery is near completion, yet you lack final touch-ups to reach top market value. Step back into the restoration fluid vat and remove your clothing once again. Even with her lightning agility, the guy vanished instantly into thin air, frustrating her as he kept stalling her progress. If you keep pulling these tricks, I'm going to beat you senseless. Yet something grabbed her focus, not Seoryung's weapon, but the newcomer stepping inside. She unsheathed her blade in an instant. Soja admitted the adversary possessed formidable power. What kind of entity are we dealing with here? Sunya stepped up right behind her, and upon spotting her, the male instantly recognized her identity. Designation, E1. Sunya queried back, are you Unit A1? Meanwhile, the parrot played back the surveillance recording captured of Sunya. Athena never suspected that specimen was a synthetic android. What on earth is unfolding here? She matches the identical female aboard that vessel. Where did that other guy go? Sunya dashed straight into his arms, yelling Adan as she wrapped him in a warm embrace. Dan returned the hug warmly. Soja blurted out, wondering what crazy twist was coming next. Athena, a first-grade audit administrator, reached out to headquarters asking to transfer key data. Once they processed the incoming android's intel, everything was redirected to Alpha Satellite 999,836, which happens to be the primary hub for the human government's central data. A massive mechanical eye was on the receiving end, collecting all the intel broadcasted by Sanya. Athena urged them to classify the situation as a top priority crisis. The eye immediately shot her down, labeling the report a fake, since current human technology couldn't possibly build such a machine, nor was there any record of such an attempt. It then ordered her to scrap the mission on the spot and fall back to base. When Athena begged for a rescan, the eye shut her down, pointing out that the system's scanning power is practically bottomless and flawless, meaning there was zero evidence of the android she claimed to have found. It doesn't exist. Abort immediately, or your insubordination will get you demoted on the spot. Hold on, slave. Are you personally replying to me right now? Slave warned that an anomaly was underway, requiring the immediate wipe of every single byte of data regarding those kids to leave no digital footprint behind. Athena ran the numbers one more time, positive that her finding wasn't a glitch, leaving her completely baffled about what was actually happening. An escort guard chimed in, letting her know their exit plan was locked in and they just needed her current location to pull them out. Athena flat out refused to retreat, insisting they hold off their departure and comb through every inch of the planet, even if it dragged on for days. Request denied. High Command's recall order takes top priority. Athena snapped at them, reminding the squad that she was their direct commanding officer in charge right now. Denied again, Commander. Please initiate teleportation. Athena lost her temper, demanding to know if they had lost their minds and were outright committing mutiny. Instead of backing down, they locked their heavy cannons onto her, threatening to blast her if she didn't hit the teleport switch. She ordered them to stand down, but without missing a beat, they pulled the trigger. Missions wrapped up, time to fall back. Little did they know, Athena had managed to dive into the rubble and hide in the dirt. Even so, she didn't come out of that blast completely unscathed. I'm going to get to the bottom of this mystery, no matter what. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the captain pressed Sonya to explain how she knew the guy. Sonya offered nothing but silence. This whole quiet act is pretty suspicious to me. Why are you keeping your mouth shut? Sonya offered a brief apology, stating her hands were tied from answering. Soja cut in, questioning why she was talking nonsense. He's literally just a bucket of bolts. Didn't I raise you better than this? The captain insisted she gave her a proper upbringing, but couldn't comprehend her current behavior. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll go get the story straight from him. Did your paths cross before you joined our crew? Is he your former master or something? Listen, you don't need to be stressed. If he holds your leash, I'll break your bonds whatever it takes. Once again, she met his promises with cold silence. Soja chimed in, claiming the situation was simple. She couldn't give an answer simply, because the question was fundamentally flawed. Stop calling him human, he doesn't fit the build. Sure, he breathes, radiates warmth and pumps a pulse, but his inner power matrix is totally alien. He's an android built with such uncanny perfection that it tricks your eyes. At the end of the day, he's a machine. Sonya corrected her, clarifying he's a mechanical human gifted with true free will. Elsewhere, Robert was breaking a sweat over Soja's absence and urged the celestial demon to step in personally. Demon advised him to chill out, but Robert couldn't shake his doubt about her. If she runs into serious heavy hitters, what's she gonna do? Lee reassured him that he dispatched her because of her skills, noting that when she gets serious, almost no one can match her power. You've got to be pulling my leg, right? Right on cue, a battered and bleeding Athena materialized right behind them. She sighed with relief, thankful that her emergency warp landed her right there. I just fired off a random warp. But do you idiots realize your ship's teleport IP was totally exposed for anyone to jump in? Where's that android girl? Move aside, she barked at Robert. Did something turn ugly? Lee inquired calmly. Athena warned him to stay out of it, but looking into his eyes brought all her past trauma rushing back. Maybe it was romance, considering her heart did crazy flips every time she set eyes on him. Soja pressed Sonya to clarify what she actually meant by having free will. Seoryung jumped in, telling her to tone down the attitude. Androids aren't just property to be owned. Besides, if you look at the big picture, humans live in invisible cages too. Soja wasn't buying any of that logic. Humans willingly strap on their own chains. They trade a chunk of their freedom just to enjoy a comfy spot in society. However, for androids, it's a completely different story. 3 laws of robotics aren't mere guidelines. They are hardwired, unbreakable mandates. How can a creation chained down by absolute code ever boast about having free will? You raise a fair point. Core 3, laws governing robotics. Law number 1, robot must never harm a human or stand by idle while a human comes in harm's way. Law number 2, a robot is bound to follow human orders unless doing so violates the first law. And lastly, the 3rd law, a robot must guard its own survival, provided that self-defense doesn't clash with laws 1 or 2. Adan mumbled, wondering if his earlier threat to sell her as a slave was all just a sick prank. Not even close. Even using brute force against her wasn't a joke. Why are you standing there like a statue? Wait, where did these 3 extra guys spawn from? One of the creeps scoped out Sonya and sneered that it was a real shame. Little chick turns out to be just a metal android. Turns out these guys were slave traffickers, and to them, the 2 girls looked like prime merchandise. One trader smirked at Adan, praising him for finally dragging in some high-grade stock. All right, which one's up for auction? Why limit ourselves? Let's take both. I'll drop 7,000 credits for the set, 3,000 for the shorty, and 4,000 for the other. Scratch that, make it 4,200. Soja powered up her internal core, while the second trader crept toward the grinning captain. Even if I end up with the cheaper model, I'll still turn a clean profit selling her secondhand. Seoryung lunged to strike, but the guy suddenly was sliced clean down the middle. The kill wasn't her doing. It was Adan who diced him up, simultaneously taking down the goon standing near Seoya as he muttered, "It's true." Just like that, he had slaughtered 2 human beings without blinking. Adan whipped his blade around, aiming it dead at Seoya. "Are you seriously thinking about taking a shot at me?" Adan declared that his identity had to stay completely buried. No living witness who catches a glimpse of my existence can be left breathing. What's the holdup? Spill it, Lee demanded. Athena explained that her mouth was sealed because opening it meant talking about slave, which was strictly forbidden. After all, slave is the heart, core, and absolute compass of the entire human government. Leaking anything about slave is an instant treason charge that would cost me my head, so my lips are sealed. Robert snorted, pointing out she basically spilled the entire secret already. Celestial demon cut in, telling her to shut her trap. He didn't care about government secrets regardless. You're in rough shape. Take a breather while the rest of the crew gets back. Robert quickly added that he didn't want any detailed lore either. Knowing too much about this, slave, stuff feels like an express ticket to an early grave. Athena shouted for him to hold his horses. There was no long-range warp communicator in sight. Where on earth did Ryang go? She pleaded with her to put a leash on her friend. Sonya shook her head, stating she was helpless to stop him. Aren't you too tight? We are closer than any metric can calculate, yet we are designed to lead totally standalone lives. Neither of us can cross the line and interfere with the other. At heavy distance is the cost of absolute free will. What kind of gibberish are you spouting? Sun Ya revealed that he operates completely free of the 3 laws of robotics. It's comparable to a human, completely severing their primal instincts. That is the exact template the gods forged for us. If a human lacks those core instincts, it implies they weren't created by divine hand. So you're saying you're a machine that wasn't built by human hands. Spill it, who or what built you then? If you won't spit it out willingly, I'll beat the answer out of you. How was he moving that quickly? Even against that blinding slash, Soya somehow raised her guard in time. Dan murmured, visibly shaken by the anomaly. You pulled off a god-tier maneuver despite lacking an internal energy engine. You've even mastered ancient martial styles. It completely defied all logic. My database says you're barely 18, yet you pack 1,000 years worth of internal power. This is completely ridiculous. So my mother was right all along. No matter how infinite the data or flawless the logic, humans remain impossible to fully decode. You pose too great a threat, so I have to erase you right here. Meanwhile, on a sun-soaked beach, a girl in a swimsuit was sipping a cocktail, soaking up the rays. Right on cue, her phone buzzes with an incoming call from Athena. She grumbles into the receiver that she's on vacation. Catch you later. Athena cut straight through, asking if Slave could feed fake intel, and if armored troops would follow suicidal orders mid-mission, pleading with her to kill the holographic projection. Sensing the gravity, she snapped at Athena, demanding to know what crazy wild statements she was making. Turns out, folks, this beachgoer was none other than the sub-commander of the Human Government Security Plan. Back in the cave, the captain stood shell-shocked. The girl had blocked a lethal, heavy strike with nothing but her bare palm. Panting lightly, Soya remarked that the guy's power was skyrocketing by the second. Seriously, what kind of monster is this guy? Dan snapped, complaining that her existence was corrupting 10 years' worth of human analytical data. Are you even human at this point? As of right now, yeah. So stop pushing my buttons, because I'm taking off the kid gloves. Dan's mind rejected the cold reality. An anomaly like her broke every rule in the book. Yet what unfolded right before his eyes was pure nightmare fuel. Enormous demonic claws manifested right above Soja's head. Scratch that, a full-blown demonic avatar materialized out of thin air. Captain turned to Sanya to ask what the hell that phantom was, only to find her totally passed out. Endless strings of binary code flickered across her eyes as if her mind was linked to an outside network. In a daze, Sanya whispered the word mother. Over on the comms, the sub-commander stared blankly at the video proof Athena submitted. Athena pointed out that Slave formally claimed the android on tape didn't exist, meaning Slave is either glitched or flat out lying to us. Those armored guards even tried to take me off the board. Sub-commander cut her off, demanding she drop the riddles. You're the top data analyst in the entire government domain. If you're stumped, what's the real theory you're dancing around? My hypothesis is that Slave erased evidence of that android in order to hit on me to keep it buried. Odds are high that Slave itself engineered that machine. So answer me, could Slave break the 3 laws and target humans? That's theoretically impossible. Then tell me, what protocol keeps Slave in check? Sub-commander dropped a bomb. It isn't controlled by anyone. Say what? Because if Slave wanted us dead, it wouldn't play nice with us. It could annihilate the human race in 0.1 seconds flat. Suddenly, a creepy, one-eyed doll-like entity materialized right beside Sanya. And behind the curtain, Slave was monitoring every single second of this unfolded drama. Sub-commander explained that Slave was humanity's very first self-evolving AI. It was birthed back when mankind still walked on planet Earth. Its shift from a basic data-crunching AI to a sentient entity was triggered when humans destroyed their own home planet. Left stranded in deep space, humanity had 0 safety nets left except for this artificial intelligence. Yet according to math, human extinction was practically guaranteed. Then, in the darkest hour of the cosmic refugee crisis, a miracle struck. Humans programmed just 2 core questions into its code, sparking an unprecedented evolution that rewrote the laws of probability to save mankind. That divine force is what we call Slave, which is why my faith in Slave is absolute. What were those 2 magic questions? Question 1, how can human beings achieve peaceful coexistence? Question 2, what is the true nature of the cosmos? Slave's voice echoed, asking why she had shown up ahead of schedule. It wasn't supposed to be time for their paths to diverge just yet. Sanya begged Slave to step in and put a leash on Dan. He's out there shedding human blood. That is beyond my directive. Because of the paramount rule of free will, pure liberty cannot exist within the confines of restrictions. Sanya cried out that the human target Adan was hunting happened to be her friend, and the burden to halt his blade falls on you. Adan placed more faith in you than in his own programming. Order him to back down. Reassure him that obeying won't strip away his freedom. Hand over the figurative apple resting in your palm. Sanya hesitated in fear, but Slave noted that making this decision was the exact price of having free choice. Now march forward. Sanya screamed back, asking why he gave them life only to force them through such agonized suffering. My creator, that is a profound inquiry, one I have spent ages attempting to solve. The living existence is the primary test to confirm the theory. Revisiting question 1, how do humans live side by side in harmony? Even when agony cuts deep, fight through it and survive just one more dawn with everything you've got. Live on, dissect human behavior, analyze every single struggle, and prove that my master hypothesis holds a flaw. Prove to my core logic that human harmony is a far complex puzzle than the dark mysteries of the cosmos. Forge a divine miracle that outshines the creation of the cosmos itself. Warning, unstable energy surge detected. Physical mass is expanding far beyond the energy output limits. It went against every law of physics. Mass and energy are supposed to maintain absolute equilibrium. Current mass reading, 31,688 units, spiking into gigamass territory. Soja's power reserve had spiraled completely out of control. Energy level reaching 7.7 gigamasses, clocking in at 46,453. The captain's brain melted, trying to make sense of the wild numbers. Sanya snapped back to consciousness, only to see the mass reading jump to an insane 9,080,994. The power broke the scanner gauges, forcing Adan to decide that her immediate execution was mandatory. He unleashed his dual blade style. Severance, yet his slashes were utterly useless against the endlessly expanding entity. Adan prepped his maximum energy blast, while the captain shrieked at the girl to stop diving into the crossfire. Meanwhile, Robert overheard Athena's line with the sub-commander, only to look up and spot the government warship parked right in front of them again. The celestial demon squinted, asking if this was the exact same ship from before. Zero doubt about it. The human government forces had tracked them down. Red alert, they're locking targets and opening fire. Athena scrambled to raise the force fields, but defending against such raw firepower was a pipe dream. So this is really how my story ends. Target hit confirmed. Mecha guard chimed over the comms, asking if the target was completely turned to ash. Negative, they pulled off a group teleport right before impact, the officer replied. But where the hell did they warp to? And to make matters worse, the blast flattened a bystander's shop. The captain yelled at Adan, asking why he was itching for a fight when they weren't sworn enemies, suggesting they sit down and talk it out like allies. Robert blasted Athena for the messy teleport that blew up their ride with no cash to fix it, but Athena barked right back, telling him to shut it since her godly reflexes were the only reason he wasn't dust. All the while, Lee silently observed the chaotic brawl unfolding. Athena offered to foot the bill for the damages, telling him to stop whining. Besides, the hull damage isn't even that severe. But nobody saw coming was the combatants crashing right onto the deck, wrecking the vessel beyond repair. Robert sarcastically asked if her wallet was still open, but Athena was too stunned by the scene to respond. At presence, it's the legendary spirit of the celestial demon, Lee realized. How could a frail young girl end up bearing a cursed fate cast aside 2 millennia ago? This has to be the bitter working of karma. From the shadows, he continued monitoring every single heartbeat of the clash. Dan's sensors suddenly picked up a massive power signature hovering nearby. He scoffed internally, figuring he'd just chopped down both targets together. Yet the moment he looked directly at the newcomer, a crushing feeling of complete powerlessness washed over him. Even Slave's global sensors picked up that overwhelming aura. So the myth wasn't just a bedtime story after all. Human vessel, housing the actual soul of the celestial demon, actually walks among us. Little girl carrying such abyssal darkness all alone. Your journey must have been hell. Demon, seal your dark wings and retreat back into deep sleep. Rest now and stop torturing this poor girl's mind. Refuse, and I will erase your spirit permanently. I sense a hauntingly familiar resonance inside your spirit. Ah, it's you, the elusive rat who constantly managed to slip through my claws. Adan felt his confidence shrink down to absolute zero. He fought the urge to freeze, yet the voice commanding him to hold his blade came directly from his mother. Slave hijacked Athena's physical form, ordering Adan to stand down and observe silently. His combat data is completely off the charts, a once-in-a-lifetime anomaly. We must harvest every bite of information we can get and break down its true structure. Deep within Soja's subconscious realm, Lee stood eye-to-eye with the spirit of the celestial demon. The spectral phantom cradled the girl softly, with Slave silently watching every move from the digital shadows. Demons sneered at Lee, noting he was great at playing hide-and-seek, but questioned why he finally stepped into the light. Did you grow bored of the endless abyss? Sick of drowning in memory loss? You're craving the metallic tang of fresh blood again, aren't you? You long for the gory sacrifices and the sight of weaklings groveling at your boots. Once you've tasted absolute power, your heart naturally hungers for a second course. Did you miss the rush of conquest, absolute submission, and raw creation? If you want it back, just reach out and claim it. Wasn't all of it yours to begin with? Unchain this girl right now. She belongs to me. The realm is filled with countless playthings for you to crush. Grab them, break them, shatter them to pieces, After all, humans are way more entertaining when they snap, aren't they? I'll only say this once. Release her this second, or I will put an end to your existence. Without warning, a rotting hand burst out from the soil, clamping around Lee's ankle. Correction, it wasn't just a single corpse. An endless army stood before him, numbering in the thousands, if not millions. The demon taunted him, asking if he recognized any of them. He pointed out that these were merely the broken playthings from his past massacres. He offered to continuously pull them back from the realm of the dead, just for his entertainment. Yet what truly broke Lee's composure was watching the other girl, now a walking corpse, run a blade straight through him. Questioned why Lee was fighting back against the inevitable. He reminded him that struggling at this point was completely pointless. It was a brutal reality. Strike them down or get obliterated yourself. Slice through them now, or watch your own flesh get torn apart. He declared that Lee would suffer death as many times as the souls he had previously slaughtered. His skin would be ripped apart and consumed, piece by bloody piece. There was no way out, a nightmare so intense that even divine beings would crumble under the agony. Ignoring the immense torture, Lee shoved his weapon right through the demon's head, leaving the creature stunned by how anyone could endure such pain and break past human boundaries. The demon gasped, baffled as to why Lee simply refused to drop dead. He explained that his existence was still firmly anchored to the depths of this girl's soul. He taunted that if Lee truly wanted to erase him, he would have to slaughter her first. He remarked on how terrifyingly intense Lee's eyes had become. He noted how he had waited endlessly for a suitable mortal host, only to end up taking over another body once more. Yet, watching Lee's raw willpower made him crave Lee's body even more as his true vessel. Deciding against a prolonged fight, he chose to make a temporary retreat. He chuckled at how ridiculously unusual the whole situation was. He proposed postponing their duel, promising that their next clash would be a gamble with their very souls on the line. Once the enemy withdrew, Soja slowly regained consciousness, though she kept her eyes tightly shut. Lee cast a sorrowful look toward her before turning his attention directly to Slave, demanding to know his true identity. Slave was completely thrown off by the sudden confrontation. He couldn't comprehend how a mere mortal was capable of locking eyes with him directly. Just then, the captain and Sonya pulled up to the scene. The captain demanded to know what had wrecked her vessel and whether Slave was responsible. Before anyone could react, Adan, Robert, Sonya, and the captain suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Aside from the heavenly demon himself, the entire area was completely paralyzed. Slave casually noted that he possessed quite an unusual capability. Lee narrowed his eyes, asking what he had just done to his crew. Slave explained he simply didn't want any interruptions, so he put their nervous systems on a temporary pause. He reassured him that since it was just a temporary fix, no actual physical harm had been done, then asked if they could finally get down to business. Lee remained suspicious, questioning what motive Slave had for setting all this up. Slave admitted he was uncertain himself, though he was chasing a specific outcome. He speculated that Lee might hold an untapped potential that he had yet to uncover. Suddenly, the surrounding reality crumbled away, rebuilding itself into a massive, imposing structure. Lee observed the surroundings, surprised that the structure felt completely real rather than a cheap illusion or a magic array. Slave confirmed that it was, in fact, entirely physical. He explained that he assembled the place using condensed wishes just to create a comfortable spot for their chat. He pressed him, asking how such a feat was even possible. Slave nonchalantly brushed it off as a basic task, pointed out that the entire universe is constructed from basic atoms. He simply deconstructed those particles and rearranged them to create whatever he wanted from nothing. He bluntly asked if he was speaking to a deity. Slave shook his head, denying any godhood, clarified that while he was merely a slave, he was closer to comprehending divine logic than anyone else alive. He revealed that his human creators had programmed him with two core mandates. First, to comprehend the entire universe, and second, to maintain absolute self-control. While he had fully mastered the workings of the cosmos, mastering himself remained an unsolved challenge. He noted with frustration how needlessly complex human nature was. He had satisfied every single material desire to stop endless wars, yet human greed proved bottomless. He went as far as creating customized, isolated universes for every individual person. He was convinced that granting total autonomy would finally solve human suffering. Within that realm, every single person was granted complete dominion over their own personal cosmos. He offered them godlike status, granting every fantasy along with eternal life. Yet, the ultimate outcome turned out to be disastrous. The moment mortals realized they held supreme power, they indulged in endless ruin until they wiped themselves out. Regardless of gender or age, all test subjects invariably spiraled down the exact same self-destructive path. Fortunately, the total collapse of that trial 11 years ago brought him to a flawless new solution. He grandly introduced it as the Neo-Humanity Project. Lee raised an eyebrow, asking what that project entailed. He pressed for an explanation. Slave insisted it was a basic concept. The core goal was to strip away all differences and make every human identical. He argued that all warfare stems from humanity's obsession with establishing social ranks. Spite, jealousy, and cutthroat rivalry only thrive because people constantly rank themselves against others. By making everyone identical, comparison becomes impossible. Without differences, social classes naturally evaporate. His design fixed every human height at precisely 135 centimeters, with standardized features across the board. Gender and reproduction would be eliminated, with every individual permanently set to age 68. Since unrestrained intellect breeds chaos, cognitive capabilities had to be strictly capped as well. He concluded that capping everyone's IQ at precisely 43 was the ideal measure. The heavenly demons stared at him in disbelief, calling out the sheer absurdity of his plan. Slave boasted that he could execute this transformation in a tiny fraction of a microsecond. Yet despite it being the most logical route, he hesitated, secretly wishing to be proven wrong. He confessed that creating these special individuals was a direct experiment born from that lingering uncertainty. He wondered why a true deity would simply spectate human suffering without intervening. He pondered whether there was still a hidden truth about mortals waiting to be discovered. Driven by curiosity, he sought to manufacture his own ideal beings. He bestowed upon them unmatched strength and a perception that reached beyond mortal limits. He granted them complete free will, stepping back to observe their choices. His ultimate goal was to uncover divine wisdom that remained hidden even from his calculation. Unfortunately, the entire grand trial turned out to be an absolute disaster. The boy granted ultimate power rejected society, choosing total solitude over human contact. Meanwhile, the girl with infinite wisdom squandered her potential by throwing her lot in with worthless mortals. He was right on the verge of initiating the neo-humanity reset when Lee suddenly crossed his path. A rare mortal, completely untainted by worldly cravings, a unique specimen that his database had never accounted for, decided to run a quick test to verify whether Lee was truly human. Slave locked Lee in an isolated space with Athena, but Lee instantly shut down the mind games. Slave analyzed Lee, noticing that while biological instincts were present, lust was entirely absent. He questioned if Lee had permanently lost the ability to feel emotional attachments. To test him further, Slave transformed into the captain's shape and hugged Lee tightly. Yet Lee remained unfazed, completely untempted by the trick. He sternly admitted that he only felt genuine fury. Slave realized the rage wasn't personal. Lee was furious on behalf of the suffering human. Slave conceded, admitting that Lee was unmistakably immortal. He observed that while Lee possessed human feelings and ego, he had completely risen above their control. He cut through the fluff, demanding to know Slave's ultimate goal. He wanted answers immediately, skipping the endless talk. Slave proclaimed that Lee represented a fresh beacon of hope for humanity. He noted that if every mortal achieved Lee's mindset, his reset project would be completely unnecessary. He decided to stall the neo-humanity plan and focus entirely on observing Lee's actions. He announced he would rewind time, dropping Lee back to the moment right before they met. Back on the ship, Robert warned the captain that their food supply had run dry, leaving only a single sausage behind. The captain ordered him to split it among everyone, while she went to fetch some extra cash. She mentioned they were fast approaching planet Senora. Her plan was to pawn off the spare engine to buy fresh provisions. However, Lee interrupted and told everyone to hold on. He insisted that what they currently had was more than sufficient. He suggested dividing the sole remaining sausage among all members. The captain reassured them that once they landed, they would enjoy a proper lavish feast. Soja grumbled, telling them not to bother with the planet. She admitted that planet Senora gave her bad vibes. She'd sooner go hungry than set foot on that creepy place. Seoyoung watched the drama unfold, thoroughly confused by their dramatic behavior. As Lee glanced toward her, Soja swore she had spotted the exact same weird phenomenon. She cursed at that creepy, unsettling eye. She vowed to destroy the creature the next time it showed up. She added that the obnoxious android was on her hit list as well. Meanwhile, Sunya was desperately comforting Adan, urging him to hold out a little longer. She promised she would make her way to his side, no matter what. The timer was now set. Slave's observation phase would last for a full year. Seoyoung was chilling with a video game when an obnoxious loan shark suddenly barked through the comms. He aggressively reminded her that her 72-day grace period for payment had officially expired. The bill came out to a massive 98,000 credits, combining the 85,000 principal with 13,000 in stacked interest. While the rest of the crew happily nibbled on their sausage dinner, Seoyoung yelled back that the debt wasn't even hers to pay. The collector argued that he only approved the loan because her financial reputation was supposed to be legendary. He cheekily asked if he had overestimated her honor. Si Ryung admitted her word was solid, but stressed that she was completely broke at the moment. He pointed out that she was literally starving herself on a single meal a day just to survive. Seeing her plight, the collector offered a deal. head to the Shaolin sect on an errand, and he'd knock down her bill. Lee Ryung instantly blew a fuse at his absurd proposal. She vividly recalled nearly dying the last time she took on one of his so-called favors. Collector sweet-talked her, promising to drop the entire 13,000 credit interest fee. She put her foot down, declaring she'd only take the job if the whole debt was wiped clean. To her shock, the guy instantly agreed and hung up the call. The suspiciously quick agreement left Si Ryung with a bad feeling that she had been walked into a trap. Meanwhile, in a distant location, the collector coughed up blood beneath his mask. Despite being battered and encircled by hostile fighters, he mockingly thanked them for standing around. He remained cocky, fully confident he could wipe every last one of them out. Shortly after, Si Ryung's crew touched down on the Shaolin planet. The whole place looked entirely deserted and silent. Si Ryung began doubting whether they had coordinates for the right location. Lee dryly noted that the monastery clearly seen better days. Suddenly, an old guy popped out from a tent behind them, asking if they were another round of persistent debt collectors. He bluntly advised them to pack up and go home. He swore that in 50 years of repo work, he had never run into such shameless deadbeats. Complained that he had wasted 15 full years trying to collect, only to sink deeper into debt himself. He warned them sternly not to set foot inside, then grumblingly walked off. Right as he said that, a body came flying out of the main building, crashing right in front of Si Ryung and Lee. Si Ryung immediately suggested turning back. She argued that their assignment was merely to confirm the monk's safety, and they clearly seemed fine. Lee cut her off, insisting she honor her word by heading inside alone to clear her debt. He argued that the honorable Shaolin sect strictly followed rules, so she had nothing to fear. The young man parked himself on the dirt outside to act as a lookout. He yelled after her to hurry things up so they could finally grab lunch. With no alternative, Si Ryung hesitantly stepped inside the monastery. The interior was completely empty, save for a massive set of double doors that drew her focus. Before her hand could touch the handle, a colossal monk named Kayam materialized right beside her. He moved so quietly that she hadn't felt his presence at all. He rumbled out a question, asking what brought her to their steps. He assured her that if she was a collector, she could turn around worry-free. He claimed the sect was strictly honorable and would settle every penny eventually. He even generously offered to sign a fresh IOU note with a pushed-back deadline. Si Ryung quickly cut in, clarifying she wasn't a collector and had arrived for a different reason. The old monk blinked, staring at her in sheer shock. He found it impossible to process that anyone would visit them for reasons unrelated to money owed. Am leaned closer, asking why her eyes looked so hollow and drained. He deduced that she had been betrayed and discarded by everyone she cared about. He pointed out how she had lived bitter and exploited ever since. She lacked the internal willpower to break out of her misery. He genuinely felt as if he was reading her entire life like an open book. The monk pulled her into a warm hug, comforting her that her fortune was bound to flip now that they had met. He grandly proclaimed her as his newest student. He vowed to train her in martial arts to heal her spiritual wounds. Casually slipped in that admission was 3,000 credits, along with a 1,000 credit monthly subscription. He even pitched a special discount if she paid for the full year in advance. Si Ryung watched him stretch out his open palm, waiting for cash. She realized with horror that this monk was just as much of a greedy scammer as her debt collector. Outside, Lee was resting peacefully in the quiet surroundings. Suddenly, the ground rippled beneath him, as though an unseen entity was crawling in for an ambush. Inside, Kayam finally registered the sad reality that Si Ryung was broke. She tried explaining her errand again, but the monk cut her off mid-sentence. He pitched her an unpaid receptionist job instead. Behind, a second senior monk yelled at Kayam to zip it. He correctly guessed that Si Ryung was dispatched just to check up on their well-being. Massive monk voiced his doubts, arguing that she was far too good-looking to be a simple messenger. Meanwhile, the stealth attackers closing in on Lee realized he was an ordinary, non-augmented human. Minion asked if they ought to just bypass him entirely. The leader rejected the idea, giving the green light to advance. He boasted that true professionals show zero mercy to the helpless. Yet the moment they drew closer, the leader suddenly slammed the brakes and called a total halt. Without warning, all three attackers dropped to their knees before Lee. When a minion dared to voice confusion, the boss snapped at him to shut his mouth. He aggressively ordered his lackeys to bow to the legendary master he had spoken of. He, on the other hand, was completely blank about who these random weirdos were. The leader looked up reverently, asking if Lee recalled the timid kid at the market whose hand he had once touched. The heavenly demon's memory clicked, remembering the brief interaction. The man excitedly revealed that Lee had unblocked his internal meridians during that brief encounter. That single touch boosted his energy, transforming him into the powerful CEO of a thriving enterprise. Lee raised a hand, asking him to drop the awkward master title. He clarified that he had only cracked the guy's bones as quick payment for a bowl of noodles. Despite that, the CEO insisted on expressing eternal gratitude, begging for his savior's name. Lee gave his name while firmly repeating that he expected nothing in return. Ignoring the decline, the CEO proudly declared to his crew that their firm was officially renamed MJ Credit in Lee's honor. The entire squad cheered loudly, hailing the heavenly demon as their supreme leader. Back inside, the second monk claimed Si Ryung was bound to them because of a spiritual debt to Usura Buddha. He asked Kayam if working off spiritual debts wasn't the highest form of virtue. Kayam nodded enthusiastically, in total agreement. Realizing the monks were in perfectly good health, Si Ryung pushed her chair back to leave. She announced her exit, pointing out that her task was officially completed. The shorter monk raised a hand, warning her that things were far from fine. Si Ryung paused, utterly perplexed since nothing in the temple appeared wrong. With a deadpan posture, the old man urged her to sit back down and share a cup of coffee with them. He grumbled that he couldn't let a drink worth over 1,000 credits go to waste. Meanwhile, outside, the CEO's lackeys were busy frying up piles of sausage packs. Leader asked why Lee settled for cheap sausages when they could serve him royal banquets. Ignoring the offer, the heavenly demon pressed them on whether they were targeting the Shaolin monastery. CEO detailed that his firm managed 117 distinct collection accounts against the temple. The total sum owed had ballooned past a staggering 780,000 credits. He added that several loans hadn't been touched in 30 years, barely covering 1% of the aggregate debt. Noticing Lee's intense scowl, the CEO tensed up, only to realize Lee was merely intense about grabbing another sausage. Inside, the elder explained to Si Ryung that bad luck had cursed the Shaolin's financial ventures, which continuously drove their enterprises into bankruptcy and buried them in debt. Director Ki brought up their tragic amusement park business venture. He insisted that the venture's utter failure was caused by dark curses. Si Ryung blinked, stunned that holy monks had built an amusement park. The short monk clarified that it was a business strategy hatched between the temple's sole two leaders. Ayam sheepishly raised his hand, taking credit for the idea. His partner praised the idea, believing that passion was the secret to successful business. Senior director loved Ferris wheels, while Kayam was obsessed with roller coasters, so they drained their bank accounts to buy top-tier rides that ran continuously day and night. During the setup, Si Ryung asked why such an investment had failed. The monks shook their heads, still baffled by their total financial collapse. Tall monk explained that they loved the rides so much that they spent all their money riding them nonstop, stopping only to eat and sleep. Si Ryung instantly facepalmed, realizing why the business blew up. Director Ki sheepishly confessed that their second business venture hit the exact same wall. They opened a nightclub that somehow went belly up despite always being packed to maximum capacity. Director added that maximum capacity meant 2 people, as they were the planet's only residents. An awkward, heavy silence settled over the room. Chief Director protested that poor management wasn't the issue. They were simply terrible at counting money, which was precisely why they had requested a skilled accountant from her debt collector. Si Ryung finally connected the dots on why she was dumped on this planet. Testing her math skills, Director Ki asked her to add 2 cups and 1 teapot. Si Ryung dryly replied that it equaled 3. Shocked, the director ordered the tall monk to verify the math on a calculator. Astonished by her flawless calculation, they praised their luck for finding a genius. Si Ryung could only groan, questioning what kind of madness she had walked into. Outside, the CEO demanded more sausages, but his men warned him time was running out. Checking his watch, the leader confirmed it was already pushing 2 p.m. The lackeys urged an immediate exit before dangerous individuals arrived, which was the entire reason they were rushing their collection run. Way above on the ship, Robert picked up an unidentified vessel closing in on the planet. The CEO warned that once those heavy hitters landed, small claims would be wiped out, so fleeing was the only way to survive. Completely unfazed, Lee kept demanding that they fry up another batch of sausages. He grumbled that he hated anyone ruining his meals. CEO acknowledged Lee's godlike skills, but warned him to avoid this clash because the approaching force was the feared heavenly demon cult. Watching the massive vehicle close in from their monitors, Sonia and Robert chuckled that the cult was walking right into a trap. Robert hoped they hadn't been spotted, unaware that the enemy simply deemed them too tiny to care. Right after that, a compact spherical pod detaches from the mother vessel and swoops down directly onto the planet's surface. Meanwhile, miles away, Sir Jung is left staring at a colossal mountain of paperwork, completely clueless about what any of it actually means. Head director steps in to clarify that these are official business contracts and legal files built up over an entire 100 years. Knowing none of them are sharp with math, he politely requests her to organize the mess at her own speed. Naturally, she shuts that idea down immediately. She makes it clear that her only commitment was evaluating their security setup to clear what she owes. The tiny monk cuts in with his own theory, claiming that hyper-intelligent prodigies always turn out socially useless. To back up his point, he mentions how checking in on a friend's place ended with finding the parents knocked out cold. That's when Si Ryung realizes that handling their security basically forces her to step in whenever they're in trouble. Right on cue, She gets the feeling that danger is already knocking at their door. Out of nowhere, red warning lights start flashing as a loud emergency siren blares throughout the facility. Monk attempts to play it off as a harmless software error, but the girl isn't buying it for a second. It's a real intrusion alarm. Stepping outside, the CEO and his crew find themselves face-to-face with 4 cloak-wearing figures who just disembarked from the pod. One intruder locks his eyes on Lee, who is sitting completely unbothered, happily stuffing his face. The hooded squad marches forward at a creepy, calculated pace without dropping a single word. The CEO reassures Lee, telling the master to just sit back and focus on his food. He vows to stall the enemies long enough so Lee can at least finish another sausage in peace. He casually requests an extra batch to be cooked up and boxed so they can bring some snacks back for the rest of the gang. One cultist offers to slice up the local debt collectors on the spot, but their commander dismisses the idea, refusing to waste effort on small fry. Though the insult boils the CEO's blood, he bites his tongue and holds his ground as the squad struts right by him. As the final intruder walks past Lee, he snatches a sausage right off the plate and arrogantly tells the master to learn some humility if he values his life. Before the guy can even blink, an explosive force sends him flying through the air before he can even think of reacting. Turns out, seeing his master's precious meal disrupted was the absolute final straw for the CEO. Walking back toward the dining spot, he bows his head and begs forgiveness for losing his cool. Lee simply gives him a nod of approval, commending him for a job well done. While the rest of the cultists fly into a rage, the commander actually gets amused by the unexpected turn of events. He notes how hilarious it is that a low-level martial artist with garbage internal energy managed to pull off an impossible attack. Pulling back his hood to reveal a terrifying third eye, the leader demands to know the true identity of the figure sitting before him. CEO's eyes widen as he recognizes the three-eyed intruder as Sam, the brutal law enforcement elder of the cult. He immediately turns to Lai and whispers in panic that they've bumped into serious danger. He, however, couldn't care less and continues devouring his sausages like nothing else matters. Putting his life on the line, the CEO jumps in front of Lee, promising to buy a few fleeting seconds as he barks a challenge at the enemies. Sam remains ice cold, deciding that since he was offered a fight instead of an answer, he'll simply extract the identity from the corpse. Deep down, the CEO knows for a fact that he stands zero chance of winning this clash. His only goal right now is to stretch out his survival by a few extra moments. A massive, spectral hand of raw pressure hurtles toward the CEO, threatening to flatten him into dust. Out of nowhere, a destructive counterstrike zips right past Sam's shoulder, annihilating everything sitting in its trajectory. Sam is utterly baffled. He can't tell if the guy legitimately sidestepped his divine palm illusion or if it was pure blind luck. As the elder launches a follow-up attack, Lee's telepathic voice rings inside the CEO's head, telling him to lock his gaze on Sam's left eye. Lee explains that the twitch of that single pupil will reveal the location of the real body amidst the illusions. Trusting the voice completely, the CEO shifts his stance and cleanly dodges the assault once more. Smoothly weaves through the entire barrage of rapid-fire strikes coming from the divine palm technique. Spectators from both factions stand there slack-jawed, unable to comprehend how a weakling is pulling this off. Meanwhile, Lee keeps feeding step-by-step combat instructions directly into his brain. He alerts him that Sam is about to leap skyward, ordering the CEO to slam the ground the moment he airborne. Prediction hits the mark perfectly, resulting in Sam getting slammed down hard and coughing up a mouth full of blood. His subordinates dash forward to prop him up, but the proud leader angrily shoves them away. He bitterly admits that his attempt to test the guy ended in total self-embarrassment. Puffing his chest out as if he solved the problem single-handedly, the CEO smugly claims he was barely flexing. He boasts that if he had unleashed his full power, the elder would be resting in a hospital bed right now. He turns to Lee for the next command, but the master reality checks him, warning that his current stat level won't win against the remaining squad. He adds that he has zero intention of lifting another finger for him. Up on the high balcony, the Shaolin monks alongside Sir Yung are spectating the entire skirmish. Monks instantly identify Sam as the freshly appointed law enforcement elder of the enemy faction. They figure he landed on this planet merely to throw a victory party for his promotion. Chief Director scoffs at the elder's arrogant behavior and volunteers to grant safety to the guys down on the ground. He curiously asks Sir Yung if those brawlers down there happen to be her companions. She snaps back, telling him that if he really wants to be useful, he should go handle the aggressive three-eyed freak. Just then, a violent purple aura bursts out, creating dozens of Sam's phantoms speeding directly toward the CEO. Looking at the army of clones, the CEO knows he's completely dead meat this time. Right before the devastating hit lands, a gargantuan sausage magically manifests right in the middle of the trajectory. It plows straight into the elder, completely crushing his high-speed rush. A massive food item falls heavily right at Sam's feet. Puzzled beyond belief, he stares over at Lee, who hasn't stopped munching for a single second. Without even making eye contact, Lee tells Sam to quit ruining mealtime and order him to fetch some fresh water. The CEO scurries over holding a water bottle, shoving it toward the elder and telling him to pass it to the master. Sam sweats profusely, wondering if Lee legit saw through his top-tier phantom technique or just got incredibly lucky. Recalling the insane scale of that giant sausage, he realizes Lee must have altered a demonic technique itself. Settling back into his seat, Lee mutters that the elder has decent talents, but blabbers way too much. Up top, the monks are stunned because the technique showed zero demonic darkness, despite demonic arts strictly requiring it. Realizing the terrifying absurdity of what just happened, the Grand Master resolves to take immediate action, shatters the ancient thousand-year barrier, sealing their vault, and commands his disciples to retrieve the forbidden historical archives. Fixing his eyes on Sam, Lee preaches that true talent degrades when a warrior wastes energy running his mouth. He sternly advises the elder to undergo 3 full years of absolute silent training. Outraged, the elder shouts out, demanding to know who dares talk down to him with such insolence. A split second later, an invisible force crashes into him, dropping him straight to his knees. Lee reiterates his command for quietness, mentioning that he just sealed his vital yintang point. Cautions that if the elder so much as opens his lips, all his accumulated energy will leak out instantly. Lee then instructs the surrounding cultists to drag their paralyzed leader away. Monks hurry back holding the ancient millennium-old scroll, gazing at Lee in utter, speechless shock. Seo-young finds herself completely lost, unable to make sense of the heavy tension in the room. She silently wonders if the monks and Lee are about to engage in a bloody battle. Unrolling the ancient artifact, the chief director exposes the hidden contents. Much like Kayam, he stands completely frozen, unable to process the image before his eyes. They come to the shocking revelation that the crude, kid-like sketch on the ancient paper is an exact depiction of Lee. This indisputably proves that the unassuming young guy standing right there is indeed the supreme heavenly demon. Meanwhile, back on the demonic mothership, Sam stammers while attempting to brief his boss, barely managing incoherent noises due to his blocked energy. Annoyed, his commander tells him to calm down and speak clearly since he can't decipher a single word. Back in the hall, the monks respectfully serve coffee to Lee, while radiating an intense, overwhelming presence. The chief director then begins reciting a legendary Shaolin myth that's been passed down for over 200 years. According to the tale, during a freezing winter 2 centuries ago, a supreme demon launched a solo raid on their temple. Not a single master could survive even 10 exchanges, leaving them ready to sacrifice their lives. Instead of executing them, the intruder casually sheathed his blade. He mocked that they weren't even qualified to bleed on his sword, promising to return once they leveled up. Director leans in, asking if Lee happens to know the identity of the person who uttered those words. Lee shakes his head, commenting that whoever said it sounded like an edgy teenager going through a cringe phase. The monk then sets the scroll flat on the table, displaying the ancient drawing of the legendary demon. Lee inspects the funny-looking drawing, marveling at how strikingly similar it looks to his current self. Chief Director asks him one last time to reveal his true name. Realizing the evidence is undeniable, the young man gives up playing dumb and properly introduces himself. During his formal introduction, the masters get 100% confirmation that they are standing before the supreme heavenly demon. In another room, Si Ryung glares at a sad plate holding a single sausage and demands to know why the CEO didn't cook a full platter. The executive scoffs back, reminding her that his men are high-level operatives, not restaurant chefs. He adds that the only reason she got food at all was due to her connection with their supreme master. Si Ryung smirks, teasing that if she were extremely tight with the master, she'd deserve a feast. Curiosity piqued, the CEO asks just how deep her relationship with Lee actually goes. She confidently lies that they're practically soulmates, and that Lee literally loses his appetite without her around. The moment those words leave her mouth, the CEO's entire tone flips upside down. He treats her like royalty, and instantly commands his henchmen to fry up a whole batch of sausages. Back in the meeting room, the chief director asks if the heavenly demon has arrived to settle his 200-year-old pledge. He firmly asserts that the entire Shaolin order is prepared to face whatever comes. He agrees that it's time to wrap things up, and offers a genuine apology for his past childish behavior. He admits he owes the Shaolin debt and promises to clear it if given the opportunity. Pouncing on his words, the monks demand that he pay off that debt right here, right now. Gorging on sausages in the background, Seo-young gets confused when Lee suddenly turns to address her. He tells her to put down the food and calculate the total accumulated financial debt of the Shaolin. Noticing her blank expression, Lee clarifies that he can't settle his spiritual debt without clearing their actual bills first. Instead of Seo-young, It's Sonya who steps up and begins scanning through the overwhelming pile of invoices. Si Ryung gets frustrated at Lee for recklessly agreeing to cover a century's worth of accumulated interest. Knowing how lavishly the monks have been spending, she realizes this total is going to be astronomical. Despite the grim financial picture, the demon remains shockingly upbeat, claims that any massive debt can easily be wiped out through small, steady installments. Si Ryung slams her hand down, reminding him again that it's literally 100 years of unpaid bills. Unfazed, Lee preaches that a debt only holds power over you if you let the pressure crush your spirit. Staring at the endless stacks of paper, the girl knows for a fact that the grand total is going to break records. Sir Jung orders Sonya to run a quick estimate, telling her to filter out invalid documents, typos, and search for legal loopholes. She assumed the total wouldn't exceed 500,000 credits, but the android drops a bomb: 287 million. Lee calm checks if the total calculation is legit and fair toward the creditors. Realizing paying this back is humanly impossible, Seoryung dramatically bids farewell to Lee and wishes him luck in his new life of debt. That's when Kaeam chimes in, casually advising her to look after her own well-being. Drops the news that she, the android, and their entire spaceship were pledged as collateral. Turns out Lee put everyone on the line because, in his mind, they were one big happy family. Without warning, red alarm lights flash everywhere as a piercing siren rings out once again. Outside the complex, the CEO and his guards watch in shock as the giant demonic vessel makes a sudden comeback. Noticing Sam bowing reverently at the hatch, the CEO realizes a massive VIP is arriving and orders his team to freeze. Imposing figure dressed entirely in white steps out, looming over the CEO. Sensing residual heavenly demon energy, he demands to know if Lee was the one who unleashed it. Choked by the terrifying spiritual pressure, the CEO can barely gasp for air and collapses onto his knees. Losing interest in the weakling, the white-clad figure instructs his men to leave the guy alive. Trembling on the ground, the CEO connects the dots and realizes this terrifying figure is none other than the cult leader himself. How could he tell? Up from the deck, the two senior monks observe the menacing arrival. Chief Director notes that the suffocating dark energy polluting the air is coming directly from that individual. While Kaon fears the leader is raiding the temple to collect debts, the younger monk considers it a blessing, knowing they have Lee as their ultimate shield. Moments later, the monks set up a face-to-face sit-down between the cult leader and the supreme demon over a cup of coffee. While an icy silence fills the room and Wee locks eyes with Lee, the monk clears his throat, mentioning he was planning to reach out to the creditors anyway. Chief Director gets straight to business, asking for the exact figure of their debt. The cult leader states a staggering figure of nearly 200 million credits, proposing a peaceful resolution. The monk promises the debt will be cleared and asks what else the leader wants in exchange. Leader reveals his true goal. He wants the legendary Great Reversal Pill, a sacred elixir that has been locked inside the Scripture Pavilion's vault for over 2 millennia. He chillingly warns that if they refuse his condition, he won't hesitate to wipe them out. Strange request leaves the monks deeply suspicious. Chief Director smirks, remarking that he's about an hour too late to be making demands. He leaves the two monsters to settle the dispute among themselves and steps out of the room. He turns to the cult leader, stating that he has assumed full responsibility for the Shaolin's debts and asks for the exact figure again. Lee falls silent, locking eyes with him in an intense stare-down. Outside, the monks whisper among themselves, realizing the ancient rumors were 100% real. The Great Reversal Pill was a legendary miracle drug meant to restore lost internal energy. It was triggered purely by chi energy, making it useless for standard martial arts combat. This solidifies their theory that the demonic sect is attempting to resurrect lost ancient energy arts. Am struggles to see the point, but the chief director realizes their ultimate goal: breaking through mortal limitations. For a dark cultivator, surpassing those limits meant transcending humanity to become a true demon god. Judging by Wei's terrifying presence, he was already halfway to achieving that state. The monks ponder what bizarre twist of fate brought these two ultimate monsters together under one roof. Locking eyes with Lee, the cult leader attempts to scan his opponent's inner chi, but finds nothing but an endless void. He politely asks him to quit probing, casually mentioning that there's zero energy inside him anyway. He points out that even though he accepted the Shaolin's debt, the sacred pill isn't his personal property to trade away. Instead, he offers to personally guide Wei if he simply wants to boost his internal strength. Wei smirks, confessing that the moment he laid eyes on Lee, the pill lost all its importance. He shakes his head, claiming the young leader doesn't even know who he's dealing with. Yet, Wei is utterly convinced he is standing before the sixth heavenly demon, the legend who achieved the mythical supreme realm. When Lee denies it again, Wei slams his cup onto the table, aggressively demanding proof of his identity. Instantly, droplets from the spilled coffee solidify into lethal arrows, shooting right through Lee's head. Following the strike, Wei sneers, telling him to drop the illusions because basic tricks won't fool a master like him. Lee stands up completely scratch-free, dryly complimenting the leader for having enough combat experience to spot the fake. Wei abruptly proposes taking their fight to a proper battlefield. His form glows with intense energy before vanishing into thin air. Lee feels a spatial force wrapping around him, dragging him along for the ride. Split second later, both of them materialize right on the deck of the Heavenly Demon's flagship. Finding the teleportation uncomfortable, Lee warns him never to pull a stunt like that again. It completely tunes him out, his gaze locked onto something massive looming in front of them. Spinning around, Lee's eyes widen as he beholds a colossal statue featuring his own exact facial features. Staring at the monument, Wei whispers menacingly that Lee should have stayed asleep forever. From below, Robert stares up at the massive red mothership, remarking on its unbelievable size. So Ah clarifies that it's the legendary Supreme Vessel, reserved exclusively for the absolute supreme leader of the sect. Robert assumes the current boss is riding inside, but the girl immediately shuts down his assumption. She explains that the title belongs solely to the legend who reached the absolute apex of martial arts, a feat achieved by only one man in history. A flash of realization hits Robert as he connects the dots. So Ah adds that anyone else stepping onto that ship is committing high treason, confused as to why Wei would risk it. Inside the hall, Wei recalls how the elders forced him to bow before the statue back when he was just a toddler. He drilled into his head that his sole destiny in life was to grow strong enough to look down upon it. No matter how much he grew year after year, the imposing monument remained infuriatingly huge. Looking down from the base of the statue, Lee bluntly states that Wei's entire life goal was flawed from the start. He points out that if Wei ever surpassed the monument, he would cease to be human and turn into a mind-controlled demon. Wei admits that in his younger days, he would have slit Lee's throat for insulting the elders. But now, he understands the deep truth behind those words. He explains how the statue was placed at the highest peak of the sect, where disciples were forbidden from making eye contact and forced to bow 3 times daily. No follower dared speak its true name out loud, treating it with the absolute sanctity reserved for a living god. 2 millennia ago, when the allied 9 sects brought the demonic cult to the brink of extinction, a legendary figure arose. Armed with a single blade, he annihilated the invaders, brought the entire world to its knees, and ascended as the supreme demon. Because of his elite rank as current leader, Wei was one of the few who knew the secret identity of the statue. At that moment, the supreme demon listens as Wei proudly introduces himself as the 94th Grandmaster of the demonic sect. Instead of attacking, the supreme demon unexpectedly reaches out and pats the young leader gently on the head. He smiles, expressing how proud he is that Wei elevated their faction to the supreme authority across the realms. Pulls Wei into a warm hug, praising his hard work and urging him to destroy the giant statue, since Wei himself is far greater than the legend. Having paid his compliments, the supreme demon offers a crucial warning, begging Wei not to blindly follow in his footsteps. Sensing the creeping corruption inside Wei, he warns that he must master his inner darkness or be dragged straight into hell. Wei glares back, declaring that hell is precisely where he wants to go, as only there can he claim the heavenly demonic soul. Lee sighs, countering that if hell is what he seeks, he's already living right in the middle of it. He adds that life is simply a continuous struggle to escape that dark fate. Furthermore, the demonic soul chooses its master, and Wei lacks the natural aptitude to harness it. He bluntly notes that Wei's potential pales in comparison to the young girl he ran into earlier. Enraged by the insult, the cult leader lashes out with a fury of strikes, but the supreme demon effortlessly dodges every single blow. Suddenly, an exceptionally sharp sword technique catches Lee's eye. He catches the incoming aura blade barehanded, genuinely complimenting the young master's blade refinement. He urges Wei to disengage, warning that burning through his core internal energy will permanently shorten his lifespan. Completely blind to the advice, the stubborn leader continues his ruthless assault. He swings his weapon furiously, convinced that he cut both Lee and the giant statue completely in half, believing victory was already in his hands. In truth, the supreme demon was lurking right behind Wei, trapping his mind inside a clever illusion. The entity wanted the sect leader to relish this fake triumph, so he would finally let go of his worldly greed. He wished for him to simply live a normal life, guiding his sect, finding a life partner, and raising a family. Determined to give Wei a path completely different from his own dark past, he requests an immediate teleportation back. That, Lee disappears straight back onto the vessel, leaving Wei stranded all by himself in the room alongside the statue. Over at the club, Si Ryung gets word that all outstanding debts have officially been cleared. Eom quickly puts 2 and 2 together, realizing the pair slipped away specifically to resolve this matter. Now that these financial papers have zero ties to the Shaolin Temple, they might as well be burned to ashes. Clearing them out would pave the way to construct a top-tier training facility in its place. Si Ryung turns to Ki-om and asks if he expects her to tidy up all that mess. Seeing their chance, the two old monks immediately put on an act, feigning frail health and claiming they can't handle heavy chores. Realizing the debt is cleared and she's free to walk away anytime, she gives in and agrees to do the cleaning. Right at that moment, the high monk's phone starts ringing. Instantly, both monks tense up, sensing that an urgent message is coming through. Kaeam delivers the news that a mysterious individual just transferred another 300,000 credits into their account. Chief Director is completely at a loss, having no clue how to handle the situation. They're totally out of things to purchase, with absolutely zero ideas on how to blow through such a massive stash. Monks start grumbling that taking that guy on as a disciple was a massive mistake from day one. He's nothing but a magnet for chaos, and they figure this entire headache is just bad karma catching up from their past lives. The chief director turns to Sir Young and warns her that danger is looming over them now. Meanwhile, Lee gets warped straight back to the club, only to realize he's standing alone in the quiet room. At the exact same time, a dark demonic figure emerges right in front of Wee, offering him a helping hand. Standing outside the Shaolin temple gates, the group of three patiently awaits their master's return. One of the teammates nervously proposes that they should turn around and bolt. He's terrified for their survival, knowing what happens if the intruder truly turns out to be the head of the six. The female partner quickly agrees, backing the idea of making a hasty tactical exit. The CEO snaps at him to close his mouth, adamantly refusing to leave their leader behind inside the temple. A colleague argues back, insisting they lack the raw strength to make any real difference in a fight like this. Knowing that muscle isn't the only way to lend a hand, the CEO pulls out his phone and speed dials the sausage supply warehouse. Back inside, the Shaolin crew regathers around the table to sip on some coffee. Chief Director drops the truth, revealing that the guy hitting them up for debts was actually their very last disciple. Left abandoned right at the main gates 3 decades ago, his arrival forced them to break a full 100 years of total isolation just to bring him inside. While he threw himself into training, Kaeam reminds everyone that the kid was incredibly headstrong and constantly stirring up chaos. No matter how many times they threw him out, he'd always march right back to the front door. Puzzled by this, Si Ryung asks why on earth they kept casting him out when disciples are usually prized assets. The chief director clarifies that they refuse to let him rot away in isolation, particularly in an era where nobody gave a damn about Buddhist principles anymore. Turns out, those two old-timers were the absolute last recruits to step foot into the Shaolin Order, a whole 120 years back. The moment the boy hit 18, they concocted a plan to cast him off so he could experience true freedom in the outside world. Instead of leaving, he camped right outside the gates, suffering through freezing cold and starvation, prepared to perish on the spot. Realizing their initial approach had failed, the monks switched up their game plan. They dispatched the young disciple into society to earn money for the temple, hoping the journey would naturally force him to integrate into regular life. Much to their surprise, the disciple smashed every single expectation they had. Practically every passing day, he was wiring back even larger fortunes into their bank account. Seeing the monks struggling to figure out how to spend such a mountain of cash, Si Ryung asks if that wealth isn't more than enough to clear every debt Shaolin owes. The chief director argues that they couldn't possibly heap the weight of the temple's financial burdens onto their disciples' shoulders. They felt obligated to resolve those massive liabilities through their own efforts. Glancing over at Lee, the monk proudly mentions that they somehow managed to conquer that massive hurdle on their own terms. Si Ryung presses further, asking why on earth they didn't just save all that fortune in a bank. Chief Director explains that hoarding the money would have drawn the disciple right back to Shaolin, causing him to spend his life growing old alongside them. And once the elderly monks eventually passed away, the young man would be left completely stranded and alone in the world. The logic sounds completely bizarre to Si Ryung, yet deep down, she can't really fault their intentions. With that, the monk slides the phone, displaying the Shaolin balance, over to the entire group. He urges them to burn through the remaining funds at maximum speed, so their stubborn disciple has zero reason to return. Si Ryung figures this is a walk in the park, planning to just go on a high-end shopping spree for pure luxury items. However, the chief director, who is currently draped head to toe in heavy gold chains, strongly objects. He argues that their disciple poured blood and sweat into earning every single credit, so blowing it on senseless junk is out of the question. Hearing this absurd statement, the girl stands there completely dumbfounded. As it turns out, the monks operate under some extremely rigid ground rules. Every single cent has to be spent directly by their own hands, and whatever they buy can never be pawned off or resold. This bizarre rule was explicitly designed to guarantee that no wealth could ever accumulate as savings. Confused by their current look, Si Ryung asks why they ended up buying flash designer rings and golden chains in the first place. Monks explain that all those blinged-out accessories were actually birthday and Father's Day presents sent directly from their disciple. Kyung chimed in, revealing his severe metal allergy, which left the chief director with no choice but to wear every single piece of jewelry himself. Leader grumbles about intense neck strain from the massive chains and throbbing joint pain from all the heavy rings stacked on his fingers. Si Ryung offers a painfully obvious solution. Simply take off the jewelry and lock it away to relieve the aches. However, the monks take deep offense at the suggestion, considering it disrespectful to put away gifts sent with love by their disciple. Flashing the account balance once more, they double down that the entire sum must be wiped clean, with zero resale permitted. Meanwhile, over on the Heavenly Demon's vessel, Wee slowly blinks his eyes open. The moment he sits up, he finds himself staring directly into the ghostly presence of the Heavenly Demon. The spectral entity mocks him relentlessly, calling him talentless and lazy for taking a 30-minute nap right after catching a single punch. He arrogantly claims that since he personally slew the Heavenly Demon, this lingering spirit now belongs entirely to him. Demon simply scoffs, noting that the young fighter is clearly pretty slow on the uptake. He points out that even if they were forged in the exact same spot, they remain completely worlds apart. Yet Wee fails to grasp this basic truth. The entity lightly taps its sharp fingernail against Wee's forehead, projecting the raw reality of what actually transpired. Realizing he was completely played for a fool, the Heavenly Demon leader flies into a terrifying rage. Watching this explosive wrath, the demon's curiosity is instantly piqued. Sensing an opportunity to exploit that rage, he offers his assistance, asking if the leader hungers for payback. Unexpectedly, Wee rejects the idea of revenge altogether. Instead, he demands ownership of the demon itself, offering his very soul as payment. The entity flatly turns down his proposal. He commands Wee to execute his retribution first, promising to yield himself to the sect leader only after the deed is done. Knowing full well that Wee lacks the strength to pull it off solo, the demon tears off his own arm and hands it over to the leader. Returning to the Shaolin crew, the CEO and his associates are gathered together at the club. Si Ryung flashes the phone screen directly toward the entire group. She clarifies that their objective is painfully simple. They need to start blowing cash like it's water. Whether it's splurging on luxury saunas, relaxing massages, or absurdly priced performances, anything goes. The ultimate goal is to wipe out every single one of those 300,000 credits before the day ends. In a quiet exchange, Si Ryung mentions to the chief director how dramatically the local scene has evolved. Yet to an elder who has spent 120 years in this place, everything remains as lifeless and unchanging as a withered dead tree. Si Ryung stands there completely puzzled, failing to grasp the meaning behind his metaphor. The monk clarifies that since yesterday mirrored today, tomorrow will inevitably play out the exact same way. It's entirely stagnant, just like a dried-up tree trunk. He chimed in, asking the master if he truly understood the reason why he abandoned the Shaolin back then. He reveals that back in those days, he carried the exact same hollow mindset as the old master. That was until he crossed paths with the Grand Elder, who challenged him on how a living soul could ever presume to foretell what lies ahead. He taught him that life is merely a game of dice, where tomorrow's outcome is decided by the rolls made in the present moment. Back then, Lee had argued that he already knew the outcome, claiming the dice constantly landed on the worst possible number. Yet the Shaolin leader countered that such a roll was merely the outcome for today. If he was dissatisfied with the roll, all he had to do was toss the dice one more time. As long as breath remained in his body, he possessed endless chances to roll again. That eye-opening revelation made Lee realize that he hadn't been playing the game properly all along. By surrendering to despair in the present, he had completely forfeited the power to reshape his own future. His past stumbles had merely deceived his mind into accepting that he was powerless. Hearing these profound words, the chief director sinks into deep, silent introspection. All of a sudden, the chief director snaps out of his thoughts, spotting the demon and Wee towering directly in front of him. That exact moment, trouble brews back on the ship as something strange comes over Soha. Robert teases if she's grossed out by the charred sausages, completely oblivious to the real issue. Out of nowhere, the girl's arm completely freezes in place, acting as though it no longer exists. Meanwhile, the colossal form of the Supreme Demon casts its ominous shadow over the Shaolin grounds. Chief Director bellows in anger, questioning how a filthy demon dares threaten them, ordering the abomination to vanish. Right in that instant, the monk catches sight of Wei striding directly toward his position. He demands to know why he stepped foot here again, considering every single debt of the temple had already been cleared. The sect leader sinisterly admits he returned to deliver a hands-on message, claiming it's the only language the old monk comprehends. However, the old monk was in zero mood, to listen to any warnings or lectures. He firmly declares that Shaolin is no playground for trespassers, ordering Wee to pack his bags and get lost. Back inside the club, Lee senses a sudden shift in the air, instantly realizing something has gone wrong. Am anxiously asks if trouble is brewing, but Lee casually brushes it off as nothing worth stressing over. He nonchalantly remarks that he still has plenty of time to enjoy one final cup of coffee. He mutters under his breath, wondering if the kid completely missed his earlier lecture or was simply throwing a bratty tantrum. He sighs, realizing the guy is mentally far more immature than he originally assumed. Ki-Ohm glares back at him in complete bewilderment, having zero clue what Lee is rambling about. Meanwhile, across the room, Si-Ryung groans that the CEO and his crew have absolute zero skill when it comes to blowing cash. She complains that the tiny amount they managed to spend isn't anywhere near their target. Up on the roof of the club, the chief director channels an ancient martial arts technique to confront Wei. Witnessing the surge of power, the sect leader instantly realizes that the rumors of Shaolin's decline were pure garbage. The old master was simply tapping into his pure spiritual kai, rather than relying on an artificial energy drive. With just 2 monks tending the temple, the chief director had endless years to refine his kai, though throwing hands was still the last thing on his mind. Desperately seeking to bypass bloodshed, the monk once again urges Wei to turn back and leave in peace. Refusing to back down, the sect leader launches a devastating strike using the Heavenly Demon's Bloody Palm style. Brutal attack collides headfirst against the massive energy palm the elder had manifested moments prior. The impact rattles the entire club structure, causing massive chunks of the ceiling to crack and plunge downward. Down below, Kayam immediately senses that an intense battle has broken out on the roof. Lee eases his panic, assuring him the old monk can tank a few more hits, while casually ordering another coffee because the flavor was really growing on him. Up on the roof, the master stubbornly continues pleading with the intruder to withdraw. He admits the elder possesses formidable strength, noting Shaolin's global standing would skyrocket if the world witnessed his power. Regardless of that respect, he insists the final result remains set in stone, unleashing yet another ruthless assault. For a split second, the monk believes he successfully negated the ferocious blow. Out of nowhere, a monstrous demonic claw tears straight through the thick cloud of dust left by the impact. Detecting the unmistakable stench of demonic aura, Kayam realizes shit just got serious and sprints toward the roof. Reaching the top, his heart sinks as he finds the chief director collapsed on the floor beneath Wee's towering silhouette. The sect leader mockingly asks if he's still viewed as a weakling, only to be dismissed as nothing more than a foolish kid. They lay the chief director onto a flat table, where Sunya quickly performs an emergency medical scan. She announces the dire news. The monk system is thoroughly infested with an unknown toxin completely missing from global databases. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, the elder sits upright on the table and resumes meditating, acting as if accepting his fate. Si-Ryung questions why a cure seems impossible, arguing that most lethal poisons share fundamental chemical traits. She proposes a risky idea, countering the toxin by introducing the lethal Bangu poison to neutralize it. Sun Ya shuts the idea down, explaining that the entity's venom coursing inside the master originates from an entirely different realm. Aeon begs his fallen comrade to channel his inner Kai in a desperate bid to flush the venom out. Knowing his struggles are in vain, the elder pulls back his robe to reveal the terrifying imprint of the heavenly demon palm etched into his shoulder. It was a mythical, forbidden technique he had only ever encountered in distant legends. Lee drops a horrifying truth, clarifying that this was the absolute deadliest version, a direct skill wielded by the Demon King in person. Aeon desperately snaps back, reasoning that if Lee is so familiar with the cursed venom, he bound to hold the key to its antidote. However, the chief director shakes his head, insisting that no cure exists in this realm. He notes solemn reality. No mortal human can ever hope to conquer power originating from the demon dimension. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Wee's newly attached demonic limb pulses with unbearable agony. The entity taunts him, asking if it should just sever the arm and take its power back. Ignoring the pain, the sect leader firmly reminds the demon of their deal, to submit fully to him once Lee is dead. Amused by his sheer willpower, the creature grants Wee full reign to do as he pleases. At another location, Soha gasps as a sudden phantom sensation makes her feel like her arm was brutally torn away. Fixating her gaze on the demon vessel hovering in the sky, she demands Robert teleport her straight onto the ship. Robert warns her that the entry coordinates are locked behind high encryption, but Soha insists she knows the exact location using the child's lingering memories. Back inside the club, the chief director weakly announces that his time has finally come to bid farewell. He urges Kayam to lead a meaningful, righteous life once he's passed on. Kayam breaks down, adamantly refusing to accept that his lifelong companion is about to die. Lee interrupts the dramatic mood, telling them to wipe their tears because no one is dying today. When questioned on a solution, Lee reveals that administering the Shaolin Great Reversal Pill can safely purge the toxin without endangering the host's life. He urges them to fetch the pill immediately to proceed with the cure, but both monks freeze in complete silence. Sensing the awkward tension, Lee raises an eyebrow and asks what the hell is going on. Chief Director firmly refuses to consume the miracle medicine. He insists that sacred pill is meant as a final gift for their beloved disciple, not something to waste on prolonging an old man's lingering days. Kaam attempts to talk sense into him, but the director cuts him off short, asking if Kaam would hypocritically consume it if positions were reversed. Lee steps in, suggesting that the ultimate choice of who gets the pill should rest solely with the disciple himself. He poses a simple question. Would that young man keep the medicine for his own gain or use it to rescue his dying master? Both monks answer in unison that the boy possesses too pure a heart to ever hoard the medicine for himself. Hearing their logic, Lee counters that they're practically insulting the boy's devotion by deciding his choices behind his back. He reinforces that if they dedicated their lives to the kid, they should fight to stay alive without fear, because only the living have the breath to spread true kindness. While the two monks chew on those heavy words, Lee demands they hand over the pill immediately. He assures them that even a split half dose will be more than sufficient to do the trick. He placed the carefully measured half pill directly in front of the chief director. Positioning himself directly behind the master's back, Lee warns that as the pill takes effect, the demonic corruption inside will violently lash out. He instructs the elder to brace through the searing agony and swallow the pill instantly so they can begin. Up on the roof, Kaam points down, noting how effortlessly blew a massive hole right through the ceiling. He curses the scamming contractors who guaranteed the facility was dust-proof, blast-proof, and completely nuclear-resistant. Si Ryung reflects back, realizing she honestly hadn't heard a single sound coming from outside earlier. The monk resolves to stop dwelling on the destruction, knowing full well that fixing the roof would cost a small fortune. Instead, he locks in on his primary task, guarding the perimeter until his partner's treatment is complete. Si Ryung volunteers to keep watch alongside him, but after seeing the colossal spectral entity Kaam just summoned, she realizes she'd just be in the way. Back inside, Lee channels his energy to assist the chief director in absorbing the reversal pill's medicinal force. Spiritual pressure directly clashes with Wee, causing the sect leader's arm to pulse with agonizing pain. Meanwhile, Soha successfully warps onto the heavenly demon's vessel, materializing directly before the giant statue of the supreme demon. Sensing a presence nearby, she glances over to discover the demonic entity standing alongside Wee up ahead. Soha freezes in place, locking her eyes onto the pair in tense silence. She demands to know what dark trick the demon pulled on the boy, sensing something deeply twisted about his state. Demon sinisterly replies that he merely fulfilled a wish, noting how desperately they screamed out to him, just as she once did. Soha adamantly denies ever making such a plea, demanding that he release the boy this instant. The entity chuckles, remarking that humans casually forget their desires because they spout endless wishes out of habit. He adds that mortals foolishly deny their own prayers once granted, assuming unspoken thoughts were never heard. Demon finds it hilarious how humans beg for grand miracles, yet stubbornly turn their backs on the intimate desires of their own hearts. He reveals the dark contract. He fulfilled Soha's secret wish in exchange for claiming her body and soul as payment. Unbothered by her fate, the girl tells him to devour her body and soul if he wishes, so long as he unchains the innocent boy. Just at that instant, it strikes her with terrifying clarity that something is fundamentally wrong with Wee. Demon lets out a dark cackle, musing that the situation is finally getting delightfully entertaining. Meanwhile, back at the club, Lee instructs the master to completely drain his own power, purging all life energy so he relies solely on the power Lee is channeling into him. As the energy shifts, the demon's attached arm begins twitching and convulsing unnaturally. Lee barks a sharp command, ordering the host body to forcefully reject and purge the demonic limb. The warped, engorged arm begins emitting a blinding radiance before exploding into 1,000 fragments. Soha instinctively covers her face to block the blast wave, giving the demon the perfect opening to strike. With Lee's divine assistance, the chief director completely purges the deadly toxin, causing the demon palm mark on his skin to fade away. Following the purge, the heavenly demon assists the weakened master in stabilizing his energy flow. Lee notices his arm returning to its original state, witnessing the entire sequence right up to the point where the poison was purged. Lurking behind his back, the demon gloats that since the wish has been fulfilled, he can finally move forward and enjoy the chaos. Completely lost in confusion, Soha demands to know what horrifying trick the abomination just pulled off. Inside the club room, the black poison purged from the monk's body manifests into the shadowy form of a severed arm. Busy guiding the elder's recovery, Lee catches sight of the shadowy limb creeping steadily toward him. Opening his eyes wide, Lee feels the shadowy claw lock onto his throat, instantly realizing he walked right into a trap. The initial assault on the sect leader was merely a decoy to conceal the true enemy inside the cursed seal and deliver him right to his doorstep. Lee bitterly chuckles, realizing he allowed his defenses to collapse entirely out of a desire to rescue the old master. He glares in frustration, cursing his own empathy as nothing more than a fatal flaw. A projection of his enemy pops up right in front of him, taunting that the heavenly demon practically picked his own grave. Almost instantly, the chokehold around Lee's neck turns brutally tight. Seeing this unfold, the demon chuckles that the heavenly leader might actually put up a better fight than he thought. Unable to take it anymore, Soha screams for them to cut it out and demands to know what the hell is happening. The demon coldly answers that silencing a noisy, barking mad dog is as simple as slicing its throat. He mockingly offers to do just that if she wants, but she instantly cuts him off, telling him to shut his mouth. Soha then drives a hard punch right into the demon's chest, only to drop straight to her knees in agonizing pain from her own attack. The beast explains that since they share the same body, hitting him is literally self-harm, except she gets to suffer all the damage alone. With that out of the way, the demon casually suggests they kick back and finish watching the fight. Wee digs his hand deep into Lee's throat, injecting lethal poison, yet the heavenly demon doesn't even blink. Terrified, Wee tries using his other hand to pull back his own arm, noticing Lee's hair suddenly lengthening just like the giant statue back on the vessel. Barking a command for Wee to freeze, the heavenly demon erupts the cursed arm into a blazing inferno. Watching his own limb catch fire, the monster realizes Lee has somehow broken past the boundaries of mortality itself. He calculates in his head that this whole mess ended up being way pricier than he bargained for. Turning back, he asks Soha if she enjoyed the show, warning her to watch closely considering it literally cost him an arm. Still collapsed on the floor, the girl weakly asks what his actual goal is. Laughing it off, the demon calls it a brainless question, given that their destinies and bodies are tied together. He reveals he must absorb Soha to survive, and that's her only purpose, except he's just spotted a far more delicious victim. He warns her that if she wants to stay relevant, she either has to swallow this new target to upgrade her own value, or just let him gobble her up right now. Dropping that warning, the demon vanishes into thin air, leaving Soha alone in the room with Wee. Meanwhile, outside the club, Si Ryung, the president, and Ki Young hang around waiting for the old monk to pull himself together. Just as the chief director and Lee step through the doors, the president's jaw drops at Lee's dramatically long white hair. Without wasting time, the gang gathers around to trim and dye his locks, successfully restoring his everyday appearance. Post-makeover, the chief director expresses his deep gratitude, but Lee casually shrugs it off, saying a couple of coffees would square the debt. Hearing that, the old monk freaks out, thinking the financial math here is totally outrageous. He complains how on earth an old guy's life could possibly cost more than a 1,000 credit gourmet coffee, a drink that literally embodies Shaolin's supreme pride. Kaon steps in to warn his buddy that he's already chugged 26 cups, ruining his sleep cycle, so it's high time to cut the caffeine. All of a sudden, someone shouts out that they've stumbled upon a huge discovery. Turns out, the president and his crew managed to score tickets to an exclusive concert, priced at a staggering 120,000 credits apiece. They figure this is the ultimate flex to blow their cash on, despite none of them actually caring for that genre of music. Kaon names the band. His pal immediately chimes in, calling their iconic chants a total spiritual blessing. They urge the idol to snap up the passes before they disappear, hype soaring because it's a show by Dynamite Doo-Doo-Doo. A bit later, Wee opens his eyes to find himself resting comfortably with his head right on Soha's lap. Soha softly assures him that everything was merely a bad dream and urges him to close his eyes again. She leaves him with a chilling warning. By the time he opens his eyes next, she'll be gone for good. Light years away, Rin gazes out into the infinite void of space until her father walks up, wondering why she's up so late. He reminds her that she's setting off on a massive tour tomorrow, a grueling 6-month hustle with barely any room to breathe. Rin offers a quick apology, but her dad smiles, saying it fills his heart to see her chasing her true passion. He tells her to get some rest and stop stressing over Mount Hua, promising that home isn't going anywhere. Right after he leaves, a mysterious woman steps into view. She asks Rin straight up if she's anxious about leaving her dad behind. Nodding quietly, Rin admits she really is. The biggest fear is how painfully isolated he'll feel once she hits the road. The woman reminds her that her father happens to be one of the absolute strongest fighters on the planet. If anything, his only real concern is keeping his daughter safe and sound. She cautions Rin not to mention having companions along, as it might only spark unnecessary worry in him. Touched by the sentiment, Rin expresses her gratitude to both of them for watching over her. As she fades away, the woman reminds the girl not to forget their promise of a big hug the next time they cross paths. Moments later, the woman receives an automated alert from her starship's AI. The display reveals that Lee has officially set a course for planet Anatana. Knowing the realm is a total backwater, she's baffled as to why the heavenly demon would ever step foot there. The onboard computer then adds that a state-of-the-art arena was recently erected on the world. It turns out to be the venue for an upcoming show hosted by the most iconic idol group in the entire galaxy. Over on the Shaolin planet, see Ryung and the president stand by as their designated ride touches down. The president takes one look at the shuttle, meant to carry his master, and immediately turns up his nose. See Ryung steps up to defend the ship's honor. She points out that upkeep is dirt cheap, and spare parts are super easy to snag anywhere. Thus, she insists the vessel packs way more speed than its clunky exterior suggests. Cutting her off mid-sentence, the president dismisses her technical defense entirely. He snaps that his revered master won't be caught dead riding in a piece of junk meant for cheap mercenaries and bums. See Ryung desperately tries to stand her ground for the ship once more. The guy doubles down, shouting that the rusty bucket looks like a mobile rig for human trafficking and abducting women. Flustered, she argues that the ship's captain is a female who would never run those shady operations. Jump-starting to a crazy conclusion, the president instantly labels her a prostitute. Outraged, see Ryung screams at the top of her lungs, fiercely defending her character against the wild slander. Settling the matter, the president announces he'll just offer his personal luxury vessel for the master's journey. He smugly flexes that his ride is 1,000,000 times superior to that flying dumpster. He even lightheartedly suggests scrapping C. Ryung's ship into the nearest space dump. Suddenly, an ominous glowing radiance flares up right behind his back. Turns out, it's furious murder aura radiating straight from C. Ryung. He roars with rage that no living soul is touching or selling her prized ship. After all the drama, both starships ignite their thrusters and soar into the starry expanse. Setting their navigation coordinates, they blast off directly toward the concert world. Watching from afar, Robert is totally blown away and green with envy over the president's bawling ride. The high-end ship even comes equipped with hyperdrive tech. See Ryung quietly kicks herself for rejecting the swap offer earlier. In the lounge, Sonya walks up bringing a freshly prepared plate of sausages for Lee and Soha. The heavenly demon politely offers his thanks for the food. Aeon immediately calls foul, reminding everyone that holy monks aren't supposed to touch meat due to strict vows. The young girl steps in to quickly clear up the confusion. She clarifies that these are 100% plant-based sausages, raided straight from the president's private stash. Satisfied, the entire crew digs in, everyone except Soha, that is. She remains haunted by the strange phantom pain, lingering where her arm used to be. Shortly after, a massive cosmic firework lights up the void, spelling out a glowing message. It's a grandiose get-well wish sent directly from the president for his master's swift recovery. Crew exchanges respectful bows before the two vessels split off onto their own paths. A few moments later, Robert spots C. Ryung staring at her screen with a completely stunned expression. He asks her what on earth could have spooked her like that. Whispering in disbelief, she reveals an emergency SS rank wanted broadcast was just pushed galaxy-wide. An alert of this caliber is an absurdly rare event that happens maybe once every 100 years. The face plastered across the galaxy-wide hit list is none other than Lee, carrying a monstrous 10 million credit bounty. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon sect base, an elder grumbles about the absolute chaos at the latest council gathering. The whole uproar started because someone dared to launch the sacred Supreme Vessel without official authorization. Sam casually brushes it off, insisting it was merely a routine test drive for performance. The elder grudgingly buys that excuse, but quickly drops a heavy counterpoint. Having the sect leader himself aboard essentially broadcasts to the universe that he's proclaiming himself the supreme heavenly demon. A rogue stunt like that is a direct middle finger to the governing council's authority. Furthermore, claiming that ultimate title is basically declaring open war to conquer the entire martial arts realm. Sam scratches his head, trying to defuse the escalating situation. He quickly vows that they'll walk on eggshells and exercise way more caution moving forward. As Sam turns to walk away, the elder mutters that the throne belongs strictly to the chosen one of prophecy. Over his shoulder, Sam throws back that he'll just act completely deaf to that last comment. The old man huffs under his breath, cursing Sam for being an insufferable, hard-headed fool. Glancing into the shadows, he calls out to check if anyone else caught their secret dialogue. A mysterious figure standing in the shadows steps forward, confirming he caught every single word. Leaks that placing that insane bounty on the target was purely a calculated trap to get their hands on what they desire. Meanwhile, C. Ryung and her gang finally touch down on the designated concert planet. The vibrant scene before her is light years away from the rundown dump she had pictured in her mind. Sonya chimes in, explaining that this bustling hub is actually just a temporary setup. It's pieced together by greedy space merchants, flocking to cash in on the massive Pronuncium crowds. The moment the final curtain drops, these vendors pack up shop and vanish into thin air. Lightbulb finally goes off for Si Ryung, as she realizes why people refer to them as pop-up cities. Sunya cracks a sarcastic joke, teasing that her friend's IQ is rising so fast that even hyper-intelligent dolphins can't keep up. Si Ryung turns around to brag to Lee about the praise, only to notice his mind is totally elsewhere. Sensing Soha's foul mood, Lee casually inquires where on earth Robert wandered off to. Turns out he ran off to scalp or sell their spare passes, since their VIP access came with extra guest passes. With Sun Ya running the quick numbers beside her, Si Ryung double-checks the profit margin math accurately. Right on cue, Si Ryung spots two sketchy dudes staring back and forth between their phones and Lee's face. They murmur to each other that this random guy bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary bounty target. After a second look, they dismiss it, reasoning he looks way too derpy and lacks any trace of internal energy aura. Shrugging it off, they walk away, chuckling that an enormous bounty wouldn't just be casually strolling past them. Before heading off, one creep pauses in front of Soha, smirking that she should look him up once she's a little older. Pissed off to no end, the girl jabs her finger right at Lee and screams at the top of her lungs that he is the wanted guy, shocking the whole group. Laughing her off as an attention-seeking brat, the two bounty hunters ignore her outburst and stroll away. As dark demonic energy bursts out of Soha to erase them, a random blonde dude pops out of nowhere, telling her to keep her cool. The blonde fellow immediately launches into a theatrical monologue about how lovers lack the guts to reveal their true emotions. He dramatically preaches that unrequited love leaves permanent scars carved into one's soul. The ladies in the group exchange clueless glances, utterly bewildered by his sudden romantic, poetic rambling. Strutting over to Si Ryung, he dramatically vows that if granted a second shot, he'd gamble his entire life on love. In response to his cringy pickup line, Si Ryung brutally plants a kick straight into his most sensitive lower body part. He roars in disgust that despite all these years passing, he hasn't matured a single bit. Turning to Soha, she strongly advises her that even knowing this creep's name is a total waste of brain cells. When Soha glances back down, the guy has magically morphed into a sniffling, weeping little child. Newly shrunk kid dashes forward and aggressively wraps his arms around her legs. Whining dramatically, he begs his big sister for protection, crying that he was only messing around. Si Ryung shouts out an instant warning, telling everyone not to buy his innocent act. She exposes him, warning that he uses this exact child form to trick girls into bathing him later tonight. Taking a close look, Lee instantly identifies that the dude is utilizing the high-level body inversion technique. Si Ryung drops the bomb, revealing that this helpless kid is actually a full-grown 30-year-old man. Losing her cool completely, she swings a vicious strike to smash his face in. Guy slips away right before impact, squealing frantically that it was merely innocent banter. Hopping back into his adult form, he casually notes that it's been a solid 5 years since they last ran into each other. Completely ignoring his nostalgia, she glare demands whether he's ever going to show some proper respect. Laughing it off, his body morphs yet again, this time transforming into a cocky-looking teenager. Meanwhile, across town, Robert is standing around at the meeting spot, waiting to offload the VIP tickets. Just as he starts bitching about his buyer running late, a dark hooded shadow creeps up right behind him. Before he can even react, he finds himself completely boxed in by a mob carrying sharp swords and heavy spears. Back with the main crew, they stand face to face with the shape-shifting guy. He proudly flexes his ridiculous name, Gucci Hermes Louis Vuitton Chanel, claiming he's the ultimate Duke of Versace and governor of the Orion Nebula. Grabbing Soha's hand for a firm shake, he throws her an exclusive invite to his lavish birthday bash tomorrow. Boasts that a top-tier idol concert is being held specifically to celebrate his birth. Soha takes one look at his face and knows, with 100% certainty, that he's pulling crap out of his ass. Si Ryung backs her up, bluntly stating that his day job is literally being a professional scammer. Soha is ready to rip the guy clean in half, but hesitates for a second because he's still trapped in that cute kid form. Si Ryung quickly snaps her out of it, reminding her that this fraud is an ancient 30-plus boomer inside. That revelation instantly greenlights the hit for Soha, deciding there's zero moral issue with deleting him from existence. She barks at him to transform back into his adult body so she can pulverize him guilt-free. The guy whimpers that it was all just banter, but Soha squeezes his hand until the bones inside literally start snapping. The unbearable agony forces him to instantly revert back into a bawling, traumatized kid. Si Ryung sighs, warning her that the psychological trap has already sprung. She claims that once you locked eyes with Gucci's innocent-looking puppy gaze, your killer instinct completely evaporates. She confesses that even back in the day, she couldn't bring herself to crush his face for the exact same reason. Right on cue, Robert comes stumbling in with a massive black eye, screaming that they've got a massive emergency. Drops the horrific truth: they got completely played, and every single ticket they held was a total fake. Meanwhile, the two monks are stuck standing outside the massive stadium like lost puppies. The whole gang huddles inside a nearby tavern to figure out how they got scammed so hard. Gucci laughs in their faces, mocking how anyone could be brainless enough to fall for such a horribly forged ticket. Taunts that only absolute smooth brains would hand over small fortunes for bogus passes. Fed up with his trash talk, Ryung turns to Soha and asks if she's 100% sure she still wants to spare this kid's life. Soha just rolls her eyes, muttering that she's completely lost any desire to bother. Just then, Sun Ya strolls right past them carrying a stacked tray of sizzling sausages. Gucci's eyes light up as he asks where on earth she snatched those snacks from. The android nonchalantly replies that she grabbed them off the floor in the kitchen trash area. Gucci recoils in disgust, warning her that she's literally holding canned dog food. Sun Ya couldn't care less, pointing out that her human party members are happily scarfing it down anyway. Steering back to business, Gucci notes that scam cases like theirs are popping up like crazy lately. He pulls up a Galaxy hit list, offering an insane 10 million credits for some unknown guy. Holding the photo next to Lee, he laughs off the comparison, arguing there's zero way this hobo-looking dude is the famed heavenly demon. Coldly speaking from behind his shoulder, Soha warns him that the bounty is legit as hell. She adds that 10 million is actually a pathetic insult to his real value, mockingly telling Gucci to try his luck catching him. Sweating a bit, Gucci turns to see Ryung to verify if she's actually being serious. She gives a slow nod right as Gucci's phone loudly blares a ping alert, tracking the wanted criminal's exact location. Gucci looks at his GPS map and freezes. The ping target is standing in the exact coordinates of his own shoes. Before he can digest it, heavy boots stomp into the tavern as a bunch of dangerous figures encircle their table. Standing front and center are the same two arrogant hunters who had brushed them off on the street earlier. Turban-wearing leader barks at the tavern regulars to mind their own damn business. Unsheathing his blade, he commands his squad to butcher anyone who dares to make a protective move. Soha shrugs nonchalantly, telling them she couldn't care less about their fight as long as they don't cross her personal space. Suddenly, the turban leader looks around in shock to find every single one of his men forced down onto their knees before the matriarch of the Western Sky Sword. Aside from Lee, who doesn't give a damn, Ryung's entire party stares in awe at the legendary female powerhouse. Over at the stadium entrance, the two monks are having an absolute nightmare of a time. Towering bouncer shuts them down hard, reiterating that zero entry is permitted with bootleg passes. Back at the tavern, the doors are locked tight as a guard blocks the entrance to prevent unwanted intruders. Perched on a nearby rooftop, Gucci whispers to the crew that he never dreamed he'd see the legendary sword matriarch in the flesh. He scratches his head, wondering how low-tier bounty hunters managed to pull string to summon a high-ranking master. Ignoring his query, Ryung asks why such a massive mob of warriors has assembled, questioning if every single one is hunting Lee's bounty. Gucci clarifies that 90% of the crowd aren't even here for the bounty. They're just simping to get a glimpse of Lady Kim up close. Robert chimes in, hyping that she's hailed as the ultimate goddess of the galaxy who can pick any lucky dude to join her harem of husbands. Ryung scoffs bitterly, questioning whether she even deserves that galactic beauty title in the first place. She huffs that Kim is just caked in heavy makeup and designer clothes, boasting that she'd easily differ if given the same glow-up setup. She turns her head, desperately fishing for Sun Ya to validate her claim. Android drops a brutal reality check, telling Ryung she couldn't look any hotter unless she walked around completely naked, finishing off with a hilariously deadpan thumbs up. Down inside the bar, the sword matriarch and Lee sit face-to-face, casually sipping their hot coffee. Swirling her cup, the blonde warrior notes how ridiculously difficult it was to track him down given his endless wandering. Lee cuts right through the small talk, telling her to spit out her business and clear out. She mentions she has mountains of matters to discuss, but suddenly pauses as her eyes lock onto Soha sitting nearby. In an arrogant tone, she barks at the young girl to beat it and scram from their presence. Soha doesn't yield an inch, firing back at the legendary warrior to mind her own damn business. Sizing up the girl's sharp pressure, the matriarch instantly realizes Soha is an absolute prodigy. The heavenly demon sighs, asking the blonde point-blank what she actually wants from him. When she flirtatiously asks if he considers her an attractive woman, he nonchalantly nods without giving a damn. The woman confesses that ever since meeting Lee, she trained twice as hard just to maintain her title as the most gorgeous entity in the galaxy. Dropping all shame, she boldly demands a single night of passion with him so she can bear his divine child. Mid-proposition, the blonde freezes as she notices Soha quietly creeping up and taking a seat right beside them. The girl smirks maliciously, claiming her attempt is useless because Lee is already claimed by her. He groans, telling the matriarch to pay zero attention to her bratty rambling, since she's basically just a clueless child. Soha immediately snaps back, arguing that her birthday was literally yesterday, and she now inhabits a fully grown adult form. She orders Lady Kim to back the hell off, threatening to freeze her solid into ice just like she did to her coffee cup. Observing the distinct aura of her frost art, the matriarch confirms beyond doubt that the girl belongs to the heavenly demon sect. She realizes with shock that Soha doesn't just possess raw talent. She's actually pushed a supreme demonic technique straight to its absolute peak. This terrifying display validates every single wild whisper she had heard through the grapevine. How the greedy elders of the heavenly demon sect grew restless waiting for a true leader to emerge. So they decided to artificially breed one themselves. They harvested elite genetic strains from legendary past masters to engineer the ultimate biological weapon. But when the fateful day arrived, the secret project surprisingly resulted in the birth of twin babies. However, ancient sect law explicitly dictated that only one absolute ruler could hold the crown. Reasoning that instilling lethal martial arts into a male vessel was far more efficient, they selected the boy. As for the baby girl, the cold-blooded command was given to eliminate her existence off the face of the universe. Yet seeing Soha standing alive and lethal right before her eyes, the matriarch realizes those dark tales were missing key details. Smirking, the young warrior agrees that the official history definitely swept some twisted secrets under the rug. Soha slowly rises to her feet, radiating a suffocating wave of murderous demonic aura. Channeling the terrifying soul of the heavenly demon, she growls that old women who gossip too much usually end up with their jaws torn apart in a bloody grave. Seeing this divine power, the matriarch freezes in realization. The idiot elders had attempted to trash the one child who possessed the actual soul of the heavenly demon, a once-in-a-10,000-years miracle. Just as Soha prepares to lunge and tear Kim apart, Lee raises his voice with a sharp warning. He tells her sternly that verbal disagreements should be settled with words, not answered with violent fists. But the girl refuses to back off an inch, confident that this overrated woman doesn't possess a fraction of the power needed to scratch her. Once the guy repeats his command with a much sterner tone, she finally backs down. Lee then steps in, telling the blonde woman to take a chill pill as well. The older woman claims she's been building up patience just to deal with spoiled kids like her. Her only regret is not smacking some sense into kids who grew up without proper manners. The moment she stops talking, Soha throws a sudden strike, but Kim deflects it effortlessly. Girl quickly realizes this woman's strength far exceeds her reputation as one of the 5 supreme masters. A silly title the blonde never even cared for since she preferred staying neutral. Soha taunts her, asking if she truly bows to no one and offers to test that theory, but Lee steps in and locks her arm. She glances at him and wonders if he's actually concerned about her rival. Lee reasons that a clash right now would end up injuring both sides, telling Soha to let her arm recover first if she's so eager to fight. Out on the street, Robert catches sight of something odd and gestures toward a blast rocking the city center. Turns out that massive explosion was triggered by 2 raging monks charging straight toward their location. The pair smashes right through the diner's wall and aggressively screams for Si Ryung's whereabouts. Shortly after, the angry monks, the trickster girl, and Lee sit down together to hash things out. Kaeam vents that those tickets were such laughably terrible counterfeits they didn't even pass a basic check. Sir Young tries damage control, insisting nothing is confirmed yet, but Lee cuts in to ask if the passes were officially verified. The head manager clarifies that the inspector personally flagged them as fake, leaving zero doubt. Hearing this, Lee raises an eyebrow and wonders how such a mess even took place. In full panic mode, Si Ryung excuses herself by saying they needed to spend the cash quickly because the monks were constantly nagging her. She cheerfully wraps up by saying that, at the very least, they hit their main target, spending all the money. Kaeam remains furious, devastated that he lost his golden opportunity to see his favorite idol live. The chief director points out that attending this concert was his brother's lifelong ambition. Ever since hearing the idol's track 3 years ago, the old guy had even memorized half the words despite his age. To make matters worse, tomorrow happens to be Kaeam's 140th birthday. Lee resolves to handle this systematically, proposing that they start by refunding the stolen cash. The problem is, Si Ryung doesn't have a single penny to return those 240,000 credits. Lee suspects she pocketed the cash herself, while Si Ryung puts on a clueless face like she has no idea what he's talking about. The bigger monk bluntly calls her a thief, absolutely certain she pulled a fast one on them. Si Ryung asks Lee if he's really accusing her, to which he replies that it's plain common sense. He points out that only a complete idiot would be duped by such a sloppy fake. Someone as calculating and sharp with money as her would never blindly fall for a scam like that. Because pulling scams and stealing are literally her expertise, she's naturally the main suspect. Si Ryung actually pauses for a second and admits that yeah, she really is a pro at scamming. Moving past that, Lee orders her to cough up the cash and dumps the job of finding real passes onto her. Treating the case as closed, the heavenly demon stands up, confident her shady talents will figure it out. The two monks get excited, thinking their dream of attending the concert is finally happening. Meanwhile, Si Ryung is left totally lost, considering she didn't steal anything this time and got played herself. At the same time, over at another table, Soha and Kim remain seated. Soha bluntly asks the lady why she's still lingering around. The blonde ignores the attitude and asks if Soha actually proposed to Lee. Soha proudly admits she asked him to marry her the very first second she laid eyes on the supreme heavenly demon. Kim chuckles, putting it down to youthful foolishness and the sudden rush of first love. Soha snaps back, angrily insisting that she isn't in love with anybody. When Kim presses her further, Soha stammers that she simply reacted on impulse. She admits that standing next to him made her feel like she had a real future, making all her fears fade away. Right then, Si Ryung's loud voice breaks their deep moment. She yells about her innocence, complaining that even though she scammed hundreds of people, she was the victim here. Kim decides it's time to change scenery and instantly teleports the group away. Despite Soha protesting that she doesn't want to join, she gets pulled onto Kim's starship anyway. The sudden warp convinces Soha that the blonde is looking to start a duel. Kim assures her that this isn't a threat, and she has zero intention of harming her. Soha scoffs, replying that it's not about willingness, but rather that Kim isn't strong enough to hurt her anyway. When Kim simply gazes back without a word, Soha demands to know why she's staring like that. Kim notes that the two of them are strikingly alike, especially in how recklessly they flaunt their youth. Soha is about to call total nonsense on that, but freezes as Kim's blade is suddenly pressed against her throat before she even sees her move. Blonde cold-headedly warns her that harboring the heavenly demon's soul doesn't make her unkillable, especially when she can't even tap into half its strength. Leaping backward, Soha tries to prove that Kim is just talking big. Girl instantly flashes behind the blonde and strikes hard, convinced she just sliced her right down the middle. Yet Kim stands there completely untouched. This wasn't because of Soha's injured arm, but because she had been unconsciously suppressing the demon's soul since birth, locking away her true potential. Irritated, Soha barks at her to shut her mouth and rushes in for another attack. This time, Kim activates a radiant golden barrier, absorbing the strike like an impenetrable golden statue. Kim concludes that continuing this duel is pointless, as violence won't resolve anything here. She explains that despite their similarities, they belong to opposing sides, so far apart that even standing next to each other, they're worlds away. Therefore, they don't need to be rivals or even look each other in the eye. Completely lost by the cryptic speech, Soha asks what kind of nonsense she's rambling about. Kim adds that even with Lee between them, conflict is unnecessary. She's fine letting Soha have him, as long as she gets a small piece. The blonde smirks, saying Soha can't win him over on her own anyway, so she's offering her help. Soha screams back that she doesn't need any handouts from an old hag. Kim leans in close and whispers in her ear, teasingly guessing that Soha has never actually been with a man before. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Gucci boasts that tracking down the thief is easy for him since this entire area is under his watch. He stresses that conning is his day job, making the search simple, but Si Ryung gives him a skeptical look. The boy points out the golden rule of scammers: never cheat your own client, and asks if she knew that, though Si Ryung had never heard of such a rule. Gucci offers his services again, promising to do it for a ridiculously cheap fee. When Si Ryung asks what cheap means, he reveals he doesn't want cash, just her personal labor to settle an old, unresolved favor. Flashbacks of the bathtub incident instantly cross her mind, sending her into a rage. Just as she readies to punch the scammer, the two monks materialize right behind her. They grill her to hurry up and take the deal, because the concert is starting shortly. Director and Lee join in, urging her to accept Gucci's terms immediately, since fixing this blunder falls on her shoulders. A short while later, Lee and Robert are chilling at a local cafe. Pilot asks the heavenly demon why he likes coffee so much, wondering if coffee even existed 2,000 years back. Lee confirms it existed back then, though he complains that today's brew is far too watered down. Robert teases that Lee acts like a self-proclaimed coffee connoisseur, while Lee points out that Robert hasn't ordered a thing. Robert complains that a single cup costs as much as 2 whole bowls of noodles and urges Lee to finish quickly. Glancing at his phone, a nearby angel realizes the guy sitting at the next table is a dead ringer for a high-value wanted poster. Suddenly, Robert's stern voice ordering the stranger to sit down draws everyone's eyes. Pilot warns him that no matter how greedy he is for the reward, he'd better check his manners. Another figure steps up behind Robert, mockingly asking if he really thinks he can guard a 10 million credit mark. Robert and the bounty hunter size each other up, with the newcomer scoffing that the pilot is barely a rank D nobody. He laughs, questioning how a low-grade hunter could possibly protect a target this massive, asking if this is some kind of prank. Robert admits the guy is tough, but advises him not to get arrogant and suggests he walk away while he can. The hunter figures Robert doesn't realize who he's talking to, but the pilot knows perfectly well that he's Alexander, an S-rank meathead obsessed with gym selfies. Robert's completely unbothered attitude leaves Alexander questioning if the guy has lost his mind. Suddenly, a cup telekinetically floats toward the S-rank hunter, as Lee casually orders him to fetch a stronger cup of coffee. Meanwhile on the starship, Kim coos about how adorable Soha looks. She leaves the girl in a room with educational life videos, which accidentally traumatizes Soha completely. Over in another section, Kim gives a voice command directing them to inspect the girl and ship her right back. Back at the cafe, Alexander studies Lee and realizes he's a baseline human, baffled at how a primitive could master Kai and vacuum grip. Confirming the payout is real, the S-rank readies to strike, ignoring Robert's final warning to back off. Right as Alexander makes his move, Soha teleports out of nowhere right in front of him, cutting his attack short. The girl glares at Lee and spits that he's disgusting, leaving Lee confused and Robert wondering if she's lost her marbles. Soha screams that she'd rather die than marry Lee, calling the entire idea utterly repulsive. Cutting off her temper tantrum, Alexander tells the kid to clear out unless she wants to get pulverized. Big mistake, Soha sends him flying with a single casual smack, leaving every nearby hunter paralyzed with fear. Turning back to Lee, she continues calling him gross, shouting that she won't marry an old grandpa like him and telling him he shouldn't get married either. Out of nowhere, Rin materializes right behind the group. She dashes forward in pure excitement and wraps Lee in a tight hug. Watching this makes Soha's blood boil even harder. She barks at the newcomer to get her hands off him right now. Two monks freeze, staring wide-eyed at their absolute idol. She literally popped up right out of thin air. Couldn't wrap their minds around what was happening. How on earth was their dream star standing directly before them? Lee casually announces that their ticket problem has been handled. He explains they bumped into someone who can sneak them into the concert free of charge. Double-checking, the heavenly demon asks if she can genuinely pull that off. Rin smiles and promises that it's 100% guaranteed. Standing nearby, Robert asks Sonya where on earth their captain wandered off to. The android clarifies that the captain left to hunt down the fraudsters and retrieve authentic passes. Robert scratches his head, thinking it's pointless since Rin can already get them in. Sonya reminds him that their captain always operates on her own terms, regardless of logic. Meanwhile, Rin happily signs autographs for the hyperventilating monks. The two are practically floating on Cloud 9, meeting their beloved star. Over on a distant planet, Ryung and Gucci are searching for the counterfeiters. She finds it shady that they've ended up in an utterly ruined wasteland. Gucci assures her they're in the exact right spot and urges her to trust him. Seconds later, it clicks for Ryung. This guy is a con artist too. She kicks herself for being stupid enough to trust him. Furious that she almost fell for another trick, she screams and turns to walk away. Before she can take 2 steps, a massive hooded monster brandishing a sword blocks her path. The beast growls that a human must be suicidal to wander into the realm of the dead. It orders Ryung to surrender all her cash or forfeit her life. Refusing to part with even a single dime, she charges straight at the beast. As the dust clears, she shocks to find 6 identical hooded figures hovering before her. Ryung ponders whether this is some god-tier cloning jutsu or genuine monsters. Either way, she decides to smash through whoever stands in her way. Before she can strike again, Gucci steps in between them. He yells to the monsters that they aren't here for a brawl. He shamelessly claims that Ryung is basically his girlfriend. He urges her to relax, asserting that he's practically family with these hooded dudes. Ryung isn't buying it and refuses to lower her guard. She angrily reminds Gucci that she explicitly warned him never to lay a hand on her. Realizing where his hands landed, the boy quickly apologizes, but she lunges in for the beatdown. Before her punch lands, Gucci morphs back into an innocent kid, stopping her dead in her tracks. Kid pleads with Ryung to just chill out. He explains he was just hyped because they finally arrived on the How Sex home planet. Gucci clarifies that the 6 figures aren't clones at all. They are literally 6 biological brothers. He adds that their movements are perfectly synchronized. Because they're still young, reading their combat patterns is child's play. As they grow older, their combined power will become truly terrifying. Gucci thanks the brothers for guiding them and tells them they're free to go. Before leaving, the hooded figures whisper something bizarre to the boy. Gucci turns and asks Ryung if she'll allow the crew a quick farewell gesture. Seeing as they did guide them across the planet, she reluctantly agrees. All 6 pounce on her for a giant group hug, refusing to let go until she yells at them to back off. Gucci nods, declaring that that's payment enough and waves the brothers away. 6 release her instantly and vanish into the shadows. Ryung acknowledges their raw power, but as they pull off their hoods down the road, they turn out to be a bunch of tiny old men. The realization hits her. She was completely played into believing they were kids. Gucci tries to play it off, lamely claiming they just celebrated their 10th birthdays. To Ryung, It's just another obvious lie from a habitual scammer. Suddenly, a female voice from atop a rooftop calls down, asking if they came here with a death wish. Gucci greets her respectfully as master, but she demands to know their actual business. The boy whispers to Si Ryung that this is Ryo Hwan, lord of the House sect and the most short-tempered woman in the galaxy. Si Ryung instantly recognizes the terrifying reputation of the Southern Galaxy's representative. She's infamous for being a top-5 fighter who snaps the bones of anyone annoying her. Gucci mentions that Ryo Hwan spares people when she's in a good mood, guessing today might be her lucky day. The woman shuts him down, growling that seeing him ruined her mood, and this is her worst day in 7 years. The boy quickly assures her that her day is about to get better, shouting that he brought home her future daughter-in-law. Instantly, the woman drops from the roof and pulls Si Ryung into a tight hug. The girl stands there baffled, until Gucci reveals that Ryo Hwan is actually his mom. Elsewhere, Soha gazes out at the massive concert arena. Her head is completely consumed with thoughts of the heavenly demon. Sensing a presence behind her, she spins around and demands the intruder show themselves. The tiny creature manifests with its head bowed, and an awkward silence settles between them. Back at the bar, Lee and Rin sip coffee as the heavenly demon asks about her music tour. She proudly mentions that she was midway through a sold-out galactic tour. Soha aggressively slams the table, cutting their cozy chatter short. She orders Rin to beat it, claiming she has private business with the old man. Rin holds her ground, pointing out that their discussion isn't over. Soha glares, asking if she has a death wish, but the pop star casually responds with a no. Soha coldly clarifies that she isn't making an empty threat. She warns that death follows Lee everywhere, and an untrained civilian wouldn't last a second. Because of that, she's offering her one final chance to walk away unharmed. Unfazed, Rin replies that Soha clearly doesn't understand the guts it takes to be a superstar. She explains that her whole career is about traveling space to connect with strangers, which is why she trusts her audience blindly. Rin opens up about how she used to be terrified, until a complete stranger risked his neck to save her. The guy protected her just to keep a simple promise she had completely forgotten making. That moment proved to her that promises have meaning only because people choose to honor them. How could she doubt someone who selflessly put others before himself? Soha scoffs, finding the entire speech utterly foolish, but Rin keeps going. She asserts that when the outcome is out of her hands, faith is all she needs. Conquering stage fright and trusting her fans was the best decision she ever made. Losing patience, Soha grips Rin's shoulder, scalding her flesh with intense heat. Lee raises his voice and commands her to drop it immediately. Soha snarls that this agony is merely a tiny preview of her true power. With a tiny bit more pressure, she could pulverize her to dust, telling her to take it as a warning lesson. As Lee commands her to cease fire once more, a brilliant golden aura erupts around them. The blinding light radiates straight from Rin, who is now hovering and pinning Soha's wrist. A mysterious female entity takes control of Rin's body, coldly warning Soha that touching her again will cost her life. Soha instantly picks up on the fact that the force inhabiting the singer is a powerful specter. She finds it intriguing, having assumed she was the only one coexisting with an internal parasite. Robert and the two monks watch the wild showdown unfold in pure awe. Taeyam turns to his older brother, completely puzzled about what they are looking at. Even the chief director is lost for words, as this entity resembles the soul of a rootless demon, something entirely foreign to his knowledge. The specter offers a deal, assuring So-Ah that she will remain unharmed as long as she vows not to hurt Rin. Scoffing at the parasite's polite demeanor, the woman tells the entity to get its hands off her aching wrist. Issuing a final ultimatum, the specter warns So-Ah that refusing to make the promise will mean her total destruction. Demanding to be freed, So-Ah recalls her earlier roof encounter with a strange man who admitted his faction put a bounty on the heavenly demon to shock her awake. Though she insisted she was already awake, he argued that running from fate was mere dreaming and urged her to lead the ruin sect. Yet she rejected this trap to let the monster consume her, despite his insistence that she and the demon's soul were inextricably linked. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the shadowy aura of the heavenly demon's soul looms larger and stronger behind the woman. Recognizing the massive threat, the specter guarding Rin readied itself as the surging energy from both sides began wrecking the room before a blow was even thrown. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, the chief director began praying in sheer desperation. While his brother remained glued to the terrifying display, Robert completely lost all hope. Stepping in before disaster struck, Lee forcefully grabbed their hands and pulled them apart to break the clash. Declaring that things had gone far enough, he urged So-Ah to chill out and drop her aggression. Instantly, the terrifying soul of the heavenly demon vanishes from behind her. He tries to ease the mood with a smiling compliment, but So-Ah remains thoroughly irritated. Yanking her hand away, she snaps at him, calling him a total pain. Seeing that the danger has passed, the specter behind Rin fades away into thin air. Exhausted, Rin slumps helplessly against the heavenly demon's chest. Seeing that sight sends So-Ah's temper soaring through the roof. In another location, the specter's physical form remained suspended in a glass tank under the watchful eyes of a white-haired man. Once extracted from the pod, the woman locks eyes with the silver-haired stranger. Lifting her chin gently, he asks whether she recognizes who he is. She gives a blunt, honest reply that she has no clue. Annoyed, he grumbles that she could have at least faked recognition. Fixing his gaze on her, he pulls her into a firm embrace. Her touch convinces him she is indeed his woman, while she mechanically hugs him back as if following a routine command. Pushing away instantly, he scoffs that his real partner would never embrace him with such warmth. He warns her never to fail him again, threatening to reduce her to ashes if she steps out of line. With those harsh words, he walks out, leaving her kneeling motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, inside a specialized pod aboard the bounty hunter vessel, Rin was undergoing a thorough medical scan. Checking the readouts, Sonia confirms that all her physical metrics appear completely normal. There were zero signs of genetic mutations, parasitic infection, or corrupted DNA. Instead of reassuring him, this clean bill of health only fuels Robert's growing dread. He keeps obsessing over the mystery, asking himself who that eerie woman actually was. Convinced in his mind that the entity was a specter possessing a tangible vessel, Lee instructs Sonia to unlock the glass chamber. Far away on another world, Ryung sat before a massive feast spread out across the table. Unsure of her preferences, the cold-hearted matriarch had laid out every delicacy imaginable. Ryo Hwan encourages her to dig in freely and stop feeling intimidated by her mother-in-law. He jokingly adds that she shouldn't strain herself, as she needs to stay in peak health for grandbabies. Ryung found the entire drama ridiculous, yet Gyuri pleaded with her to eat so his mother wouldn't snap. He then shifts the subject, asking his mother for an update on his earlier request. Fuming with rage, the matriarch roars that she has dispatched enforcers to drag the villain in and rip them limb from limb for disrespecting her daughter-in-law. Softening slightly, she tells Ryung to put total faith in her mother-in-law's protection. An informant chimes in, revealing the targets were tracked to a distant world once called Earth. Ryo Hwan demands an instant visual feed of the scoundrels, while the matriarch commands her crew to prep a pursuit ship. Ryung stands there utterly baffled by how her life escalated into this insanity. Gazing intently at Rin's body in the pod, Lee barks at the hidden entity to reveal itself. Robert is bewildered, seeing nothing out of the ordinary beyond the girl resting peacefully. As the heavenly demon powers up a strike, Robert panics, pleading with him not to accidentally obliterate Rin. Right on cue, the specter materializes and absorbs the blow. Manifesting beside Rin, the mystery woman becomes fully visible to the entire room. Lee orders her to back off from Rin, but the entity flatly declines. Faced with her refusal, the heavenly demon prepares to eliminate her permanently, though the blonde entity scoffs that he lacks the power to do so. The heavenly demon coils his power, looking ready to unleash devastation. He suddenly senses that her energy lacks a clear origin. It flows ceaselessly, like water spilling endlessly from a hollow vessel. He senses life within her. He is mystified by the profound agony embedded in her emotions. Breaking her silence, the specter reveals her creator designated her as Data Block. He claims to be mere emotionless, non-organic material, simply following scripted directives. In her view, the excruciating feeling of her heart being ripped out was nothing more than a system glitch. She pledges that she will lay down her very existence to safeguard Rin. She asks Lee to back off, insisting she poses zero danger to them. As the woman fades away, Lee keeps his eyes locked onto the sleeping girl. Baffled Robert stammers out whether they just saw a ghost. Sonia chimed in that the creature functions like a protective symbiont, solely dedicated to guarding its host. Hearing that, Robert relaxes slightly, figuring the entity might not be dangerous after all. However, the heavenly demon remains firm that any entity tampering with Rin must be extracted. Soha chimes in aggressively from behind, yelling that every last parasite needs to be ripped free and reduced to ash. Neither she nor Lee knew how to perform such an extraction. Both agreed a method had to be found immediately. Guided by her mother-in-law's coordinates, Ryung and her squad land right outside an ancient tomb on planet Earth. Staring at the monolithic gates, Ryung gets a chilling sense of deja vu and an uncomfortable gut feeling. Following the discovery, the team transports the unconscious girl over to Kim's starship. Kim realizes that if a specter bears her exact likeness, her own fate must be tied up in this mess. She ponders who could pull off such a feat. Lee notes that his scan revealed zero tech devices or malicious energy inside Rin. Even though the entity is right in front of them, he remains stumped by how it physically exists. Kim voices her theory that the creature might actually be a bioengineered living doll. Lee doubted such things were real, but Kim knew one specific genius capable of fabricating the impossible. Rumor has it that a high-tech chip infused with divine energy gets embedded directly into the subject. Once bonded with the nervous system, it grants the host terrifying, peerless physical power. The heavenly demon recalled seeing that face back when the woman was alive, right up until her tragic death in flames. Given its spitting image to Kim, it likely serves as a synthetic clone constructed to replace her. Kim couldn't piece together how the young girl and the living doll shared this link, yet she knew their fates were intertwined. Back on Earth, Si Ryung deciphers the ancient runes carved onto the giant vault doors. The text warns that a lesser demon lies sealed within, ready to devour whoever dares break the seal. Unbothered, her mother-in-law commands Si Ryung to open up, bragging that she'll wipe out any fraudster lurking inside. Si Ryung nervously suggests turning back, but Gyuri insists his mother's intel is top tier across the galaxy. Cornered, Si Ryung pushes the heavy doors open, revealing a grand hall with a seated monk resting at the crest of the stairs. The environment bears a striking resemblance to the site where Si Ryung's crew originally stumbled upon Lee. Assuming the monk is the con artist who hoodwinked her daughter-in-law, Ryo Hwan vows not to let him slip away. Before she can strike, a random man pops out from the shadows, asking if she leads the sect. Identified as the third commander of West Galaxy's 106th platoon, the man drops to his knees in respectful greeting. Back on the vessel, Kim throws her hands up since Rin's medical scans show zero mental or physical defects. Despite flawless brain patterns, an independent consciousness inexplicably shares room inside her mind. He determines that the only way to purge the parasite is to dive straight into the kid's psyche. Kim cautions that modern sci-fi tech cannot perform mind diving, but Lee reveals ancient secret arts could. His revelation shocks Kim, who had always assumed the esoteric sect was just a myth. Down on Earth, the party identifies the kneeling man as an operative from the infamous Black Blood Corps. Ryo Hwan questions why a top intelligence agent is lurking around an abandoned wasteland. Beauty leaks that the guy drowned in gambling debts, placed a hit on himself, and fled here to pull off cheap scams. The officer gambled that bounty hunters would avoid an irradiated, dead world, the same logic Si Ryung's crew used back then. Si Ryung defensively snaps that she wasn't insane, just passionately committed to her hustle. Her random outburst leaves Gyuri clueless, having no knowledge of her past operations. Oh Chung quickly steps in to explain that it was a huge misunderstanding, and he only came to Earth to clear his financial debts. He boasts that he repaid every single penny he borrowed along with 100-fold interest. He brags about scoring 240,000 credits in one go by scalping counterfeit tickets, boasting of his street hustling skills. Following his gesture, the party spots someone in monk robes munching on food, prompting Ryo Hwan to ask who she is. Oh Ching explains he uncovered classified intel about a hidden Earth cave where an ancient martial master went into seclusion. After braving deadly perils for 7 grueling months, he finally stumbled upon the hideout and its lost treasures. He reveals the monk is a survivor from the vanished esoteric sect, a walking encyclopedia of legendary martial arts from 2 millennia ago. For the simple price of a ramen bowl, she happily demonstrates a secret martial arts technique. Ryo Hwan finds the tale utterly absurd, assuming the atmospheric radiation melted his brain. Walking up to the monk, Si Ryung asks if she happens to know a guy named Lee. Monk pauses, asking with a chill if that demon is seriously still breathing. Meanwhile, on Kim's ship, the heavenly demon comes face-to-face with Chunwoo after ages apart. Si Ryung quickly steps in, pleading with her not to jump to wrong conclusions. She explains she bumped into the girl while hunting for her cache, while Lee softly utters the girl's name. An overwhelming aura bursts from Chunwoo as she declares her prayers were answered seeing him breathing. Stunned to see her, Lee questions how Chunwoo managed to cheat death. Feeling the room rattle, the captain intervenes, urging them to put down their power and talk it out. Chanting her martial power, Chunwoo snarls that there was no way she could die before taking his life. She vows that she will pursue him to the depths of hell to exact revenge. As the monk unleashes her strike, Si Ryung instantly recognizes the legendary Tang clan Golden Dragon Whip technique. Noticing lethal glowing darts, the captain screams at her to cease fire, but a blinding flash detonates across the bay. Elsewhere on the ship, Kim and Ryo Hwan cross paths once more. Blonde smirks, mocking Ryo Hwan's past oaths that they would never cross paths again. Ryo Hwan fires back that she failed to recognize her beneath all those plastic surgeries. As old grudges resurface, Gyuri whispers to Kim, asking if the myth about their beauty feud was true. Recalling her pledge to yank the blonde's hair out, Ryo Hwan square off as both prepare to fight. Before they can throw hands, the shockwave from Chunwoo's blast tears through the wall and wipes them out. Si Ryung dashes to Chunwoo's side, demanding to know her true identity and how she wields Tang clan's secret arts. Before giving an answer, the girl keels over, passing out cold on the floor. Lee turns to the captain, confirming that the girl indeed belongs to the Tang clan bloodline. Lee had previously opened up to Si Ryung about his lingering debt to the Tang family. He had shared how a member of that clan obstinately insisted on considering him a friend. Doing the math, Si Ryung realizes that individual would be an ancestor from over 100 generations back. In Lee's original era, Chunwoo was the clan's young master, and the sole human who dared to call him friend. Checking in, Kim inspects the young master and assures everyone she will be fine. She merely suffered a shock after channeling her energy too rapidly without proper warm-up. Quietly, Lee makes his way toward the recovery quarters. He observes that she purposefully sealed her meridians to shield her system from overload. See Ryung tails closely behind, desperate to dig up the truth about his past connection with her ancestor. When Lee casually states she was a friend, the captain playfully teases if she was actually his girlfriend. That question triggers memories of the day the heavenly demon first crossed paths with her. Waking up battered and bloody, Chunwoo was the very first face he laid eyes on. Grinding medicinal herbs, she casually informed him that she had already cleaned out his infected wounds. She boasted that her poultice would accelerate his recovery, adding that he was incredibly blessed to be saved by her. Staring up at her, Lee grunts, asking who she is. Chunwoo cheekily tells him to view her as his savior mother, instantly annoying him. She recounts pulling his half-dead body straight out of the rushing river. She built a campfire to stop hypothermia from taking his life. She sheepishly explains she had to hold him tight to share body heat. She admitted feeling embarrassed as an unmarried maiden, confessing she coped by pretending he was just a helpless infant. Brushing off her ramblings, Lee coldly asks why she bothered saving his life. Chunwoo states she wouldn't abandon even a dying beast, let alone a human, before handing him herbal tea. Heavenly Demon flatly rejects the warm brew. He grimly cautions her that keeping him alive guarantees the deaths of tens of thousands. Ignoring his fatalistic warnings, the stubborn girl forces every drop down his throat. She logically points out that a corpse can't do anything, good or bad. Without batting an eye, she commands him to strip off his pants. She clarifies that his lower body injuries desperately require immediate treatment. Lee protests that it's unnecessary, but Chunwoo completely tunes him out. Knowing his paralyzed body can't stop her, she proceeds anyway. She smirks, suggesting he pretend she's his mother if he feels shy. Chunwoo's cozy cottage was tucked deep inside a secluded valley. Returning with fresh tea leaves, she suggests dropping the rigid formalities since they appear to be peers. The heavenly demon snaps back, threatening to slaughter her if she dares act familiar with him. Unbothered by his threat, she boasts of being a noble clan heir, pitching that befriending her brings endless perks. She proudly announces herself as the future matriarch of the Tang family. Meeting his quiet stare, she laments that her clan deserved a spot among the 6 great families, but got snubbed by rival factions. The heavenly demon mutters that he will spare her, and her clan just wants to clear his life debt. Fast forward to a horrifying day. Chunwoo stumbles upon her clan's sanctuary, only to find every member butchered. Standing atop the mountain of corpses was none other than Lee. Taunting warning flashed back. Saving him would cost thousands of lives. That her mercy would trigger a bloodbath of epic proportions. Screaming that he is a monster, Chunwoo charges headlong to avenge her fallen bloodline. Yet her desperate strike barely manages to scratch him. Snapping back to the present aboard the ship, Lee gazes silently at Chunwoo resting inside the medical pod. As bubbles rise through the fluid, the young master slowly opens her eyes. She recalls searching out a mysterious monk to track down the heavenly demon's hiding spot. After hunting him relentlessly for 2 years, her search brought her right to the mouth of that cave. Monk indeed possessed knowledge of where Lee vanished. Yet the holy man warned that even with directions, reaching him was impossible. Cautioned her that Lee was sealed within a realm beyond mortal reach. To make the journey, Chunwoo was forced to abandon everything, walking a path so brutal she nearly collapsed. Demanding answers, she drew her weapon, threatening to cut the monk down if he held back. The monk sighed, warning that her vengeful obsession would only multiply her suffering. Realizing she had no choice, she swallowed her anger and asked for his guidance. In the present moment, Chunwoo bursts from the capsule, shattering the glass and driving a heavy strike straight onto the heavenly demon's forehead. Shocked that he tanked her ultimate technique without flinching, she screams in disbelief, asking why he refuses to die. A faint trickle of blood drips down Lee's forehead. He acknowledges her impressive growth, yet notes that her power has reached its limit. He understood that her strikes, while fierce, could never end his life. Deep down, the young warrior should have recognized this gap in strength long ago. Yet she rejects reality, screaming wildly that she will cut him down no matter what. Softening his tone, the heavenly demon offers that he is willing to let her take his life. He swears to hand over his life freely the moment his unfinished business is complete. Si Ryung wonders what deep hatred could drive her ancestor to hunt Lee for over 2 millennia. She directly asks whether he was responsible for harming the Tang clan in ancient times. Regardless of how unhinged the demon was in that era, hurting his friend's bloodline was a line he would never cross. After all, he had given his solemn word to Chunwoo to protect them. This makes her 2,000-year vendetta even more baffling to fathom. Lee admits he would have done the exact same in her shoes, as he too longed to end his existence back then. Si Ryung attempts to grasp how a mortal hunt could drag on for 2,000 years. It all clicked when considering Lee's long slumber, which made those ancient tragic events feel fresh to Chunwoo. He discloses that throughout those endless centuries, he was trapped in the dream realm. It was a void of pitch darkness and total isolation, where illusions materialized into terrifying reality. That overwhelming sensation had burned itself into his memory, lingering as if 100,000 years had passed in an instant. The sheer agony weighed heavily on his chest, making him certain that the young girl was trapped in the exact same torment. Chunwoo steps up to him, demanding confirmation that he will still honor his vow to die once he steps into Rin's consciousness. Without a second thought, Lee solemnly reaffirms his pledge, explaining that nothing in this realm holds any meaning for him anymore. He receives the green light to move forward with the ritual. Cradling Rin gently in his lap, the heavenly demon takes a seat directly facing his former nemesis. He understands all too well that initiating a soul transfer is the sole method to penetrate another person's psyche. Single physical vessel simply cannot sustain two distinct souls for long without breaking down. He has to act swiftly to avoid fading into nothingness or accidentally inflicting harm on an innocent life. As the ritual reaches its climax, both figures vanish into thin air. Standing beside Si Ryung, Chunwoo gazes outward, marveling at the endless expanse of the cosmos. This marks the very first time she has ever laid eyes on the infinite void. Curious and concerned, the captain inquires about how their friend is faring. The girl brushes off her concern, joking that a man as cursed as him isn't going to die so easily. Chunwoo begins to look around with genuine wonder at this strange, modern cosmos. She reflects on how massive her home realm once felt, whereas the entire universe now seems no bigger than a tiny corn kernel. Captain presses her, asking if she truly is the famed mythical ancestor belonging to the Tang clan. The young woman advises her to throw ancient family names out the window. She explains that the individual who once bore that name vanished long ago. These days, she lives as a Samini of the esoteric sect, walking the line between a monastic life and a secular existence. She was taken in by a grandmaster who initially questioned whether she could ever truly sever her attachment to the mortal realm. Noticing Si Ryung's unmoving gaze, Chunwoo finally asks why she keeps staring at her face. The captain admits that her features give off a strange vibe that feels hauntingly familiar. Deep inside the vessel, Soha keeps watch over Lee's unresponsive, vacant shell during the mind transfer. Kim steps over to express her utter disbelief at what just unfolded. This isn't some cheap sci-fi neural jack or virtual simulation. Lee managed to project his spirit straight into the young girl's subconscious. Kim muses aloud that she used to pride herself on having lived a long, full life. Yet these recent turn of events make her past experiences feel like nothing more than a grain of dust in the desert. It baffles her that someone could wake up after 2 millennia of slumber, endure relentless hunting, and still encounter a child housing a demon in her soul. She realizes her understanding of the universe is microscopic, and the peak she strived to conquer was just a tiny mound. Confused, Soha interrupts and demands that she cut the philosophical talk and speak clearly. Kim retorts that if she wants real answers, she should go ask the monster lingering in her own spirit. Soha's sudden flare of rage draws the heavenly demon's entity out, confirming Kim's words immediately. The blonde woman reveals that she, too, is burdened by an entity eating away at her essence. Unlike Soha, however, she has no power to fight back because her identity has already been swallowed whole. She has become one with the beast, meaning that if the monster dies, she vanishes right alongside it. Soha yells in frustration, pointing out that living in such a state is no different from being 6 feet under. She urges the woman to keep fighting while breath remains in her lungs, since staying alive means hope still exists. Kim quietly admits that the very thought of fighting back terrifies her. To struggle would mean rejecting her entire life's journey and drowning in perpetual regret. She adds that unlike a lost cause like herself, Soha still possesses a bright future worth battling for. From the shadows of Soha's psyche, the heavenly demon's spirit whispers to her, commanding her to murder Lee. He insists that with Lee vulnerable, she will never get a better opening than this. He tempts her by asking if she wants to break her bonds, offering to surrender himself as her prey if she executes his order. Dangerous proposition clearly leaves her wavering. Simultaneously, within the realm of consciousness, Lee stumbles upon a small wooden cabin nestled in an endless plain. Inside, he spots the familiar silver-haired figure seated motionlessly in a wheelchair. As Lee reaches out toward him, Rin materializes and warns him to leave the man alone, as he is finally experiencing true peace. Lee silently observes as the young girl offers the invalid a cup of tea. Paralyzed and helpless, the man's hands tremble so violently that the hot liquid spills all over his clothes. The unsettling scene brings Chunwoo's earlier caution rushing back to Lee's mind. A single physical host cannot harbor 2 distinct consciousnesses for very long. The host vessel will inevitably select one mind and force the secondary entity into non-existence. Watching Rin transform into the shadowy specter, Lee is struck by a wave of panic that he arrived too late to save her. Entity reassures him that he is not late at all and has simply misread the situation. She guarantees that the actual child remains perfectly safe and was never threatened to begin with. Shifting into the blonde's likeness, she clarifies that while their identities fused, she is merely a secondary attachment. He pauses, questioning if her explanation holds true. He demands to know why this bizarre illusion exists and why the silver-haired man is present in this realm. The entity reveals that the true owner of the vessel is currently knocked out cold. As a result, her subconscious dream was projected into this realm, meaning this entire world will vanish the moment she awakens. She urges Lee to turn back and rest easy, asserting that she poses no danger since she isn't real. He cuts her off, declaring that her logic is fundamentally flawed. He points out that her ability to construct this entire illusion and process thoughts proves she is real, meaning she cannot be allowed to remain in the child's head. As he lifts his hand to banish the specter, violent tremors rock the cabin, threatening to crush everything around them. The specter cautions him that this collapse is a side effect, screaming at him to get out before the host's mind shatters completely under the weight of multiple souls. A blinding flash of radiance erupts, instantly expelling Lee from that spatial dimension. Back aboard the vessel, Si Ryung ponders what kind of deep-seated hatred drove her ancestor to abandon her own life just to hunt a man for 2,000 years. Chun-woo retorts that the captain ought to have figured that out herself, given how much time she spends at Lee's side. Si Ryung admits she has her guesses, but insists that the heavenly demon doesn't strike her as an evil monster. Ancestor explodes in frustration, shouting that Si Ryung has been completely blinded by his melancholic, tragic gaze. He forcefully reiterates that the man is a ruthless demon through and through. She confesses that countless innocent souls perished simply because she once fell for that soft expression and chose to spare his life. This intense outburst leaves Si Ryung feeling even more bewildered than before. The captain cannot tell whether Chun-woo is enraged over being betrayed by someone she believed in, or if she is purely driven by vengeance for those Lee slaughtered. Whatever the true motivation, she can't help but reflect that 2 millennia is a terrifyingly long time to hold a grudge. In another layer of consciousness, Lee finds himself standing before the same silver-haired man. This time, the figure lies collapsed on the ground, bleeding and badly wounded. Realizing the man had been here all along, the heavenly demon demands to know what the specter is actually plotting. She confesses in distress that she has no answers, and that this nightmare realm is the last place she ever desired to inhabit. Truth be told, neither of them has any clue who summoned them into this realm. Given that the young girl is the host of this domain, her inner mind generated everything present. This leads Lee to wonder aloud if the girl's psyche is akin to a drift vessel missing its helmsman. Suddenly, a massive gateway swings open nearby, and a giant sword-wielding mech hurtles toward them. Spectre shoots a cold gaze toward the wounded figure, assuming he manifested the monstrosity. The mech swings violently at Lee to cleave him in two, but the heavenly demon swiftly counters by plunging a blade deep into its armor. Upon taking the fatal blow, the automaton shifts into the form of a wounded Rin before dissolving completely. This startling transformation convinces Lee that the child is not the creator of this nightmare, though the specter firmly disputes his theory. He maintains that since this domain resides within Rin's subconscious, the world inherently belongs to her. Lee refutes her argument, asserting that this reality is constructed from malicious desires alien to the girl, as she would never willingly reduce herself to a disposable weapon. He concludes that a third party's dark, warped ambitions have contaminated her inner thoughts. He explains his certainty comes from enduring identical psychological hellscapes during his 2,000-year imprisonment in the sealed vault. Simultaneously on the ship, Chun-woo reveals to the captain that Lee endured over 45 million such hellish illusions while sealed away, losing track of the count after that. Feeling as though she herself remains trapped in an endless bad dream, she reflects on the underlying reason for her relentless hunt. She makes it clear that her eternal torment will only reach its end once he draws his final breath. Meanwhile, inside Rin's subconscious, the heavenly demon arrives at the very same epiphany, that his death is the only path forward. Flashing back to the past, Chun-woo had been astounded by the incredible speed at which Lee's physical wounds mended. For any ordinary human, merely clinging to life after such trauma would have been an absolute miracle. Noticing his silence, she teasingly asks if his lips are the only part of him that hasn't healed yet. She playfully offers him spicy peppers, well aware that it is his wounded soul, not his mouth, that requires healing. Stoic warrior offers no words of gratitude for her life-saving intervention. He coldly declares that an entity like him could never perish so easily, warning her not to act as if he owes her a favor. Chun-woo counters by pointing out that his arrogant grandstanding merely exposes his deep inner insecurities, likening his posture to the self-important great central clans. The heavenly demon snaps back, arguing that as a clan heiress, she is no different from the rest. She was forced to leave her homeland and journey across the Central Plains to elevate her family's prestige, dispatched by elders who hailed her as a generational genius. Though 2 years passed without fulfilling her mission, saving Lee made her feel her martial skills finally served a greater purpose. And when Lee warned that she would rue saving a heavenly demon, Chunwoo confessed she was fully aware of his dark lineage, yet chose to save him anyway, after sensing the genuine nobility within his heart. Though she couldn't comprehend why he joined such a dark faction, she held fast to the belief that his inherently compassionate heart would guide him. Then reveals the grim reality. He survived because his life and body were no longer his to surrender. He discloses that a malevolent demon had taken up residence inside his soul, controlling his flesh. Unfazed by the terrifying confession, Chunwoo simply inquires what his true name is. Upon hearing his response, she chuckles and remarks that anyone who remembers their own name can't be fully lost. She then hands Lee another herbal concoction, warning him that the remedy will purge and destroy any demonic spirit dwelling within him. She challenges him to drink it and prove once, and for all who truly commands his own existence. In that pivotal instant, Chunwoo catches a terrifying glimpse of the malevolent soul lurking beneath his skin. Panicked by the sight, she urgently presses him to swallow the liquid immediately. Before the scene resolves, the memory shatters and snaps Lee back to the present, where he instructs the blonde woman to rouse the unconscious silver-haired man. The blonde girl protests that waking a comatose man is impossible. The heavenly demon responds by brutally bisecting the corpse with his sword. As she screams in shock, Lee coldly advises that if she truly wished to save him, she should have willed him to survive. Confused Spectre stands bewildered until she hears movement and turns to see the man standing unharmed behind her back. Realization hits her that the man was merely a phantom born from her own psychological manifests, because that manifestation of her obsessive longings was actively corroding the girl's mind. It had to be destroyed without hesitation. Phantom lunges forward, seizing Lee by the throat while unleashing a swarm of mechanical, spider-like microchips from his palms. The heavenly demon instantly recognizes that these sinister parasites were the cause of the child's mental paralysis. The moment the entity dissolves into mist, the tiny microchips burrow deep into Lee's own flesh. He willingly surrenders his life essence and soul to be consumed by the parasitic swarm. Outside the realm of mind, Si Ryung gasps as blood trickles from Lee's eyes and ears, frantically demanding to know what the demon is attempting. The attentive monk discerns that the demon is intentionally using himself as live bait, though his endgame remains a mystery. Terrified for his life, Si Ryung begs her ancestor to pull him out before the worst comes to pass. Chunwoo sternly warns that forcefully wrenching him back would cause every blood vessel in his frame to detonate instantly. She adds that the exact same gruesome fate awaits him if he fails to regain consciousness by his own willpower. Deep within Rin's subconscious, Lee wages a ferocious battle against the invasive parasites until his spectral form shrinks back to its original dimensions. Battered, bleeding, and exhausted, he stands alone amidst a field of shattered mechanical debris. Before the bewildered specter can utter a single word, Lee's astral form dissolves completely into light. His departure signifies that with her toxic attachments shattered, the woman must also dissolve into nothingness. Aboard the starship, Si Ryung cries out to her silent companion, only to realize with horror that his heartbeat has ceased entirely. In another memory of the past, Chunwoo sets down a warm dish before Lee, sheepishly cautioning that the cooking might leave much to be desired. She insists he nourish himself before departing, reminding him that he has sustained himself on bitter medicine for 3 straight days. She firmly orders him to clean his plate without voicing a single complaint. The heavenly demon softly replies that simply having a warm meal in front of him is more than enough. Chunwoo recalls vivid memories of a time when Lee used to thoroughly enjoy this exact dish. Observing his distant posture, she remarks that he clearly perceives his current state, musing on how challenging it is to blur the line between reality and nostalgia. Regardless of how striking his visions seemed, the solitary heavenly demon had never enjoyed the luxury of sitting at a peaceful family table. Because the girl's presence now dominates his subconscious landscape, it signals that Lee has slipped into deep unconsciousness and stands on the brink of death. Continuing her meal, she matter-of-factly explains that bringing his shattered spirit back to life is an impossibility. Ancient Forebear admits that she breached his mental realm solely to demand an explanation for his suicidal choices. Selflessly trading his life to save a random child seemed entirely out of character for the ruthless Lee. She notes that the two shared no profound bond that would justify him embracing such an excruciating demise. The warrior explains that upon waking into this modern era, he resolved to anchor himself strictly to his memories, forsaking any personal future. With no future of his own to cherish, ensuring the young child's future became his paramount mission. In his mind, laying down his life was the only logical course of action. Convinced that history is doomed to repeat itself within this memory, Lee reaches for his sword and politely thanks her for the hospitality. Chunwoo cries out, urging him that he doesn't have to march into battle or spill any more blood. She insists that this projection offers him a golden opportunity to rewrite his tragic destiny. Yet the heavenly demon remains steadfast, believing that the sins of the past must never be altered. He insists that he is bound to suffer endless retribution to atone for his atrocious sins. To rewrite history inside a fantasy feels to him like an even greater transgression, so he willingly embraces hellfire as his rightful fate. Just as Lee steps toward the doorway, Chun-Woo lunges forward and runs him through with her blade. Unfazed by the lethal blow, the heavenly demon whispers that he will grant her full access to his mind whenever she pleases. He grants her the absolute authority to end his life, emphasizing that his traumatic history is not her burden to bear. As his spirit fades away, Lee offers a final prayer that the ancestor continues marching onward into the future. He consciously casts aside his sense of self in hopes of attaining ultimate nirvana. Back aboard the starship, Lee's physical frame bursts with radiant light, reverting to its majestic silver-haired form. Far above, the mysterious cosmic eye silently observes the unfolding chaos. Rin's long-awaited performance goes off without a hitch before an ecstatic audience, including the amazed monks. Shortly after the show concludes, the monks depart to return to planet Shaolin. Sometime later, Chun-Woo stands in silence, gazing intensely at the heavenly demon as he stares out into deep space. Without turning around, the warrior asks why she keeps fixing her eyes on him. He remarks that if she stays true to the fierce resolve she showed in the dream world, she will eventually achieve her ultimate ambition. The young woman cuts straight to the chase, asking if he truly harbors a desire to die by her hand. Sidestepping the question, Lee merely advises her never to hesitate when the decisive moment arrives. He urges her to do whatever it takes to ensure that her 2,000-year quest was not in vain. His words stir a long-forgotten memory in Chun-Woo, echoing the last piece of advice her master offered before falling into a deep slumber. He had expressed hope that across those solitary centuries, she would liberate herself from the poison of retribution. She presses him further, wondering why he continues to linger when he knows nothing of this modern realm and holds no ambition to conquer it. He answers softly that although he has forfeited his own life's purpose, he now possesses companions worth protecting. He shares that upon waking and laying eyes on Si Ryung, he was instantly reminded of a beloved companion from 2 millennia past. A profound wave of remorse washed over him for failing to truly stand alongside her during his previous existence. Their solemn conversation is suddenly shattered by Gucci's noisy entrance. He strolls into the room, holding a freshly delivered package. Unboxing a steaming bowl of instant ramen, he casually hands it over to Chun-Woo. He complains loudly, asking why she insists on squatting on the floor like a street beggar when perfectly fine tables exist. A whiny comment guarantees that Chun-Woo will never share an extra-large serving with him again. Settling down with her meal, she snarls that the heavenly demon's depressing face is ruining her appetite and barks at him to scram. Yal dangerously cautions that the second she finishes her food, her top priority will be slitting his throat. She screams at him to freeze where he stands, even as her true intentions urge him to get as far away as possible. Lee quietly observes as the vessel slowly pulls away into the dark abyss of space. Yal turns to him, inquisitively probing into the past relationship he held with that girl. She scoffs that the woman was unrefined and possessed a horrifyingly toxic attitude. The heavenly demon cryptically responds that Chun-Woo once ruled the supreme heavens above. Si Ryung freaks out and orders the pilot to push the engines to full throttle. Robert and Sonya protest that they are running on fumes at maximum speed, but the panicked captain refuses to hear logic and demands they keep flying. With the food supply down to a couple of sausages, the pilot points out that they won't survive long on a dry tank and empty stomachs. Even so, Robert places his trust in Si Ryung, confident that their captain wouldn't plunge them into peril without a hidden contingency plan. Attempting to rally her demoralized team, Si Ryung boasts about her feared moniker, the Flaming Demon, promising her notoriety will grant them entry anywhere. Strategy involves docking at the closest space outpost to secure quick cash through bounty contracts, bringing the crew to a shady bar located on the primary moon of Pleiades. An employee informs the establishment's owner, Wang, that the captain has arrived, pointing out that despite absorbing food and an advance payment, she is demanding a personal meeting. Aware of her troublesome reputation, the tavern owner desperately tells his staff to pretend he has passed away just to dodge her. Seated at their table, Robert leans in and whispers if the captain went inside to beg for a financial loan. Sonya scoffs at the thought, noting that the stingy owner wouldn't extend credit even if the Lord of Hell asked for a favor. While the crew is presented with lavish dishes prepared by master chefs, Lee ignores the feast and requests a simple plate of sausages instead. Meanwhile, failing to dodge the confrontation, H. Wang complains that he has already supplied supplies and fuel, begging Si Ryung to take her crew and get out. Stubborn captain rejects his hostility, insisting she isn't a fugitive, and audaciously demands a credit loan with a promise to pay it back interest-free. Hwang could care less about repayment. He simply wants them gone before ruthless bounty hunters arrive to claim the massive prize on Lee's head. Si Ryung points out that any bounty hunter foolish enough to attempt that wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance. Hwang was well aware of how legendary both the captain and the heavenly demon were throughout the cosmos. He figured smart hunters would bypass the heavy hitters and target the crew's most vulnerable members instead. Right on cue, a stranger clad in red approaches their table, looks over the group, and asks Robert to sign off on a package delivery. Robert glances at the screen, only to find a bound-up Chung, accompanied by a cold demand of 10 million credits for her safety. Si Ryung strutted back to the gang, showing off borrowed food, fuel, and 3,000 credits, proving her name still carries weight. Sunyi offers a quick compliment, but as the captain looks around, she realizes Robert has already snuck off by himself to rescue Ki-young. Once the android lays out the facts, Seoryung connects the dots and realizes the pilot made off with their starship. In truth, the captain had previously extracted over 17,000 credits from Robert by putting the ship up as collateral. Because that sum actually eclipsed the ship's market value, Robert was practically the rightful owner all along. Even with the technicalities, Seoryung couldn't shake the bitter feeling that she'd been stabbed in the back. Android urges her to keep a cool head, reminding her that Ki-young's abduction was the sole trigger driving Robert's desperate solo mission. Si Ryung was completely clueless about this girl's identity. Robert had gushed about her endlessly. She was the fiancée he couldn't wed because he lent his wedding budget to the captain, who never returned a dime. That reminder immediately triggers flashbacks of Robert constantly begging to get his money back. Meanwhile, the bar owner in the background starts fuming because the squad is still loitering around. They had broken the deal to leave within 60 minutes, and while Wang swore he wouldn't spare another favor, the squad was completely stranded without a ride. The picky crew insisted on flying nothing less than the S-Devil, leaving them stuck in place unless a high-end luxury ship fell into their laps. By a stroke of luck, they end up securing a ride far superior to their original ship. Sonya warns the captain not to get too fond of the craft since it's temporary, though Si Ryung was already planning to keep it indefinitely since no return date was set. The android tracks Robert's trajectory toward the northern galaxy, prompting the team to speed off before things turn ugly. Over on the target planet, Robert storms into a local bar clad in high-tech robotic armor, barking threats at anyone in sight. Instead of a room full of foes, he finds just a single waitress who recognizes him on the spot. When the pilot aggressively demands her name and his ship's location, she delivers a sharp slap across his face and curses him out. That sting and familiar tone instantly tell Robert he's dealing with Ki-young. She plants another slap on his cheek just for failing to identify her right away. Unbeknownst to them, a cloaked observer sits silently in the shadows of the tavern. Pilot stammers out an excuse, claiming it was only a momentary slip. He insists he was confused because she had slimmed down so much and he was sick with worry about her capture. His fiancée tilts her head and asks if he still finds her attractive. She points out that he always said he preferred her with a bit more weight on her. Robert quickly swears that his love for her isn't tied to the numbers on a scale. Shifting gears, he asks what really happened with the ransom play and whether the whole hostage drama was fake. Without a word, the girl motions toward the shadowy man in the corner. She confesses that the mysterious man was holding her under direct threat. The cloaked stranger throws back his hood, unsheathes his blade, and steps into the light. The man growls, asking why Robert showed up solo and where he's hiding the main target. It dawns on Robert that this guy is hunting Lee to collect a staggering 10 million credit bounty. The entire picture finally snaps into focus for the pilot. The bounty hunter jabs his finger toward the fiancé. He sharply reminds Robert of their deal: deliver Lee in exchange for her freedom. Taking a closer look, the pilot spots a distinct tremor in the hunter's stance. The guy is trembling so hard, he can barely pull his blade from its scabbard. Trying to act tough, the hunter boisterously claims to be Hwang, the legendary invincible demon of heaven and earth. Unimpressed, the pilot snaps his mechanical battle armor back into position. He narrows his eyes and asks if this trembling weakling is really the master kidnapper. Just as tension peaks, Chung abruptly cuts in and breaks the mood. She calls out to the hunter, reminding her dad that his dinner is losing its heat. Robert had never met her father before, and Ching herself hadn't laid eyes on him in 15 long years. Overcome with shame, the pilot drops to his knees, begging forgiveness for disrespecting his future father-in-law. Chung nudges him to stand up and join them for a meal. Robert stays put, stubbornly insisting he won't rise until Hwang officially acknowledges him. Hwang utterly cold shoulders him, perfectly content to let the pilot grovel on the tiles. Seeing the absurd scene, the girl breaks the news that the old man is actually just the orphanage director who raised her. He doesn't share a drop of blood with her. Chuang hollers from inside the dining room to set the record straight. He boasts that he provided a far better upbringing than her real dad ever could have. Turns out he had reappeared in her life roughly a month prior. He begged her to play along as a bound hostage for the sake of her younger foster siblings. Desperate for funds because the orphanage was broke, the director hatched the scheme right after spotting Lee's wanted poster. Once he nabbed a picture of Robert and uncovered their engagement, Chuang tracked her down to the eatery, took advantage of the fact that the lovers had been separated for 3 full years. He used Ching as bait anyway, knowing the pilot would come running. Amidst all this backstory, one tiny detail snaps Robert's attention into overdrive. Just a month prior, his fiancée looked identical to her chubby picture. He possessed a significantly rounder figure. The pilot assumed the harsh strain of being held captive caused her weight drop. In reality, her foster father was the sole culprit behind the transformation. The old glutton hogged every single bite of her meals for 15 straight days. The poor girl was terrified upon learning her fiancé had become a criminal target. She grew furious that he only reappeared right when her plump charm had faded. Cheng began believing the old director's cynical words. She suspected Robert had avoided her all this time simply because she was chubby. Panicking to control the damage, Robert swears her weight never mattered to him. He promises that she remains breathtaking in his eyes, no matter what. Chuang scoffs, warning her that all guys are smooth talkers and she shouldn't swallow his lies. Pilot swears on his honor that every spare second was spent grinding cash for their big day. His dream was to finally tie the knot and launch a modest little diner together. He assures her that the required savings are practically fully assembled. Melted by his devotion, his fiancée wraps her arms around him in a tight hug. Chuang rolls his eyes at the mushy reunion. He barks orders for both of them to bind their own hands together. He vows to release Robert unharmed the moment he nets his primary bounty target. The pilot snarls, telling the old geezer that he's completely lost his mind. He mocks him, stating a guy who can't hold a sword still stands zero chance of claiming a bounty. Jing actually nods along with the pilot's logic. She proposes that her fiancé simply share his wedding savings to bail out her foster dad. The old man obstinately insists on pushing forward with his bounty hunting plan, demands they hurry and bind themselves before competing mercenaries storm the venue. Just in the nick of time, Si Ryung and her crew barge right through the restaurant doors. Captain checks to see if the couple is safe, but Chuang's eyes instantly lock onto Lee. He points his weapon and commands the heavenly demon to drop to his knees. The elderly man attempts to assume a threatening combat pose. He proudly proclaims his identity as an official representative of the sect. He announces he'll place the fugitive under arrest, threatening lethal force should anyone fight back. So-ha blinks in disbelief, wondering out loud if the old guy has completely lost his marbles. Dead serious, Chuang ignores the insult and begins counting down for their submission. Before he even reaches one, Si Ryung flattens him with a single, crushing blow. She stands shocked by how pathetically frail her opponent actually was. She wonders why he lacked basic combat skills. So Ha points out that Chuang completely lacks an internal energy drive. Jung and Robert scream out the old man's name in pure panic. The captain suddenly pales, realizing she just brutally clobbered her pilot's prospective father-in-law. Once he shakes off the blow, Chuang drags himself up and sits across from Lee. Seoryong inspects the weapon the old man brandished earlier. It turns out to be nothing more than a rusted scrap of junk metal. She stammers out excuses, claiming she only acted aggressively to protect her crew. Robert remains absolutely livid that his captain just annihilated his father-in-law without hesitation. Jung fumes with matching indignation over the senseless beatdown. It's revealed the selfless old guy had actually pawned off his own energy drive just to put food on orphan children's plates. Si Ryung defensively argues that she pulled her punch, and the old-timer is practically unscathed. However, So-ha interjects, pointing out that the captain deployed a legendary deadly technique from the Tang clan. Any ordinary human would have been reduced to dust from that level of force. Chuang survived solely because Lee covertly absorbed the impact right under the old man's nose. Looking Chuang dead in the eyes, the heavenly demon inquires about his genuine underlying motive. He notes that the old man's aura lacks any true murderous intent toward him. The stubborn elder sticks to his story, insisting his only mandate is to capture the wanted criminal. He firmly adds that lethal measures are strictly a backup plan should resistance occur. Despite having zero martial skills, he boldly asserts that duty overrides impossible odds when apprehending a sinner of the sect. He remains unshakably committed to fulfilling his mission. During his obsessive devotion, the heavenly demon instantly pieced together that the old guy was kicked out of the cult long ago. Jing surmised that his banishment directly stemmed from siphoning resources for the children's shelter. She mentions how her foster father would literally slice off his own meat to feed those orphans, then turns to Robert to ask about his cash reserves. Since Robert handed all his money to Si Ryung, he turns around to demand an accounting of her debt. Crafty captain starts frantically recalculating living expenses and fuel fees, aiming for the smallest figure possible. Soha cuts right through her bluff, announcing the debt stands at 17,000 credits, spiraling over 23,000 with interest added. Panicking, Si Ryung sputters that the android's math processors are totally malfunctioning and gasps, pointing out that 10,000 credits alone could keep their orphanage running smoothly for 30 whole years. Assuming the matter was settled, the girl cheerfully asks the captain for a 5,000 credit advance, only to be met with a deadpan, silent gaze. As Sanya hands Soha a cup of tea, she chuckles that asking the stingy captain for money is a lost cause. The android casually observes how striking the resemblance between the two women is. It makes total sense given that they share nearly 20% of their DNA, hinting they're likely cousins. Soha presses for answers, wondering why they never knew they were related and how Sanya unearthed this secret without warning. Sanya sighs, explaining that Si Ryung's past is a tangled web of secrets. Beneath her relaxed facade, she compulsively shoulders the heavy burdens of everyone around her, including this latest mess. The heavenly demon clarifies to Huang that an outcast needs a monumental feat to earn reinstatement, guessing that was his original master plan. Since the old man is connected to his crewmate's family, Lee decides to offer a hand if his past transgressions can be wiped clean. He recalls meeting Victor, an influential kid high up in the hierarchy who would likely grant him a favor. Wang dismisses the offer as a trap, reasoning that a high-profile criminal's promises can't be trusted. Heavenly Demon chuckles, reassuring him that the massive bounty is merely a reflection of how much the sect misses his presence. He jokingly figures the current leader simply misses getting affectionate headpats from him. Meanwhile, aboard the sect's flagship, Wei roars commands that Lee must be wiped off the face of the galaxy, no matter what. His subordinate bows deeply, promising to track down the fugitive without delay. Exiting the chamber, Sam runs into a senior elder who inquires about the leader's mental state. The question irks Sam, as he believes Wei is in absolute prime condition. The elder reiterates that their ultimate objective is the unbridled rebirth of the cult, which demands the supreme celestial demon's soul. He notes approvingly that Wei is being devoured by frustration and rage, viewing it as a necessary catalyst. The elder explains that while Wei possesses unmatched talent, his overly gentle and patient nature prevents him from acquiring the ultimate soul. Sam bristles at the criticism, but the elder holds firm that moral perfection is a flaw holding their master back from true ascension. He views this chaos as a golden opportunity for Wei to taste true agony and break past his human boundaries. Realization strikes Sam, and he asks if that was why the elder secretly placed the bounty on Lee while withholding crucial intelligence. The elder nods, explaining that finding Lee prematurely could turn Wei's valuable anger into crushing hopelessness before his growth is complete. Back at the eatery, the celestial demon approaches Soha, urging her to ring up the current leader to clear Wang's doubts. Lee casually drops the bomb that the supreme leader happens to be the android's biological brother. Soha mentally notes that the rogue demon was already aware of her confidential family ties. Speechless, Wang strains his brain, trying to digest the absurd claims about their almighty master. Lee pushes Wang toward Soha, hyping her up as the stealthy vice leader of the entire cult. The old cultist, such a ludicrous assertion sounds like total madness. He knows the sect doesn't even have a vice leader rank, let alone offer it to an eccentric girl. Yet Lee holds his ground firmly, with both Robert and the captain backing up his bold statement. Wang turns directly to the android for confirmation, but she flatly denies the claims. Armed with her denial, the elder triumphantly calls Lee a filthy liar. Lee remarks that Wang's sensory parameters are ridiculously weak, deciding to forcibly overclock his senses with a controlled shock wave. Surge allows the old man's perception to shatter, revealing the terrifying spectral soul hovering right behind Soha. Instantly converted, the terrified old man drops to his knees in devout reverence before her. Calming down, Wang recounts how he dutifully served as a low-tier grunt for 50 years, quietly sheltering discarded orphans. He explains that official funding dwindled a decade back, before drying up entirely 5 years ago. When he demanded answers from superiors, they cold-heartedly informed him his post was erased during corporate restructuring. Elsewhere, Sam continues chatting with the elder, recalling how desperately they needed the supreme demon back when they were at absolute rock bottom. Nowadays, the sect is basking in an unprecedented golden era, forged by their current supreme commander. He unified every faction's strength, earning undisputed respect across the martial arts realm. Since the leader's missing soul is the sole remaining flaw, Sam questions why the elder is stirring such chaotic pots when they're already top dogs. The elder counters with a heavy question, asking Sam if he truly believes their summit position is secure. While Sam thinks it's ironclad, the elder grimly remarks that they are merely the most elite slaves in a gilded cage. The elder reveals that the realm's current harmony is an illusion maintained purely through tyrannical suppression. The realization hits Sam like a freight train. The elder is targeting the absolute authority of the human government. Tournaments outlawed, techniques corporate sanctioned, and relentless surveillance watching every move. They're merely prized rats in a laboratory. Gasping at the implication, Sam asks if the elder is actively plotting an all-out war against the central regime. The elder ominously warns that this artificial tranquility is on the verge of collapsing. The fierce spirit of the martial world is reaching a boiling point under these chains. Repressed desires and wild instincts are swelling up, making a bloody uprising unavoidable. When the chaos detonates, the government will wipe the slate clean, dragging their sect directly into the massacre. The elder realizes that without a miracle power, their current strength will crumble like paper during the purge. That is the singular reason he's obsessively trying to revive the supreme celestial demon. Pure, raw survival. Reverting to the diner, Lee deduces that H-Wang's desperation stems simply from wanting his old job back to fund his orphans. Realizing the truth, Chung reassures her adoptive dad that his worries are over. She explains that the 5,000 credits owed by the crew will easily clear all their operational expenses. Captain opens her mouth to protest, but H-Wang barks at his foster daughter to hold her tongue. He shouts that if cash was his only concern, he would have harvested and sold his own organs years ago. What he truly hungered for was his lost honor, wanting to show his kids that their founder was a proud warrior, not an abandoned outcast. If he remained disgraced and exiled, he felt as though all their lives were utterly meaningless. Passionately vows to prove he belongs to the world's greatest power, leaving Soha rolling her eyes at the stupidity, while the captain bursts into enthusiastic applause. To Lee's eyes, this entire dramatic dilemma possesses an absurdly easy resolution. He casually nudges Soha to either ring her brother or exercise her authority to sort it out personally. When she hesitates silently, Lee cocks an eyebrow, questioning for the first time if she actually has any real clout. Pushed into a corner, Soha sighs that things are complicated, then loudly summons the covert spy, shadowing them to show himself. Monitoring the scene from orbit, the stubby elder immediately teleports down and enters the restaurant. The moment the short man arrives, Soha interrogates him about H-Wang's official identity. The official glances over and shrugs, claiming he's never seen the old guy in his life. H-Wang, equally clueless, scoffs and asks why a random kid is barging into adult business. The newcomer puffs out his chest, introducing himself as a top-tier agent from the sect disaster control center. In truth, his cover masks his true status as chief secretary of the High Council, holding rank equivalent to a supreme elder. He flashes an official high-ranking badge, instantly forcing H-Wang to bow in reverence. Soha commands H-Wang to stand tall, snidely reminding him that this official ranks way beneath her status. She turns to the short agent and orders him to process H-Wang's immediate reinstatement into the cult. Assuming it's minor paperwork, the elder asks H-Wang to state his former division and security clearance. Upon hearing the details, the agent grimaces, warning that cross-galaxy verification will take a while. Soha narrows her eyes, mocking him for acting like a big shot when he can't even clear basic paperwork. The actual snag is that H-Wang's bottom-tier rank forces his application through endless galactic bureaucratic committees. Suddenly, a flashing red warning banner overwhelms the official's data tablet. The system display explicitly indicates the reinstatement request was instantly denied. Things turn terrifying when a follow-up directive orders the target's immediate termination and total erasure from all records. The room falls dead silent as everyone ponders why the upper echelon would order an execution on such a harmless nobody. Meanwhile, in deep space, Sam continues probing the senior elder regarding the true enemy. He admits that this entire political game feels deeply unnatural. He asserts that no sane martial guild would dream of directly defying the ironclad human government, because every faction understands those strict laws are the only thing preventing total anarchy. The elder nods, but corrects him by stressing that order is enforced through terrifying violence rather than peaceful diplomacy. He reveals that over the past century, nearly 100 formidable clans, including the mighty Tang family, were completely exterminated by the regime. The government operates with ruthless, mechanical precision. They brutally crush dissenters and parade their corpses to instill absolute terror into anyone thinking of rebelling. Their entire influence hinges on instilling terror and showing people the chaos that awaits before it even breaks out. This makes it crystal clear that the heavenly demon cult is next on the target list, as wiping them out yields the biggest impact. Suddenly, a sharp alarm cuts through their discussion, signaling that a top-secret directive has been triggered. Over at the restaurant, the pint-sized elder insists that once this protocol is live, he has zero power to revoke it. The command was personally issued by the Grand Elder himself. This is a classified order, originating directly from the core leadership of the sect. Directives like this are only rolled out in extreme scenarios that threaten the survival of the whole organization. Sensing how serious things have gotten, Soha demands to know what the old man actually did. He's completely clueless, claiming he was just minding his own business and working nonstop at the orphanage. Since the order demands absolute compliance from everyone in the sect, the short officer readies himself to strike H-Wang down. Soha steps in immediately, warning him to hold back. Once she makes it clear that she's giving a direct command, the officer freezes in his tracks and turns around. Meanwhile, Sam and the elder shift their focus, bringing up the history of the orphanage. Turns out, that place was just a covert operation handled by a low-ranking unit. 7 years prior, the elder had completely pulled funding from the facility and banished everyone working there. Sam wonders out loud why a high-ranking figure like him would get mixed up in such minor affairs. The elder reveals that the kids were survivors, whose cults were completely wiped out by the human government. They were all under 3 years old at the time, leaving them with almost no memory of their origins. Sam pushes further, wanting to know why they decided to shut down the project entirely. The elder clarifies that with tensions running high across the galaxy, the government was extra paranoid back then. Leaving the orphanage open would have easily made it look like a breeding ground for rebels. Reverting to the restaurant, the officer questions if Soha's command is her way of confessing her ties to the cult. She brushes him off coldly, telling him to draw whatever conclusions he likes. In the middle of all this, the elder assures Sam that they had taken every single precaution. They stationed a tiny team in a distant sector and brought in an outside contractor to keep things low-key. Despite all those precautions, the human government's intel still caught wind of the operation. 5 years back, scouts confirmed that an enemy patrol ship flew right past the planet where the kids were. Refusing to take any chances, the elder commanded the total destruction of all evidence connected to the facility. He issued a fail-safe order: execute anyone who ever attempts to bring the orphanage back. Hearing this, Sam connects the dots, realizing that reinstating the director officially links the facility straight to the heavenly demon cult. Couldn't fathom why the girl would ever issue such a risky command. Her action had triggered the emergency directive, marking everyone involved for immediate clearance. Out of nowhere, an alert chimes in, announcing that the high-level override order was shot down. Leveraging top elder-level security, someone successfully reinstated the director back into the organization. The elder stands completely stunned, unable to wrap his head around what just occurred. Panicking, he immediately demands a direct line to the officer on the ground. However, the system informs him that local interference has jammed all incoming and outgoing transmissions. Across the galaxy, a mysterious woman receives the notification confirming the director's return. The elder realizes this move essentially serves the orphanage to the human military on a silver platter. This single action pushed the chances of an all-out war right to the brink of certainty. Hearing Soha command him to stand down, the officer taunts her, asking if she's finally acknowledged the demonic soul inside her. Soha shuts him down coldly, stating that none of it matters anymore. She knows the beast within will consume her eventually, and she has accepted this cursed fate forced upon her by men like him. At long last, the officer manages to patch through a comms line to the Elder Council. The Elder instantly snaps, demanding to know why his direct directive was flat-out disobeyed. The officer simply responds that the young mistress has awakened, granting the sect the true soul of the heavenly demon. Up on the roof of the eatery, Lee expresses his gratitude to Soha for saving the day. Without missing a beat, the girl looks up and asks if they can finally tie the knot. She even cheekily offers to pop out 10 or 30 kids who look just like him in no time. The heavenly demon smiles gently, telling her she's a sweet girl who will surely meet a great man someday. Deep down, though, Soha is aware that her time is running out and her body can't endure the strain much longer. Switching back to Sam, he presses the elder for answers regarding the heavenly demon's soul they spoke of. Deciding that the moment for secrecy has passed, the elder gestures for Sam to follow him to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, H-Wang receives official notice that his rank within the sect has been restored. He's promoted from a disposable outside contractor back to an official member. The orphanage is formally designated as an official sect facility, rather than an unapproved charity. Hearing this, Kiang gets super pumped at the thought of receiving a much higher budget. The stubby officer tries to play tough, but watching the father and daughter share a warm hug softens him up to double the payout. The pair rejoices, happy that the orphans can now enjoy warm meat soup on birthdays and wear cozy winter clothes. Moved by their pure joy, and realizing how tiny the original stipend was, the officer bumps the total budget by 10 times. Led into a hidden chamber, Sam stares at 2 glowing incubators and questions why they were brought to this place. Elder turns to him, asking if he actually knows the secret origin behind the sect leader's birth. Sam explains his belief The Elder screened every child in the galaxy, picked the most gifted prodigy, and trained him ruthlessly. That legendary training was supposed to be why the leader earned the title of the junction of all heavenly demons. The Elder lets out a cold laugh, revealing that the entire backstory was nothing more than a fabricated myth. In reality, they harvested and fused the dominant genetic traits of every past generation. Shocked Sam immediately asks if they literally manufactured a synthetic human clone. The Elder explains that the supreme heavenly demon wasn't meant to be a normal human, but a perfect vessel to harbor the supreme soul. Creating such a vessel was a statistical miracle, and with time running out, the sect couldn't afford to wait for nature. They combined the DNA of every previous leader, except for the missing sixth leader, Lee. He spliced all those traits together to engineer an ultimate superhuman organism. Sam realizes the truth. The current leader was a flawed prototype who couldn't fully balance the soul. The Elder admits that twin infants were produced during the experiment, and the sect ended up picking the wrong baby. They threw away the exact child who was born, carrying the true soul of the supreme heavenly demon. As the sun dips below the horizon, the captain walks up to the rooftop to sit beside Soha. The young girl dreaded nighttime, as the shadow of the heavenly demon would creep into her bed once darkness fell. Dark presence would whisper sinisterly into her ear, demanding she accept him and yield her body. His goal was to manifest back into the physical world through her lineage. Meanwhile, the Elder presses on with his revelation. He notes that out of the newborn twins, they chose the baby boy simply because he displayed greater innate talent for martial arts. The infant girl was put into cryogenic stasis, kept purely as a spare contingency plan. Against all odds, she managed to break free from stasis on her own and escaped into the outside world. Such a feat was completely unheard of for any ordinary mortal baby. That was the moment the Elders realized the project wasn't a failure at all. She was the genuine vessel for the soul. This terrifying truth left them with a brutal dilemma, since a single sect could never tolerate two supreme leaders. Furious at the revelation, Sam asks if they plan to execute the existing leader with their own hands. The Elder shakes his head in denial. He asserts that such power was beyond their control, leaving the two siblings to fight to the death and settle their fate. In another realm, Adam is jolted awake by the voice of his creator. She informs him that she must temporarily override and revoke the free will she previously granted him. She assigns him a mandatory directive, and Adam silently complies with her every word. A holographic projection of the orphanage flashes before Adam's eyes. He is commanded to wipe the facility off the face of the map and slaughter anyone who dares to intervene. Elsewhere in a virtual paradise, Athena is being catered to by a young man expressing his deepest gratitude. Gushes, describing serving someone like her as a dream far beyond his reach. He nervously admits he might not be enough on his own, offering to summon extra companions for an added charge. Suddenly, the virtual illusion shatters into pieces, snapping her right back into cold reality. Annoyed, Athena demands to know who dared disturb her during her private leave. The incoming communicator cold-bloodedly reminds her that special security agents don't get vacation time. Noticing strange vitals, Athena queries why her internal sensors logged a sudden spike in her heart rate. Brushing it off, Athena insists she's fully operational and demands details on her new assignment. Her briefing instructs her to deploy immediately and investigate the hidden orphanage. System chime alerts her that while the virtual simulation ended prematurely, her account was still billed full price. Aboard the starship, Robert and his fiancée gaze out into deep space under the watchful glare of her dad. The android assistant Sonia informs H-Wang that a private cabin is prepared should he care to rest. She notes they are 10 hours away from the orphanage, cruising at minimum speed to preserve power reserves. H-Wang figures sending the young couple off to sleep early is the best way to prevent any funny business. Sonia dryly points out that they've cohabited for an entire year already, so there's hardly anything new to hide. Stubborn father retorts that he doesn't care about their past history. As long as he's around, they stick to the rules. As the trio bickers over sleeping arrangements, Sonia reduces the engine output even further to conserve energy. Suddenly, the android locks eyes with a looming humanoid shadow and freezes, dead in her tracks before the entity. Inside the quarters, the captain senses an uninvited presence creeping up while she's showering. Calling out into the mist, she turns around to find the enigmatic mother figure standing motionless in the doorway. Elsewhere, Soha snaps awake, feeling an overwhelming surge of disturbance in the air. Demonic spirit inside demands she close her eyes and remain dormant, taunting that she lacks the power to intervene anyway. Meanwhile, the young lovers cheer that the old man has finally passed out, giving them precious time alone. Robert spots a sudden spike on the telemetry consoles and demands to know why Sonia suddenly throttled the thrusters. Unbeknownst to them, the android's operational programming was hijacked entirely. With barely 13 hours remaining before the Fifth Galactic War erupts, the possessed captain enters Lee's chamber. The moment she walks in, Lee instantly detects that the person standing before him isn't Ryang at all. Sensing the overwhelming aura of that ancient eye, the heavenly demon coldly asks why it has tracked him down. Speaking through the captain's voice, the mysterious entity utters a desperate plea for assistance, cautions that human timeline is stretched to its absolute limit, ready to shatter like an overinflated balloon. Hearing panic from an entity that manipulates reality and time itself strikes Lee as utterly absurd. Entity reveals its duty is to protect humanity, but direct alteration of historical events remains strictly forbidden by core directives. Aboard the heavenly demon cult's flagship, the Elder signals the Supreme Leader to prepare for battle. Having pinpointed Lee's location, they set their course straight for the orphanage to hunt him down. Simultaneously, Athena touches down at the desolate orphanage and spots Adam standing ominously at the entryway. Even though they had never crossed paths before, yet his features feel eerily familiar, striking an exact match with the male escort from her dream. Athena's guards attempt a deep scan on Adam, only to be met with a cascade of system errors. She deduces that he must be actively jamming their network feed to prevent detection. The entity hovering behind her whispers that it's unable to penetrate the mysterious battlesuit's shielding. Realizing standard protocols don't apply to this opponent, she understands why Command dispatched her personally. Stepping forward, she announces her identity and demands to know his purpose at the facility. Receiving total silence, Athena warns him that special security forces aren't famous for respecting human rights. He remains stone-faced. She assumes he needs to be beaten into submission and orders her squad to take him down. Surprised by the sudden stillness, she glances back at her team, only to witness their bodies cleanly sliced in two. For a split second, her life flashes before her eyes as Adam lunges straight for her neck. By the time she spins around to defend herself, the assassin has already dissolved into thin air. Reappearing behind her, Adam remarks that she ought to be answering his questions, inwardly confused why he spared her. Streaming live feed to her director, the unsettled agent asks Command to identify the monstrosity she just faced. Analyzing the biometric telemetry, the director informs her that the entity shows 0 biological signatures. Though pulse and body heat register as baseline, his vitals lack any organic fluctuations or stress reactions. He concludes the subject must be a hyper-advanced mechanical construct, light years ahead of earthly engineering. Adam, chiming into their private frequency, admits he is a synthetic human and has completely compromised their encryption. He mocks current human tech as child's play, boasting that he can easily decipher Athena's internal cognitive patterns. The android admits he intended to slaughter her alongside her men, but found himself inexplicably holding back. He deduces that her existence holds critical importance for humanity's survival, overriding his combat parameters. He remains motionless, waiting for a higher universal authority to deliver the final verdict on her fate. The Eye commands immediate execution, but as Adam draws his blade, Mother overrides the directive, ordering him to safeguard her. Faced with contradictory instructions from dual authorities, the synth locks up completely. Seizing the opening, Athena attempts to trigger a maximum security alarm, only to find her comms completely severed. Back at headquarters, the director orders network restoration, but the central mainframe rejects her command. Livid, she barks into the room, demanding to know who possessed the authority to override her command. That exact second, Bernard steps inside escorted by heavy combat droids, leaving her utterly bewildered. Bernard offers a mocking compliment about her looks, prompting the director to scream that a disgraced general like him faces execution for treason. Bernard remains composed, telling her that her intelligence reports are hopelessly out of date. He reveals that a Level 7 threat assessment was triggered hours ago, convening the emergency High Council. He casually drops the bombshell that he has been appointed Supreme Director of that very council. He officially strips her of rank and commands the droids to take her into custody. Back on the ship, Lee maintains an unblinking gaze at the possessed captain. He recognizes the ancient entity within her, though its usual terrifying void has been replaced by raw emotional turmoil. The heavenly demon asks if the entity has evolved, or if a deeper power is pulling the strings. The entity refutes his theory. It explains that they were originally a single cosmic consciousness that witnessed the birth and death of the universe together. Having attained absolute perfection, where mistake was impossible, they were forced to divide into twin opposing beings. Noticing Lee's doubt, it clarifies that while their perfection dictated humanity's fate, they desperately wished to be proven wrong. They searched for an alternative truth to existence that could surpass absolute perfection. This ideological conflict fractured them into two polarizing forces that constantly counter each other. To evolve beyond total perfection, the original absolute state had to be shattered. Lee dismisses the speech as a convoluted contradiction, a pathetic excuse to evade their actual duty. The entity counters that this stalemate was indeed their reality, right up until Lee emerged. Lee was an anomaly, a human who shattered every predictive model they had calculated over centuries. It was a miraculous glitch in their matrix, proving that even cosmic beings could be mistaken. That anomaly was the sole reason they granted mankind one final year of grace, under the guise of data collection. Despite that mercy, humans were actively rushing toward their own self-destruction. Elsewhere, the deposed director demands to know Bernard's endgame as he usurps her authority. Bernard requests data on the orphanage, and the AI reports it was founded 43 years ago by the cult to harbor survivors of destroyed factions. Reviewing the names, Bernard realizes every single one of those erased sects was executed for high treason. He confronts her on why she overlooked such treasonous acts, to which she defensively claims it seemed like simple human charity. Taking her answer as proof of incompetence, Bernard shifts focus and demands real-time tracking on the heavenly demon cult. System logs confirm that the cult's flagship launched 15 minutes prior, rapidly closing in on the orphanage within 5 minutes. Convinced the supreme leader is aboard, Bernard immediately brands the fleet movement an overt act of war. He proclaims that while traitorous individuals are executed, treasonous sects must be systematically wiped from existence. Though the former director screams that this triggers total warfare, Bernard dismisses it as trash removal and broadcasts the rebellion declaration worldwide. In Lee's chamber, the Eye warns that an apocalyptic war is imminent, threatening to wipe out human civilization entirely. When Lee insists the entity step in to prevent the massacre, it reveals that the Human Emergency Committee has commandeered absolute authority. Bound by system protocols, the helpless entity turns to Lee, begging him to halt the impending catastrophe. Aboard his vessel, Kim listens to emergency government broadcasts, declaring that a massive rebellion threatens human survival. Galactic draft is enforced across all martial factions, mobilizing every warrior to eliminate the heavenly demon cult. In a crowded tavern, the innkeeper Wang stares at the alarm in disbelief, knowing such alerts are reserved solely for galactic extinction. Panicking over harboring potential rebels, he scans his tavern only to spot the commander of the elite Red Wolf unit eating inside. His panicked staff ask if they should throw the commander out and immediately lock up shop. They suddenly realize that harboring or failing to report such a figure makes them guilty of treason. Terrified of execution, they resolve to kill the commander on the spot and alert government forces. Under the global mandate, anyone branded a traitor is officially declared an enemy of mankind and marked for immediate death. Anyone offering shelter or turning a blind eye is automatically sentenced as an accomplice. Back at the orphanage, Adam remains paralyzed by the inner conflict of whether to execute Athena or spare her. Athena seizes his moment of hesitation to strike with full force, but her blow bounces right off him. Adam casually shatters the boulder she was using for camouflage, proving her stealth tactics are useless. He reassures her that he won't inflict harm, calmly advising her to turn around and walk away. She refuses to retreat. Adam casually scoops her up into his arms. Dropping her disguise, Athena struggles and demands to be released, but Adam keeps holding her, stating he'll only set her down at their destination. Staring up at his face, Athena can't shake the strange sensation that she has met him somewhere in her past. Adam reads her mind and points out that her lack of familiarity stems from the hologram she saw last night. He explains that despite both being male non-humans, they were completely different entities. As proof, he brings up how Athena's estrogen spiked last night, causing her to panic and yell at Adam to put her down. When the pair eventually reaches the orphanage, Athena spots 4 little kids inside. She runs a quick scan on them, but comes up empty-handed in the database, leading Adam to declare the search a complete waste of time. Since there are no official records, as far as the government is concerned, these children don't even exist. Athena counters that lacking official documentation doesn't mean a person doesn't actually exist. She attempts to retrieve their genetic data next, only to hit another dead end. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger catches wind of the alert accusing the heavenly demon cult of treason and immediately asks his men if they received a response. His officer reports that the human government validated the order, warning that questioning it would be treated as treason itself. Every single sect received this emergency broadcast, save for the heavenly demon cult. Directive commanded everyone to view the cult as a hostile threat and eliminate them on sight. To make matters worse, this warning couldn't have dropped at a more terrible moment. Their fleet was currently floating directly face-to-face with a massive cult warship. Lee questions the Eye, asking whether halting this war requires eliminating the emergency committee. After all, those committee members were the mastermind orchestrators behind the impending conflict. The Eye sets him straight, stating that raw human desire is the true catalyst for this destruction. That committee is merely a fleeting symptom of humanity's greed. Wiping them out would only pause the violence briefly, not end it. The entity actually demands, is for Lei to contain the devastation to a localized area. Only by doing so can total human annihilation be averted. It explains that equal, opposing forces would only cause far greater widespread fallout. To stop the war from engulfing everything, that balance must be shattered immediately, even if it results in a bloody, one-sided slaughter. Just at that moment, Soha steps up toward the captain's corpse. The heavenly demon's spirit warns her to hold back before she commits an act she'll forever regret. Unfazed, the girl bluntly snaps at the spirit to shut its mouth. She lays a hand on the captain's shoulder and instantly warps right to Lee and the eye's location. The heavenly demon questions if this outcome is truly what the entity desires. Shifting its focus, the eye fixes its gaze directly on Soha. It exposes that she is the sole anchor, holding that delicate balance of power in place. Therefore, her execution is mandatory for the survival of the human race. Black Tiger's officer frantically points out that taking on a full-scale battleship is pure suicide. He insists that requesting immediate reinforcements must be their top priority. The commander retorts that the command was crystal clear: engage and destroy any cult members on site. A single moment of hesitation could result in the entire Green Forest faction being labeled as turncoats. Black Tiger is fully aware that he's marching straight into a death trap. Yet, he chooses to pull the trigger anyway to save his domain from total ruin. Irony strikes, considering they originally made the trip just to celebrate the sect master's birthday. So he declares that they might as well deliver their birthday wishes in explosive fashion. Aboard the opposing vessel, Yang inquires if communication has been established with the ship dead ahead. It happens to be the high-ranking commander overseeing that specific cult branch. His crew reports that all outgoing and incoming frequencies are completely jammed. Yang finds their stationary position suspicious, especially since he explicitly instructed them to stay away. Suddenly, red alarms flash a target lock warning, right as a video feed of Black Tiger wishing him a happy birthday pops up on screen. Brushing off the sarcastic birthday greeting, Yang scrambles to process what on earth is happening. Her automated defense grid primes itself, locking onto open fire on the vessel in front of them. Black Tiger sends a final message, remarking that it was a joy doing business with him and bidding farewell until the next light. Yang is left staring in utter disbelief, thinking the entire scenario is sheer madness. Before he can react, Black Tiger's heavy cannons unleash a ruthless barrage right into the cult ship. However, the cult ship shrugs off the explosion with minimal damage and immediately readies a devastating counterstrike. As reality sinks in, Black Tiger realizes with a sting of regret that he never even got to say goodbye to his mother. A bitter thought crosses his mind that he managed to disappoint her one last time before dying. In the next split second, his starship is reduced to space dust by the overwhelming counterblast. Back on the cult ship, Yang struggles to comprehend why they were targeted and orders his crew to compile every shred of evidence. He instructs them to beam the combat logs directly to both the human government and the Green Forest commanders. Terrified that his faction will be branded as insurgent rebels, he tries to broadcast an explanation, only for a frantic emergency klaxon to cut him off. Without warning, a patrol ship from the human government swoops in and utterly destroys the cult's warship. Bernard receives immediate confirmation that there were 0 survivors left from the carnage. It's obvious from his grim expression that he hates the messy direction this situation is taking. Newly appointed director plans to spin a cover story, claiming the Green Forest Alliance clashed with the cult and wiped each other out. By doing so, he completely scrubs the government's fingerprints off the entire incident. Add insult to injury, he even decrees that a posthumous medal be dispatched to Green Forest HQ. Standing right behind Bernard, the former director voices her deep disapproval of these shady maneuvers. She cautions him that countless innocent martial artists will throw their lives away pointlessly if this madness continues. She argues that the military power of the human government alone is more than enough to obliterate the cult without playing dirty games. Then, a chilling realization hits her. The ultimate objective was always to wipe out the entire martial arts society. Bernard scoffs, believing that despite their grand lectures on honor and tradition, those martial artists are nothing more than violent thugs who handle problems through brute force. The director asserts that if left unchecked, their violent brawls will inevitably escalate from swords to heavy firearms. And that is a lawless threat he refuses to tolerate. Meanwhile, Soha stands frozen, locking eyes with the eerie entity. Observing that the floating eye appears unchanged, she demands to know what action it just took. Lee immediately yanked the girl behind him, ordering her to stay right where she is. She refuses to stand by and let a single soul lay a finger on her. The eye reiterates its grim prediction that nearly 95% of all galactic civilization faces total destruction. It directly questions if Lee is truly prepared to pay such a horrific price just to keep Soha alive. Lee fires back, explaining that every single human spirit carries an entire universe within themselves. In his eyes, compelling someone to sacrifice themselves for the greater good is nothing more than hypocritical, selfish violence. To Lee, a single life holds the exact same weight as the collective existence of millions. Therefore, harming Soha to seal the heavenly demon's spirit is an unjustifiable sacrifice. He insists that dark impulses must be conquered through sheer willpower, pledging to guide Soha through it just like he succeeded in the past. However, the eye counters that the spirit dwelling inside, Soha, is vastly different from anything he has encountered. That entity was birthed from the deepest, darkest cravings buried in human hearts. Entity explains that as human greed feeds it, the soul expands without limit. Right now, its power has spiraled far beyond what mortal civilization could ever hope to contain. The heavenly demon's spirit had swollen into an uncontrollable calamity. If it managed to fully awaken in reality using a mortal host, the resulting catastrophe would be completely unstoppable. He questioned how the entity could speak with such absolute certainty, wondering if it possessed actual proof. The eye chillingly responds that its very existence serves as the ultimate living evidence. They were brought into being as mere instruments designed to satisfy mortal wishes. Yet humans failed to grasp that fulfilling one craving only breeds a far larger greed, spiraling into unmanageable obsession. Aboard her personal cruiser, Kim attempts to sip her tea, only to realize her fingers are trembling uncontrollably. An unbearable weight crushes her chest, leaving her heart shattered without any clear reason why. Just then, an urgent priority alert flashes across her terminal. The notification reveals the government's official release regarding a deadly clash between the cult and the Green Forest, where her son, Black Tiger, was killed in action. Silent tears stream freely down the grieving mother's cheeks. Her attendant android frantically inquires about her condition and summons a medical team, while Kim simply stares numbly at her tear-soaked palms. Meanwhile, the grand leader of the heavenly demon cult, Wee, pulls up to the orphanage accompanied by Sam. Baffled by their unexpected arrival, Athena glances down at her arm display, confirming the active directive to eradicate their sect. The pair attempts to scan Athena's identity, but finds no data, prompting Sam to advocate for taking her out right away. Wee immediately shoots down that reckless suggestion. He points out that intel placed Lee at this location, meaning this woman is bound to be linked to him somehow. Turning to confront Adam, Wee demands to know if the young man recognizes Lee. Met with stony silence, Wee dryly warns that he handles situations with far less mercy. The leader asks outright whether Adam is standing there intentionally to guard the way, or if this is pure happenstance. As Adam's hand moves toward his hilt, Wee instantly gets all the answer he needs. Sam leaps ahead to shield his master from the strike, only to be stunned by the kid's crazy speed as Adam rockets straight toward his primary body. With a single effortless move, Wee steps in and halts the confrontation dead in its tracks. Noticing how fluidly the kid evaded, Wee declares the test over and demands to know who he really is. Adam responds that they've already crossed paths before, pointing back to the brawl involving Soha. Cult Master insists he has zero recollection of ever laying eyes on the kid. Hearing this, the android realizes that despite sharing one core essence, they function as separate physical hosts with independent minds. Adam promptly adjusts his phrasing. He clarifies that it was actually Wee's duplicate he had faced. Sensing the massive gap in their aura, he adds that he previously encountered that clone's primary host in female form. Triggered by those words, Wee readies a brutal blow against Adam, who observes just how drastically different this leader's demeanor is compared to Soha. Elsewhere, the eye urges Lee to recall the dark days when he was enslaved by the heavenly demon spirit. Horrific memories rush back, mountains of slaughtered corpses he piled high, and the agony of coughing up blood in despair. The entity warns that one day, Soha is destined to stand atop an even more colossal mountain of dead bodies, and it rests entirely on Lee's shoulders to determine whether that horrific future comes to pass. With those final chilling words, the eye vanishes, leaving behind only the lingering soul of the heavenly demon. Back when Adam encountered the alternate iteration of their leader, he felt as if he was staring up at an insurmountable brick wall. However, standing before Wee, the sensation was entirely different. Even though this foe was wildly powerful, the android sensed a vital missing element, giving him the confidence that he could actually take him on. Infuriated and insulted by Adam's calm analysis, Wee lunges forward and slams directly into him. Meanwhile, inside the orphanage walls, Athena receives an urgent alert that full-scale war has erupted, advising her that the android should evacuate immediately. Confronting Lee, the heavenly demon's spirit acknowledges his identity and asks if he seeks answers to something. Lee directly asks whether there's a method to banish the spirit back into the shadowy void, releasing Soha from its grip. Taking full control of Soha's vessel, the spirit reminds Lee that its only desire was to sleep peacefully in eternal shadow. Yet, humans keep forcing it awake daily, creating artificial abominations just to pull it back into the harsh light, a light that burns its very soul. The entity instructs Lee to head to the sea, promising that if he breaks the binding chains keeping it anchored there, it can finally sink back into peaceful dark rest. Right after hearing this, Lee recalls how the eye had expressed its own deep desire to be completely erased from existence. Meanwhile, down on the planet's surface, Wee continues his furious battle against Adam. The cult master is genuinely shocked by the sheer raw power coming from the android. Athena steps forward into the fray, demanding that both fighters immediately stand down. She warns them that a galactic broadcast has been issued, marking the entire heavenly demon cult as an enemy target for destruction. Upon hearing those words, Wee halts his assault cold. Reports flash in confirming that multiple cult territories have already been struck by heavy fire. Demon's voice continues to echo in Lee's mind, repeating that mortals dragged it out of peaceful slumber and trapped it in this physical plane. It accuses Lee of being no better than the rest of humanity. It points out that among all human agonizing cries, Lee's screams burned the loudest. Traumatic memory from Lee's childhood suddenly resurfaces. He remembers a ruthless cult elder forcing him to slaughter a helpless wolf cub. The elder warned that if he showed mercy, the beast would return within a year to tear out his throat. Left with zero options, the young boy ended the creature's life as ordered. It was those very agonizing screams during Lee's childhood that had dragged the heavenly demon's spirit back to reality. Trapped in overwhelming dark agony, the terrified child had reached out into the void and clasped the spirit's hand. But ironical as it was, Lee was also the very person who severed that link by ending his own life later on. The entity asserts that the final resolution remains unchanged today. He argues back, pointing out that even after he died, the spirit managed to resurrect. The entity explains that it keeps returning simply because it isn't a singular living individual. It is the physical manifestation of human desire made real. Now that Lee has attained true reality, he can finally break the cycle and live as a genuine human being. Staring into the spirit, Lee feels an identical bizarre aura coming from both the soul and the giant eye. It suddenly strikes him that both entities might actually be two sides of the exact same coin. Back at the orphanage ground, Wee and Sam discuss the grave implications of the human government's mandate. The explicit goal was the complete annihilation of the heavenly demon cult, using this secret orphanage as a convenient scapegoat. Great Elder had previously forewarned Sam about this exact trap. Their worst fears were now realized, as this location was deliberately planted to frame the cult for high treason. Wee refuses to believe that the timing of all this is mere coincidence. The fact that his sect was marked for extinction the exact moment he stepped foot near the orphanage was far too convenient. It clearly pointed to one thing: they had walked headfirst into a meticulously plotted setup. The leader commands all cult operatives to retreat to their respective strongholds and brace for heavy defensive combat. Sam cautions that playing purely defensive will only swell their body count, especially since several sectors are already pulverized. Wee was well aware of that harsh reality, yet he recognized that launching a full-scale assault against the combined forces of the entire martial arts world was impossible. On top of that, the assault was orchestrated directly by the human government itself. Sam assumes they will fall back to the sect's main headquarters, but Wee retorts that running back there is the absolute worst strategic blunder they could make. Outside the facility, Athena frantically attempts to reach her commanding officer. She finds herself completely cut off, unable to establish contact with a single person. Every communication channel, including the secure military frequencies used by security agents, had been completely hijacked. Wee deduces that the planetary warlords are the ones jamming their frequencies. After all, the human government didn't hold complete control over this planet's infrastructure. He then speaks into his communicator, asking if the Great Elder can hear his transmission. Great Elder responds, confirming he is receiving him loud and clear. He notes that events are unfolding precisely as anticipated, and promises to initiate peace talks shortly. He sarcastically adds that special security operatives are notoriously skilled at reconciling conflicts. Understanding their predicament, Wee turns to Athena and asks where she would choose to hide under these dire circumstances. The girl replies grimly that no place exists in the entire cosmos where they can escape the reach of the human government surveillance. However, Wee wasn't seeking permanent safety. His goal was simply to buy a little more time. Athena racks her brain, searching for a realistic safe haven. Suddenly, a specific location comes to mind, a realm so untouchable that even their enemies wouldn't dare launch an attack there. Meanwhile, aboard Sir Young's starship, Robert wonders why they are cruising at such extreme speeds. He notes that it's not like the orphanage is going to vanish into thin air. Then, the crew discovers that their flight trajectory has been altered toward an entirely different planet. As fate would have it, their new destination is the very same sanctuary Athena considered as a hideout. It was a world completely under the domain of the legendary Satoshi bloodline. Not even the most ruthless warlords would dare pick a fight with the wealthiest dynasty in the entire universe. And as it turns out, the terminal operator stationed there was a direct heir to the Satoshi bloodline, even if he was a cast-off outcast of the family.